Chapter 001 The World of Naruto. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hyuga clan's branch family, in an unremarkable residence, 5-year-old Hyuga Tianyun gazed at his diminutive body with a hint of dissatisfaction. Though he possessed the physical form of a child, his mind was that of an adult with 5 wives. Thus, he found himself quite displeased with his current stature, feeling that it impeded his actions. Despite his grievances, Hyuga Tianyun had to accept his circumstances, for they were dictated by the system, and he had no means to resist. Sitting on the steps before his home, he watched as the first rays of dawn spread across the sky, slowly coming to terms with his body and beginning to explore the assistance the system had bestowed upon him. In his mind, Hyuga Tianyun started to comprehend the new system's rules, which revolved around an enhancement mechanism, a system capable of fortifying all things in existence. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to enhance his physical strength, curious to see how the system would respond. Please recharge 1 million currency. Beep, beep, beep. Host current funds are insufficient. The task system is now automatically activating. Beep, beep, beep. Task system initiated. Complete a task to enhance your body once. Task: eliminate 1 ordinary chunin to enhance your body once. Hyuga Tianyun was taken aback for a full minute. This new system indeed had 2 sets of rules for charging and tasks, and it seemed rather commendable. However, the requirement to eliminate a chunin posed a significant dilemma for him. After all, at just 5 years old, Hyuga Tianyun was far from even reaching the level of a genin. The notion of defeating a chunin was utterly fanciful. Reflecting on this, Hyuga Tianyun muttered to himself while seated on the steps, "Forget it, it's more reliable to find a way to earn money. I refuse to believe that, with my experience from a past life, I cannot amass 1 million currency." "What do you need 1 million currency for, Tianyun?" A calm voice inquired from behind him, startling him. Without needing to turn around, Hyuga Tianyun knew it was his adoptive mother, as he and his mother, Hyuga Matsuen, were the only inhabitants of this residence. As for his father, the information in his mind informed him that Hyuga Yu had perished 3 years prior during a mission, leaving behind him and the widow, Hyuga Matsuen. Uncertain how to respond to his mother's question, Hyuga Tianyun hesitated, for he was not truly Hyuga Tianyun, but rather a soul that had attached itself to the boy's body the previous night. He was unfamiliar with Hyuga Matsuen, only aware that she was his mother. If he spoke carelessly, she might detect something amiss, which could lead to complications, considering the existence of soul possession in the Naruto universe. After pondering briefly, Hyuga Tianyun refrained from turning around and, gazing at the radiant crimson glow in the sky, replied to Hyuga Matsuen, "Mother, I am contemplating how to earn money to improve our living conditions. I believe 1 million should suffice." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, as if he had been struck. Before he could turn to investigate, he heard Hyuga Miken's irritated voice. "What nonsense are you spouting about money? Have I not provided you with pocket money? If you could train as diligently as Hyuga Niji, I would gladly provide you with all of our family savings." Hyuga Tianyun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He had yet to sort through the myriad of information left in his mind by the original Hyuga Tianyun. Now, with Hyuga Miken's punch jolting him back to reality, he recalled that she was quite the violent individual. It would be wise to limit his interactions with Hyuga Matsuen, so he resolved to find a secluded spot to organize his thoughts, lest he reveal any inconsistencies. With this in mind, Hyuga Tianyun stood up and dashed toward the front door, exclaiming, "Mother, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back for lunch, so please don't look for me. Rascal, come back here. You haven't had breakfast or done your morning exercises." Upon hearing Hyuga Miken's furious shout, Hyuga Tianyun quickened his pace, for he wished to avoid any encounters with outsiders. He only sought a solitary place to ascertain his current situation. Though he possessed a system, lacking funds for enhancement meant he had no combat capabilities. If anyone were to discover his peculiarities, it could prove perilous. Therefore, clarity of his situation was paramount. The Hyuga clan was considered one of the elite families in the Hidden Leaf Village, boasting a vast territory. Even though Hyuga Tianyun belonged to the branch family, he still had a small domain of his own. Thus, following his memories, he ran to a small grove where he often played. At 6 in the morning, the grove was devoid of people. Hyuga Tianyun selected a tree that was relatively easy to climb, swiftly scaling it and finding a suitable perch to begin organizing the information swirling in his mind. Being so young, Hyuga Tianyun's mental repository contained little significant information, most of which pertained to gifts exchanged with playmates. Among this, he distilled some crucial intel. The time was the summer of the 54th year of the Hidden Leaf Villahea period of relative peace. Hyuga Tianyun felt content, as he still had time to enhance himself otherwise. He risked encountering a ninja world war upon his arrival, which could jeopardize his very life. Mother, Hyuga Matsuen, a not particularly attractive yet violent young woman, likely molded by the teachings of the Hyuga clan, which emphasized strength above all else, leading to her aggressive demeanor. Her ultimate goal was to see Hyuga Tianyun become as strong as his father. Father, Hyuga Leiyu, once a jonin of the Hyuga clan, had not returned from a mission 3 years ago. The report from the Hidden Leaf Village stated that he had perished, along with substantial compensation for his family. Regarding his father, Hyuga Tianyun felt little, as he had been merely 2 years old when the event transpired, leaving him unaware of the circumstances surrounding it. As for himself, Hyuga Tianyun was an ordinary 5-year-old boy, more interested in play than training, participating only in the afternoon drills mandated for the branch family. In truth, he had little desire to engage in these drills, but as they were compulsory for all clan members, he felt compelled to attend, lest he be left without playmates. His companions included Hyuga Ichong, Hyuga Pingjing, and Hyuga Huijun, 3 children between the ages of 5 and 8, with Huijun being the only girl among them. Lastly, regarding the Hidden Leaf Village, Hyuga Tianyun's knowledge was limited. Having grown up within the confines of the Hyuga clan, most of his playmates were also clan children, resulting in a somewhat insular understanding of the broader village. He was aware that it was now the 54th year of the Hidden Leaf, and that the Uchiha clan still existed, yet details beyond that eluded him. Chapter 002, Hidden Leaf Academy. After sitting quietly in the tree for 2 hours, with the sun illuminating the grove, Hyuga Tianyun made a resolute decision and descended the tree, preparing to return home to discuss matters with Hyuga Matsuen. Hey Tianyun, why are you back so early? Not far into his journey, he encountered his companion, Hyuga Pingjing, who approached him with a cheerful greeting, leaving Hyuga Tianyun momentarily at a loss for words. Internally, Hyuga Tianyun was not a child. He had once been a formidable sovereign, and such childish antics were beneath him. After a brief silence, Hyuga Tianyun calmly replied, Pingjing, I came early today to inform you and Huijun, as well as Ichong, that I plan to leave the Hyuga clan and attend the Hidden Leaf Academy to diligently train and become a ninja like my father. Hyuga Pingjing stared at him in confusion, stepping closer to feel Hyuga Tianyun's forehead, and said quizzically, That doesn't make sense. You love to play, how could you possibly want to train? Did you bump your head? Hyuga Tianyun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, but chose not to explain himself to the child. Instead, he brushed Pingjing's hand aside and stated with seriousness, I will say this once more. I am here to bid you farewell. I am going to the Hidden Leaf Academy to become a powerful ninja. Unable to comprehend, Hyuga Pingjing inquired, If you want to become a strong ninja, why go to the Hidden Leaf Academy? Our Hyuga clan specializes in gentle fist. Attending the academy would be of little use. Hyuga Tianyun refrained from disclosing that his true intention for attending the academy was to escape the confines of the Hyuga clan and seek opportunities to earn money and enhance his strength. Instead, he offered a vague response. You wouldn't understand. I wish to learn new ninjutsu, so I can become stronger. If I only study our clan's techniques, I doubt I could ever match Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Pingjing, though young, recognized that Hyuga Niji was the strongest child under 10 within their branch family. Upon hearing Hinata Tenyon's words, Hinata Heijing found some merit in his reasoning. However, the thought of losing a good companion in the future left him feeling somewhat despondent as he lamented to Hinata Tenyon, Tenyon, can't you reconsider? The Konoha Academy is rather dull. Hinata Tenyon, with a tone of righteous conviction, replied, Brother Heijing, I am going there to train, not to indulge in frivolity. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Very well. Hinata Heijing hesitated for a moment, grasping Hinata Tenyon's arm as he inquired, Tenyon, will you return to the Hinata clan after all? Hinata Tenyun nodded affirmatively, stating, of course, isn't Hinata Niji also studying at the Konoha Academy? He returns every night, and I shall do the same, coming back here to rest in the evenings. Upon hearing this, Hinata Haijing's expression visibly softened, and Hinata Tenyun quickly added, Brother Haijing, on school days, I may return quite late, leaving little time for us to play together. It is only during the 2 days of the monthly break from the Konoha Academy that I will have the opportunity to join you. Hinata Haijing immediately looked dejected, muttering, honestly, when we play ninja games in the future, there will be no one to play the villain. Hueju and I Ching certainly won't take on that role. It became apparent that Hinata Haijing's reluctance stemmed from his enjoyment of playing the antagonist in their games, leaving Hinata Tenyun feeling somewhat exasperated and disheartened. However, considering that Haijing was still quite young, he chose not to dwell on it, and simply bid farewell, saying, All right, I must return now to discuss matters with Mother. Please inform I Ching and Hueju for me. With that, Hinata Tenyun disregarded further conversation with Hinata Haijing and hurried homeward, preparing to speak with Hinata Matsuen about attending the academy. 10 minutes later, upon arriving home, Hinata Tenyun searched throughout the estate and ultimately found his mother, Hinata Matsuen, in the kitchen, venting her frustrations upon a pile of vegetables. Standing outside the door, Hinata Tenyun could not help but feel sympathy for the vegetables mercilessly reduced to pulp by his mother's wrath. Despite her ongoing anger, he intentionally knocked on the door to attract her attention. Upon turning to see Hinata Tenyun, Hinata Maiken's fury flared as she brandished a kitchen knife, ready to confront him. Recognizing her intent, Hinata Tenyun quickly interjected, Mother, I have come to request your permission to attend the Konoha Academy. I am determined to study diligently and become a formidable ninja. Hinata Matsuen halted just a meter from the kitchen door, taken aback by her son's earnest demeanor. Finally, unable to contain herself, she tossed aside the knife and approached the door, pinching Hinata Tenyun's slightly round face as she exclaimed, Are you truly my son? Am I dreaming? Hinata Tenyun, slightly exasperated, brushed her hand away and retorted, Mother, I am being entirely serious. Please stop jesting and simply tell me whether you will allow me to attend the academy. His earnest plea jolted Hinata Matsuen back to reality. She regarded her son with a peculiar expression, noting his unfamiliarity, and replied, I am willing to grant your request, but if you seek to grow stronger, you ought to focus on mastering the gentle fist technique. The Konoha Academy will not impart our clan's most profound secrets. Hinata Tenyun reiterated the fabricated reasoning he had previously used to pacify Hinata Haijing, stating, I believe I lack the talent for the gentle fist. I need to learn other ninjutsu to strengthen myself. Perhaps then I might even surpass Hinata Niji. At this, Hinata Haijing lifted his gaze to meet Hinata Maiken's eyes and added, Moreover, isn't Hinata Niji also studying at the Konoha Academy? Why can't I go? I am determined to surpass him. Seeing her child exhibit such fervor, Hinata Matsuen could not possibly oppose him. She was too preoccupied to ponder the sudden intensity of Hinata Tenyun's ambition to surpass Hinata Niji. Instead, she embraced him and planted a kiss on his forehead, cheerfully declaring, Very well. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Konoha Academy. Today, we shall report to Lord Hokage, and then you will be ready to attend classes tomorrow. Although Hinata Tenyun felt somewhat displeased by the kiss, he rationalized that achieving his goal of entering the Konoha Academy was worth enduring his mother's affections. In high spirits, Hinata Matsuen grew increasingly pleased with her son. After setting him down, she retrieved the knife she had discarded earlier and instructed, Tenyun, please wait in the hall. I will prepare a delicious meal for you, and then we shall visit the clan leader and the third Hokage. Hinata Tenyun understood that within the Hinata clan, the clan leader held greater authority than the third Hokage. To pursue his desire to study at the Ninja Academy, he would need the clan leader's approval. However, he was confident that the clan leader would not refuse him, as he was bound by a curse mark, rendering any betrayal of the Hinata clan impossible. Furthermore, given his lack of notable talent, the clan leader might not even recognize him as an insignificant member of the family, let alone attempt to dissuade him from leaving. Chapter 003, Konoha Village. In the hall of Hinata Tenyen's estate, he gazed helplessly at the peculiar assortment of food that Hinata Matsuin had placed in his bowl. Black, the first realm of the white eye, is quite similar to the white eye itself, yet possesses two additional functions. The first is the ability to create a domain centered around oneself, sealing the opponent's ninjutsu and half of their chakra. The duration and range of this ability increase with the quality of chakra. However, there is a significant drawback. A low-ranking ninja can only use it once a day, a mid-ranking ninja twice, and so forth in a geometric progression. The second function allows for automatic chakra recovery, albeit in small amounts. Nevertheless, as one's power increases, this ability can become formidable to AS for the subsequent 6 realms. Ishui currently cannot fathom them, only knowing that they grow increasingly powerful. It seems you are a bit too pleased with yourself. You little rat are quite nimble, making me chase you for considerable time. However, your life is about to meet its end. Tremble and remember my name. Momochi Zabuza, he sneered. Not good. Young master, you must continue running down this path. Ahead lies the range of Konoha's vigilance. If you encounter Konoha's ninjas, you will be saved. The enemy is too strong. I fear I can no longer protect you. Take care, and you must become an exceptional ninja, lest you tarnish the reputation of the Eye of Heaven. Yamada Ichiro exclaimed, forcefully pushing Kamui Yi Shui forward, then drawing a shuriken to launch at Zabuza. Zabuza! Was it? I shall remember you. Ishui's silver eyes cast a calm gaze upon Zabuza, his third eye now closed due to insufficient chakra. He dared not show even a flicker of hatred in his eyes, knowing that it would only incite his enemy's desire to eliminate him. This was a consequence of lacking strength in his previous life. No matter how hard he tried, he could never rise above others. Yet in this life, with effort, he could earn the respect of others. Everything was no longer so ethereal. Thus, he resolved to start anew. Refusing to waste the opportunity of being reborn, Ishui was merely a name of the past. From now on, he would only be known as Kamui Yi Shui, and Ishui would cease to exist. In the forest, a flock of birds took flight, startled by an intrusion to a young boy. His face flushed, emerged, gasping for breath yet determined to run. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from behind, causing the boy's heart to tighten. He was Kamui Yi Shui. Realizing the enemy was upon him and that escape was impossible, he decided to halt his flight. Zabuza pondered whether the boy had resigned himself to his fate or was too frightened to flee. And he inquired, "Why have you stopped running?" "Run. Is it possible to escape? Since I cannot, it is better to calmly face the storm ahead. This might allow me to live longer." Courage and strength are not the same. Even in the absence of corresponding power, one must possess the courage to fight. If one loses even that courage, death becomes merely a matter of time. Kamui Yi Shui replied, as if addressing not a fearsome adversary, but a familiar friend. Courage? What a laughable notion. Weakness is weakness, lacking any understanding of strong one's power. Merely resistance without significance. Zabuza scoffed. Is that so? Then allow me to show you the power of the weak. White ceiling domain. With that, a vertical eye opened upon Kamui Yi Shui's forehead, its iris pale, emanating a violent wave of energy. Instantly, a 5-meter radius of light enveloped both Zabuza and Kamui Yi Shui. What is this? Zabuza exclaimed, astonished to find his ninjutsu sealed in half of his chakra restricted. An elite Jainin. He could hardly believe that his opponent, who was not even a Jainin, could possess such power. It must be that third eye. This is the ocular technique of the Eye of Heaven, capable of sealing an enemy's ninjutsu and half of their chakra, regardless of rank. Even a Kaga-level ninja would be affected. How does it feel to confront the strength of the weak? Kamui Yi Shui stated calmly. Though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. With his chakra dwindling, he could only sustain this for 30 more seconds. The white eye had already detected a ninja approaching from the direction of the country's border, but would take at least 40 seconds for them to arrive. Moreover, aside from memorizing the hand signs for the shadow clone technique and the clone technique, he was utterly unfamiliar with other ninjutsu hand signs. After all, who would pay attention to such details while watching Naruto? He never anticipated being transported to the world of ninjas. Indeed, You are quite impressive. Historically, there have been few ninjas from the village hidden in the mist who could awaken their eyes at such a young age. You possess considerable talent. However, surely that ocular technique of yours must have limitations. And your chakra cannot sustain it for long, can it? Even though my ninjutsu is rendered useless. As an elite Jainin, my taijutsu is not something you can hope to withstand, Zabuza remarked, as expected of the legendary swordsman Zabuza Momochi. His observational skills were commendable. Yet do you truly believe my ocular technique is as simple as you think? Where has your remaining chakra gone? Kamui Yi Shui retorted with a cold smile. What? Ah, I see. The seal chakra is chaotically dispersed within the enemy's chakra pathways. As long as chakra flows within, collisions will occur, and once a scale is reached, it will create pressure, ultimately leading to ruptured pathways. Though outwardly the damage may not be apparent, in truth, one would lose their combat effectiveness, Zabuza said. Impressed, in the silent forest, the two stood in opposition, one large and one small, while the occasional bird fluttered by. Your chakra is nearly depleted. Surrender. Do not struggle any further. Before absolute power, all your efforts are futile, Zabuza declared. Yes, that's so. Then you shall be disappointed. Even the most insignificant life will expend its last breath to survive. Kamui Yi Shui gritted his teeth, his chakra nearly exhausted, hoping that Konoha's ninja would arrive swiftly. Chapter 3. Konoha with a soft crack. Kamui Yi Shui's complexion turned ashen. The domain vanished, leaving him engulfed in a wave of weakness. Haha, it's over for you, little brat. Zabuza laughed heartily, raising his blade to strike at Ishui. However, sensing a murderous intent, he swiftly executed the water clone technique. Several shuriken hurtled towards Zabuza, who transformed into a puddle of water, successfully evading the unknown assailant's attack. Who dares to strike at me? Do you wish to die? Zabuza emerged from behind a tree, seething with anger. It seemed to be a Konoha ninja. This boy was fortunate. His task was nearly complete, yet that old man's request was rather meddlesome. Observing the boy's character, he surmised he would become a powerful ninja. Perhaps one day, he might even surpass Zabuza himself. But that mattered little. Kakashi Hitaki of Konoha, you are a ninja from the village hidden in the mist, correct? This is the range of Konoha's vigilance. Please leave immediately, or I will have to detain you. A masked ninja, revealing only one eye, emerged from the forest ahead. Kakashi Hitaki. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Additionally, after the recent battle, though he had slain the red-haired man, he too had sustained injuries that were not immediately visible. Prolonged exertion would reveal the toll it had taken, and his chakra reserves were dwindling. Very well. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. However, I shall remember you, the copy ninja of Konoha. Kakashi. I believe we will meet in combat one day. I am Momochi Zabuza, he proclaimed before dissipating into smoke. Hey kid, who are you? Don't you realize how dangerous it was just now? What brings you here? Kakashi asked with a smile, his right eye narrowing as it fixed upon Ishui's third white eye. Recognizing the unknown bloodline limit that Zabuza had sought. I am Kamui Yi Shui, the last heir of the long-lost village of heaven. I hope to join Konoha, Ishui stated nervously, uncertain of whether Konoha would accept him. The village of heaven, is it? Very well. I shall take you to meet Lord Third Hokage, Kakashi replied, a frown creasing his brow. This situation was complicated. A bloodline limit joining the village could be beneficial, but the village's higher-ups might not be so accommodating. All right, Ishui responded, his heart sinking as expected. The factions within Konoha's upper echelons were incredibly intricate, and dealing with the Hokage would not be easy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Konoha village, Kakashi exchanged a few words with the two gate ninjas before leading Ishui to the Hokage's office. Come in, Kakashi, and the boy from the village of heaven. I'm already aware of your arrival. A commanding yet amicable voice resonated from within the room. Yes, Lord Hokage, Kakashi acknowledged, as they entered the Hokage's office. Ishui tightened his grip. This was the third Hokage, a frail and elderly man, yet his eyes sparkled with life. The experience of witnessing him in person was far more profound than watching it in an anime. What is your name, boy from the village of heaven? The third Hokage gazed upon the youth before him, a tumult of emotions stirring within. The fabled Eye of Heaven had indeed manifested, a testament to the boy's exceptional talent. If he could become a formidable force within the Hidden Leaf, it would be most advantageous. I am Kamui Yi Shui, he said earnestly, and it was my grandfather's dying wish that I join the Hidden Leaf village. I hope, esteemed third Hokage, that you will take me in. I see. That is certainly acceptable. The Hidden Leaf warmly welcomes gifted ninjas such as yourself. However, before you join, we must conduct a brief assessment. Fear not. We merely wish to ascertain whether you harbor any ill will towards our village. The third Hokage chuckled. I could see appear that the Mist Village had made a misstep, while the Hidden Leaf had gained a ninja of extraordinary potential. Of course, I understand it is likely that the Intelligence Division's Yamashiro Kaichi will wish to examine my memories, Isue replied. Very well then, please tell me about the legendary Eye of Heaven. I have a profound interest in such enigmatic bloodline limits. The third Hokage nodded, recognizing the boy's intelligence and his inadvertent display of admiration for the Hidden Leaf. Speak of the Eye of Heaven. We must begin from ancient times. The Eye of Heaven is said to be a powerful deity's creation, forged in a quest for greater power by fusing all divine energies into a singular entity, resulting in an eye of boundless potential. This essence, however, absorbed the powers of the fabled demon realm. Following the ancient era, the divine lineage dwindled, leaving only a trace of bloodline in this deity, which gave rise to the descendants of the fallen gods. Yet, within the records of the heavenly village, it is rare for individuals to awaken this. I count myself fortunate to be among the few, Isue elaborated. While I have long known of the Eye of Heaven's might, awakening it has revealed its true extent. In essence, the Eye of Heaven possesses 7 evolutionary stages: white, flame, frost, dust, wind, thunder, and black. The first realm, white, bears resemblance to the Byakugan, but offers 2 additional abilities. One creates a domain centered around the user, sealing the opponent's jutsu and half of their chakra, with the duration and area increasing alongside the quality of chakra. However, this ability has a limitation. A Genin may use it once per day, a Chunin twice, and so forth. The second ability allows for automatic chakra regeneration, albeit in small amounts. Yet this function can become formidable with increasing power. As for the subsequent stages, I am less informed. The Byakugan. This complicates matters, the third Hokage mused, furrowing his brow. Kakashi, too, was taken aback. To compare the first stage to the Byakugan was no small feat, particularly given the Hyuga clan's reverence for their bloodline limit, which would prevent outsiders from wielding it. Kakashi, please summon the Hyuga clan leader. Hayashi, the third Hokage, instructed. Kakashi nodded and promptly vanished. Hayashi, do you have any inkling as to why the third Hokage has summoned me? Hayashi inquired, puzzled, as there seemed to be no pressing matters at hand. Almost there. I shall keep it brief. The Hyuga clan has a long history and should be familiar with the Eye of Heaven, Kakashi replied. Indeed, our clan's records mention it, and one of our ancestors had contact with an individual who possessed the awakened Eye of Heaven. However, it is said that the Heavenly Clan has since vanished. Hayashi responded. Recent intelligence from the Mist indicates that they discovered the Heavenly Village and obliterated it, yet one survivor managed to escape to our village. And this child has awakened the Eye of Heaven, Kakashi continued. Really? How old is he now? Hayashi asked, excitement evident in his voice. Approximately 6 or 7 years, Kakashi remarked, surprised by Hayashi's uncharacteristic display of emotion. Let me be candid. According to our ancestor who interacted with the wielder of the Eye of Heaven, its power stems from a soul. Only those with formidable souls can awaken it. The true strength of the Eye of Heaven lies in its evolution, not only enhancing its own capabilities, but also enabling the optimization of other bloodline limits. This transformation requires an intimate bond, as it is a modification of the soul. Any hint of treachery could lead to one's soul consuming the other. Hayashi elucidated. Kakashi fell silent, and Hayashi chose not to speak further. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Come in, the authoritative voice of the third Hokage resonated. Kakashi and Hayashi entered. Esteemed Hokage, I am well aware of the details. I wish to speak with this boy of the Heavenly Clan, Hayashi stated. Very well, the third Hokage nodded. You are Shimase, correct? First and foremost, I express my sympathy for your circumstances. You likely understand the significance of the Byakugan to the Hyuga clan. In your eye of heaven bears similarities to it. I have a proposal that could benefit us both. Hayashi turned to Isue, who leaned against the wall. Please proceed, clan leader Hayashi, Isue replied, his expression devoid of emotion, secretly wary of being ensnared. You are of a similar age to my daughter Hinata. How would you feel about marrying into the Hyuga clan? I shall shield you from any adverse influences. Hayashi proposed. Surely, it cannot be that simple. Do you have any additional demands, clan leader? I find it hard to believe that you would engage in such an unprofitable arrangement, Isue thought, his heart racing at the prospect of marrying Hinata, whom he admired greatly. Yet he recognized Hayashi's shrewdness. He would not engage in a transaction that jeopardized his own interests. I anticipated your skepticism. It seems you are unaware that the eye of heaven can enhance other bloodline limits. However, this optimization must originate from a deep bond, as established through the interactions of one of my clan's ancestors with an awakened wielder of the Eye of Heaven. Hayashi explained, though internally he felt a sense of trepidation at the possibility of rejection. That sounds agreeable. However, I would like to know if the third Hokage has any opinions on this matter, Isue replied, though his decision ultimately hinged on the Hokage's approval. Haha, no issues on my end. I can confidently entrust Isue to you. Hayashi, please accompany him to meet Kaichi. While I trust Isue, we must still follow the necessary procedures to avoid any complaints from the Elder Council, the third Hokage remarked. Contemplating the advantages the Hyuga clan had gained by aligning themselves with the bloodline of the Eye of Heaven. Understood. Third Hokage, I will take Isue now. Thank you immensely for this opportunity, Hayashi expressed, his excitement barely contained. Envisioning the potential for the Hyuga clan's bloodline to grow even more formidable, surpassing the Uchiha clan in strength. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Isue felt elated following Hayashi, having secured a potential romantic connection with the charming Hinata. With the prospect of gradually nurturing this relationship, the mere thought of her delightful visage sent his heart racing. P.S. The timeline of Zabuza's defection is somewhat unclear, but should be set 3 to 5 years prior to the events in the Land of Waves. In this narrative, Zabuza's betrayal will occur following the destruction of the Heavenly Village, precisely 6 years before Naruto's graduation, positioning Zabuza as a pivotal character who serves as a source of animosity for the protagonist while witnessing their burgeoning strength. I hope my readers will share their thoughts, follow this story, and provide constructive criticism. It would bring me great joy. Chapter 4. Becoming the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan when Hayashi and Isue arrived at the intelligence division. Yamashiro Kaichi was already awaiting their arrival. So, this is Isue. Come with me. There is no need to fear or resist. It will be over swiftly, Kaichi assured him. Go ahead. I have a good rapport with Kaichi, and I trust that it will all be over before you know it, Hayashi reassured the young boy. The sunlit day led Isue to a serene secret chamber, accompanied by Yamashiro Kaichi, guarded by 2 chunin from Konohagakure. The entrance was indeed secure. Kaichi gestured for Isue to take a seat on a stool, advising him to close his eyes and relax his mind, a request Isue complied with, observing Ishue's lack of resistance. Kaichi felt a wave of delight. It illustrated Ishue's complete trust in Konohagakure. He placed his hand upon Ishue's forehead, initiating the exploration of his memories. After exiting the intelligence department, Isue experienced a slight pressure in his head. Although Kaichi was meticulous in his examination, probing into one's own mind inevitably incurs some minor mental discomfort. As it happened, the winding alleys of Konoha were indeed numerous. Hyuga Hayashi led Isue through a labyrinthine path until they finally arrived before a magnificent mansion, a testament to the opulence befitting the clan leader of a prominent family. Upon entering the lavish abode, Hayashi guided Isue to a private room and instructed a servant to summon Hinata. Isue felt a flutter of nervous anticipation at the prospect of meeting the charming Hinata. Hayashi, observing Ishue's trembling demeanor, offered a gentle smile that it was likely that he had never encountered such grandeur before. After all, he was still a child. Such lavish residences were rare within Konoha. While wealth may not be the foremost priority for ninjas, considerable affluence served as a symbol of status, as Isue and Hayashi engaged in their thoughts. The door to the private room swung open. "Father, hello? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Hinata timidly inquired from the threshold. "Yes, allow me to introduce you. This is the young heir of the Kamizuki clan, who has now joined our Hyuga family. He shall be your future husband. Yi Shui possesses the powerful bloodline limit known as the Eye of Heaven, and he has already awakened its potential. He can facilitate the evolution of your bloodline, achieving a resonance of souls that will enhance your Byakugan. That I hope that before you graduate to a genin, you can successfully resonate with Yi Shui and evolve your Byakugan," Hayashi stated, his expression darkening. His daughter was inherently timid, and her progress in ninjutsu had been dismal, bordering on ineptitude. Had she not been his own child, she might have been cast out long ago. Furthermore, she was to inherit the position of clan leader. Without formidable strength, how could she command respect among the clan members? He hoped that Kamizuki Yi Shui would facilitate her bloodline's evolution. "Ah, yes," Hinata replied hesitantly. "Now, take some time to get to know one another. I have matters to attend to. In 2 days, the village's ninja academy will begin recruiting new students. You both should go together and strive for soul resonance," Hayashi instructed before closing the door behind him. Hello, I am Kamizuki. I hope we can get along well in the future," Yi Shui said, gazing at the bashful young lady clad in a pink coat, his heart fluttering with excitement. She was the epitome of cuteness, a true gem among young girls. "Hello, I am Hyuga Hinata. Please take care of me, my lord husband," Hinata shyly responded. Though still young, she understood that this individual was to be her husband. The ever-timid Hinata would not dare oppose her father's wishes. "Please, Hinata, just call me Ishik. That I am quite easy to get along with. While I am uncertain about the specifics of soul resonance, I feel that once my eyes evolve further, it should be achievable. For now, let us foster a good relationship. From this moment forth, we are companions. The title of husband can wait," Yi Shui earnestly expressed. Indeed, if he were to force Hinata into acceptance at this juncture, she would likely harbor resentment towards him. Relationships must be nurtured. A marriage devoid of love would not yield happiness. He desired Hinata's complete acceptance, both in body and spirit. "But my father," Hinata expressed, sensing that this boy was not as unpleasant as she had anticipated. He seemed kind-hearted. "Fear not. We shall act as we should in public. I promise to ensure your Byakugan's evolution before you graduate from the Ninja Academy. In private. We are merely companions. There is no need for you to put on any airs. Just be yourself," Yi Shui replied with a smile, extending his left hand in friendship. Hinata nodded eagerly, extending her right hand to clasp Yi Shui's left. The sensation felt sweet, akin to indulging in a delightful treat. Marking the beginning of their friendship, as the saying goes, the first to reach the water's edge shall reap the rewards. Besides, Hinata was now officially recognized as his wife in name, and any would-be suitors would have to reckon with the Hyuga clan's might. As for Naruto, that fool, he could continue to pester Sakura instead. Yi Shui was determined to guard his Hinata fiercely. Should Naruto dare approach, he would face dire consequences. "Could you please let go of my hand?" Hinata shyly requested. "Stricken, this is rather painful. Holding hands truly that enjoyable." My apologies. To celebrate our newfound companionship, I invite you to enjoy some ramen. That I have heard that Ichiraka ramen in Konoha is exquisite, and I wish to try it today," Yi Shui exclaimed, scratching his head playfully. "Shouldn't we inform my father?" Hinata asked. "Not necessary. There are no ill intentions in the village, and such trivial matters need not be mentioned. Besides, with me around, no one shall bully you. Although I have yet to master ninjutsu, I've already learned to refine chakra, granting me greater physical strength than the average person. Very well, then." Thus, the two departed from the gates of the Hyuga estate. Along the way, Yi Shui gazed about in wonder, his curiosity piqued by everything he encountered. However, midway through their journey, he suddenly realized he had no idea where Ichiraka ramen was located, a rather unfortunate predicament. Hinata, do you know where Ichiraka ramen is? I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the route," Yi Shui sheepishly inquired. "I rarely venture out and am unsure of the way. I thought you might know," Hinata replied, puzzled as luck would have it. A flock of crows flew overhead, seemingly mocking Yi Shui's plight. "Never mind. Let us ask someone for directions," There's a flower shop nearby. We can inquire with the owner, Yi Shui suggested, leading Hinata into the flower shop. Inside, they encountered a young girl with chestnut-colored hair, styled into a small braid cascading down her back. Her long bangs obscured part of her face. This girl was none other than Yamanaka Ino, the daughter of Yamashiro, one of the 12 ninja guardians. Though she appeared somewhat different from her anime counterpart, she still radiated an undeniable beauty. "Hello, are you two here to purchase flowers?" Ino inquired, eyeing them curiously. The girl with the Byakugan must belong to the Hyuga clan. The absence of the caged birthmark on her forehead indicated she was from the main family. Thus, it was likely that she was Hyuga Hinata. The boy beside her, however, was a puzzle. A vertical red line adorned his forehead, resembling a painted mark. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to pulse as if it might split apart at any moment. Akin to an eye. She had never heard of anyone possessing an eye on their forehead. Perhaps it was another form of bloodline limit? Regardless, this boy was quite handsome, 1,000 times more so than Shikamaru or Chuji. "No, we were hoping you could direct us to Ichiraka Ramen." Yi Shui clarified that, "Oh, Ichiraka Ramen. It should be located at XXX.by the way. Handsome. What is your name? Where do you live? Do you have a girlfriend?" Ino bombarded him with questions. "Thank you. My name is Kimizuki Yi Shui. We may be classmates. We are set to attend the Ninja Academy in 2 days, and you should be in this class as well. I'm sure we'll meet again." "Beautiful," Yi Shui replied, quickly pulling Hinata out of the flower shop. He was aware that Ino and Sakura were notorious for their crushes on handsome boys, though Sakura was more devoted, while Ino was more capricious. To put it succinctly, this world is filled with love. As long as there are handsome men, I adore them all. Hinata, on the other hand, felt overwhelmed by Ino's boldness. If she were in Ino's position, she would be utterly mortified. Was this the norm for other girls? If so, the world was indeed a wild place. Alas, such was the burden of those born into affluent clans. Ordinary girls would be frolicking with friends at this age, while the offspring of noble families were compelled to present their perfection to the public. Sasuke was one such individual, perpetually showcasing his genius to garner praise and recognition from his father and brother. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, in reality, he simply concealed his emotions from outsiders. Before long, Yi Shui and Hinata arrived at Ichiraka Ramen. Inside, a golden-haired boy with a few whisker-like markings on his face was devouring his ramen with fervor. Yi Shui recognized him immediately. It was none other than the legendary protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, whose luck appeared boundless, as if surrounded by an aura of fortune. "Owner, 2 bowls of ramen, flavor of your choice, please." A stream of water splashed towards the uncle who was making ramen. "All right, coming right up. You must be new here. I haven't seen you before. This must be the esteemed young lady of the Hinata clan, right? SHBU, prepare 2 bowls of extra flavor ramen. Remember," the cheerful uncle exclaimed. "Hello, I am Kamizuki Ichijui. A recent addition to Konoha.my village was destroyed by the Mist Ninjas, and I joined Konoha upon the recommendation of my late grandfather." Ichijui introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Hinata Hyuga. I look forward to your guidance," she added shyly to, "Oh, how tragic. But fret not, child. Arriving in Konoha is akin to coming home. Today's ramen is on me, so don't be shy. Who knows, you might be called upon to protect our village in the future." The uncle assured warmly, "I am immensely grateful to you that I will treat Konoha as my own family and protect it with all my might. Though my current strength is modest, I vow to grow stronger and become the most powerful ninja in the world." Ichijui stated earnestly, "Of course, Konoha must be safeguarded. My beloved resides here," he added. "Humph, I shall be the strongest, and I will undoubtedly become Hokage." "I will make it happen," asserted Naruto, who had overheard Ichijui's words and felt a surge of excitement. As his own dream was to become Hokage and gain the recognition of everyone in the village. Yes, that's so. Then let us wait and see. Great power cannot be attained merely through words. It requires relentless effort. There are no born geniuses, only those who work hard. One must row upstream. Stagnation leads to regression. However, your courage has garnered my respect. Please tell me your name. I will remember it." Ichijui smiled, extending a hand in friendship. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to your guidance." Naruto exclaimed hurriedly, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by the fact that this was the first person to recognize him. At last, someone acknowledged his existence. Surely there would be a second, a third, a fourth, and one day everyone in the village would recognize him. Haha, such spirited camaraderie. It seems I have grown old. Tomorrow belongs to the youth. A frail voice resonated. Chapter 5. The Ninja Academy. It turned out to be the third Hokage. Good day. Would you like a bowl of ramen? The uncle asked respectfully. Ah, indeed. I wish to mingle with the youth. Please prepare another bowl for Naruto and charge it to my account. The third Hokage replied. Ichijui, you've quickly befriended Hinata. What youthful age it is. You'll soon get accustomed to Konoha. I heard your words just now. And they bring me great comfort. Now that you are in Konoha, this is your home. Should you face any challenges, do not hesitate to seek me out. Do not bottle things up, Sarutobi mused, observing the two youngsters in front of him, contemplating that perhaps they would become Konoha's strong shield, safeguarding the village, sensing the essence of the will of fire within them. It is the third Hokage. I am getting used to things here. The people of Konoha are quite amiable that I believe I will soon integrate into this big family. Ichijui spoke sincerely, though internally he harbored a sense of disdain, suspecting that he was being surveilled. This was blatant monitoring. However, it mattered little. Even steadfast defenders of Konoha like Naruto were under watch, let alone an outsider like him. Hinata, blushing, greeted the third Hokage, seemingly bearing the mark of Ichijui from this point forward. Today marked the enrollment day for the Ninja Academy in Konoha, where numerous parents had brought their children for the induction ceremony. Hyuga Hisashi also brought Hinata and Ichijui to the academy, greeting passers-by along the way, indicating his good rapport. Hisashi, you are here too. This must be your daughter Hinata. She bears no resemblance to you at all. It's hard to imagine such a stoic individual could have a shy daughter. And this must be Ichijui, the fabled wielder of the Eye of Heaven. Has he awakened his eyes? I wonder how he compares to the three great bloodline limits. A rotund man in a shirt emblazoned with a character for food approached with a plump boy beside him. Yes, this is my son Choji. His personality is quite different from yours. Come, Hinata, Ichijui, let me introduce you. This is Akimichi Choza, the clan leader of the Akimichi clan, renowned as one of the members of the Ino Shikacho trio. Hisashi introduced. Hello, Choza. I am Kamizuki Ichijui. I look forward to your guidance. Choji, it's nice to meet you. Perhaps we will be classmates soon. I hope we can become friends, Ichijui said with a smile, waving at Choji. Hello, I am Akimichi Choji. Please take care of me, Choji replied shyly, feeling pleased that Ichijui did not mind his weight and wished to befriend him, making him the first person besides Shikamaru to extend such kindness. Greetings, I am Hinata Hyuga. I look forward to your guidance, Hinata said, blushing as she bowed to Choza. All right, it's time to start the enrollment. Let us not delay. Ninjas must act promptly. Children, go to class. We old folks will find a place to chat while we're all here. Nara, Shikaku, and Yamanaka and Oichi arrived with their own children. Shikaku spoke, while Shikamaru displayed an impatient expression, exchanging greetings with Choji, who responded with a smile. Wow, you're that handsome guy from the other day. Hello, I am Yamanaka, Ino. Ino gushed, her eyes sparkling. Ditto. Class is starting. Let us hurry to the classroom. Hinata, let us go, Ichijui urged, pulling Hinata along, mindful of his father-in-law's presence. Hey, wait for me, Ino called, rushing after them. Let us go. Shikamaru, let us grab good seats, preferably in the back row for comfort, Shikamaru sighed, clearly annoyed. Ninjas are such a hassle. Indeed, Choji agreed happily. The remaining adults exchanged baffled looks, pondering if the current generation was truly so peculiar, with not a single normal one among them. Alas, how times have changed, they lamented, feeling outpaced by the younger generation. Upon entering the classroom, Ichijui found several students already present, including Uzumaki Naruto, looking excited, Uchiha Sasuke, cool and aloof, seemingly unconcerned about next strain, Aburame Shino, his face obscured, another cool type, Inazuka Kiba, with a dog lounging on his head, Haruno Sakura, normal for now, yet not yet in her love-struck phase, and a few unfamiliar faces, likely the inconspicuous extras of the Naruto universe. Ichijui settled into a central seat at the front with Hinata, reasoning it was too much trouble to sit further back. Upon spotting Ichijui, Naruto waved enthusiastically. Before long, Ino and the others arrived, choosing their spots. With everyone seated and quiet, it was evident this was their first day of school, and they were all strangers to one another. Once everyone was settled, Iraki Yumino entered the room, his textbook in hand, filled with excitement as he gazed at the faces of his new students. Upon seeing Naruto's bearded face, he felt a surge of mixed emotions, but quickly composed himself, clearing his throat to address them. "Hello, class. I am Iraki Yumino, your teacher from this day forth that I will call out your names. When I do, please stand and say present so everyone can get to know you." "All right, let us begin. Uzumaki Naruto." "Present." Naruto shouted enthusiastically, his excitement palpable. However, several students whispered about the demon fox, displaying indifference except for the 9 strong and Ichijui. Silence. "Next, Uchiha Sasuke." "Present," Sasuke said coolly, drawing the attention of several girls, much to Ino's dismay at his quick betrayal. "Haruno Sakura." "Present," Sakura said, somewhat lacking confidence, her broad forehead drawing attention. "Kamizuki Ichijui." "Present." Ichijui beamed warmly, captivating a group of girls with his smile, causing Ino to falter again. "Aburame Shino." "Present," the cool boy said, attracting no admirers. "Inazuka Kiba." "Present," Kiba replied, with Akamaru barking in response, momentarily diverting attention from him. "Hyuga Hinata." "Present," Hinata said shyly. "Nara Shikamu." "Present." Shikamu's eyelids drooped as if they were in a battle against each other. "Yamanaka Ino." "Present." Ino blushed, a rare occurrence. "Akimichi Choji." "Present." The chubby boy exclaimed excitedly. After the roll call, Irika sighed, realizing that each of these students had their quirks. The demon, the stoic, the lovesick, the dimwit, the masked one, and the dog. "Well, since it's the first day, the remaining time is yours to explore freely, but do not wander too far. I will notify you when it's time to leave," he concluded. Irika had just finished speaking when he stepped outside. "Come on, Hinata. Let's go out and practice some shuriken throwing that you've already learned to refine your chakra, right? Yesterday, I prepared 2 weighted sandbags, one weighing 10 kilograms, which is mine, and another 5 kilograms, which is yours from today onwards. We must become accustomed to these weights. Their initial impact will be significant for us, especially for a ninja like you, who focuses solely on taijutsu. Don't ask why. I won't harm you. After all, we are friends." He tossed Hinata a small bag adorned with daisies while he slung a larger bag onto his back. The fabric of the sandbags was similar to his clothing, making them difficult to notice unless inspected closely. This was a temporary solution. He couldn't fabricate gravity seals and would have to purchase some from the ninja tool shop later. "Wow, how beautiful! Give me one, please, Izui-kun. I want one too," Ino suddenly chimed in from behind. "There's none left. These are training tools, and you can make your own. They're just sandbags for weight training," Izui replied. "Tsh, what a child's toy." Sasuke sneered from the side. "Then aren't you a child as well?" Uchiha's second son. Moreover, every powerful ninja begins as a weakling. Without understanding what it means to be weak, one cannot hope to become strong. This world holds no true geniuses. Only those with a strong heart can rise to greatness. Has your powerful Uchiha lineage made you forget humility? You are far from your genius brother," Izui said mercilessly. Sasuke's face turned a mix of green and red, clearly on the verge of tears. Still just a child. "After all, let's go, Hinata. This kind of person doesn't understand the significance of companionship. Let him ponder it himself. He should realize that while he looks down on others, others also look down on him." Izui shook his head and led Hinata out of the classroom. Soon, everyone had left. Ino and Sakura, 2 infatuated girls, were playing together, while Kiba, Shino, Choji, and Shikamaru huddled together, leaving Sasuke alone in the classroom, wallowing in sorrow. Time flew by, and it was soon time for lunch. Irika announced that everyone could go home to eat, and the afternoon class would cover an introductory understanding of the ninja world. Sasuke returned home feeling dejected. Uchiha Fugaku, oblivious to Sasuke's change in demeanor, only cared about the strength of the Uchiha clan. His eldest son had successfully joined the Konoha Umbu, and the village's security was under the command of his clan. With their influence steadily expanding, perhaps one day, the land of fire in Konoha would be theirs to command. Sasuke's back. "How does it feel to be at ninja school?" Itachi asked, stepping through the door and noticing his sulking brother, his heart aching with affection. Nothing much. Just Sasuke quietly recounted the events of the morning that, oh, it seems there are still some geniuses in your class, without understanding what it means to be weak. One cannot hope to become strong. Truly a classic saying. Recognizing this shows he possesses the potential of a strong ninja. His name is Kamui Yi Shui, right? I've heard he also possesses a unique bloodline limit and has already awakened his eyes. Indeed, Sasuke, what he said is correct. Perhaps he might become your friend, just like me and sure sway that if you wish to defeat him, you must strive harder. Now, let's increase your training intensity today and work towards becoming a powerful ninja. Itachi said, ruffling Sasuke's hair. Yes, Sasuke replied, his eyes filled with admiration for his brother. Chapter 6. The Uchiha Clan's Annihilation. Part 1. Izui had been in the world of Naruto for nearly 2 years and had come to understand this extraordinary realm quite well. Gradually, he had integrated himself into this fascinating world, yet a profound fear lingered in his heart. The fear that a powerful ninja might inadvertently end his life, leading to a tragic fate. Power. Only through immense strength could he protect himself and everything he cherished. His advantage lay in understanding the trajectory of this world and his own formidable bloodline as a time traveler. Izui did not disappoint his identity. In his first year at the Ninja Academy, he and Sasuke tied for first place among all students, earning him the reputation of a prodigy in the contemporary Konoha. This achievement was widely celebrated among the villagers, as both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had produced a genius. Although Izui joined the Hyuga clan as a son-in-law, he was still regarded as one of their own. Very few knew of his previous identity. Under the control of Hokage, the villagers only knew that Izui was a war orphan who had joined the Hyuga clan after their leader recognized his immense potential. This acknowledgement allowed Izui to thrive, and with the assistance of the Hyuga clan, his troubles began to dissipate. Izui's unique bloodline limit, the Eye of Heaven, had never appeared in the original story, had it not been for the immense soul power he possessed upon his arrival. Awakening his eyes under extreme sorrow, it might have been forgotten altogether. Without his time-traveling self, Kamui Yi Shui would likely have been killed by Zabuza, causing this powerful bloodline to vanish from the Naruto universe. Contemplating this filled Izui's heart with an immense conviction. He would become a formidable ninja. In the back mountains of the Hyuga clan, Kamui Yi Shui and Hinata Hyuga were diligently practicing taijutsu. Since the beginning of their ninja school journey, they had been training together after school in the mountains of the Hyuga clan for nearly 2 years, resulting in significant improvements. Izui had become well-versed in the first stage of his eye awakening, and his taijutsu had greatly enhanced, along with his accuracy with shuriken dare for ninjutsu. Aside from the body replacement technique and the rope escape technique, he had not pursued other ninjutsu. Although Izui had memorized some hand signs for various techniques from watching anime in his past life, he believed that mastering a few techniques was more beneficial than being a jack of all trades. Sometimes, the simplicity of the body replacement technique, when executed with precision, could yield powerful results. Encouraged by Izui, Hinata had gained confidence, and her progress over the past 2 years astonished her. Previously, hindered by self-doubt and timidity, she had made little progress, but under Izui's meticulous guidance and well-structured training regimen, her strength had continuously improved. The mysteries of the world began to unveil themselves to her, and she successfully awakened her bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Alright, let's head back early today. I need to refine my chakra for 3 hours tonight. Recently, I've been feeling unusually unsettled, as if something significant is about to happen. Perhaps it's just my imagination. Let's go. Hopefully, nothing dreadful will occur. Izui paused, furrowing his brow. Is it possible that the intensive training has placed a burden on your body? Perhaps you should take a few days off, Izugen, Hinata suggested nervously. Don't worry, it might just be my overthinking, as long as I can enjoy the delicious rice balls made by our beautiful Hinata. All my worries will vanish, Izui said gently. Hinata's face flushed with a rosy hue, her temperature steadily rising. Izui felt a headache coming on. Here we go again. As Izui and Hinata returned home, they encountered Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, who had just returned as well. Uncle, father, hello. Izui and Hinata hurriedly greeted. I've heard you've both been training diligently. That's wonderful. I'm very pleased. Hinata has successfully awakened her Byakugan. Indeed, having you, Izui, Join our Hyuga clan was a wise decision. If you ever need anything, be it ninja tools, ninjutsu, or if there's something you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. We must strengthen our soul's resonance. Hayashi appeared quite pleased. The higher-ups in Konoha had decided to eliminate the arrogant Uchiha clan, with plans to move against them tomorrow night. The Hyuga clan was poised to become the most prominent family in Konoha, without exception, and his daughter was finally showing promise. The bloodline of the Heavenly Clan would soon merge with the Hyuga bloodline, restoring the clan's former glory. Yes, uncle, father, hello. Izui and Hinata replied in unison. After watching Hayashi walk away, Izui let out a heavy sigh of relief. What an immense pressure! As he glanced at Hinata, who also looked exhausted. Hinata, your father is quite intimidating, and it's the first time I've seen him smile. It seems someone is in for a rough time, Izui remarked, struggling to accept the sight of the usually stoic man smiling. Yes, I've never seen father smile before. It's terrifying. I thought I had done something wrong. But thankfully, that wasn't the case. Hinata was also filled with trepidation, her petite hands incessantly patting her small chest, resembling someone who had encountered a demon. It seemed that this lovely young lady had been subjected to quite severe discipline. The night passed in silence, and both Izui and Hinata drifted into sweet slumber. Note, there is nothing sinister here. They merely slept in separate rooms. Besides, there was no chance for anything untoward to occur. Early the next morning, Izui and Hinata rose at dawn, sharing a simple yet heartwarming breakfast that left both of them content. Izui felt fulfilled by Hinata's companionship, while Hinata, no longer the lonely heiress of a prestigious family, found joy in having a friend. The arrival of Izui warmed her solitary heart, reviving the joys of childhood and providing her with someone to confide in. Izui and Hinata do not wander about after school. Return home immediately and refrain from playing with anyone. Recently, Konoha has not been particularly safe. Mizuki solemnly instructed the two as they prepared to leave. Yes, uncle. They both nodded in response. I could see that moment. Izui's heart was no longer calm. Was that dreadful event about to unfold? The Uchiha clan was destined to face a tragic fate, the sorrowful destinies of Sasuke. Itachi and the entire Uchiha clan loomed ominously, a lineage cursed. Under the machinations of formidable figures such as Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and the Akatsuki, combined with the dark schemes of Danzo, Konoha was beset by both internal and external strife. And the once tranquil village would soon be thrown into chaos. As they exited the Hyuga clan's gates, Izui and Hinata hurried towards the Ninja Academy. Today, I will teach you the techniques for refining chakra. It is well known that the human body contains approximately 130 trillion cells, and it is from these cells that we ninjas draw our jutsu and jinjutsu. While a ninja's strength is not solely determined by the amount of chakra they possess, the quantity does influence the dynamics of battle. Without sufficient chakra, one cannot perform jutsu or jinjutsu. In situations where both sides are evenly matched, the amount of chakra can ultimately sway the outcome of the conflict. Irika explained earnestly, viewing these children as the future of Konoha. Though Naruto's presence reminded him of his deceased parents, a burden he struggled to bear, Irika recognized that Naruto was not to blame. Naruto resembled his younger self, always engaging in peculiar antics to draw attention, working diligently, albeit lacking in cleverness. In the afternoon, the lesson shifted to the geography of the Naruto world, and Izui listened intently. Captivated by knowledge seldom heard in manga or anime. Tisich, they know nothing. How ignorant, Sasuke scoffed upon seeing Izui's earnest attention, finally realizing his own superiority. Ah, poor boy, still concerned with comparisons. Your proud Uchiha lineage is on the brink of extinction. May the Buddha guide your family in the afterlife. Lastly, perhaps you should take refuge in the Buddha. Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto had skipped class once again, prompting Irika's ire, creating a flurry of chaos. Yet, Konoha's vibrant energy remained, embodying the spirit of the will of fire. Despite the trials it faced, Konoha was still filled with warmth and laughter. After school, Izui and Hinata rushed home, foregoing training in the back mountains. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan had begun. A thick scent of blood wafted from the Uchiha estate, while Itachi's cold visage bore the weight of infinite sorrow and helplessness as he watched his beloved younger brother rush home in a panic. Overwhelmed by the scent of blood, Sasuke returned home in a state of fear, only to be greeted by the sight of his parents lying motionless on the floor. Why? Why? He cried out, his voice trembling with terror. What are you doing, brother? He questioned, confusion flooding his mind. Why would you attack me? Aren't you supposed to be the brother who cherishes me? My foolish little brother, Itachi replied coldly, his Sharingan activated, drawing Sasuke into a world of Jin Jutsu he had crafted. Why? Why? Sasuke pleaded for an explanation as he emerged from the illusion that this a test of my capabilities? Is that all this is for? This is important. Don't joke around. Sasuke's desperate attacks were ruthlessly thwarted by Itachi, prompting him to flee in terror, exclaiming, I'm scared. Please don't kill me. Itachi pursued him, standing coldly before his younger brother. This is not real. My brother wouldn't do this to ITS because I have always played the role you wished for me. To assess your potential. You are my rival in this endeavor, holding the potential within you. You detest me, resent me, and strive to surpass me, which is why I have allowed you to live, for my own sake. You too may unlock the Manjikyu Sharingan, but that requires a sacrifice, killing your closest friend. How could that be? Sasuke suddenly recalled the incident involving his brother Shirzan. Is that true? Indeed. Thus I acquired these eyes. He continued, in the main hall of the Uchiha Shrine. Beneath the 7th tatama mat from the right lies the clan's secret, detailing the true purpose of the Uchiha's ocular techniques. This is the ultimate secret. If you can awaken your eyes, then there will be 3 of us capable of wielding the Manjikyu Sharingan. In that case, sparing your life would hold significance. But as it stands, you are not worth my time. My foolish brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, resent me, and live your life in disgrace, continue to escape and evade. Find a way to survive until the day you too possess these eyes. Then come find me. Chapter 7. The Annihilation of the Uchiha, Part 2. Is the Uchiha Massacre truly beginning now? It seems that Sasuke and I share a semblance of understanding. We both endure the calamity of our clan's destruction. He desires to kill his brother, while I yearn to slay Zabuza. This is the cycle of hatred in the Naruto world, an endless loop of vengeance birthed from ceaseless slaughter. Even I cannot quell the desire for revenge. Had it not been for Uchiha Bido and Uchiha Madara instigating the Ninja World War, uniting the ninjas of the 5 great nations and the samurai of the Land of Iron, the ninja realm would still be plunged into chaos. What role do I play in this world? Gazing out the window at the dimming sky, Izui's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. What is Izuikan thinking about? Hinata, feeling a bit parched, ventured from her room to the living room for a glass of water. Noticing that Izui's door was ajar, she peered through the gap and saw the look of bewilderment on his face. She entered and posed her question, for in Hinata's mind, Izui was a genius, someone who seemed impervious to difficulties that, oh, it's you? You startled me. It's nothing, just a bit lost in thought about this world. Izui replied, taken aback and instinctively adopting a defensive posture, which relaxed upon realizing it was Hinata, lost in thought. We all experience that. Sometimes I wonder why ninjas resort to violence. Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived in harmony? I often envy the children of civilian families. They seem so happy, free from the burdens of etiquette, able to play joyfully with their friends. But since your arrival, Izuin, my confusion has faded. You have instilled confidence in me, and I now regard you as a companion. Each day I progress, shedding my doubts. If I encounter difficulties, I believe that with your support, I can overcome them. Even without you, I will strive towards victory. For you have given me unwavering faith and bonds. Hinata exclaimed, sitting beside Izui, her eyes radiating determination. Indeed, what is there to be confused about? In this world, fate has robbed me of a life and a love. Yet it has also bestowed upon me a sincere affection worth protecting. What more do I have to be uncertain about? Even if there are many who are stronger than I, it does not mean I will remain inferior to them in the future. With the invaluable bonds of blood and camaraderie, what can I overcome? Izui mused, gazing at Hinata, his eyes gleaming with light. Previously, Izui viewed Hinata merely as a stepping stone in his conquest of the beauties of the Naruto world. But now, it was different. True love is built upon profound emotions, and it was evident that both he and Hinata shared a connection. Though brief, It was immensely deep. Hinata was no longer merely the beautiful figure of Ishui's fantasies, but a beloved partner with whom he could share life and death. The reality of a Naruto world had truly integrated Ishui, and every life here pulsated with vibrant blood and fervent emotions. Ishui, I would like to hear your story. It may sound amusing, but I still do not know your origins. My father only mentioned that you are my husband, and I never inquired further. I was afraid, but my interactions with you have gradually revealed your true nature. You are a good person, and if you truly are to be my husband, then I can accept that. Hinata suddenly blushed and uttered a series of words, leaving even herself puzzled as to why she could articulate such embarrassing sentiments. There was an undeniable feeling that Ichijui had already secured a significant place in her heart. Is it so? I am truly delighted, for in my heart, Hinata, you are also someone I wish to protect. As for my origins, since you wish to know, I shall gladly share. My village is called the Village of Heaven. We are the descendants of the fallen celestial beings from legend, possessing the bloodline of the heavens within us. Those who awaken this lineage can unlock the heavenly eye bloodline limit, from ancient times to the present. Scarcely more than 10 individuals have managed to awaken the heavenly eye. The necessary condition for awakening it is to possess a formidable soul power, as souls are inherently weak for most. Only those with an innate strength of soul or those driven by powerful convictions may have the chance to awaken it. In stark contrast to the arduous process of awakening, the abilities granted thereafter are immensely potent. Take me, for instance. The first stage I unlocked is powerful enough to surpass the Byakugan, additionally granting me 2 more abilities. The first allows me to create a domain centered around myself, sealing the opponent's ninjutsu and half of their chakra. The duration and range increase as the quality of chakra improves. However, this ability has a drawback. It can only be used once a day for a genin, twice for a chunin, and so on, exponentially increasing. The second ability is automatic chakra recovery. Though the amount is minimal, it becomes terrifying as my strength increases. Imagine facing an enemy with equal chakra, yet when theirs is depleted, I still possess a vast reservoir. What a fearsome capability that would be. I believe that once I reach the level of a Hokage, chakra consumption and recovery will be proportional, meaning I could triumph over my adversaries in terms of chakra capacity. Yet, despite my successful awakening, the price paid was the lives of everyone in my village, including my only relative, my grandfather. At this point, a hint of bitterness flickered across Ichijui's face, and in a hollow yet profound voice, he continued, "It can be said that I am the last remaining bearer of the heavenly bloodline, with the perpetrators being the ninjas of the Mist Village, specifically one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Momochi Zabuzadewi, being weak, had no means to defend ourselves. Our decision to join Konoha was in search of refuge, and by fortunate coincidence, we became part of the Hyuga clan. That my life is now safeguarded by Konoha and the Hyuga clan. But I believe that in the future, I shall be the one to protect Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, I have my most important companion here, namely you, Hinata, so please accept my guardianship. That I regret having brought up painful memories for you." Ichijui said, "But friendship is a bond between two, and we must protect it together. Though my power is minuscule, I shall strive diligently." Hinata replied earnestly. Indeed, one of the Konoha 12, she believed in Hinata, believed in herself, and resolved to have the world acknowledge the existence of Kamizuki Ichijui. The two, having silently encouraged one another, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them, exchanged smiles, and lay down to sleep. However, they overlooked a small detail. They were sharing the same bed. The fragrance of dreams enveloped them, and the two, having just established a profound friendship, forgot everything else, placing each other in the most cherished corner of their hearts, dismissing all else as trivial. The night passed without incident. Yet perhaps tomorrow, Konoha would no longer be tranquil. It smells delightful, so soft. Perhaps it is the taste of jelly. In his dreams, Ichijui cradled a massive jelly that exuded an alluring scent, sweet and luscious. Soft and slippery, he opened his mouth wide and took a bite. With a loud smack, Hinata awoke to find Ichijui dreaming blissfully, licking her face like 8p. It seemed he had been at it for quite some time. And she had initially thought it was raining that Ichizui's arms were wrapped around her waist, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Just yesterday, I said he was good, she thought, feeling flustered. Hinata pushed him away gently, but her feeble strength was no match for the wolf. As she gathered her strength to escape, she saw Ichizui's mouth widen as he lunged toward her, startling her into unleashing the Hyuga's secret technique, the 8 trigrams palms. Poor Ichizui, in a rather romantic manner, ended up kissing the wooden wall with his rear. The outcome was predictable. A shriek that shattered the stillness erupted from the room. Hinata realized her mistake, yet her tsundere nature shielded her from embarrassment. Is that a duck quacking? Who is out here slaughtering ducks so early in the morning? The Hyuga clan leader grumbled as he awoke. The third Hokage of Konoha, already suffering from severe insomnia, found himself unable to return to sleep after being startled awake, though perhaps this is an exaggeration. Ouch! Who was it that interrupted the splendid dreams of the illustrious Ichizui? Ah, it turns out to be you. Hinata, what is that drool on your face? Ah, I'm truly sorry. I was dreaming I was eating ice cream. It was all my fault. Please punish me, my princess. No matter what attack you unleash, I shall not retaliate. Ichizui, roused from slumber, clearly recognized his blunder and felt utterly humiliated. Humph, I thought Ichizui was a gentleman, but it seems I was mistaken. Hinata, realizing she was in Ichizui's room, felt her tsundere traits emerge. Fine, I concede. Not in guilt, of course. Hinata, please punish me, Ichizui admitted, secretly reveling in the scent of the little girl's fragrance. All right then, but in our future training, you must not retaliate. Only I shall strike you, unless I permit you to defend yourself. Hinata declared resolutely to Ha. Prepare for my revenge, for this drool on my face is quite unpleasant. I must wash my face at least 10 times today. Very well, my adorable princess. Your guardian knight obeys. However, please go easy on me. Ichizui replied with a pained expression, only to realize he was indeed in his own room. Despite his errors, after breakfast, Ichizui and Hinata stepped outside, only to find the streets eerily deserted. Even those who were present wore ashen faces. Ichizui immediately understood. The Uchiha clan had become a relic of the past. Chapter 8. The Uchiha Massacre, Part 3. Did you hear? The Uchiha clan has been wiped out, leaving only Sasuke Uchiha alive. Upon entering the classroom, Ichizui and Hinata overheard their classmates whispering anxiously, all discussing the massacre of the Uchiha clan. The incident had only transpired a night prior, yet its details had spread to such an extent that it seemed no one was unaware. Ino and Sakura wore expressions of deep concern. Sasuke, that Avenger, is quite fortunate indeed. Sasuke, the Avenger, had not yet arrived for class, likely still at the hospital. From this moment forth, he would embark on the path of vengeance. As for me, I too would follow a similar path, but unlike him, I had more than just familial vengeance to safeguard. I would not allow darkness to blind me, nor hatred to seize my conscience. For I had already discovered something of immense importance. With it, I would become invincible, even against formidable foes like Uchiha Bito, Uchiha Madara, and the Akatsuki. The morning passed swiftly, and Ichizui resolved to visit Sasuke, feeling a kinship with him due to their shared plight. Hinata, I wish to see Sasuke. After all, he is my classmate. I want to check on him, Ichizui told Hinata, gazing at the sunset on the horizon, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. All right, but return soon. Will you be back for lunch? Hinata, sensing the boy's subtle sadness, asked with concern that I won't be returning. Just let your father know that don't worry. I am merely going to pay a brief visit. Ichizui replied, regaining his usual demeanor. Okay, I'll head back then. Hinata began to speak, but was interrupted as Ichizui had already departed, leaving her with a sturdy back to gaze upon. Hey, uncle, 2 bowls of ramen to go. Ichizui called out before entering Ichiraku Ramen, believing that instead of flowers, ramen would be a better gift for Sasuke. After all, no matter how beautiful flowers were, they wouldn't fill an empty stomach. Coming right up. Oh, it's you, Ichizui. Why don't you stay and eat before you leave? The ramen vendor inquired. A friend of mine is sick and couldn't come, so I thought some Ichiraku ramen would help him recover faster. I am bringing it to him, Ichizui explained with a smile. Oh, the friendship of the youth is truly heartwarming. This meal is on the house. Be sure to come back often. I must tell you, Ichiraka Ramen is the most famous ramen in Konoha. The vendor began his enthusiastic promotion. How could I accept such kindness? But I must thank you on behalf of my friend that I'll make sure he comes often. Thank you for your generous sponsorship. Ishui chuckled. Sasuke, from now on, you should indulge in more ramen. Haha, the steaming hot ramen has arrived. Hurry up, don't let your friend go hungry. Thank you very much, uncle. Farewell. Upon arriving at the Konoha hospital, Ishui inquired with a nurse about Sasuke's ward and made his way there directly. He opened the door and found Sasuke sitting on the bed, lost in thought, utterly oblivious to Ishui's presence. Oh, our genius has failed to notice me that it seems my stealth skills have improved, Ishui remarked calmly, devoid of any hint of jest. Are you here to mock me? Very well, I concede. You've won. Please leave. Sasuke lifted his pale face, his eyes devoid of any sparkle, shrouded in darkness. TCH, can you not handle such a minor setback? What? Do you wish to hit me? With your current state, you wouldn't even stand a chance against a small animal. Come on, hit me, you fool. Ishui declared arrogantly. Curse you, die. Sasuke furiously swung a punch at Ishui, only to trip on the bedsheet. Landing clumsily on the floor, slumped against the bed, his gaze helplessly fixed on the ceiling. Here, I bought you some Ichiraka ramen. Eat it. Fill your belly, and for heaven's sake, pull yourself together. Strive to train diligently, step by step toward your goals, as long as one is alive. Anything is possible. But once you perish, everything becomes meaningless. Sasuke, you are a genius. Yet even a genius needs nourishment. Brilliance requires effort. In the struggle against the current, stagnation equates to regression. While you progress, so do others. If you remain stagnant, others will continue to advance, so strive on, my genius comrade. Ishui smiled as he handed Sasuke a bowl of ramen. That Sasuke's eyes gradually regained some life, yet his inherent pride prevented him from accepting Ishui's offering. Take it quickly and eat. You need energy to train. That if you refuse, I'll eat it myself. Honestly, why am I even bringing you food? Am I out of my mind? Ishui forcefully placed the ramen into Sasuke's hands. Why? Sasuke finally accepted it, but still questioned. Why? Because I am like you. You may not realize it yet, but I too have endured the devastation of a slaughtered clan. Now, I must seek refuge in Konoha for protection. My enemies are from the Mist Village, including one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. Yet here I am, merely a small fry, not even a genin. However, we cannot allow hatred to cloud our judgment. We must utilize every available resource to gain immense power. But throughout this process, we must not lose ourselves to hatred. That if we do, Ishui clearly left something unsaid. He understood that Sasuke would eventually receive guidance from his brother, and he could not dictate the course of Sasuke's life. That it was better to focus on his dear Hinata. Being a psychologist was not a role one could assume lightly. That if he failed at it, it might even provoke resentment, and he was no saint to manage so many affairs. That don't be too pleased. I won't thank you, Sasuke said, looking at Ishui, his animosity waning. The same fate, perhaps, yet mine seems more tragic. My enemy is my esteemed brother. Why? Ah, what gratitude. Nonsense. I just find you somewhat tolerable. You think it, boss. TCH, you're just a kid, understand? Ishui retorted, promptly splattering Sasuke with noodles. That you're the kid. You jerk, stop splattering everywhere. I'm not eating. Give it to me. I'm starving. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Ishui. Was this friendship? According to his brother, or rather that man, if he activated the Mangekyou Sharingan, he would have to kill his most important friend. No, he absolutely disagreed. He would unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan through his own abilities. Get lost. I sacrificed my happiness just to bring you food. My beloved Hinata must be so sad without me to share a meal with her. I must transform my sorrow into strength. Eat, eat, eat. Who dares to compete with me? I'll fight them. Ishui shouted, lamenting his own foolishness for abandoning his cherished Hinata just to deliver food to this revenge-driven individual. TCH, calling yourself, do you think you're a grandpa? Besides, I didn't ask you to bring food. You're just meddling. Sasuke's forehead was adorned with an angry vein. What? You foul-mouthed brat. I despise being called a fool. I'll kill you, Ishui exclaimed, and upon hearing the word fool, He dramatically overturned his empty ramen bowl onto Sasuke's head, splashing broth all over him, causing Yi Shui to erupt in laughter. I'll do it too. Sasuke swallowed the last bite of his noodles and retaliated in kind, drenching Yi Shui. As they exchanged glances, laughter erupted between them. After they had their fill of laughter, they leaned against the bed's edge. Panting, each placing a hand on the other's shoulder, cherishing their hard-won friendship. By the way, I don't find you as detestable anymore. When I first entered school, I truly looked down on you. You made me lose face in front of everyone. It was utterly infuriating, but now, you have become a companion I can acknowledge. Sasuke said, catching his breath. I feel the same. Initially, I thought I was a fool for bringing you food, but now it seems you are worth my service. You must visit Haku, Rama, more often. This meal is a gift from Uncle Ichiraku to help you recover swiftly. The villagers of Konoha are truly kind. This village is a wonderful place. TCH. However, Sasuke, as a friend, I offer this sincere advice. Do not let hatred consume you. You are a wise person, and you understand what I mean. Regardless of what happens in the future, I will support your decisions because the path is yours alone. Issei spoke earnestly. Sasuke fell silent. Indeed, the path was his own. That man, he would certainly kill him, even if... All right, rest well that I'm heading to school now. Focus on your recovery. Issei stood up straight and left the ward. His footsteps gradually fading away. Exiting the hospital, Issei suddenly spotted a cat-faced ninja darting past. Surveillance? TCH, it's nothing. The conversation he had with Sasuke was merely a simple display of friendship, nothing to be feared. The third Hokage still had a penchant for spying, it seemed. Gazing at the four faces carved in a Hokage rock, he pondered, heroes, perhaps. Perhaps I too shall become a hero, though my visage may never grace that monument. Yet I will surely be a hero in their hearts. Months later, Konoha returned to tranquility. The aftermath of the Uchiha clan massacre had slowly faded, and although some occasionally brought it up, no one delved deeply into the matter. The news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation in Konoha has spread throughout the ninja world, causing quite a stir. It was unexpected that the formidable Uchiha clan would meet such a tragic fate. Meanwhile, the other four great nations beyond the Land of Fire were quite pleased. Following the demise of the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha massacre was a second blow to Konoha, significantly diminishing its strength. With only the third Hokage, an elderly man, left as a powerful ninja, the four great ninja villages dared not underestimate Konoha, as its former prestige still lingered. Sasuke had long since returned to the Ninja Academy. Diligently training every day. On the surface, he appeared remarkably calm, but who could fathom the hatred swelling within him day and night? Yet he was not blinded by that hatred. The future would be determined by fate. Chapter 9. The sudden attack. Having spent nearly 2 years at the Ninja Academy in Konoha, Issei had learned a great deal, not just in experience, but also in life lessons, immersing himself in the ninja lifestyle and academic journey. Reminiscent of his past life, attending classes with his peers, and, of course, skipping classes and surfing the internet, as the new year approached, Issei would soon turn 8 in this body. In his previous life, an 8-year-old child was typically basking in parental affection. Whereas in the ninja world, children were compelled to engage in rigorous training and studies. Those endowed with talent and diligence had already achieved decent strength. Although still weak, they were noteworthy for their age, destined to become the pillars and heroes of the village in the future. In contrast, those without talent who indulge in frivolity were doomed to become mere cannon fodder. Issei was both talented and hardworking. Having already reached the rank of a genin in his previous life, simply witnessing characters from anime leap through the jungle seemed otherworldly, but now possessing even greater strength, Issei found it utterly marvelous. While others practiced the body flicker technique to master it, for Issei, it was purely for amusement. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. The shadow clone technique, unlike the basic clone technique, which merely creates an illusion, could conjure a fully tangible duplicate of oneself. The two, well, one being a shadow clone, could engage in combat, discuss beautiful women, and study ninjutsu, making it an exceedingly practical technique. The transformation technique was even more entertaining. For instance, if someone displeased him, such as Sasuke, they could transform into a foul version of him. Yi Shui could direct him to the left, and he would dare not go right. He could command him to climb a mountain ablaze, and he would hesitate to descend into a sea of fire. He could ask him to bark like a dog, and he would not dare to bray like a donkey. Although Yi Shui found this method somewhat cathartic, it was ultimately self-destructive and could lead to mental issues over time. However, Naruto's extraordinary S-rank sexy jutsu was also amusing to fantasize about. The replacement technique, a fundamental skill that must be mastered, was another classic ninjutsu. When an enemy labored to unleash a powerful strike, one could effortlessly execute a simple replacement technique, thus shattering the enemy's plans. That IT was one of the most frequently employed techniques among ninjas. Recently, Yi Shui's chakra had reached a bottleneck. No matter how he refined it, he no longer felt the significant gains of the past. IT would take time for rapid improvement to return, so Yi Shui shifted his focus to precise chakra control. The classic training methods of running up trees and walking on water became his primary exercises to avoid being observed during his training. Yi Shui sought a secluded area in a nearby forest outside the village, which had troubled him for quite some time, as going out for training required registration. Thus, he had to approach Uncle Hinata Hizashi for assistance. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hizashi furrowed his brow as he gazed at the door. Upon its opening, he saw Yi Shui standing nervously outside. His furrowed brow relaxed immediately, and in a kindly tone, he said, Yi Shui, what brings you here? Come in and have a seat. Why are you standing there? It's all right. I can stand, Yi Shui replied respectfully. I have a small request. Hope it won't trouble you. There's no need to be so formal. We are family. Just speak your mind, and I will assist you with whatever I can. Hizashi said, aware that Yi Shui's earnest demeanor indicated some pressing matter. However, there were still things Hizashi could not do for the village. Though not boasting, there were few challenges that could truly confound him. And his low profile did not imply weakness. Well, here it goes. Recently, I feel I have reached the strength of a genin, but my chakra training has hit a bottleneck that I wish to leave the village and practice chakra control in the nearby forest, as the tranquility there would allow me to swiftly master the techniques of chakra refinement. Yi Shui explained slowly, observing Hizashi's expression throughout. That's acceptable. Seeking a quiet environment for training is indeed a valid method to enhance your skills. The wild beasts in the forest can also provide an opportunity to hone your ninjutsu. However, don't stray too far. If anything happens, you must return swiftly, Hizashi replied solemnly, surprised to learn that Yi Shui had already attained genin-level strength and reached a bottleneck. He surmised that Yi Shui was not far from becoming a chunin. While he may not possess the genius of Kakashi or Itachi, achieving such a level in peacetime was commendable. Hizashi took out a piece of white paper and wrote his name, Hinata Hizashi, before handing it to Yi Shui. Yi Shui joyfully accepted it, thanking Hizashi as he left under the uncle's warm farewell. The note proved invaluable, as the guards at the village gate, upon seeing Hizashi's name, promptly allowed Yi Shui to pass, kindly reminding him to be cautious of the beasts in the forest and not to wander too far. Once outside the village, Yi Shui walked 300 to 400 meters before stopping by a small lake surrounded by a clear patch of land, an ideal spot for training that he immediately began practicing climbing trees. Initially, he stumbled and fell after just a few steps, enduring the pain, but after numerous attempts, he gradually found his footing, indicating a decent level of comprehension. The environment in the world of Naruto was indeed pleasant. Training under such circumstances proved beneficial, as the fresh air inspired a sense of clarity and creativity. In his previous life, Japan placed considerable emphasis on forestry protection, making it illegal to fell trees without permission. Thanks to these protective measures, Japan boasted a forest coverage rate exceeding 70, a fact often reiterated by geography teachers during lessons on the importance of tree conservation. The lush forests depicted in anime were not much different from the reality of Japan's own woodlands, albeit without the exaggeration. Returning to the subject, the principle of climbing trees was straightforward. It involved precise chakra control, evenly distributing it beneath one's feet to create grip. Though simple in theory, execution required constant management of chakra flow within the body and its output externally that a moment of excitement could easily disrupt the chakra flow, resulting in a fall. Yi Shui had already gained valuable experience in this regard. There were times when, halfway up a tree, excitement would surge within him, perhaps due to the thought, I've finally succeeded. This is too easy. I, the genius, have mastered it at once. The beauties of the Naruto world await my conquest, leading him to lose focus and tumble down from a height of about 20 meters. Who told you to choose such a tall tree? You brought this upon yourself. The fall was quite a sight to behold. Even with a body reinforced by chakra, falling from 20 meters was no pleasant experience. Of course it wouldn't be. Why not try yourself? Yi Shui felt compelled to offer a little advice to those with acrophobia. Never attempt such stunts, as the mere thought of falling from that height could be terrifying enough. Time flew by, and Yi Shui had mastered the technique of climbing trees. As dusk approached, he knew he had to hurry back. Lingering any longer would likely prevent him from entering the village before the gates closed. At that moment, a chilling sensation crept over him. Were enemies approaching? In a moment of urgency, a swift roll broadened his feet, and upon opening his eyes wide, he discovered several shurikens nearby. Strangely, the adversaries who had launched the attack were yet to reveal themselves. It appeared that he was dealing with a particularly skilled ninja. Judging by the trajectory of the shurikens, it was clear that the enemy lurked directly behind him, showcasing an impressive ability to conceal themselves. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. He could not afford to dwell on them, lest he fall prey to the enemy's tactical maneuvers. The ninjas of Konoha were ruled out. Despite Danzo's somewhat petty nature, the presence of Hinata Hisashi assured him that the Hyuga clan, well connected with the upper echelons of Konoha, including Tsunade, Mido, and the third Hokage, would be a formidable deterrent against any repercussions from Danzo's schemes. While he himself possessed little strength, he was nonetheless a member of the Hyuga clan, a fact known to all. This left the possibility of rogue ninjas or those from hostile nations. Though Konoha was surrounded by scouts, it was impossible to guarantee that no enemy would slip through undetected at that critical juncture. Isui swiftly activated the third eye on his forehead, the heavenly eye. Without turning his head, he utilized the eye to survey the area behind him. Sure enough, beneath the third tree from the back, he spotted a ninja adorned with a headband bearing a twisted symbol, indicative of a rogue from the grass village. This rogue, as he recalled from his studies, hailed from a region pivotal in the Third Great Ninja War, where Uchiha Bido had met his demise, though he was, in fact, still alive and would later ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. During the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, ninjas from the grass village had demonstrated their adeptness at studying foreign jutsu and skillfully maneuvering through diplomatic channels among the great nations, allowing them to stay ahead of shifting tides to safeguard their own interests. They were also proficient at deciphering the techniques of other ninja villages. Isui swiftly formed seals for the shadow clone technique and the transformation technique, achieving an impressive rate of 3 hand signs per second. Amidst the billowing smoke, 2 shurikens hurtled toward the back, just as one petite figure darted out from behind a tree. Just a novice, he scoffed, feeling a surge of relief. What a child. Her aim is atrocious. And she possesses a bloodline limit, no less. Upon noticing the 2 shurikens lodged in the tree, the petite figure's initial anxiety dissipated. Although her muscles remained taut, her previous caution waning. It seemed she was a woman, and her voice was quite pleasant, suggesting an appealing appearance. Her curvaceous form was evident, and under normal circumstances, Isui would have flirted with such beauty. However, his sole focus now was to eliminate her swiftly. Isui feigned fear, trembling visibly, his complexion pallid as he sought his weapon. Gradually, Isui discerned her features. Long brown hair, striking green eyes that still flickered with remnants of her earlier panic and subsequent relaxation. A delicate oval face, charming dimples, and slender fingers, all accentuated by a tight black outfit that accentuated her flawless curves. If not for her role as an enemy, she would undoubtedly be the ideal partner for any man. Noticing Yi Shui's feigned terror, she lowered her guard further, approaching him with an alluring smile. Yet unbeknownst to her, danger was swiftly closing in from behind. As the rogue from the grass village drew nearer, one of the shurikens embedded in the tree transformed into Isui, now standing vertically on the trunk. The shuriken had been a ruse, a clever deception meant to mislead her into underestimating him. Isui remained stationary, having utilized the shadow clone technique to create a diversion. His accuracy with shurikens had improved remarkably over 2 years of practice. rendering any deviation intentional, a ploy to lower the enemy's guard. Asui had merely intended to test her. If this tactic failed, it would indicate her considerable battle experience. Yet, even the most seasoned ninja could struggle to detect such tricks, though cautious ninjas were less likely to fall for them, given that the duration of the transformation technique was finite. This woman, however, could be deemed a novice. He wondered how she had managed to cross the borders of the land of fire so carelessly. The sentinels must be quite lax to allow such a prominent figure to enter. Perhaps Konoha's supply of beautiful women is dwindling, leading to attempts at indoctrination. One could imagine the third Hokage, flowers in hand, blushingly professing, "I love you. Join our team of lovely kunoichi in the land of fire, where beauty flourishes under the will of fire." It is often said that beauty can be accompanied by foolishness. Asui could not help but glance at her ample bosom, exclaiming internally, "What a marvel!" It was undeniably a 34E, swaying gracefully as she advanced, reminiscent of rippling waves. With such beauty before him, he felt a pang of regret at the thought of her demise. Perhaps capturing her alive would be prudent. Killing her and leaving her in the wilderness would only attract the attention of the Hokage. Better to bring her back and present her to the old man. Who knows, he might reward me handsomely. With that resolve, Asui swiftly formed seals and pressed his hand to the ground, unleashing a lightning release technique. The rogue, caught off guard, realized too late that she had fallen in the trap of this audacious youth. Despite her formidable abilities, she had foolishly feigned incompetence, underestimating him. The lightning strike momentarily incapacitated her, but that brief paralysis could prove fatal. Seizing the opportunity, Asui charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to her waist. The immense pain sent shockwaves through her, and he followed up with a sweeping kick to her shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground. Her bosom struck the earth with a thud, and her lips met the ground in a rather unfortunate manner. Though Asui could not help but think, what a pity. Yet he was not finished. Anticipating her potential resistance, he employed the bone manipulation technique on her shoulders repeatedly. Yes, you read that correctly. Repeatedly. Though Asui had acquired considerable knowledge of human anatomy, he had never had a suitable practice subject until now. "Ah, it hurts, you little brat. I will kill you. I will skin you alive and drink your blood, feeding your bones to my dogs. Release me, or, I swear, I am a powerful ninja. You will regret this." The woman, now filled with indignation, threatened him. Such overconfidence. Asui mused. The world may have created you, but it failed to teach you the reality of your situation. You are but a captive, your life clutched in my hands. How amusing it is that you speak with such bravado, yet your fate rests in the hands of another. Truly, beauty without brains. What do you think you are? I have a name, you know. Remember it well. Asui Kamino. From this moment on, you are my prisoner to be. By the way, what is your name, buxom beauty? Asui crouched down, playfully patting the haughty woman. A prisoner? How can this be? You scoundrel. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that I am the daughter of the daimyo of the Fire Nation. Yes. You cannot treat me like this. Release me at once, or I will have the third Hokage expel you from Konoha. The woman finally exhibited some fear. The daughter of the daimyo? How laughable. If you are indeed the daughter of a daimyo, then I must be the father of one. What a poor excuse for a lie. Your forehead protector clearly marks you as a rogue from the grass village. Even if you're the daughter of a daimyo, it is the daimyo of the grass village. Who knows if that small nation even has a daimyo? You are delightfully naive, my dear. A burst of laughter erupted. Could this woman truly have been rendered foolish by my actions? Even now, she remained stubborn. Yet her name was quite melodious, Chia. According to the legendary interpretations of Japanese names, could it be that she was born beneath the seventh leaf? Ah, how wicked of me. That name was bestowed upon her by one of my subordinates, and I wore it for amusement, that I merely wished to play the role of a ninja for fun. You scoundrel, although I have trained in ninjutsu, I harbored no intentions of harming you, that I only sought to enact the legendary battles of ninjas. Kindly release me, and I shall never dare to provoke you again. Chia gazed at the little imp before her, filled with regret. She never imagined that after so many years of mastering ninjutsu, she would find herself bested by such a child. Her father's subordinates had claimed that she had attained the level of a chunin. marking her as an elite in the ninja world. Perhaps her lapse in vigilance had allowed this imp to gain the upper hand. If given another chance, she was certain she could subdue him. The moment you release me, I shall demonstrate my prowess, and you shall surely kneel before me in supplication. A genius ninja, a beautiful maiden, must surely compel you to beg for mercy. Foolish child, I bet you are contemplating how you might attack me once I am free, forcing me to kneel and plead. You would relish tormenting me to showcase your brilliance as a beauty. Humph, I said dismissively. Such childish tricks will not ensnare me. I shall slay you. I will kill you 100 times. Chia's expression shifted dramatically as she realized he had guessed her thoughts. Could it be that a genius beauty would submit beneath the foot of a demon? Do not allow me the opportunity. Should I gain one, I will ensure you understand my might. How utterly detestable. Enough. We must return, lest the gates of Konoha close. Upon our return, I shall deliver you to Lord Hokage. Perhaps he will reward me handsomely. Just imagine the riches I could amass. Not only are you a rogue ninja, but you possess certain charms that would surely fetch a considerable sum. With the money, I could buy so many delightful things for Hinata. Adorable clothes, comfortable shoes, and a lovely pink ribbon to adorn her silky hair. And as winter approaches, I must procure for her a pair of charming bunny gloves. Thus I mused, oblivious to the beautiful listener beside me, as I hoisted the maiden effortlessly over my shoulder and strode towards the gates of Konoha. Ah, you insufferable brat! Do you not understand the importance of respecting a lady? I am no mere object. My arm aches terribly. I curse you to choke on your meals, to sputter on your drinks, to trip as you walk, and to drown in your baths. Chia's face flushed with anger, for it was utterly unreasonable to be treated as merchandise, to be delivered to the Hokage for profit, while the spoils were meant for a girl yet to mature. Heaven help me. I am a beauty. You must honor my feelings. I shall have my revenge. We are about to meet the third Hokage, and he shall surely recognize me. Just wait. I advise you to conserve your strength. Once we arrive in Konoha, you will need to defend yourself. However, I suggest you abandon all hope. Shout all you want. This may well be your final scream in life. Alas, poor child, why did you not master your ninjutsu before venturing out? You, a mere rogue ninja with such pitiful strength, dare to swagger about Konoha? Had you encountered a slightly stronger ninja, you would have been fortunate to escape with your life that a single fire technique, and you would be nothing more than charred meat. I sighed, my hand playfully smacking the maiden's rear twice. And I must admit, the bounce is quite delightful. You scoundrel. I will kill you. Humph. If words could kill, I would have perished countless times by now. Yet here I stand, thriving. Save your breath. What of you? Enough of your incessant wriggling. You are far too heavy. You tire me, and I am merely dragging you along. You should be grateful. Consider a free ride. With the lovely maiden slung over my shoulder, I hastened towards the gates of Konoha, where villagers and ninjas alike regarded me with astonishment. He just stepped out for a moment and returned with a beauty. We stood here for ages without finding a single female to approach, and he appears to have abducted one. Is this truly the state of our world? Inquired Noera, expressing the collective confusion that, this is a rogue from the grass ninja village whom I discovered near the village. She attempted to attack me, but was swiftly subdued. No, captured, I suspected she might harbor ill intentions, so I brought her back to present to the Hokage, I declared nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. The villagers reacted with astonishment. This boy is truly a genius. Just 2 years in ninja school, and he can defeat a foreign rogue ninja. Remarkable. And he appears unscathed. Could you not have performed better? Your tone is far too casual. Do you believe rogue ninjas are mere trifles? This is utterly astounding. Zeit, close the gate. Come, I will take you to meet the third Hokage as an exceptional ninja. Noera quickly regained composure, instructing Zeit to secure the gate before leading me toward the Hokage's office. Entered, I am already aware of the situation, came the elderly voice of the third Hokage as we approached his office. Ah, another instance of eavesdropping. Could you be any more shameless? There's a saying about ignoring impropriety, you know. Your lack of public decency is appalling. Creaking open the door, I and Noera stepped inside. Noera stood respectfully to the side while I set the woman down. Oh, this exquisite creature has fallen asleep. Goodness, how utterly shameless. I am incensed. I kicked her resilient rear in frustration. Who dares kick Lady Chie? I shall end you. The three men in the room were struck dumb. Could one truly sleep at a time like this? The audacity. Enough. I must inform you that you stand before the illustrious third Hokage of Konoha. If you continue your insolence, you shall face the consequences. I delivered another kick for emphasis. Ah, you little imp. I will slay you. Chapter 11. A true princess young man. Be mindful of your words. Speak of your intentions in infiltrating Konoha. The third Hokage's imposing presence radiated authority, his voice resonating with a weighty pressure that was difficult to bear, especially for Chie, who stood at the center. Noera regarded the third Hokage with renewed respect, astonished by the aged man's formidable aura. The legendary master of ninjutsu had not lost his touch. I felt a chill run down my spine. The renowned old man, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, possessed formidable skills even in his twilight years. Though not at his peak, he still retained a significant portion of his former strength that in the original tale, he had single-handedly confronted Orochimaru and the reincarnated Hokages, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, though the vessels of the reincarnated souls were weak. The combat instincts of the legendary Hokages remained intact, merely limited by their chakra reserves that in this moment. The third Hokage was able to contend with the combined might of the three, ultimately sealing away the two Hokages and Orochimaru. It was clear that he was an undeniably powerful figure among the ranks of the Kage. Ah, Hokage-sama, I am little Chie. You cradled me when I was a child. At last, Chie found a glimmer of hope. Ah, finally, someone recognizes my identity. I shall no longer play the role of a ninja assassin, and I will ensure that Imp pays dearly. Let me see how you've grown. I never imagined that the little girl would blossom into such a stunning beauty. How astonishing! What folly has compelled you to disguise yourself so? Thank the heavens you encountered this boy. Had it been anyone else, I would have been unable to explain to your father. Sarutobi scrutinized her closely. Now I understand why you seem so familiar. You are the daughter of the fire daimyo. Fortunately, this lad was gentle in his approach. Had anything gone awry, the land of fire would have faced a considerable upheaval. Chie, how mischievous of you to masquerade as a rogue ninja. It seems the daimyo must have a word with you regarding your behavior. Yet, I must say, the young lady's figure is quite remarkable. Could it truly be? Is this woman truly the daughter of the daimyo? I felt a wave of regret wash over me, cursing Chie for her poor choice of disguise. Why must she assume the identity of a rogue ninja? Was I not suffering enough? I had hoped for a reward, yet now I would be fortunate to escape punishment. Thank goodness she is beautiful. Had she been unattractive, I would have been compelled to eliminate her, and I would have become a criminal that, a misunderstanding. This is but a misunderstanding. Quickly, apologize to the princess. Izui. Ignorance is no excuse. Chie, consider that he is merely following protocol that do not make this difficult for him. The third generation, upon witnessing the situation, also felt a sense of awkwardness and hurriedly gestured to Ishueira. I beg your pardon, your highness the princess. It is all a misunderstanding that I shall assist you in restoring your arm at once. With a grimace, Ishue bowed repeatedly to Chie and offered apologies, swiftly helping her to her feet and successfully resetting her dislocated arm on the first attempt this time. However, he dared not attempt it again. Pondering the absurdity of the situation, little rascal. Now it's my turn. As soon as Chie freed her arms, she seized one of Ishue's ears with her left hand. Women are indeed creatures not to be trifled with. Although Ishue was merely 8 years old, Chie believed that such a young imp should not be underestimated. How ruthless he was, ignoring a beauty like myself. It is utterly outrageous. I am the most exquisite princess of the land of fire. How could you disregard me, to think you would barter my beauty for trinkets for a mere child? Do I lack allure? Just glance at the lecherous gaze of the third Hokage to know otherwise. Third, why am I being dragged into this? I was merely observing. Oh, release me at once, or I shall not be so courteous. Ishue thought to himself, lamenting his misfortune, this ear still mine. If you tug any harder, it may come off. You think I'm easy to bully. Just remember, even clay figures have their temper. A rabbit, when cornered, will bite. Though I'm no rabbit, I can still retaliate. Hey, what else do you want? This princess is determined to battle you today, come what may. Chia felt a surge of satisfaction. Relishing the moment, it seemed that resorting to extreme measures was unavoidable. Yi Shui quickly formed hand seals, invoking his ultimate escape technique, substitution jutsu. In a puff of white smoke, he found himself standing behind the Hokage, while a delighted Chia realized her prey had vanished, igniting her fury. All right, Chia, let him be. After all, he is just a child. You must show him some leniency. Besides, you have not sustained any significant injuries, have you? I think it best to let this go. Yi Shui, don't you need to hurry home? The sun is about to set, and Lord Hizashi will be looking for you. The third Hokage intervened, signaling Yi Shui to make his hasty exit. To think I, an old man, must deal with such troublesome matters daily. It is truly exhausting. Perhaps I should retire. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Grandpa Hokage. With that, Yi Shui obeyed and leaped out of the window to escape. Back at home, Yi Shui rubbed his injured ear and cursed, "That woman's grip is merciless. My ear is swollen. How intolerable. Today is certainly not my lucky day. How could I be so unfortunate? I must find Hinata to soothe my wounded spirit. You're back. Dinner is ready. Come eat." Hinata emerged from the yard upon hearing commotion, relieved to see Yi Shui return. She had been worried. Having heard he was training outside the village, where wild beasts lurked. What if he got hurt? Hinata, I'm sorry I didn't invite you to join me today. I was actually concerned for your safety. I encountered a defector outside the village, but I defeated him, though there were some unexpected complications at Did you get hurt? How could there be a defector near the village? I'm fine. With my current strength, I can handle anyone below the rank of Jonin. Are you really okay? Hinata asked, her concern evident as she inspected him. The only noticeable injury was a slight swelling on one of his ears. Was this defector fixated on attacking ears? How peculiar. No wonder he was defeated. He must be a fool to target ears. Yi Shui, I was defeated by you. How could you figure that out? All right, I'm fine now. Tomorrow I must train again, so let's eat quickly and get some rest. Today has been exhausting. I never expected so many events to unfold after a long day of training. The following day at the doorstep of the Hyuga residence. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? May I ask if Hinata is home? A striking young lady, approximately 15 or 16 years old, stood outside the door, her beauty undeniable. Hinata, puzzled, thought she did not recognize her adorable little sister. May I inquire if Kamui Yi Shui is here? Chick gazed enviously at the cute girl before her. Why must she be so adorable? However, she is still young and poses no threat, so I shall let it slide at looking for Ishikin. He just finished breakfast and is preparing to go train at IS. There's something you need from him? Hinata, her mind racing with questions, wondered if Yi Shui had mentioned knowing her. Could she be a fraud? Well, I wanted to invite him to play for a while. I had such a pleasant time with him yesterday. Chia stammered, unsure of how to respond to the incessant questioning. Why couldn't she simply call for that little rascal? Really? But what? Hinata, wait! Yi Shui exclaimed upon seeing Chia outside, his head spinning. You came looking for me. Do you think I'm scared of you? Little rascal. You didn't expect this, did you? The third Hokage revealed your address to me. Let us see you escape this time. Chia laughed. Run if you can. You cannot elude the grasp of this princess. Is she an enemy? Hinata, though a bit frightened, adopted a defensive stance, her cute face serious. What? Yi Shui and Chia were both bewildered. What is going on, little cutie? You've misunderstood. Never mind. I actually hold no grudge against you. I am here to ask if you could show me around Konoha village, and I'd like to bring along this lovely little lady. Chia stated her intentions, realizing that bullying someone younger would be beneath her. Oh, that is fine. Hinata, don't worry. This big sister is the daughter of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, named Yashiche. Yi Shui reassured Hinata, dispelling her concerns at Oh, I see. Please come in and have a seat. Once we're ready, we can all go out together. Hinata's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she shot Isui a sidelong glance, exclaiming, Honestly, Isui-kun, you should have mentioned it sooner. You deliberately made me look foolish. How annoying! Isui, with a wry smile, invited Nanami in. Women truly are troublesome. Today, they still had to go shopping. Goodness, two beautiful ladies, one tall and one small, venturing out together. I hope it won't take too long, though I doubt that will be the case. Shopping is inherently a woman's nature, and beauties excel at it especially well. After tidying up, Aisui, Hinata, and Nanami made their way toward the busiest street in Konoha. Their first stop was a clothing store specializing in women's and children's apparel. The shopkeeper, a woman of about 30, though not strikingly beautiful, wore a well-tailored kimono that accentuated her perfect figure. What a lovely young lady! Welcome to our store. With your beauty, you would look stunning in any style of clothing. Of course, our finest garments will showcase your allure even more. Allow me to share that we have just received 2 exquisite fitted silk garments from the Land of Wind, made from soft and comfortable fabric. The shopkeeper chattered on, leaving Nanami momentarily speechless. Indeed, once she tried on the new attire as suggested by the shopkeeper, she appeared even more breathtaking. Hinata, filled with envy, ultimately asked the shopkeeper to select a coat and a kimono for herself as well. Unable to resist Hinata's persuasion, Aisui also chose a top. However, he sketched a design for a cloak, similar in style to the male mage's cloak from DNF, in a silver color, which the shopkeeper agreed to create. She praised Aishui's design, considering the winter season, and opted for animal fur as the material. The price was certainly not low, but Nanami, being a princess, had the means to cover it. After leaving the clothing shop, they indulged in various snack stalls, with Hinata and Nanami enjoying greasy treats. They rarely permitted themselves such indulgences. One was the daughter of a prominent clan, and the other a princess of a great nation, both of whom adhered to a strict code of etiquette. However, with no one watching, they seized the opportunity to relax, and Aisui reveled in their enjoyment. After an entire day of frolic, Nanami bid farewell to Aisui and Hinata, escorted by her guards as she headed toward the daimyo's mansion. Having quietly slipped out of her home, Nanami was aware that the fire daimyo had been growing increasingly anxious. Fortunately, the third Hokage had informed the daimyo that Nanami was in Konoha, prompting him to dispatch a squad of guards to retrieve her. Little rascal, and my dear Hinata, it was such a pleasure to meet you both. I had a delightful time today. Be sure to visit your sister again. I shall miss you. Goodbye, Nanami-ne, Hinata replied, equally pleased. Moreover, I must insist that you refrain from calling me little rascal, Aisui interjected, visibly displeased with Nanami's designation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He hoped to meet again someday and enjoy more of Nanami's generous hospitality. Spending someone else's money was simply delightful. Chapter 12, Requesting Early Graduation. Once Nanami departed, Aisui returned to his usual rigorous training regimen. Aisui. Nanami served as a delightful spice in his life, akin to the narrative of the original work's film adaptations. Beyond the tension of training and studying as a ninja, the occasional relaxation allowed him to avoid sinking into the despair often associated with the ninja world. This world, rich with blood and flesh, possessed its own unique allure. Mere slaughter did not define a true ninja, but rather a madman. Ninjas filled with emotion, passion, love, and friendship were the truly formidable ones. Each eruption of Naruto's power in the original work stemmed from emotional impetus, clearly illustrating that traversing worlds was not merely about assimilating into the system or fulfilling personal desires, but about experiencing this emotionally charged realm step by step. The halo of transmigration may be random, but emotions are everlasting. After a day of review, Aisui had completely mastered the technique of tree climbing. The next challenge was walking on water as the new year approached. In Japan, New Year is celebrated on January 1st. With customs resembling those of China, infused with some ancient Chinese elements. The Ninja Academy had already closed for vacation to end the final examination. Aisui and Sasuke both secured first place, while Naruto remained at the bottom. Despite his efforts, Naruto's accuracy with shuriken was dismal. More often than not, he missed entirely, and when he did hit, it was merely by chance. His training continued, and years spent in ninja school had undoubtedly fostered his indomitable spirit. In comparison to tree climbing, walking on water posed a far greater challenge. Solid and liquid are two distinct concepts. When climbing a tree, it remains stationary, but water is different. Should the chakra on one's feet be unevenly distributed, one would immediately plunge into the depths below, akin to a stone disrupting the surface's equilibrium. If the water's balance is not broken, one shall not sink. A uniform chakra distribution creates a boundary with the water surface, allowing the person to float as if a leaf gently resting upon it. For the water walking training, Aisui invited Hinata along. Upon reaching their training ground, he instructed her to begin with tree climbing. To Aishui's dismay, Hinata succeeded on her first attempt. Girls possess a natural finesse that boys often lack. Her control over chakras seemed innate, though Hinata encountered a few mishaps while attempting to walk on water. She quickly adapted and ultimately completed the training successfully, prompting Aisui to have her practice taijutsu on the side. Compared to Hinata's rapid progress in water walking, Aishui's results were frustratingly slow. Even the halo of transmigration was of little help. His past fixed mindset left him utterly perplexed by the concept of walking on water, lacking any scientific basis. After all, as a modern individual who understood that knowledge and technology are paramount, he found this seemingly irrational task to be quite confounding. Yet, each successive failure ignited Aishui's determination. I refuse to believe that this trivial feat can stump a genius like me, if Hinata can master it swiftly. Why can't I? Failure is the mother of success. Hinata, witnessing Aishui's struggles, couldn't help but smile at Aishu-kun. You look so adorable when you're frustrated. Is walking on water truly that difficult? I find it quite simple, though mastering taijutsu is much more challenging for me. Despite my daily efforts, I can barely execute 16 consecutive strikes of Byakugan, and I still feel rather unskilled. Aisui, oblivious to Hinata's musings, gradually fell into a focused state, after several successful attempts at standing on the water surface for a few moments. His excitement surged. Indeed, I can't succeed. Through a series of failures and subsequent reflections, Aishui's water-walking training began to flourish on yet another clear night. Aisui and Hinata sat in the courtyard, marveling at the golden moon suspended in the inky black sky, its brilliance undiminished. This moon is truly a masterpiece of the Sage of Six Paths. It's simply incredible. This world is utterly wild, and ninjas are truly remarkable. Don't you think, Hinata? Aisui inquired. Indeed, I believe Aishu-kun will become a great ninja as well. I too will strive to be a useful ninja. Hinata softly replied that I wish to graduate early. My strength has reached a point where remaining at the ninja academy serves little purpose. Only through real-world experiences can I grow more rapidly. More importantly, I wish to protect all that I hold dear. In the past, I lacked the power to prevent calamities, but that is no longer the case. My abilities are swiftly advancing, and I firmly believe that I will soon possess the strength to safeguard my comrades. Of course, Hinata, you are among those I wish to protect. I have faith that you will also become a great ninja, and not merely through my assistance. You possess the innate potential to be a powerful ninja, just waiting to be unlocked. Graduation. I understand now. Don't worry, Aishu-kun. I am quite capable and will not become a burden. Hinata's face radiated confidence, marking her growth from the timid girl she once was, although she still retained her shyness. Of course, I have complete faith in you. Let us strive together, moving forward toward hope. Absolutely. The following morning, Aisui made his way to Hisashi's room first. Uncle, I wish to graduate early. The Ninja Academy has nothing more to teach me. I want to venture out and experience the life of a ninja. Only through the baptism of blood will the strength of a ninja truly manifest, Aisui declared to Hisashi, who was busy writing. Very well, go ahead. Remember, you are a member of the Hyuga clan. There's no need to conceal your power, Hisashi replied, his expression neutral. This child will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. I just wonder if the Hyuga clan can retain him. However, it is clear that Aisui genuinely cares for Hinata, so he is aligned with the Hyuga's ideals. Yes, uncle, I will not disappoint you. The Hyuga clan is my only family. Here are the people I wish to protect. Aisui understood that Hisashi was seeking a declaration from him. An affirmative response would mean Hisashi's full support, while a negative one would not bode well. Good that I am pleased to go forth. You have the backing of Konoha's Hyuga clan. The sun shone brightly, and it was evident that this child indeed harbored feelings for Hinata. Upon leaving the Hyuga residence, Ichijui made a beeline for the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, he encountered two individuals, Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy, who were likely returning from completing a mission. Kakashi-senpai, You saved my life last time, and I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude properly. May I treat you to some ramen later? Are you free? Ichijui approached them with enthusiasm. Well, who is this little rascal? Kakashi, is this your prot-G? Guy teased with a grin. No, this is Kamui Ichijui from the Hyuga clan. You should be aware of him. Yes, I have some time later, and I could use a bite to eat. So I'll accept your invitation, young man, Kakashi replied, giving Guy a knowing nod before affirming Ichijui's request. That's wonderful. I've heard much about you, Kakashi-senpai, and I hold you in the highest regard. Ichijui expressed his excitement, astonished that Kakashi would accept his invitation, something he had merely suggested in passing. Knock, knock, knock. Guy had already rapped on the door. Come in, boomed the authoritative voice of the third Hokage. Yes, Lord Hokage, we have successfully completed the S-rank mission, and the client was very satisfied, Kakashi reported as he handed over the mission completion document. Good. By the way, this is an A-rank assassination mission. You have time to take it on, right? The third Hokage handed Kakashi another task, remarking on the busy lives of ninjas. Ichijui, is there something you wish to discuss? The third Hokage inquired, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Hokage, I wish to graduate early, Ichijui declared boldly. Very well. I trust you have a solid understanding of your capabilities. The hope of Konoha rests upon you young leaves. This afternoon, at the third training ground, I will arrange for you to face a special jonin as your opponent. Do not worry. If you possess the requisite strength, I shall permit your graduation, the third Hokage said, gently ruffling Ichijui's hair, a gesture that felt almost like brainwashing. Yes, Hokage-ji, I will strive to do my best. Ichijui responded cheerfully to the third's persuasive charm. Indeed, put forth your utmost effort, young man, the third Hokage smiled, thinking to himself that he should have faith in this child, as Konoha needed fresh blood and talented youth. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Ichijui and Kakashi made their way to Ichiraka Ramen. With Guy also invited, much to his delight. Ichijui has arrived. Kakashi Guy, have you completed your mission? You just returned to the village after being away for 2 weeks. Come, savor the local flavors of Konoha ramen. Uncle Tucci exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his 3 patrons point 3 large bowls of ramen. Please, I would like eggs in mine, and 2 bowls for Kakashi-senpai and Guy-senpai, Ichijui ordered eagerly. Just a casual bowl for me. Kakashi replied. Coming right up? Prepare 3 bowls of ramen, 2 with eggs, and 1 with miso. On it. After finishing their meal, Ichijui bid farewell to Kakashi and Guy, leaving them his address before returning home to prepare for the afternoon's test, knowing he would be facing a special jonin. Upon arriving home, Ichijui found Hinata had already prepared his ninja tools and gear. She truly was a meticulous individual. Ichijui suggested that Hinata accompany him to watch, and she readily agreed, while Hinata's father, Hizashi, went to invite the elders of the Hyuga clan to observe Ichijui's graduation test. When Ichijui, Hinata, and the members of the Hyuga clan arrived at the third training ground, a considerable crowd had gathered, including Inazuka Kiba, his sister Hana, and their mother Tsum, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and their heir, Choji Akimichi, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, Shino Aburame, and his father Shibi, Special Jonin Mitarashi Yanko, Yamanaka Ino, and others. This assembly represented the collective might of Konoha, aside from the Umbu and ninjas currently on missions or absent from the village. Chapter 13. Special Jonin Misho, Aoba, everyone. The growth and prosperity of Konoha is indebted to each member of this great family. Whether they are Genin, Chunin, or Jounin, all contribute their efforts to this warm and harmonious home. The glory of the previous generation has established our standing in the ninja world, while the fresh blood of the next generation is the cornerstone of this home. Representing the future of Konoha, I have gathered you all here today because a student from our ninja academy has submitted a request for early graduation. His name is Kamui Ichijui, possessing the legendary Eye of Heaven bloodline limit. He joined us 2 years ago and is now affiliated with the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage spoke in a deep, resonant tone, and no one dared to disrupt the solemnity of the moment. Go forth and display your full strength. Do not fear. There is nothing to be afraid of. Just give it your all, he encouraged Ichijui. Ichijui nodded and stepped into the center of the training ground. Aoba, You will be Ichizui's opponent. Remember to hold back. The third Hokage instructed Yumisho Aoba. Understood, Lord Hokage, Aoba replied, silently moving to the center. I didn't expect the Hokage to put Aoba in the ring, Hinata remarked, her expression revealing a hint of concern. Yes, Aoba's strength is quite commendable. He excels in fire techniques and taijutsu, making him a formidable opponent. Shikamaru commented from the sidelines. It's about to begin, Nara Shikaku reminded. Greetings, I am Kamisui Ichizui, proficient in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and my unique bloodline limit. I hope you'll give it your all, and I look forward to your guidance, Ichizui declared, forming a hand sign with his right hand, thumb, ring finger, and pinky folded inward, while the index and middle fingers extended upward, is at the opposition seal. The third Hokage observed, astonished at Ichizui's display. It's merely a simple test. Even after this, Oba-senpai and I will still be ninjas of Konoha. Our goals and guardianship are the same. It is Konoha, Ichizui affirmed, underscoring his commitment to protect Konoha. Then I shall not hold back that I hope you can pass this test. Otherwise, I cannot allow an immature ninja to enter the battlefield. Aoba stated, also forming the opposition seal. Now, let the test commence, Kakashi declared, stepping in as the referee. In the arena, Aoba and Ichizui did not immediately engage, both waiting for the other to make the first move. Suddenly, a single leaf drifted down, and as it touched the ground, both combatants sprang into action, engaging in taijutsu. Aoba's speed and experience were slightly superior, and as time passed, Ichizui began to struggle. Eventually, he was forced to use a substitution technique to evade Aoba's relentless assault. With Aoba's powerful kick shattering the wooden stake used for the technique, demonstrating the sheer force behind his strikes. Water release. Water burst, Ichizui called out, rapidly forming hand signs as he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of water that transformed the arena into a small pond. Remarkable, he can utilize such a powerful ninjutsu, surpassing the level of C rank, yet not quite reaching B rank, Sarutobi remarked, keenly observing the intricacies of the technique. Indeed, this is a scaled-down version of the water burst technique, where controlling the chakra input reduces both the amount of chakra and the volume of water produced, far from the lakes created by Kisame in the original work. This is a technique Ichizui had never previously showcased. Since his time at the Ninja Academy, he had tested his chakra attributes, discovering he possessed both lightning and water affinities. His curiosity about various ninjutsu led him to summarize many hand sign methods, combined with the techniques from the memories of this body. After all, even a small village like Ten Village would have a wealth of ninjutsu knowledge, especially for the grandson of the village leader. Thus, he had been practicing lightning and water techniques, but only in private, with Hinata being the sole witness to his training. Water counters fire. Aoba is at a disadvantage. Kakashi mused inwardly that, what a formidable little rascal. Then I shall unleash my full strength. Konoha Gale. Aoba exclaimed, inching his heart. Admiration blossomed. At such a tender age, he had already mastered such formidable ninjutsu. However, I am not so easily defeated. In an instant, a splash reverberated as a water clone was struck. The speed too swift for a mere genin to perceive. Truly impressive. As the water clone collapsed onto the surface, it swiftly formed several hand seals, but before it could halt its movements, Chinye's rapid assault struck again. This time transforming the clone into a wooden post. Lightning release. Body flicker technique. A clear, youthful voice rang out as blue lightning surged from behind Chinye. Racing across the water surface, Chinye's body quaked as he was caught by the lightning ninjutsu. The combination of lightning release with water release amplifying its potency. Yet, Chinye's reflexes were sharp. He did not afford the water clone another opportunity to attack, deftly employing the body replacement technique to evade the strike. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. To eliminate any unfavorable factors, Chinye resorted to evaporating the water in the area with his powerful B-rank ninjutsu, sufficient to vaporize the small pond. Heaven's Eye. Sealing Domain. The water clone was compelled to unleash its secret technique, the ocular jutsu of Heaven's Eye. Wait, what is happening? My ninjutsu seems to be ineffective, Chinye queried, perplexed as he ceased his fiery assault. This is the ocular technique of my Heaven's Eye. Within my domain, your ninjutsu is nullified. If you attempt to forcefully use it, it will cause chaos within your chakra, and the more powerful the technique, the greater the turmoil it will incite. Carelessness could even lead to severe injury or death. The water clone cautioned, offering a friendly warning. What? The onlookers gasped in surprise. The impact of such a secret technique in battle was immense, while its effects might not be apparent in a small radius. A larger domain could decisively influence the outcome of the battlefield. Within this domain, aside from secret techniques, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, all other ninjutsu were rendered ineffective. Furthermore, the Byakugan was immune to jinjutsu, unless it were cast by the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan, rendering ordinary jinjutsu ineffective against it. 0.8 trigrams, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Before Chingye could react, the water clones swiftly executed the secret technique of the High-Ga clan, Leaf Whirlwind, the moment the water clone initiated the 8 trigrams. Chingye regained his senses and unleashed the Leaf Taijutsu, but alas, he was a moment too late and was struck. As Chingye fell to the ground, he suddenly transformed into a plume of white smoke, merely a shadow clone. When did that happen? The water clone suddenly recalled that during its use of lightning release, Chingye had created a shadow clone at the moment of using the body replacement technique, concealing it beneath the surface. The heavens, I had indeed detected this, and while the 8 trigrams had locked onto his original form, Chingye had cleverly swapped places with the shadow clone using an E-rank ninjutsu, the body flicker technique. Though the minor chakra disturbance occurred, this allowed Chingye to escape. Oh no, the escaping Chingye will surely launch a counterattack. I must leave immediately, the water clone thought. Secret technique. Stone needles? Unfortunately, it was too late. Chingye launched an attack from behind the water clone, ensnaring it with a rope, which quickly induced a numbing sensation throughout its body. In the next moment, a shuriken appeared at the water clone's neck. Chingye had already deduced the range of the water clone's sealing domain and swiftly exited its coverage with the body flicker technique, utilizing a secret technique to paralyze the clone. I concede. In truth, after utilizing 2 Surenk ninjutsu, my chakra was already depleted. I activated the secret technique domain to swiftly resolve the battle. After all, compared to me, Elder Chingye possesses a significantly greater chakra reserve. I never anticipated my defeat, the water clone admitted with resignation. Though it could recover a small amount of chakra, being a genin, the recovery rate was nowhere near sufficient to counterbalance the expenditure. Nonsense that I too suffered some minor injuries from forcibly using ninjutsu. Contend with you, I utilized a B-rank fire release followed by a secret technique, which consumed considerable chakra that I believe your strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. With a bit more experience, you could surely rival a jonin. To your age, I was nowhere near as formidable, Chingye replied, somewhat bashfully. Well then, regarding the outcome of this assessment, Kendo Ichijui shall be appointed as a genin at the age of 8. Graduating ahead of schedule. Tomorrow, submit your detailed personal information for the archives, the 3rd Hokage stated, taking a slow drag from his pipe. Yay! Ichijui exclaimed joyfully, leaping in excitement. The crowd erupted in applause, acknowledging Ichijui's prowess. A commendable strength, rivaling that of Kakashi and Itachi in their prime. This level of ability has already surpassed that of a genin. With some experience, one could easily attain the rank of jonin. Another child prodigy has emerged. Hisashi expressed his delight, as Ichijui was not only from the High-Ga clan, but also his son-in-law, signifying a substantial enhancement to the clan's strength, given Ichijui's growth rate and potential. Becoming a legendary ninja was undoubtedly within reach. Who would have thought he was this formidable? I must strive harder. I am determined to become the greatest Hokage of Konohagakure, Naruto mused, observing Ichijui's jubilance, his desire for strength intensifying. Once I become a powerful ninja, I too shall earn such recognition. Sasuke, observing Ichijui, felt a profound shock within it. I never realized he was hiding such strength. At this rate, I wouldn't last 3 rounds against him. How can I seek revenge and eliminate that man? I must work harder. Ichijui is growing stronger. I will surely strive to catch up to him, Hinata resolved, clenching her small fists in silent encouragement. All right, the assessment has concluded splendidly. Everyone, return to rest. Kakashi, please accompany me for a moment, the 3rd Hokage declared. Ichizui, momentarily setting aside his elation, followed the members of the High GA clan as they departed. Kakashi, what is your impression of that child? The third Hokage inquired, standing atop Hokage Rock, gazing quietly at the azure sky at a prodigy. No doubt he exhibits a deep affection for Konohagakure, but Kakashi began, then paused. But what? Yet I do not perceive any fervor for power in his eyes. His gaze, filled with confidence, seems to affirm something that he is not like Orochimaru, nor like Jiraiya-sensei, and certainly not like Itachi. I find him difficult to read. However, I do see a reflection of Minato-sensei within him, brimming with confidence and warmth that he certainly does not seem interested in the position of Hokage. What an emotionally rich child. If I were to describe his character, I would say he embodies the essence of both Jiraiya and Minato. When I initially agreed to Hisashi's request, it was to cultivate his affection for Konohagakure. It appears to have worked out well that I know Hisashi's temperament. He is unlike Fugaku, so I trust him. The reason I summoned you today is to ensure his protection for a while. I fear for his safety against Root and Danzo. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. This child possesses immense potential that I do not wish for him to fall into darkness and become yet another Orochimaru. I still bear the pain of what happened with Orochimaru long ago. Chapter 14. Becoming a ninja upon returning home, Ichizui was about to train with Hinata behind the High GA mountain when he was called by Hisashi. Ichizui, Hinata, please come here, Hisashi said. Yes, uncle, they replied. Under Hisashi's guidance, Ichizui and Hinata entered a reception room. Kneeling at the tea table, with Hinata personally pouring a cup of tea for her father, that you've been with us for over 2 years now. Haven't you? Hisashi began. Yes, it's been more than 2 years, uncle, Ichizui replied. In these 2 years, you have grown to this extent that I believe that once Hinata graduates from the Ninja Academy, I shall arrange for your engagement ceremony. Hisashi stated directly, yes, but I am uncertain of Hinata's feelings, Ichizui exclaimed joyfully. Yet he remained unsure of Hinata's thoughts. He understood that forcing a relationship was not the way to go, but surely Hinata would agree. After all, he considered himself quite the catch. Handsome, powerful, caring, gentle, and blessed with an aura of adventure. I agree. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, surprised that this day had finally arrived. Chiffin. Very well. It is settled then. Once Hinata graduates from the Ninja Academy, you shall be officially engaged. I will invite all the prominent figures of Konohagakure, as well as your classmates. Ichizui, I entrust Hinata to you. You must protect her well, Hisashi said with a smile. Once you board the High GA clan ship, there is no turning back. Rest assured, uncle. No, father-in-law, that I shall protect Hinata for life, that I will prove it with my efforts, ensuring that everyone knows I, Kenno Ichizui, will safeguard Hinata High GA for eternity, loving her, caring for her, and supporting her with unwavering devotion. In haste, Ishui exclaimed. From this day forth, I am no longer a solitary soul. Shounen, rest assured in this world, I am thriving. He continued. However, I must bring to your attention a matter of concern. While Konoha appears united, there lurks an undercurrent of darkness. Our clan, the Hyuga, is aligned with the Hokage, and your remarkable talent has stirred the ambitions of certain individuals. Exercise caution during future missions. Should you sense any disturbances, depart swiftly, particularly from this individual and his subordinates. With a grave demeanor, Nikiata handed Ishui a photograph. Upon inspection, Ishui recognized the face. Shimura Danzo had set his sights on him. Fear not, my father-in-law, Ishui reassured. While I may not be able to confront Jonin-level ninjas with my current strength, I can certainly evade them. Moreover, I am on the verge of unlocking the second stage of my bloodline limit, with only a catalyst needed. Once this stage is activated, I will be able to optimize Hinata's bloodline limit as well. In due time, I plan to explore the ruins of the Village of Heaven during missions to seek out secret scrolls. Although the village has been annihilated, the true secret lies in the blood of the heir to the Heavenly Eye, while the Mist ninjas merely took common ninjutsu scrolls. Ishui spoke with a calm demeanor. That's so. Then I can rest easy. The ability to optimize the bloodline limit infinite. Nikiatsu inquired. Intrigued, if it were infinite, then no, each person has but one opportunity, and it requires a mutual reliance of souls. This forbidden technique can only be used once every 3 years, as I have gleaned from the bloodline limit, Yi Shui clarified. Alas, it's a pity it cannot be used infinitely, but still, this is quite remarkable. After all, optimizing the bloodline is a significant feat, Nikiatsu mused. Very well, you should return a rest. Tomorrow, Yi Shui must submit his personal information as a genin, Nikiatsu stated. Yes, father, Yi Shui and Hinata replied in unison as they took their leave. Upon returning to their room, Hinata shyly assisted Yi Shui in removing his outerwear, embodying the demeanor of a delicate woman. There is no need for such formalities, Hinata. Just be yourself. Simplicity is the essence of true love. If you wish to strike me, feel free to do so. Your happiness is what matters. The little roughhousing is but a form of affection. I embrace a life of freedom and ease. You are not my servant. But my dearest Hinata, Yi Shui declared, enveloping Hinata in his embrace. Is this truly how it is? Hinata pondered, her curiosity piqued. Mother never acted in such a manner. They say being a wife is challenging, yet according to Ishin, it seems like a delight. If only we could return to the past, like that morning you sent me flying. Though it was painful, it felt quite normal. Sometimes, pain could be a form of enjoyment, something others desire yet cannot attain. Yi Shui remarked, but, Hinata hesitated. I have no grand expectations. If you are unhappy, I cannot be happy either. Your joy is paramount. I will support whatever you wish to do. Yi Shui gently placed Hinata's small hand over his heart. Ishikun is a wonderful husband. Hinata blushed, recognizing his gentle nature. Perhaps our future together will be quite splendid. Indeed, let's train together. Your Bagua palm could use some refinement, Yi Shui suggested. All right, she agreed. In a dimly lit basement somewhere in Konoha. Danzo spoke into the void, summoned a team to meet with me. Yes, came the response. The entire first squad reported in, a line of black-clad ninjas materializing before Danzo, their voices laced with reverence, as though they faced a fearsome beast rather than an elderly man. Wait for the opportune moment to capture the boy known as Kemono Ishe. Remember, he must be brought back alive. Danzo's voice was shrouded in malice. Understood. The shadowy figures vanished. Have we gathered intelligence on the Village of Heaven? Danzo inquired after a pause. Negative. The Village of Heaven has been completely obliterated by the Mist Ninja. All ninjutsu scrolls have been taken. However, our informant from the Mist revealed that these scrolls contain nothing of particular value, merely common techniques and widely known ninjutsu materials. The response echoed lifelessly in the air. The heavenly eye. Thought if I could acquire such an eye, even with my Sharingan, possessing additional trump cards would be advantageous. Danzo mused, his gaze steady and unflinching. The following day, Yi Shui gratefully accepted the breakfast prepared by Hinata. The comfort of being cared for was delightful. If his friend from his previous life knew that Hinata cooked for him, they would surely be envious. Why am I so fortunate? He pondered, a hint of worry creeping in. Hinata, please fetch the cloak from that day that I wish to wear for a photograph. Yi Shui instructed. Of course, I'll retrieve it, Hinata replied. Once Yi Shui donned the white cloak, he felt invigorated, his attire resembling that of the Hyuga clan, akin to Niji's stylish garb. Ready for action? Hinata, let us proceed. From this day forth, I shall be the illustrious genin of Konoha, Yi Shui proclaimed with fervor. Yes, together, they sought out an elderly photographer to capture a personal image. During the session, Yi Shui requested that Hinata join him for a photograph, cherishing this fleeting moment of their childhood, knowing such opportunities would be rare. Their intertwined hands were immortalized in a snapshot taken on November 14, 56th year of Konoha, coinciding with the Orange Valentine's Day, celebrated in Tokyo, Japan. It was said that during this season, as foliage transformed into vibrant hues of red and yellow, the ideal leisure for many was to cozy up in a cinema, indulging in films. Legend had it that the best way to celebrate this day was for couples to catch 2 films in succession. First, a thrilling action flick to relieve any stress, followed by a heartfelt romantic drama to share tears together. Afterward, they would recharge with refreshing orange juice. Yet for young Hinata, these concepts were foreign. She was merely a charming girl under 10, too young to grasp such notions. Relegated to celebrating with a simple glass of orange juice. Nonetheless, this brought Yi Shui joy, as it marked their first Valentine's Day. A sweet memory indeed. After the photograph, Yi Shui submitted his personal information to the third Hokage. The details were as follows. Kamui Yi Shui Ninja registration number 012345, date of birth 480,627, 8 years old, Cancer, height 125.5 centimeters, weight 26.2 kilograms, blood type B, personality self-aware, sensitive, cheerful, averse to darkness, favorite foods Ikaraku ramen, egg, tomatoes, Hinata's rice balls, disliked foods garlic, onions, desired rivals. The legendary three ninjas, past Hokage's favorite saying. Well, no problem. Interests, training with Hinata, studying ninjutsu, ninja school, graduation age, 8 years, Chunin promotion age, task experience, D, C, B, A, S. Congratulations. From this day forth, you are a full-fledged ninja, eligible to undertake D and C rank missions and earn rewards for your accomplishments. Here is your ninja headband, a testament to your status as a ninja of Konoha. Irika stated, handing Yi Shui the headband, marveling at his talent to graduate after only 2 years of classes. Yes, Yi Shui solemnly accepted the headband, realizing that today marked his entrance into the ninja world, claiming his future as his own. Grandfather Third, may I commence taking on missions? Yi Shui inquired eagerly. Indeed, here is your first task, the third Hokage replied, presenting a piece of paper to Yi Shui. What? Assist Aunt Yoshino in caring for an infant. Could I perhaps have a escorting mission instead? Grandfather? Yi Shui lamented, grimacing at the thought of tending to a baby when he could be training. Such was the tragic plight of a ninja. Ninjas must endure diverse tasks. Only through varied experiences can one attain formidable strength. The third Hokage replied, his expression unwavering. Very well, let the ninja mission commence. Assist Aunt Yoshino in caring for an infant, Yi Shui resignedly stated, exiting the Hokage's office alongside Hinata as the mission began. Yi Shui resolved to send Hinata home to train alone. Determined to tackle this daunting task on his own. Hinata, you should return that I will finish this task and then come home. Train well, but remember to rest. Taking breaks is essential, that a stream of water spoke. Is everything all right? Well then, I shall take my leave. As for you, Ichin, do go ahead. Hinata found it somewhat amusing, contemplating how she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone a baby. Chapter 15. Task concentration. Knock. Knock, knock. Following the address on the mission, Ichizui arrived at the doorstep of Aunt Yoshino. Here they come, here they come, Aunt Yoshino exclaimed as she hurried to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find a small child standing there. What do you want? You're not here to beg, are you? I've heard there has been a surge of orphans in Konoha. I received your mission. Here, this is the mission slip. I am the Genin Kamui Ichizui. You can just call me Ichizui. You need someone to take care of the baby, right? No problem. Leave it to me. I assure you, you will be satisfied, Ichizui earnestly stated, presenting the mission slip to Aunt Yoshino. Genin, you must be joking. How can I trust a mere child like you to take care of a baby? Aunt Yoshino's forehead was lined with stress. Please believe in my abilities, though I am only 8 years old. I am indeed a certified ninja, Ichizui pleaded, raising his hands in exasperation. Well, fine then, little brat. You shall watch over Kojiro today, but if anything goes awry, I will lodge a complaint with the third Hokage. Aunt Yoshino reluctantly conceded. Although this child was a prodigy, she couldn't help but wonder if he could truly manage a baby at such a tender age. It seemed absurd. Nevertheless, she decided to give him a chance. Of course, I promise. No worries, Ichizui assured her nonchalantly. All right, you will be watching Kojiro in my home today. As the bottle, the diapers, and the toys. Just ensure he's well taken care of before I return this afternoon. If you get hungry, there are rice balls on the table. Remember, you must look after him well. I'm off now, Aunt Yoshino said, reluctantly entrusting Kojiro to him. Oh, well, okay, I'll remember everything. You can rest easy, Ichizui replied confidently. Aunt Yoshino rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, I truly cannot rest easy. Once Aunt Yoshino departed, Ichizui's calamities began. Wah wah wah. Kojiro cried out, feeling discomfort from a wet diaper. Oh no, not again. You've soaked your pants. You little rascal. If it weren't for your age, I would have already given you a good smack. Ichijui lamented, feeling as though he had descended into hell. This little tyke was a handful. He had already changed the diaper several times. Ichijui had intended to practice in the yard, but it seemed that was no longer an option. This child was a veritable little demon. Once he had even drenched Ichijui in urine, leaving him with no choice but to dry off without changing clothes. Wah wah wah! Kojiro awakened again, feeling hungry, and simply cried out, "What now? No more wedding. It's already noon. You must be hungry. If you're hungry, nod your head." "What? Ugh, you don't understand. You should have said so. Why am I even talking to you? Here, drink your milk." "Ouch! Why are you biting my hand?" "Finally, you're eating. Your teeth are sharp, you little rascal." At long last, Ichijui was freed. Kojiro was satiated and drifted off into slumber. Leaning against Kojiro's cradle, Ichijui finally found a moment of respite. He couldn't even eat the rice balls. During the diaper change, he had accidentally tossed the diaper onto the rice balls, leaving him to endure hunger. Having witnessed the tragic, deranged missions of Team 7 in his previous life, Ichijui now fully understood their plight. Currently, his greatest wish was to return home and sleep soundly in his bed. "Oh, little brat, I'm back. Was Kojiro well-behaved?" "Oh, he just fell asleep." "Huh, you are an excellent ninja. I'm quite satisfied. You may return now, if I need assistance again. I will seek you out," Aunt Yoshino exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy as she observed the peacefully sleeping Kojiro. She never expected this young boy would manage to care for him so well. Indeed, a prodigious ninja. "Wonderful. You've returned at last, Aunt Yoshino. Farewell then, but I hope we never meet again. Finally, I'm free." Ichijui mumbled as he walked home, head hung low. "Hey, Ichijui, congratulations on becoming a ninja. Keep striving, young man. Come train with me. Youth is filled with confusion," Guy exclaimed upon seeing Ichijui's downcast demeanor. "Ah, it's you. Senior Guy, I don't think I'm suited for that. You should go find Senior Kakashi instead. Goodbye. I'm heading home. I'm utterly exhausted." Ichijui groaned weakly. Wah wah wah. Truly a passionate youth indeed. Must be the result of training. "Today, I shall run 1,000 laps around the village before dinner. If I fail, I'll do 1,000 push-ups." Youth, Gaia's tears flowed freely as he dashed off, likely to engage in that fiery training. Upon arriving home, Ichijui dashed into his room, discarding all his clothes before collapsing onto the bed in slumber. "Honestly," Ichijui-kun, Hinata remarked as she observed him sprawled out, naked and unrefined on the bed, her face flushing with embarrassment. The sight of his boyish form made her heart race uncontrollably. She had no choice but to pick up Ichijui's discarded clothing and wash it, while also covering him with a blanket. How enviable. When Ichijui awoke the next morning, he realized he had made a grave mistake. The habit of running in his previous life had carried over, and he had returned to sleep in the nude. He resolved to change this. Hinata had seen him, and if others had, it would have been disastrous. If it were a beautiful girl, perhaps it would have been acceptable. But what if it were someone like Fur? That would be utterly mortifying. "Hinata, could you fetch me some clothes? I was completely exhausted yesterday. Darn it, I'll never volunteer to babysit again." Ichijui grumbled. "Here you go, I noticed you were quite tired yesterday. So I didn't call you for dinner. However, about yesterday," Hinata began, wanting to tell Ichijui to refrain from such shamelessness. Thankfully, her father had not seen. Otherwise, just this once, well, I was simply too fatigued. Thank you. "Hinata, you even covered me with a blanket. I feel so fortunate," Ichijui expressed, genuinely happy, almost on the verge of tears. In his previous life, he had never experienced such care from anyone. His solitary existence was now fulfilled, and he was determined to make Hinata happy. Love is reciprocal, and possessing this precious affection filled Ichijui's heart with warmth. "Well, it's nothing really, Ichijui-kun. You've been helping me too, I now feel confident in myself. Here, I made these rice balls for you. Eat up. I saved some for you, though they may be a bit cold. I kept them in my pocket," Hinata said with a gentle smile, offering Ichijui several rice balls. It won't matter. These are the warmest rice balls I've ever had. They're the best I've ever tasted," Ichijui exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he stuffed the rice balls into his mouth. The salty tears mixed with the rice balls, but his heart felt a surge of warmth. Ichijui-kun, why are you crying?" Please don't cry. A ninja must not shed tears, Hinata gently said, wiping away his tears. No, I wish to cry, for I am so happy. Happiness that leaves me bewildered, happiness that is intoxicating, happiness that binds me to life and death, happiness that overwhelms me, Ichizui declared, embracing Hinata's waist as he wept, as if he sought to pour out all his love. Hinata initially considered pushing Ichizui away, but the sincerity of his emotions made her relax, and she found herself gently stroking his head. All right, I'm fine. I'm just merely happy, and no need to worry. Today, I must embark on another task. When will I ever get to do an escort mission? Ichizui said with a wry smile as he extricated himself from Hinata's embrace. It was rather unprofessional for a time traveler like himself to be consoled by a young girl. Here, your clothing, that I washed them yesterday. They're dry now. But what that strange smell? Hinata frowned. Oh right, it's because I returned all sweaty yesterday from running too fast. I won't let that happen again. You go ahead and keep busy. I must head out for my mission, Ichizui hurriedly said as he dashed out the door. Thank goodness Hinata didn't notice that it was urine. Otherwise, I would be utterly mortified. I shall never accept such tasks again. As Ichizui stepped outside, he collided with someone. Upon helping the person up, he realized it was none other than Niji Hyuga. That I'm terribly sorry. Are you hurt? Ichizui apologized awkwardly. Humph, don't think that joining the Hyuga clan makes you special. You're merely an outsider, destined to remain so. Even though you become a ninja, you will always be an outsider. That is an unchangeable fate, Niji coldly remarked. Indeed, the fate theory of Niji Hyuga. Well, I acknowledge that I am an outsider. However, I have no desire to become a Hyuga. I remain Kamui. I joined the Hyuga clan solely because Hinata is here, Ichizui replied firmly. Fine, think what you wish. However, you are still just a child, while I am already a genin. Though you may be older, I have missions to attend to. Step aside, Niji declared, brushing past Ichizui. Ikamori does not harbor any disdain for Ningxi. Rather, his current demeanor emerged only after he was caged like a bird and following the death of his father. It is, in truth, an expression of his futile struggle against fate. Weeding. Is this the purpose of my becoming a ninja? Ikamori lamented as he opposed the task assigned by the third Hokage. And no matter how formidable a ninja may be, every journey begins here. Your current experience does not suffice for tasks that exceed your capabilities. The third Hokage stated gravely while taking a drag from a cigarette. Very well, I'll comply. Alas, what a wretched fate. Ikamori conceded reluctantly. Picking up trash. Could you not assign me a more respectable task? Ikamori's brow twitched as he endeavored to suppress his rising anger. The third Hokage reiterated, even the most powerful ninja starts from this point. Your present experience is inadequate for tasks beyond a genin strength. With an air of resignation, the third Hokage continued. All right, this will be the last concession. Ikamori, smacking his forehead, exited the Hokage's office, embarking on a disheartening task. Chapter 16. Escort mission to the land of rivers. What is this? A mission to catch a vegetable-stealing mouse. Ikamori exclaimed. Please spare me. Third Hokage. I have completed 35 of these trivial tasks. They're not a single proper assignment. Ikamori, a ninja and not a mere errand boy, protested. He knew his own capabilities, even if faced with a genin. He possessed the means to escape. Lying on the ground, he indulged in a moment of defiance. All right, this time I shall grant you a C-rank escort mission. Please come in, Yamamoto. The third Hokage sighed, acknowledging the child's immaturity. Is this the little brat? Yamamoto mused. Hokage-sama, we are transporting quite a significant amount of supplies that if we encounter bandits, we will be doomed. That a child this small likely cannot even defend himself. Yamamoto, looking at the boy who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, felt a wave of despair wash over him, that he had hoped for a more seasoned Konoha ninja to escort the goods. Yet here was this mere child. Was the Hokage jesting? The boy appeared to have only recently been weaned. What? I am a prodigy of Konoha. Do you doubt my strength? Would you like me to demonstrate? Ikamori's temper flared at Yamamoto's words. At Yamamoto-san, please trust in the ninjas of Konoha, given the nature of this C-rank mission. This child is indeed capable of fulfilling the requirements. provided he does not encounter an opponent exceeding a jin in strength. The third Hokage replied with an unyielding tone. Very well. It seems this is the only option. Yamamoto conceded, hoping the losses would not be too severe. Hooray! Let us depart, Yamamoto-san. We shall gather at the village gate this afternoon. I need to prepare my belongings. Ikamori exclaimed joyfully, finally receiving a proper assignment, akin to the escort mission in the land of waves that Naruto and the others had undertaken. Uncle, I shall take my leave now. You should ensure everything is ready. We must set off immediately after lunch. The sooner we depart, the better. Ikamori bid farewell to Yamamoto and hurried home, uncertain of how long this mission would take. He needed to pack adequately and hoped to visit the village of heaven upon his return, as some essential items awaited him there, which would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Ikamori-kun? Who is calling me? Turning around, he realized it was Sakura. This girl was still fretting over her broad forehead, yet a beauty with such a feature could indeed be quite charming. Ah, Sakura, greetings. I personally find your broad forehead quite beautiful, Ikamori encouraged. Really? Is that true? Sakura asked, her spirits lifting. She had been troubled by her appearance, and the thought that Ikamori might appreciate it was surprising. However, she recalled hearing that Ikamori and Hinata were already bound for a lifetime together, which made her feel conflicted. Perhaps she should pursue a romance with Sasuke instead. Oh, by the way, I have a ribbon here. Let me give it to you as a memento. Ikamori remembered he had an extra ribbon in his bag. Having bought 2 the previous day, Hinata had taken the pink one, leaving him with the red one, which he decided to gift to Sakura, as it was a polite gesture to present a token upon meeting. How can I accept this? Sakura stammered, flustered. No boy had ever given her a gift before. Did Ikamori have feelings for her? But how could one person harbor affection for 2 individuals? Never mind, consider it a New Year gift. The holiday is approaching, and I wish you a happy New Year. Although we have only been classmates for 2 years, we are companions for life. You, Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, and all our classmates are my comrades that we shall fight side by side for Konoha. Sakura gazed at Ikamori with admiration, recognizing that he had officially become a genin and had undertaken numerous ninja missions. Girls are often drawn to heroes, and Ikamori had undoubtedly become a hero in Sakura's eyes. I have a mission to depart the village this afternoon, so I must return home to pack. Perhaps the next time we meet will be during the New Year celebration. Farewell, Sakura. Ikamori smiled and waved goodbye to her. Ikamori-kun, I too shall become an outstanding ninja, Sakura thought, watching Ikamori's retreating figure bathe in sunlight, silently encouraging herself. Ikamori felt he had perhaps overstepped today. Although in the original story, Sakura had feelings for Sasuke. Given his arrival from another world, coupled with his comparable looks and abilities, there was a chance Sakura might come to like him. He had read his fair share of reincarnation novels that featured harems. Every man dreams of being surrounded by beautiful women. Yet, would a truly strong-willed beauty share her affections with another? The heart can only bear a limited capacity for love. If a woman occupies your heart entirely, it becomes split if another enters the picture, and if 3 women vie for your affection, your heart fragments further. Once the number exceeds 5, your heart is effectively lost, reduced to mere physicality. That a man whose mind is consumed by such thoughts is indeed pitiable, devoid of genuine emotion. The women who feign interest in you might only seek to fulfill their personal desires. Should someone more exceptional appear, can you guarantee their loyalty? Ikamori appreciated beauty, yet he believed that throughout his life, he would be fortunate to experience 3 or 4 genuine loves. Loving one person is already challenging. For instance, with Hinata, if you do not sincerely commit to her, she will not reciprocate. Love must be mutual. Giving and receiving must be equal. In the world of Naruto, the 11 women who truly captivated Ikamori were as follows. Hinata ranked first for her adorableness. Sakura was second for her spirited personality, being fierce to others yet gentle with her boyfriend. The third was Mitarashi Anko for her striking figure. The fourth was Tsunade and Kurenai for their sensuality. Fifth was Fma Sasami, a minor character, yet her cuteness became apparent upon closer inspection. Sixth was Konan, sharing the same nickname as Ikamori's ex-girlfriend. Seventh was Temari and Ino, both possessing commendable looks and figures. Eighth was Cheyenne. Ninth was Karui, ranked lower due to her age. As for why Haku was excluded, it stemmed from the ambiguity surrounding their gender. Kishimoto never clarified this, though Haku seemed to lean towards being female in the anime. Haku claimed to be male, reflecting the ninja profession's inherent unpredictability. As for the likes of Kurenai, Tintin, and others, they could only be regarded with a passing glance. Having too many beautiful women can be overwhelming, leading to confusion. This is merely Ikamori's personal perspective. Everyone has their own preferences regarding the ranking of beauties. Ikamori favored girls who were cute first, with a good figure second, and sexiness third, while facial beauty remained paramount. A man's attraction to a woman's face is of utmost importance. The other attributes merely enhance her allure. Upon returning home, Ikamori discovered Hinata was not present, so he began to gather his belongings. Ninja tools, scrolls, bandages, clothing, and a considerable array of items. Having completed numerous missions recently, Ikamori had accumulated a modest fortune. "Ikamori-kun, why are you home so early today?" Hinata asked upon her return, noticing Ikamori packing. She assumed he was preparing for a mission and offered to help him organize. Hinata, you've returned from training. By the way, I accepted a C-rank mission, and we depart this afternoon to escort a merchant convoy to the land of rivers. IT may take some time before I return, and I might not get to enjoy your rice balls again. Alas, such a sorrowful fate. Ishui felt an unwillingness to part ways. It was an inevitable circumstance. For ninjas, undertaking missions was a frequent occurrence. Well, take care of yourself while you're out there, be cautious, and avoid injury. If you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, it is best to flee. Hinata expressed her concerns. "Oh, it's merely a C-rank mission. At most, I might run into some bandits. There is nothing to fear," Ishui replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it was just a trivial C-rank task. Even if he faced a situation akin to the one when Naruto and the others undertook the mission in the Land of Waves, it was of little consequence. After all, apart from elite ninja, he could easily escape if necessary. "Let us have lunch first," Hinata suggested, feeling reassured. After all, Ishui's abilities were formidable. After finishing lunch with Hinata, Ishui picked up his backpack and stepped outside, waving goodbye to her repeatedly. How long would it be until they met again? Upon reaching the village gate, he spotted two heavily laden carts and a well-decorated passenger carriage, undoubtedly carrying an important figure. While Uncle Okura stood outside, merely observing, "Everyone is here. Let's get going." "Rest assured, Uncle Okura, my strength is quite substantial," Ishui declared, disregarding the astonished expressions of those present, and promptly leaped onto one of the cargo carts. "All right, let us be on our way." Okamura's attendants and guards, suppressing their curiosity, drove the carts towards their destination. The scenery along the route was splendid. The weather was clear and sunny, with warm sunlight bathing everyone. While small animals frolicked in the woods, as Ishui departed the village, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. However, it remained merely a thought. He could not betray the village, for doing so would pose a dilemma. And if he defected, Hinata would also be unable to accompany him. "Uncle Okamura, may I invite that ninja inside? I'm quite curious about what these ninjas are like." A melodious child's voice rang from the passenger carriage. Indeterminate in gender, though it likely belonged to a girl. "Hey, kid, our young lady wants to speak with you. Could you come down and join us in the carriage?" Okamura grumbled at Ishui. "If it weren't for her desire to chat with you, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Look at you. It seems like you're off to enjoy yourself while escorting us. That I reckon it's more like we are escorting you on a leisurely outing." "Well, no problem. The sun is setting soon anyway," Ishui conceded, swiftly standing atop the passenger carriage. Everyone was taken aback, including the girl who had just poked her head out of the carriage. "Wow, how impressive, little brother. How did you do that?" the girl exclaimed, pulling Ishui into the carriage with eager curiosity. "It's merely a matter of speed. There's no need to be astonished. Such feats are exceedingly simple for any ninja." Ishui replied nonchalantly, bemused by her ignorance. "Oh, really? Could you teach me? I want to learn. I promise to do anything you ask as long as you teach me," the girl implored excitedly. "This isn't something one can master in a short while, and most people cannot endure the training required. It's not something one can simply learn at will, and such techniques should not be casually shared." Ishui rolled his eyes, emphasizing the importance of knowledge among ninjas. as no sensible ninja would freely impart their skills. Chapter 17. Bandit raid. Seated in the carriage, Yi Shui and the girl engaged in lively conversation. From her words, he learned that her name was Yamada Hika, the daughter of a merchant from the land of rivers. Her family's enterprise was neither particularly grand nor modest, and their journey to the land of fire was to procure unique goods for trade back in the land of rivers. The land of rivers had experienced years of warfare and unification, resulting in a scarcity of cultivable crops. Nestled within a tropical rainforest, its climate was humid, with frequent rainfall, making it unsuitable for sun-loving crops. In contrast, the land of fire, where Konoha was located, boasted the most favorable environment among the 5 great nations. The land of fire is characterized by its hilly terrain, temperate climate, and abundant sunshine, with fertile fields and a thriving economy, as well as a large population. Strategically positioned at the heart of the continent, it serves as a vital hub for trade among the nations. Additionally, it is home to the most powerful ninja village, Konohagakure, making it the most influential nation on the continent, though this status was somewhat undermined after Orochimaru's invasion. The Wind Country, the largest in terms of territory within the Naruto universe, is marked by its arid desert landscape, where its citizens reside in uniquely constructed buildings made of sand. The Wind Country has a significant population and maintains a close relationship with the Land of Fire. Its ninja village is Sunagakure, known for housing many formidable ninjas. The Water Country, an island nation surrounded by the sea, consists mainly of mountainous regions and scattered small islands that it is dotted with numerous lakes, experiences a cool climate, and is often shrouded in mist. Winters are cold and snowy, with the populace residing on the main island and surrounding isles, adhering to their distinct traditional culture. Its ninja village is Kirigakure, and it is the smallest of the 5 great nations. Perhaps due to its isolation from the mainland, the Water Country seldom engages in conflicts among nations. The Lightning Country, as described in military texts, is known for its towering peaks and the thunderous roars that echo through the valleys. Hence its name. The rivers of the Central Mountain Range carve out a winding coastline at their mouths, while the country is rich in hot spring regions. Its ninja village is Kumogakure. The Earth Country is predominantly characterized by desolate cliffs and rocky landscapes, with its rocky terrain serving as a natural barrier against other nations. Additionally, northern winds sweep over the mountains, carrying fine rocks to other countries, a phenomenon known as rock rain. Its ninja village is Awakens. In summary, the Land of Fire can be deemed the most prosperous nation on the continent. Although the Land of Rivers is enveloped by vast forests and remains largely isolated, seldom sending trade caravans. Yamada Hika's father possesses remarkable foresight that he believes that the unfavorable climate of the Land of Rivers hinders crop growth, unlike the Land of Fire, which is rich in diverse agricultural produce at affordable prices. Transporting these goods to the Land of Rivers could yield substantial profits. Miss, here is the roasted rabbit meat. And you, kid, have some too. I really don't understand why we're giving this little brat roasted meat. Okamura respectfully handed the roasted meat to Yamada Hika. But when it came to Yi Shui, he wore a begrudging expression, forcefully shoving a piece of meat into his hands. Thank you. Although you seem somewhat reluctant. I know you're just putting on a show, I don't know why, but I assure you that in times of danger, I will protect everyone, Yi Shui replied with a grin. Huff. Okamura huffed, walking away in irritation. Don't worry. Uncle Okamura is just like that. He grew up alongside my father and has always been his bodyguard, and I consider him my uncle as well. Although he has a bad temper, he is a good person. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have entrusted him with this mission. That I simply sneaked out to accompany the caravan, and part of the reason Uncle requested a ninja was to ensure my safety. Yamada Hika explained, defending Okan. Yi Shui nodded in acknowledgement, unable to speak as he chewed on the rabbit meat. After everyone finished dinner, the samurai guards set up tents, and they all retired to their respective shelters for the night, as they had more traveling to do the following day. Little brother, aren't you going to sleep in the tent? Yamada Hika inquired, noticing Yi Shui lounging on a branch. Ninjas must remain vigilant at all times, especially in the wilderness, where wild beasts and lurking enemies may appear at any moment. Although you have guards at the camp, ninjas never place their safety in the hands of others, Yi Shui replied calmly. Throughout dinner, he had felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelid. While he was not superstitious, It filled him with a sense of foreboding, as if danger were imminent. "All right, miss, you should get some rest. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen. Let him sleep in the tree if he wishes. Ninjas are a peculiar bunch." Okami urged Yamada Hika to enter the tent, dismissing Ishue's caution as excessive, considering how peaceful the night was. Not far from Ishue's encampment, within a small cave, a group of bandits whispered among themselves, "Boss, I scouted this afternoon and saw a merchant caravan resting at the base of our mountain, with 2 carts of goods. This could be our big catch." An excited one-eyed man exclaimed to the apparent leader, who wielded a machete to One-Eyed Dragon, "Don't endanger us all. What if they have a ninja bodyguard? Wouldn't we all be doomed?" A gaunt man with protruding teeth interjected sarcastically, revealing a rift between the two. "Get lost. Do you think I, the One-Eyed Dragon, would jeopardize everyone? Just think about how long it has been since we encountered a fat sheep. I've forgotten what it feels like to enjoy a woman. Where can we go to feast and indulge if we don't have money?" I took a close look. There is indeed 8J Neen among them. "What? Are you seeking death, One-Eyed?" The leader, wielding a mountain cleaver, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the word ninja, abruptly interrupting the words of the one-eyed man. "Boss, don't be hasty. Allow me to finish," he urged. "Though they have a ninja guard, he's merely a child, not yet 10 years old, likely an incompetent fool who ventured out before mastering his skills. That we can afford to take this risk." The one-eyed man quickly relayed the situation. "Very well. Let us take the plunge. When we succeed, we shall feast on meat, drink wine, and indulge in women. Call all the brothers. We shall set forth to seize wealth, people, and goods." The leader gritted his teeth and made his decision. "Rustle, rustle. Who goes there? Uncle Okamura, rouse everyone. Someone is approaching." Hearing the indistinct sounds, Ishui quickly jolted awake from his light slumber and called out to Uncle Okamura, who was on watch beneath the tree. "Rustle, rustle, rustle. Quickly, everyone rise, form a circle around the camp. Do not leave our backs exposed to the enemy." As the noise grew louder, Okamura roused himself, expertly organizing the defense, evidently seasoned in such matters. At this moment, Okamura no longer regarded Ishui as a mere child, but as a competent ninja. "Ha! Surrender all your possessions and cease your resistance. I assure you, I mean you no harm. I seek only wealth and a modicum of respect." Suddenly, a band of mountain bandits appeared before the camp, and a burly man wielding a mountain cleaver stepped forth. "Tisich, just a bunch of bandits. Do they not see me here? Honestly, can't one enjoy a peaceful slumber?" In an instant, Ishui stepped forward, addressing the bandits with a tone of bravado. "Huh, what can a little brat like you do to us? Bow down and call me grandfather 10 times, and perhaps I might spare you." The bandit leader erupted in laughter at Ishui's childish words. "Come back, little brat. This is not a time for you to show off." Okamura's expression shifted, his rugged face etched with concern. "Uncle Okamura, just protect Miss Yamada. Leave these bandits to me," Ishui confidently replied with a smile. "All right, but be careful if things go awry. Retreat." Okamura, observing Ishui's earnest expression, reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that in such dire circumstances, he could only prioritize safeguarding the crucial Miss Yamada. The feast of death commenced. Though I had never taken a life before, it did not imply that I was incapable of doing so. In this world of ninjas, killing is inevitable. Are you ready? My adversaries, fear not. You shall not feel pain, for by the time you stand before me, you are already dead. Thus began the slaughter as Ishui plunged into the fray, shuriken in hand. The bandit leader's expression shifted as he realized the speed of this small child was astonishing, nearly beyond the realm of human perception. "Teach, do you not understand that one must not be distracted in battle? Then you shall perish." Just as the bandit leader pondered, Ishui had already launched his attack. And in the next moment, a shuriken had pierced the leader's neck. "Why?" The bandit leader gasped, terror etched on his face. "Why? Because your fate was sealed the moment you appeared. Perhaps you will be reborn into a better life. Do not trust your eyes, for sometimes it is the children who are the most fearsome." Ishui calmly pushed the bandit leader to the ground, as if he faced not an enemy, but a friend. "Ah, boss, everyone attack together. He cannot possibly kill us all. If we unite, he will falter. For wealth and women, charge." The one-eyed man recognized that the bandits had been paralyzed by fear and hastened to rally them. Our boss must have been inadvertently slain. No matter. With his death, I shall be the next leader. He chuckled. Oh, foolish bandits. If you had fled, I might have spared you. But now. Ishui smiled inwardly. Should you choose to run, I would be unable to act against you for the sake of the merchant convoy. Yet you come to me unbidden. It shall be your doom. I shall eradicate you, lest your evil persist. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. In an instant, as Ishui executed a substitution technique, he swiftly formed hand seals, then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of water. The deluge surged among the bandits, transforming their location into a miniature lake. This time, Ishui employed not the diminutive version of the exploding water shockwave from his graduation test, but the full-fledged B-rank ninjutsu. The necessity for such a powerful technique arose from the sheer number of bandits. Relying solely on taijutsu would have taken an eternity. The immense water current battered the bandits for an extended period, leaving them in a state of shock, weeping and begging for mercy. Yet Ishui offered them no hope. Compassion towards such wicked bandits was unwarranted. In this moment, to spare them would only lead to their next act of plunder. They were born of evil and would perish in it. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Ishui showed no mercy. This time, none of the bandits who survived the flood would escape. With shuriken in hand, Ishui expressionlessly approached the moaning, injured bandits, delivering a final blow to each. Unbeknownst to him, with every bandit he felled, a trickle of blood energy infiltrated the third eye upon his forehead, though it remained closed. Okamura watched in dread as the child methodically dispatched the defenseless bandits. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. His grip on the katana trembling, fingers pale and feeble, that he felt as though Ishui had transformed into a legendary demon, ruthlessly slaughtering all living beings under its gaze. Once all the bandits lay slain, and no survivors remained, a cold smile crept upon Ishui's lips. His silver eyes, now bloodshot, gradually turned to Okamura and the guards behind him, their luster fading as he collapsed onto the waterlogged ground. Unconscious, quickly lift him into the tent and provide him with warm water. He needs rest. The rest of you, assist me in cleaning the battlefield. Okamura finally relaxed, realizing that the child had indeed reached his limit. For he was still but a boy. Perhaps this was his first experience with killing. The agony of his first kill was excruciating. Humans akin to himself fell at his feet. Ishui felt as though he had descended into a hell of blood. Surrounded solely by slaughter, devoid of beginning or end. The sensation was unbearable, and his mind began to unravel. Yet he managed to endure. You're awake. How wonderful. I feared you might never awaken. You are incredible. Having slain so many bandits, surpassing even Uncle Okamura, Miss Yamada, recalling the harrowing situation, felt her heart race. Faced with so many bandits, she knew she would not have escaped, yet she marveled at how formidable Ishui was. Ninjas were indeed remarkable. Ishui could only offer a bitter smile. You still find amusement in this. Do you believe killing is a trivial matter? Despite my abilities, I have never taken a life before. In my past life, killing was a crime, yet in this existence, it seems as commonplace as eating and drinking. It appears I've fallen behind. You are quite remarkable indeed. Your first kill, I presume? Fear not. With experience, it shall become easier. Many succumb to madness on their first kill. I remember my own, vomiting and unable to eat meat for 3 days. And you, having slain so many bandits, must be feeling it even more. In times of turmoil, such as life, the lower classes bear the brunt of endless warfare among nations, Okamura remarked as he entered the tent. Well, if I had the power, I would unify this world, putting an end to the bloodshed and ensuring that all could live in peace, Ishui said softly. Sigh, it is far too difficult. Nations are embroiled in perpetual conflict, customs and cultures vary greatly. How could one individual hope to sway the entire ninja world? Okamura shook his head in resignation. The child's ideals were noble, yet their realization seemed implausible. Is that so? I believe this world will witness miracles. This chaotic era will meet its end. Trust me, uncle, that I will show you a united and stable world. This is my ideal and my ninja way. I shall keep my word, for I learned from Ihiro in our Konoha village. Together with my comrades, I will accomplish this grand endeavor, though the path ahead is fraught with hardship. At this moment, Ishui finally found his path. Naruto, Hinata, and all their companions were diligently striving for their goals, and the war-torn ninja world would eventually welcome the gentle rays of sunshine. Did that so? I will be watching over you, and I believe you, Okamurg, are unconsciously inspired by unwavering confidence. Yes, I also support you, Yamada Hikaru said with a smile. After Ishui recovered from the spiritual world, the merchant caravan set off again, and after a continuous journey, they arrived at the borders of the Land of Rivers. The ninja village belonging to the Land of Rivers is the Rain Village, which also houses the Akatsuki's camp. In the original story, Naruto and his friends rescued Gaara here. The seclusion of the Land of Rivers has allowed many secret bases to be established in this area. Wow, we are finally close to home. How wonderful! Yamada Hikaru exclaimed joyfully. I am also about to complete my mission. This is my first C-rank task, which holds significant sentimental value. By the way, the forests surrounding the Land of Rivers are truly vast and concealed. The environment is quite pleasant as well, Ishui remarked. Indeed, our Land of Rivers is enveloped by nature, which nurtures us, Yamada Hikaru agreed. Miss, it is getting dark. Let us find an inn to rest for the night before continuing our journey. Okamura said from outside the carriage. All right, I am quite hungry as well, Yamada Hikaru replied. After another hour of travel, the caravan entered a small town, and Okamura, familiar with the area, found an inn and arranged for everyone to settle in. After finishing dinner at the inn, Ishui bid goodnight to Yamada Hikaru and the others and retired to rest, still not having fully recovered from the day's violent spirit. In a secret base somewhere in the Land of Rivers, there is a shortage of subordinates that we need to recruit some capable ninjas, not only shadow-level ninjas, but also those with exceptional talent. The organization requires fresh blood to grow. Kakazu, I entrust this task to you. Recruit some outstanding cannon fodder. Tisich, I still need to make money. I am quite busy. Leave it to someone else. Isn't that new addition, Uchiha Itachi, quite formidable? Kisame is also impressive, and others are quite capable as well. Fine, while making money, I will also look for a few. What a hassle. How much will I have to spend this time? Perhaps I should check the underground exchange to see if there are any high-priced bounties. Wow, how comfortable. Today's weather is truly splendid. Ishui emerged from his blankets as warm sunlight streamed through the window. After finishing breakfast, Ishui and his companions set off once more a day later. We have finally arrived home. How wonderful! Father, hurry and open the door. We are back. Yamada Hikaru joyfully jumped down from the carriage, knocking on a large door before her. Here we come. Oh dear, my precious daughter, you have returned. I was so worried. Okama, quickly unload the cargo. Thanks to you, we managed to procure so many items. I hope you encountered no dangers on the road. A plump middle-aged man opened the door, looking at Yamada Hikaru with surprise and concern. Then continuously expressing his gratitude to Okama. It was nothing, really. I hardly contributed. If it weren't for this talented young ninja from Konoha, we would have been robbed by bandits long ago, Okamura replied, somewhat flustered, pulling Ishui out from behind him. Ishui is quite impressive. He eliminated a large group of bandits in an instant. Yamada Hikaru chimed in. Is that so? Thank you very much. Your name is Ishui, right? You are the youngest ninja I have ever seen. Truly a genius. Come in and rest. I will have the servants prepare a meal as a token of my gratitude. A flash of surprise crossed the plump middle-aged man's eyes. How wonderful, Ishui replied. After dining at Yamada Hikaru's home, at her father's insistence, Ishui reluctantly agreed to stay another night before leaving. The next morning, Ishui woke up early, washed up, and was soon informed by a servant that breakfast was ready. Ishui, are you not going to stay a few more days? I really want to chat with you. It's a pity that you are leaving so soon. Yamada Hikaru pouted, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Ishui during breakfast. Stop fussing. Not everyone has the leisure of your life. There are many matters to attend to. Ninjas are extremely busy, Yamada Hikaru's father advised her. That's so? Well, you mustn't forget me. I will visit you in Konoha in the future. Yamada Hikaru reluctantly agreed. After finishing breakfast, Ishui gathered his belongings and set off, but his route did not lead to the land of fire. Instead, it took him towards the land of water, where he planned to visit the village of heaven. Located in a small valley at the intersection of the land of water and the land of fire, to the west of the land of water and southeast of the land of fire. Traveling swiftly, Ishui made good progress and reached the eastern border of the land of rivers by sunset. He had to stop, take out the rice balls made by Hinata, and began to eat. However, merely eating rice balls left Ishui's palate rather bland, so he caught a few wild rabbits to roast. Although lacking seasoning, the aroma of the roasted meat made Ishui's mouth water, disregarding the scalding heat of the rabbit meat. He tore off a piece and began to eat, the fragrance wafting through the air, inadvertently attracting an unexpected visitor. "Who goes there? Step forward," Ishui called towards the bushes behind him. "Tisich, discovered. Impressive, little brat. You actually managed to find me." "Oh, you're a ninja from Konoha, aren't you? Not bad. Do you mind if I have a bite to eat?" Kakuzu emerged from the bushes, delighted at the prospect of free food, saving him some coin. "However, this little brat is quite remarkable, able to see through my stealth. Konoha certainly has its fair share of geniuses. Uchiha Tachi is one, and this little one is also not to be underestimated. How enviable it is that Konoha has so many geniuses." You're a rogue ninja from Takigakure?" Ishui's heart raced with panic upon recognizing the newcomer. He had not expected to encounter the formidable Kako, a shadow-level ninja from the Akatsuki. How should one describe his luck? Not bad. The taste is decent. "Little brat, how old are you this year?" Kakuzu unabashedly sat down opposite Ishui and took a roasted rabbit leg to eat. "Shinmu, Ishui." Ishui had no choice but to continue the conversation. He couldn't possibly fight back against this person. However, it seemed that Kakuzu had no intention of attacking, as he was primarily interested in bounties. "What a fine name! How old are you?" Kakuzu inquired again, intrigued by the peculiar name of this young boy, Shinmu. "Where have I heard that before?" "Ah, yes, the surname of the legendary divine descendant. How curious. I thought they had long been extinguished. How did one appear here, and furthermore, become a ninja of Konoha? Oh, right, didn't T-Pain mention something about gathering subordinates? Why not bring him back? This genius could replace many fools, and then I can focus entirely on making money." "Perfect, it's settled, but I'm nearly 9 years old." Ishui responded nonchalantly, wondering why Kakuzu was so inquisitive. "Oh, kid, would you be interested in joining our Akatsuki organization? Let me tell you, you won't learn anything back in your village. Our organization is filled with shadow-level ninjas who can teach you many advanced ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Even your genius, Uchiha Itachi, is in our ranks, and our leader is the legendary wielder of the Rinnegan." Kakuzu said, thinking that this kid would surely be tempted. "Tisich, not interested." "What is this Rinnegan?" "I possess the Eye of Heaven," Ishui scoffed. "Join the Akatsuki? No way, none of the Akatsuki members have a good ending. Evil has never triumphed over good throughout history. Besides, I have no desire for your ninjutsu or forbidden techniques. As for shadow-level ninjas, TCH, I will be one in the future. Moreover, if I leave Konoha, my little Hinata will drift away. If I am not careful, I might fall under the dazzling aura of that Naruto character." "What? You little brat, you refuse to accept." Jiao Du was furious. "Damn it, despite my earnest pleas, you still refuse to comply. Do you wish for death? You must be looking for trouble, old man. Then we shall fight. Though you are formidable, I am no easy prey." Ishu thought to himself, "You may be a shadow-level powerhouse, but I am well aware of your intel. Even if I cannot withstand you, I can always flee. In a few years, you will merely be a stepping stone for me." "You little brat," Jiao Du sneered. "I do not know where you derive your courage to engage me in battle, but you must perish today. While I prefer to fight worthy opponents, I cannot allow a disrespectful wretch like you to go unpunished." Jiao Du stood tall, preparing for combat, his red and green eyes gleaming with a cruel light. "Then I shall hold nothing back. Heavenly Eye, White Ceiling Domain, Water Release, Explosive Water Waves, Lightning Release, False Darkness, Lightning Release, Earth Walk." Since the last time he exterminated a bandit, Ishui's strength had increased. Now, his chakra surpassed that of an average chunin, allowing him to unleash many powerful jutsu. Furthermore, his physical prowess had also significantly improved. In the second phase of his heavenly, I was about to awaken, that he intended to use Jiao Du as a sharpening stone to test whether he could activate the second phase. Something he had eagerly anticipated for a long time. What the hell? I cannot release my jutsu. Damn it, Jiao Du was infuriated. How could this little brat possess a third eye? A bloodline limit. Damn it. It is my own negligence. The ninjas from Konoha are all monsters. Senju Hashirama, Uchimadara, Uchiha Itachi, and now this kid. None are to be trifled with that. I must quickly ascertain the characteristics of his bloodline limit. Without my jutsu, my hearts are as good as useless. How despicable to have a trait specifically designed to counter my abilities. Lightning release. For pillar binding technique, Ishui did not grant Jiao Du, this dangerous figure, a moment's respite. The previous 2 lightning strikes had only damaged one of his jutsu hearts. Currently, the range of his sealing domain extended only 15 meters from himself. If Jiao Du did not separate his attribute hearts, all would be well. But once he did, Ishui would be overwhelmed. With Jiao Du's vast experience as a shadow-level ninja, he would surely discover the flaw in this technique and escape the domain. Placing Ishui at a disadvantage, in the original work, Jiao Du's ninjutsu capability was rated at 10. With a crash, Jiao Du discarded the shattered heart, yet remained remarkably calm. Why did this brat impose a jutsu barrier on me? Afraid I would flee? No, that cannot be right. He lacks the power to kill me. After gaining the upper hand, he should be the one to escape. But why? His bloodline limits restriction cannot expand infinitely. Yes, that is it. He fears I might escape his domain. Hee, I see now, little brat. You are being overly clever. Your domain range cannot be vast, can it? You impose this restriction because you fear I might exit your control. Little brat, you are too clever for your own good. However, those who are overly clever often end up harming themselves. Had it not been for your binding, I might still be lost. But now, secret technique, earthly grievance. Jiao Du released the 3 hearts he had collected. Point 1 had been damaged in the earlier attack, but now, with his own heart included, he had a total of 4. Is that so? But how do you intend to escape my bindings? Furthermore, within this domain, you cannot release any jutsu. Soon enough, you may meet your end at the hands of my lightning jutsu, Ishui said nonchalantly, though internally astonished. Indeed, Jiao Du was a shadow-level ninja, a veteran who had survived encounters with Senju Hashirama. Haha, do you know what these are? Jiao Du boasted. They are hearts I have seized from other ninjas. Under my secret technique, they retain the chakra attributes of their original bodies. Although I cannot use ninjutsu, I can sacrifice 1 heart for survival, abandoning a pawn to save the king. Wind release, pressure damage. The compressed, high-density tornado struck Ishui's lightning binding pillars. The wind's properties reached their zenith, forming a vortex that erupted violently, devastating the surrounding land and trees. In that instant, Jiao Du and his 2 hearts moved beyond the domain's limits, the wind attribute heart turning to ash due to the explosive release of chakra. Ishui had no choice but to escape the wind's range. Damn it, I am at a disadvantage. I never expected Jiao Du's combat experience to be so formidable, willing to destroy a heart to turn the tide. Truly, shadow-level warriors are no easy opponents. Now I must flee, but I am unwilling to retreat so soon. Little brat, it is unwise to daydream in battle. Fire release. Fireball. Jiao Du's voice echoed, accompanied by a tsunami of flames. The small fireball that landed before Ishui instantly expanded, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Fortunately, his wind attribute heart had already been damaged. Otherwise, in conjunction with the wind release, this fire-based ninjutsu would have been even more powerful. Ishui narrowly dodged the fire release attack, but was still caught in the explosion, his clothing bearing scorch marks, and his face reddened from debris struck by the blast. The potency of ninjutsu wielded by shadow-level ninjas far surpassed that of their lower-ranked counterparts. Ugly, Shin, Mao, Zi, Hai, Yu, Ugly, Yu, Zi, In, Su, In, Zi, In, Si, Ugly, Wei, Si, Hai, Wei, Zi, Ren, Shin, Yu, Kin, Yu, Ugly, Wei, In, Si, Zi, Shin, Mao, Hai, Kin, Wei, Zi, Ugly, Shin, Yu, Ren, Zi, Hai, Yu, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Nico. Ishui swiftly completed the seals for this B-rank water release technique within 10 seconds. After advancing to Chunin, Ishui's Heavenly Eyes chakra recovery speed had dramatically increased, bolstering his confidence to continue fighting. The water on the ground, remnants of Ishui's earlier explosive water waves technique, had formed a small lake. However, much of it was evaporated due to Jiao Du's fire release. Ishui concentrated the remaining water, forming a massive water dragon that swirled toward Jiao Du's vicinity. See, water release. Water barrier, earth release, earth return. With multiple hearts at his disposal, Jiao Du simultaneously unleashed 2 defensive ninjutsu. Ishui's attack was thwarted. Yet, the true offensive lay hidden beneath this jutsu. Ishui swiftly maneuvered behind Jiao Du, exclaiming, "Lightning release. False darkness. You are far too slow, little brat. Did you think I was unaware of your little tricks? Although I do not know why your chakra is so abundant, far exceeding that of a genin or chunin, your speed is lacking. Moreover, the penetrating lightning release. False darkness does not require a rear attack. It can easily pierce through my earth and water techniques to strike at me. Though the power may not be overwhelming at that moment, you possess many powerful jutsu, yet you fail to utilize them effectively. Do you not have anyone to guide your training? Ninjutsu exists to defeat enemies, yet you squander them haphazardly. Die fool." Jiao Du kicked Ishui away, his words dripping with sarcasm. Jiao Du pressed his advantage, delivering blows that left Ishui on the verge of collapse. Cough, cough. Ishui felt as though he were a mere jester, having believed he could vanquish the mighty Jiao Du, only to find himself on the brink of death. Was this his fate? He felt a surge of unwillingness. He had thought that by mastering the trajectory of the Naruto world, he could navigate smoothly through it, obtaining whatever he desired, be it wind or rain, and finding beautiful women at his feet. Yet, every powerful figure in Naruto had their own trump cards. Merely watching a few episodes of the anime did not grant one insight into all the characters, nor did it mean he could easily overpower them and become a hero, a genius. It turned out he was still trapped within an anime world. P.S. In the next chapter, the protagonist will unleash his full potential. The halo of his journey will activate, and the second phase of the bloodline limit, Heavenly Eye, will awaken. Infernal Demon descends. Chapter 20. Infernal Demon descends. What a helpless gaze. You could have one, wielding your extraordinary bloodline limit. Alas, Jiao Du looked down at the small brat, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Was such a gifted young ninja truly to perish at my hands? It is indeed the tragedy of the ninja world, where the old must send off the young. That a talent like yours, if nurtured within your village, could one day become another shadow-level powerhouse. Such a pity. What a pity. Ishui hurriedly inquired, as if grasping at a lifeline, but speaking too quickly caused him to cough up blood. What a pity that I deceived you. What a pity that you fell for it. Indeed, you made a mistake in applying your ninjutsu. But that was only in your final lightning technique. Your earlier performance was nothing short of genius, akin to a classic case from a ninja textbook. Had I not possessed several hearts, perhaps I would have been slain by you. Yet it was your lack of battlefield experience that allowed me to easily breach your psychological defenses. Otherwise, even if you could not overpower me, you could have escaped, if I'm not mistaken. This is likely your first time killing someone, and your mental state has yet to stabilize. Jiao Du's tone dripped with mockery. You deceived me. It was not my use of ninjutsu that caused this. One water furiously exclaimed, yes, haha, anger. A ninja must serve as an emotionless tool. Yet here you are, stirred by the guilt of having taken a few lives. How utterly foolish. Kakuza laughed heartily, adding, and on the battlefield, never trust a word spoken by your enemy. It's all mere deception. No, I vehemently disagree. A ninja is not a tool. How can an emotionless ninja be considered human? One water passionately resisted Kakuzu's assertions. TCH, this is the brutal world of ninjas. You are incredibly naive. Allow me to end your pitiful existence, you foolish child. Ninjas exist solely as tools. Kakuzu struggled to comprehend one water's perspective. Him. Ninjas were inherently tools devoid of emotion. How ridiculous. This foolish boy, I cannot die. There are important things I must protect. One water fought desperately to rise. Humph. You're merely delaying the inevitable. Perish, you Navi brat, Kakuzu declared, stomping one water down and drawing a shuriken to strike at his throat. At that moment, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. One water's third eye ignited with dark red flames. I refuse to perish at the hands of someone like you. I will survive to tell you that ninjas require emotions. One water, fueled by an unknown strength, seized Kakuzu's foot and hurled him away. Cough. You little brat. Where did you find such power? Kakuzu exclaimed as he crashed into several trees before coming to a halt. What kind of strength is this? It rivals even the tailed beasts. Heavenly Eye. Infernal demon descends. One water shouted fiercely. An extraordinary scene unfolded as dark red flames enveloped his entire being, transforming him into an infernal demon. Clad in a fiery armor, towering at 15 meters high, the most terrifying aspect was that anything within half a meter of him simply vanished, incinerated to ashes in an instant by the searing heat. What in the world is this? Kakuzu felt an unprecedented panic, greater than when facing Senju Hashirama. This must be his bloodline limit. What a formidable ability. I should not have underestimated this child. How unfortunate. I provoked his wrath at this rate. My remaining 2 hearts might be doomed, perhaps even my life. Infernal demon, purgatory, slash. One water, seething with rage, clenched his right hand skyward, summoning a colossal sword made of flames that appeared in the hands of the fiery giant. With a sweeping motion towards Kakuzu's direction, the immense sword obliterated everything in its path, turning it to ash. Trees were uprooted by the explosive force, creating a massive pit approximately 10 meters long, 5 meters deep and 1 meter wide. The bottom lay 2 shattered masks, while Kakuzu had long since vanished. Suddenly, the flaming giant dissipated, and one water at the center appeared dazed and weakened, gradually collapsing as darkness reclaimed the surroundings. Cough, cough, coughed. I didn't expect that I would sustain severe injuries despite losing 2 hearts. The young ones will surely mock me upon my return. Damn those Konoha brats. They're all monsters. I'm tempted to curse them. Just when I thought I was done for, I unleashed a final burst of power. How infuriating. I must hurry back. Otherwise, any ninja could easily end my life in this perilous state. Kakuzu emerged from the underbrush, his clothing charred and mostly destroyed. With each cautious step, Kakuzu surveyed his surroundings, aware that a moment's inattention could cost him his life. After a grueling half-day of travel, he finally reached a barrier of a base. Verifying his identity to gain entry to that point, he could no longer hold on and collapsed unceremoniously. Well, if it isn't Uncle Kakuzu, why do you resemble a dead dog? Deidara mockingly remarked upon seeing the fallen Kaku. Silence. Do you wish to meet your end? Your head seems quite valuable. Had I not been injured, I would have claimed it for a bounty, Kakuzu retorted angrily, irritated by the disrespect shown by the younger generation. Now, Kakuzu, didn't I send you out to gather some subordinates? How did you end up in such a state? Who besides our organization and the 5 Kage could have inflicted such wounds on you? Pain inquired. Everyone fell silent. To be honest, it was a child under 10 years old, Kakuzu replied, seething with indignation and a hint of shame on his face. What? Everyone, including Pain, was taken aback. Which ninja village does he belong to? Pain asked. Konoha, damn it. Konoha has produced some monsters. His name is Kamizuki Ichijui. Itachi, do you know him? Kakuzu directed his question at Uchiha Itachi. That I know a bit. He is said to be a descendant of the divine bloodline. After his village was destroyed, he joined the Hyuga clan in Konoha. I never imagined he would grow to such a degree. Back when I was in the village, I hardly paid him any mind. Itachi mused, astonished. That child once said, without understanding the nature of weakness, one cannot comprehend the essence of strength that I never anticipated he would reach this point. He is not far behind me. Sasuke, my brother, you must grow quickly. Well, can you briefly elaborate on the specifics? Pain prompted. Actually, that child wasn't initially that powerful. It's my fault for provoking him. Just as I was about to kill him, I foolishly remarked, ninjas must serve as emotionless tools. Yet you're troubled by guilt, overtaking a few lives? How utterly foolish. After that, he inexplicably unleashed an immense power, Manifesting a terrifying flame giant approximately 15 meters tall, he struck me with a giant sword formed of flames. And I ended up like this. Had I not sacrificed 2 hearts, I would have been reduced to ashes. He audaciously claimed that ninjas need emotions. You tell me, is he not a fool? Ninjas are ninjas. What need have they for emotions? It's infuriating to be taught a lesson by a mere child. Am I wrong? But ninjas exist as tools, Kakuzu lamented. Everyone hesitated, pondering the question, do ninjas truly require emotions? Enough of this idle speculation. Kakuzu, please analyze his abilities for everyone. It would be prudent to have a strategy should we encounter him in the future. Pain interrupted their contemplation. Fine, but this child is exceedingly strange. I will share what I can deduce, that he possesses a bloodline limit with a third eye located in the center of his forehead. Currently, 2 known stages exist. One at the first stage resembles the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The eye is white and can create a chakra-sealing domain centered around the user with a radius of around 15 meters. Within this area, no ninja, regardless of their level, can perform ninjutsu of the 5 basic elements. Otherwise, their chakra will revolt violently. The stronger the ninjutsu, the greater the backlash. Chakra revolt can lead to an explosion within the body, potentially killing anyone who attempts to use a B-rank jutsu or higher. However, it has weaknesses. Jinjutsu, secret techniques, and bloodline limits are unaffected, and leaving the domain restores normalcy. Point 2. The second stage grants inhuman power. The third eye transforms, becoming red and emanating dark red flames, allowing him to summon a flame giant enveloped in a red chakra. This giant can execute the skill Infernal Demon Purgatory Slash, which is immensely powerful and simultaneously immobilizes the target, making evasion impossible. One can only resist. I fell victim to this very technique. Additionally, I suspect his bloodline limit allows him to gradually restore chakra during battle. Being a child, no matter how talented, he cannot recklessly expend chakra without concern. His chakra levels are comparable to that of a Jainin. Kakuzu, ever the cunning strategist, provided a detailed analysis of the combat capabilities. It seems this individual is a potential colossal threat. Should he mature, it could become troublesome. This bloodline limit is extraordinarily formidable. If developed further, it could rival the Rinnegan. Perhaps the legends hold some truth after all. The Heavenly Eye. This is indeed a ninja with tremendous potential. Kakuzu, do you think there's a possibility of recruiting him? Pain inquired. Tio, speak frankly. This child is fundamentally different from us. I cannot fathom how he became a ninja if he believes that ninjas require emotions. Even if we were to recruit him, he would undoubtedly become a hindrance, Kakuzu replied, waving his hand in resignation. Very well. If that is the case, should you encounter him in the future, those capable should eliminate him without hesitation. However, do not overly concern yourselves. He is not yet a significant threat. Let us focus on the grand mission of developing our organization. Once we reach a certain level, we will seize control of the entire ninja world. Pain stated calmly. Chapter 21. The appearing of the perverted sage. Upon hearing the resounding noise emanating from the jungle, Jiraiya hastened towards the battlefield. As he traversed the terrain, he suddenly felt an overwhelming, thunderous roar. Glancing skyward, he beheld a monstrous entity, materialized as dark red flames, the intensity of which was palpable even from 10 miles away. Was it the Nine Tails? No, that was not the case. The flames of the Nine Tails were imbued with malevolence, whereas this fire exuded an aura of annihilation. Who could be engaged in such a fierce confrontation that it would produce such a cacophony? This world is indeed replete with formidable beings. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe from a closer vantage point and gather intelligence. That be why the time Jiraiya arrived at the epicenter of the battlefield, the conflict had already concluded. Kakuzu had long since fled, leaving behind a solitary figure lying despondently on the ground. A Konoha headband. This child possesses such formidable power. Indeed, that flame was emitted by him. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be around 8 or 9 years of age. Could he be the offspring of Minato and Kushina, Naruto? No, that does not seem likely. There are no seals of the Nine Tails upon him. Has another prodigy emerged in Konoha after several years of absence? Konoha truly is a breeding ground for exceptional talent. Orochimaru, Gado, the illustrious Konoha 8, Konoha's Golden Flash, Blood Red Pepper, White Fang, Orange Water, Green Sprout, Azure Beast, Purple Twilight, and Crimson Sunset, Kakashi Guy, and so forth. That it has come to my attention that the recent genius of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, has allegedly annihilated his entire clan and defected. This is likely yet another scheme orchestrated by Konoha's elite. The ambitions of the Uchiha are indeed grandiose, though I do not know this boy. Since he is a Konoha ninja, I must aid him that he must be in this state due to overexertion from forbidden techniques, and the enemy has fled in fear. What an extraordinary child. Jiraiya scooped up the boy and proceeded swiftly. Ahaha! This is delightful. Let us have another. The lecherous Jiraiya had ventured into a brothel, placing the boy aside and indulging himself with two women, reveling in the carefree atmosphere. My lord, who is this child? Bringing him here at such a tender age, do you intend for him to become a little lecher as well? He is quite handsome for a little rascal, one of the women inquired seductively. Ah! Jiraiya could only respond with hearty laughter, continuing to flirt with the women. Ugh! The boy, Izui, gradually awoke, actually stirred by the noise. Observing the scene before him, he exclaimed, "This is a brothel. What? Wasn't I in the jungle? How did I end up here? Yo, little brat, you're awake. Thanks for the hospitality. You ladies may leave now. I'm done playing. Please bring some food and drinks. I'm famished." Jiraiya noted that the boy had roused and dismissed the two women beside him. How rude. Those women left quite reluctantly. Izui thought to himself, but he gazed at the middle-aged man before him, who donned a forehead protector emblazoned with the words oil, and whose white hair framed his face. Two red lines adorned his eyes, extending down to his chin. I senti this the perverted sage Jiraiya. How did he end up here, and why did he save me? Shouldn't I be thanking him? Haha, I rescued you from the jungle, sparing you from being devoured by wild beasts. Your reward is your wallet. Haha, I didn't expect you to have such wealth. Little brat, it's been ages since I've enjoyed myself this much. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. What? You took my money. Izui could no longer contain his outrage. You scoundrel. I worked tirelessly on those D-rank missions to earn that hard-earned money, and you squander it so recklessly. Little brat. Are you courting death? I could be your grandfather. How dare you refer to yourself as this lord? Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Jiraiya playfully rapped Izui on the head. You spent my money, and you still have the audacity to feel justified. And remember, I have no parents. Izui retorted, clutching his head. Jiraiya fell silent, realizing this boy might be yet another tragic figure akin to Orochimaru. If not guided properly, this child could potentially become another Orochimaru. The political climate in the village is truly disheartening. The food arrived, and a server presented several plates and 2 jugs of sake. Little brat, consider this a loan for me. Eat up. I'd like to chat afterward, Jiraiya said with a grin. Fine, you lecherous fiend. Izui begrudgingly began to eat. What choice did he have? That scoundrel had already spent his money. After their meal, Jiraiya led Izui to a secluded grove. Hog. Inu, Torisu, Ushi, summoning technique. Behold the legendary sage of Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya has arrived. Wow, little brat, isn't it impressive? Jiraiya commenced his unique performance, summoning the toad, Bunta. I've never heard of you, Izui retorted, attempting to undermine him. Jiraiya was momentarily disheartened by Izui's words, sprawled atop Bunta. The legendary ninja capable of summoning enormous toads is none other than Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin. I've heard tales of your exploits. It's truly a stroke of luck to meet you today, Izui exclaimed, elated to encounter such a legendary figure. What a dull little brat. You know me. By the way, what is your name, and who are your parents? I might be acquainted with them, Jiraiya inquired, hopping off Bunta. I am not originally from Konoha. I hail from a village called Tenshi no Mura, situated at the intersection of the fire and water countries. However, it was destroyed by the rogue ninjas of the mist, led by Zabuza. Ultimately, at the behest of my only remaining relative, my grandfather, I joined Konoha. Currently, I reside temporarily with the Hyuga clan as a son-in-law of the main family. I had ventured out to escort a merchant convoy from the river country, intending to visit the ruins of my village, but unfortunately encountered someone claiming to be from the Akatsuki, named Kakazu, who insisted I join his organization. I refused, And the rest is history, Ishui recounted slowly, sorrow evident in his eyes. The mist has not yet seen the end of me. I will have my revenge for the death of my only kin. A descendant of the heavenly gods, this little brat is quite remarkable, Bunta exclaimed in astonishment. What? Bunta, you know, Jiraiya queried in response. There are records in our clan. This lineage has existed since before the world was formed. I never expected it to survive until now. It should not have reemerged. But it has. I must return and inform the elder. By the way, little brat, what stage is your heavenly eye at? Bunta asked. The second stage that I was still far from achieving it, but during my battle with Kakuvi yesterday, I activated the second stage, Ishui replied. Jiraiya, I must take my leave. This matter is of great significance. The elder underestimated the situation. I never anticipated that a genius would emerge from a clan destined for destruction. The course of the world is bound to change from this moment forth, Bunta declared solemnly before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Kakuzu, I can't believe you encountered him. He is still alive. Little brat, you're fortunate. How did you defeat that old scoundrel? Jiraiya inquired. Actually, Kakuzu had already bested me, and I was prepared to surrender. However, he uttered a phrase that ignited my fury. While escorting the merchant convoy, I had slain a band of mountain thieves, which disturbed my mental state. I never imagined the world of ninjas could be so cruel. Yet, I firmly believe that the ninja world has a future. Such heinous slaughter will ultimately be vanquished by justice. The world of ninjas is one filled with flesh and blood, brimming with emotions. But that scoundrel Kakuzu had the audacity to claim that ninjas are mere tools devoid of feelings. I could not bear to perish at the hands of someone so devoid of conviction. In the end, my bloodline limit evolved to a higher level, and I utilized a secret technique to defeat him. However, the cost of such a powerful secret technique exceeded my limits, which is why I collapsed and subsequently encountered you. Ishui recounted in detail. Your perspective is astute. For a ninja, how one lives is inconsequential. What truly matters is how one dies. Individuals like Kakuzu represent a profound tragedy, living their entire lives merely as tools. The world of ninjas is rife with hatred and enmity that I firmly believe that one day we will reach an era where people genuinely understand one another, and ninjas will become vibrant, living beings. With that, Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Ishui's hair. A ninja's worth is not measured by the number of techniques mastered, but by an unwavering resolve to persevere. Forge ahead steadfastly, never wavering from your vows, and possess the determination to never give up. Hold fast to your beliefs, and you shall become a great ninja, just as you are capable of defeating formidable foes like Kaku. Indeed, I believe that the era of mutual understanding among ninjas will dawn, and a thriving world of ninjas, filled with life and emotion, will flourish out of course. I cannot accomplish this monumental task alone. With the collective efforts of the third Hokage, you, Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and many others, we will surely realize this ideal. Undeterred by hardship, we shall bravely forge ahead. Even amidst thousands, I shall march forth. The glorious era of ninjas will arrive in our generation, Jiraiya-sensei. You must live to witness it. Awada stood up, raising his right hand toward the heavens in a gesture of victory, celebrating his success. Is that so? I will keep an eye on you, little one. And you too, my Ahiko. The youth like you, with the vigor of the sun, shall inherit the future. It seems my concerns were unfounded. He is certainly not a person like Orochimaru. He chuckled. Indeed, I believe that ninjas are a flesh and blood community, not mere tools of triviality. Speaking of which, we are out of money, Jiraiya-senpai. The sun is setting. Let us rest here, and you should go hunt, considering you squandered all our money on women, you lecherous sage, Awada retorted. Tisich, you little brat. You are quite unendearing. Forcing this sage to hunt. You show no respect for your elders. Never mind, your body is not fully healed yet. I shall go instead. How frustrating, Jiraiya shouted, abandoning all semblance of decorum. After Jiraiya ventured out to hunt, Awada focused intently on studying his bloodline limit, realizing that evolving to the second stage seemed significantly more powerful. Chapter 22. The ruins of the heavenly village from his third eye. A water discovered that the second stage of flame contained the following 3 secret techniques. 1. Mastery of flames. Passive, no casting required, automatically attains a fire attribute physique, enhances comprehension of flames, grants immunity to 50 of fire release damage, and reduces the chakra cost for casting fire attribute ninjutsu by 50, while enhancing its effects by 50.2. Body of flames. Active, requires hand seals. Inshin Inzicho. Completed within 1 second. Lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown of 1 minute transforms the body into one composed of flames, granting immunity to physical damage, fire release damage, and 20 immunity to other attribute damage, while enhancing fire release by 100.3. Descent of the Flame Demon. Secret technique summons a giant composed of flames, initiated by mental prowess. The stronger the mind, the mightier the flame giant. The energy sustaining the flames is drawn from the natural world, and the summoned flame giant will convert all organic matter within a half-meter radius into its own energy source, rendering it invincible within that range. Any entity entering will be transformed into flame's energy. The flame giant possesses 3 secret techniques. 1. Flame Demon Purgatory Slash. Summons a colossal flame blade to strike enemies. Upon activation, it locks onto the target, making evasion impossible. 2. Flame Demon Bloodthirsty Kill. Summons a fire dragon to attack enemies. The blood spilled will nourish the dragon, growing stronger with the more blood shed. 3. Magma Hell. Converts the ground within 100 meters of itself into molten lava exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. The capabilities of the second stage are immensely powerful compared to the first. However, a water lamented that he could not recklessly utilize the third technique, Descent of the Flame Demon. Once used, he would be unable to perform any ninjutsu for an entire day. And the chakra required for the 3 formidable techniques is enormous. Although the flame giant does not require chakra, these techniques do. The third technique in particular is suited for vast battlefields and would likely require a water to possess shadow-level chakra before it could be utilized. The first 2 techniques are not particularly extraordinary, yet the third, along with its 3 formidable techniques, rivals the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan techniques. Now a water felt a surge of confidence. If the second stage is this monstrous, one could only imagine the horror of the subsequent 5 stages. However, it is not yet time to become complacent. These skills are merely relatively threatening in the presence of those powerful individuals. A ninja cannot rely solely on these abilities to secure victory. "Hey, kid, look what I've got!" Jiraiya exclaimed, returning with a creature, a roe deer. "Its meat is quite delectable that you'll want to have some. I have a bit of salt on me." What a wonderful night! Awater was pleasantly surprised that Jiraiya had managed to find a roe deer, a rare creature in the forest, in his previous life. Awater had savored roe deer meat a few times. It was indeed delightful. Now, regarding our next journey, I wish to visit the ruins of the heavenly village to erect a tombstone for its people, who perished protecting me at the hands of the mist. Among them were the elderly, the middle-aged, the youthful, and even younger siblings than myself. They committed no wrongs, Awater spoke, choking back tears. Without them, perhaps I would not have survived. And among them was my only family in this life, my grandfather. Indeed, the deceased are gone, but the living must strive to thrive. That it is good to pay a visit. Moreover, it is vital to eradicate the hatred within the ninja world. Jiraiya comforted him. "Now, I understand the reason for my arrival in this world. It must be to forge a better ninja realm. Everyone is striving for the prosperity of this world, and I too shall do my utmost." Awater declared with newfound confidence that, how delightful. "Come, kid, enjoy this exquisite grilled meat from the Toad Sage. Consider it repayment." Jiraiya chuckled mischievously. "What? I shall devour it all." "You scoundrel sage," Awater exclaimed, joining the feast with fervor, knowing this was the fruit of his hard-earned money. The night passed in silence, the wind whispering softly. Upon awakening the next day, Awater found the lecherous sage still asleep, truly a lazybones. "Well, you continue your slumber. I must be off. The new year approaches, and if I delay too long, I might miss it. Today is the 21st of November, year 56 of Konoha. Only 9 days remain until the new year. Lecherous sage, I must leave now. We shall meet again, but do not pilfer my money next time." You lack a girlfriend to care for you, while I do. Being broke is simply unacceptable, a water called out to the still slumbering Jiraiya. Setting off, he aimed for the ruins of the heavenly village. When a water arrived at the site, he found no signs of life. Bones littered the ground, clothing corroded beyond recognition, rendering it impossible to discern age or gender. A water dug a massive grave to inter the remains and erected a large gravestone inscribed with Tomb of the Villagers of the Heavenly Village, erected by Kamikaze a water. He bowed 3 times before the stone, saying, "Rest in peace, that I shall carry forth the legacy of the Heavenly Village. May you all journey well, grandfather of this lifetime. You may go in peace. Though I have never met you, I will strengthen the bloodline of the Heavenly Clan and revive our lineage. I shall personally eliminate that scoundrel, Zabuza." Next, he sought the secrets of the Heavenly Clan. How a water arrived at the former shrine of the Heavenly Clan, which had been rummaged through multiple times. Fortunately, the ground remained intact. According to a water's memory, the shrine concealed a summoning array, and any damage would render it unusable, causing all secrets to be lost to history. He picked up a metal vessel, fetched some water from a nearby stream, and pricked his finger to let a drop of his blood, approximately 100 milliliters, fall into the clear water. Mixing the blood, he poured it onto the shrine's floor. Eye of Heaven, secret technique, blood calling, summoning technique. Gradually, a wooden box emerged from the ground. Opening it, a water discovered 3 scrolls, each quite large, labeled Secret, Beast, and Forbidden. Upon opening the secret scroll, he found powerful heavenly techniques and detailed descriptions of the Eye of Heaven. But it only extended to the 3rd stage, indicating that no one in the history of the Heavenly Clan had reached beyond that stage. This scroll also contained records of techniques for evolving other bloodline limits. After examining it closely, a water used fire release, which he automatically possessed after evolving to the 2nd stage, to incinerate it. Opening the beast scroll, a water was astonished to find a summoning contract for a ninja beast, specifically a wyvern, a dragon with wings. Anything associated with dragons is extraordinary. He signed a contract, realizing he was the first to do so, as no one had signed before him. Upon opening the forbidden scroll, he found it filled with various forbidden techniques, some requiring the sacrifice of soul. These techniques were immensely powerful, with time and space manipulation being common, even capable of creating another dimension. A water memorized all these forbidden techniques before incinerating them. Such knowledge could not fall into the hands of others. Finally, only a contract scroll remained. A water quickly made his way to an open area, excitement coursing through him at the thought of summoning a ninja beast. A dragon. I now have a powerful ally. I was considering signing with a toad, but now I need not that ancient Inzicho. Summoning technique? With a boom, a red dragon over 10 meters long materialized, sporting massive wings and spewing flames. Who dares summon me? Laxus. Reveal yourself. The fire dragon roared. It is I, the bearer of the Eye of Heaven. Kamikaze, a stream of water swiftly flashed before the fire dragon and proudly declared, "You, ha brat, why not let me roast you for dinner? You dare summon me? How laughable! Bring out your master, or I shall not hold back." The fire dragon chuckled, its voice resonating like rolling thunder. The heaven's flame. The stream of water had no choice but to reveal its bloodline limit. What? Already at the 2nd stage. Not bad, kid. However, the Lord of Demons has been dead for many years. Even if his descendants awaken their bloodline, it is futile unless you can defeat Laxus. Otherwise, I shall not serve as your beast. Just a mere fire dragon that my 2nd stage completely counters you, ancient Izucho flame body. Water dragon bulu. The stream of water resolved to teach the fire dragon a lesson. The water dragon, formed from chakra, coiled around the fire dragon, biting into its flesh, alas, being but a mere imitation of a true dragon. It was soon dissipated by the fire dragon's counterattack, leaving not a single scratch on the fire dragon's tough hide. How dare you, little brat, attack Lord Laxus? I shall devour you, the fire dragon roared, spewing flames that reduced the surrounding trees to ashes. However, when the flames reached the stream of water, there was no sound. Had it been reduced to ash in an instant? Certainly not. The stream of water had transformed its body into the flame body, which, as previously mentioned, was a corporeal form composed of flames, rendering it immune to physical damage and fire damage, with a 20 immunity to other attribute damage and a 100 enhancement to fire release. Thus, the fire dragon's assault was utterly ineffective, and the stream of water's abilities thoroughly countered this fire dragon. Fortuitously, it was merely a fire dragon. Had it been another type, the stream of water might have faced great difficulty. What in the world? Oh, I remember now. Isn't that the flame body? I'm astonished you have already mastered it. Very well, I shall agree to be your beast, but do not get too cocky if next time you summon something else. You will be in trouble, ha. Aside from me, there are many other elemental dragons and physical dragons. However, kid, you're quite impressive having mastered the flame body so swiftly. Our dragon clan has always dwelled in the depths of the abyss, never having set foot on the surface. The environment here is simply magnificent. Oh, not send me back just yet. I wish to take in the sights and perhaps catch some food. Laxus had no choice but to agree to be the stream of water's beast, for they had never been to the surface and were enchanted by its offerings. It was said that the food above ground was delectably sweet. The earlier encounter had merely been a test of the little brat's abilities. However, the awakening of the eye of the heaven relied entirely on the soul. This kid's soul energy was immense, having already reached the second stage, comparable to the Lord of Demons of yore. Perhaps he might be the next Demon Lord. Chapter 23. Ambush of Roots. The food on the surface is exquisite. Hurry, help me roast some meat and see how much I have caught. Laxus was utterly satisfied. The delectable meats of the surface were abundant, a veritable paradise compared to the depths of the abyss. His dragon life was perfect. Once he returned, those fellows would surely envy him. Especially that wretched brute, the black dragon. You haven't slaughtered all the cattle nearby, have you? The stream of water's eyes widened as it gazed at Laxus, who had four claws gripping the tails of 6 wild buffalo. Having caught them effortlessly, and you want me to help you roast them? Is this what I've been training my chakra for? No, there are plenty of these. I merely caught a few at random. I shall roast them myself. With a single breath of fire, I can cook them all. Laxus piled the wild buffalo together, then unleashed a torrent of flames. In no time, the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. My heavens, this is a tad extravagant. Who could possibly afford to feed such a glutton? No wonder you have always lived in the depths. If you all came to the surface, you'd consume everything in sight. The stream of water exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, yum. This meal is simply sumptuous. Perhaps I should stay a few more days. You are my boss now, starting today. Laxus patted his belly, reveling in the good life and reluctant to return. Very well, but you can only stay for 1 day at most. With you flying about, you'd frighten everyone. By the way, can you carry someone? The stream of water inquired that if Laxus could fly with a passenger. It would save the trouble of walking back to the leaf village. I can, but only you, boss. I have my dignity, and I refuse to let anyone else ride me, unless it's for delicious food. Laxus replied shamelessly, All right, I shall guide you. Let us be on our way. The stream of water leaped on Laxus's head, directing him toward the leaf village. Hold on tight, boss. We are departing, Laxus announced, soaring into the sky and diving into the clouds at breakneck speed. At first, the stream of water nearly toppled off Laxus's head, but quickly concentrated chakra in its feet, adhering to Laxus's skin. Laxus's flight relied not solely on its dragon wings. Those wings served primarily for balance. Laxus flew with incredible speed, akin to a fighter jet among flying beasts. Moreover, whenever he spotted large flying birds, he would roast them mid-flight, his attention divided. This lack of focus nearly caused the stream of water to tumble off repeatedly. After a few reprimands, Laxus claimed it was merely to hone the stream of water's chakra skills. Ultimately, the stream of water had to threaten to send Laxus back before the latter finally settled down to fly steadily. Laxus was quite clever, aware that once they reached the leaf village, the stream of water would send him back. Thus, he frequently took detours or slowed down, consuming over a ton of meat daily. A true glutton. Even with Laxus deliberately decreasing his flight speed, they still arrived near the leaf village by the 3rd day. Laxus, you may return now. There are battles to be fought. I shall summon you when needed. The stream of water said to Laxus. Huh? That sounds like the end of the world. Boss, can I stay just one more day? Please. Laxus protested, utterly unwilling to leave, for these past few days had been heavenly. The food above was far more delicious than anything from the depths of the abyss. No, you are too large. You would scare everyone. You must go back, the stream of water replied helplessly. What? This is terrible. If only I had learned transformation techniques. It's all my fault for being lazy. Fine, I shall return to learn some secret arts. Next time, boss, you won't have to send me back. I can transform into a smaller size. Laxus lamented, regretting his laziness in not learning the arts that the elders insisted he study. He could only breathe fire, but not even the simplest transformation technique. Wait, you can transform? Hurry back and learn, or you might just find yourself replaced next time. Who knows what luck you might have? If another dragon is summoned, you will remain below, the stream of water admonished. Humph, it's only meet if you had summoned another dragon. You'd be in trouble long ago. I won't shy away from telling you that among dragons my age, I am the weakest. If it weren't for my innate breath, I would have been devoured by other dragons long ago. So, you should hope for my return, Laxus retorted before dissipating into a puff of white smoke. So that's why it surrendered so quickly. It's merely a glutton in appearance. Yet it holds some truth. If it had been another dragon, I would have been beaten to a pulp. The stream of water shook its head and walked toward the leaf village. Its strength remained insufficient, despite having reached the second stage. It was merely an additional method. The third secret technique of the second stage was impossible to execute on the battlefield. Even with powerful techniques, the energy of chakra was lacking, excluding its bloodline limit. Its overall strength was comparable to that of an average nin, able to observe but unable to partake in true battle. The stream of water had only managed to defeat Kakuzu, an elite ninja, by relying on its bloodline limit. Once it executed the Inferno Demon Purgatory Slash, it would lose all its strength. If Kakuzu were to return, it would undoubtedly be easily dispatched. Reflecting on this now sent a shiver down its spine. Had it not been for Jiraiya's timely intervention, even the most mundane creature could have taken its life. Swish, swish. Who goes there? A stream of commotion erupted from the thicket nearby, raising suspicions in Ishue's mind. Who would dare to ambush a ninja from the hidden leaf village in such proximity? Could there be someone in the village harboring ill intentions toward me? Ah, sharp observation, young one, that if you possess a modicum of wisdom. Accompany us, for our superior holds you in high regard. At a cadre of cloaked figures emerged from the underbrush, their forehead protectors concealed, the majority being youthful, led by a man in his 20s. Humph, do you think I will simply walk away at your command? How brazen! Besides, this is the vicinity of the hidden leaf village. Should you engage me in battle, the commotion could easily alert the village's ninjas. Ishue replied calmly, "Oh, you truly believe you can withstand their arrival? Such confidence borders on arrogance. It's impressive for one of your age to attain the rank of Chunin or even Jonin, but you are but one against 5 of us, with 2 Jonin and 3 Chunin among our ranks. Are you certain you can slip away from us?" The leader sneered. "That remains to be seen. One must test their limits. Heavenly Eye. Sealing domain." Ishue initiated the conflict, invoking his domain Dada. "So this is your bloodline limit? While we have gathered some information about you, I must commend you. Your bloodline limit is indeed remarkable. However, we are not the inept fools of the village. Let us conclude this swiftly. Everyone, disperse and exit his domain. Number 1, engage in taijutsu with me. The rest, combine ninjutsu attacks." The leader swiftly coordinated his team. It appeared they were accustomed to such encounters, complicating matters for Ishue. Currently, he could not summon his ninja beasts. Should an unruly one appear, the situation would worsen. Humph. What are you contemplating? Shadow Leaf Dance. Ninjutsu attack. The leader in number 1 executed Leaf Village Taijutsu with remarkable speed, catching Ishue off guard. Sushinuin. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Siwushan Hai Wuin. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Siwushan Hai Wuin. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. The remaining 3 unleashed a barrage of fire attacks upon the fallen Ishue, who faced immense destruction from the flames. He dead. Too fragile. Isn't he? TCH, just a kid. Number 1 remarked, "No, look, it's a substitution technique," the leader acknowledged. "Look out, Sichimauin, water release. Great waterfall technique, Siwumao, water release. Water prison technique. You can't escape, kid." Another ninja, donning a dog-headed mask, emerged, revealing yet another jonin in ambush. "How many enemies are there?" "Ah, Danzo, I will not rest until I confront you. Just wait. You had better not let me escape, or I shall return 1,000-fold." With no option left, Yi Shui resolved to fight back. Hoping a ninja from the Leaf would come to his aid, gambling his life on this desperate tactic. Infernal Demon. The coming of flames, Yi Shui finally unleashed his ultimate technique, a colossal fire giant bursting forth, shattering the water prison and forcing the dog-masked ninja back. Chapter 24. Magma held the sky blazed crimson as the enormous fire giant towered over 10 meters high, visible from a mile away in the Hidden Leaf village. "This is bad. Our plan has failed, and we have drawn the attention of the Hokage. This kid is truly formidable. With the arrival of my teammates, we should be able to eliminate him, but we must try. Or Danzo will be displeased upon our return," the dog-masked ninja sighed. "What? Another monster? Last time it was the Nine Tails. What kind of beast is this?" The villagers gasped, their fear of the previous incident with the Nine Tails still fresh in their minds. All Chunin and above were mobilized, and the third Hokage quickly arrived at the village gates. "What is happening? What conclusions has the reconnaissance team drawn? Who is causing this disturbance?" The third inquired sternly. Reporting to the third Hokage, "Our observations indicate this is not a beast, but a fire giant formed from flames. Approximately a mile from the village, a group of 5 unidentified ninjas is engaged in battle with a single child. That fire giant was conjured by him, identified as Kamizuki Ishui, a genin dispatched from the village to escort a merchant convoy. However, among the attackers is an Umbu member," a sweating shinobi from the reconnaissance team reported. "Damn it, Danzo, your ambitions are too great. I have been far too lenient with you, sending Umbu to target a mere genin. Yet this kid's strength has evidently increased. His bloodline limit is extraordinary," the third contemplated. Gesturing to Kakashi and Guy to assess the situation. "Best stand clear. Your attacks are futile against me now. The entire Hidden Leaf has been stirred. Even if you were to kill me upon your return, Danzo would choose to eliminate you to maintain peace. Should you be captured by the approaching ninjas, there will be no turning back. That I advise you to cease this futile endeavor. We are all ninjas of the Leaf. Must we resort to slaughtering one another?" Ishui, enveloped in the flames of a giant, addressed the 5 ninjas, his suppressed rage nearing eruption. "So you know who seeks to capture you. That makes it all the more imperative we do not let you escape. Although Lord Danzo commanded we bring you back alive, without a resolve to kill you, we may very well perish. Furthermore, your technique cannot last indefinitely, and given your current state, each use depletes a significant amount of chakra. I can assure you, we have long since abandoned any concept of life. We exist merely as tools to fulfill Lord Danzo's ambitions. Even death will not halt our advance." The dog-masked man spoke coldly. "They must have all been cursed by Danzo. How infuriating. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique." "You are mistaken. You hold no winning odds should I eliminate you all. Even if I collapse from chakra exhaustion, I will soon receive assistance from the rescuing ninjas. Are you prepared to face the wrath of the abyss? Then let the death feast begin. Summon Magma Hell." With a sinister smile, Ishui unleashed the most formidable group-killing secret technique of the infernal demon's descent, immediately draining an immense quantity of chakra and spiritual energy, while also plundering a substantial amount of life energy from his own corporeal form. A series of furious roars from the molten rock reverberated from beneath the earth, causing the ground within a 100-meter radius of the flame giant to rapidly fracture, sending the 5 assassins present into a state of panic. In the next moment, a torrent of lava surged forth from below, instantaneously transforming several assassins into mere blood, which soon evaporated into nothingness. The temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius was palpable even to those far away in Konoha, who could feel its faint warmth in the breeze. The flora and fauna in proximity to the molten region were all charred to cinders. Seizing the opportunity while his body still functioned, Ishui gradually extricated himself from the lava zone. Otherwise, Once the flame giant dissipated, his fate would be sealed. Even with the advancement to the second stage and possessing the passive technique of flame mastery, which grants immunity to 50 of fire-based damage, surviving the molten onslaught was an impossible feat for Yi Shui. This technique was a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon both himself and his adversaries. No sooner had he stepped out of the lava zone than he collapsed. His mental and physical faculties, along with his chakra, severely depleted. The forced utilization of the lava hell technique had drained him completely, extracting unrefined cellular energy from his body. It was likely that Yi Shui would be unable to engage in training for quite some time, let alone employ any ninjutsu. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Shortly after Yi Shui slipped into unconsciousness, Kakashi and Guy swiftly arrived at the scene, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the molten landscape before them, where bubbling lava relentlessly churned towards the heavens, showcasing its extraordinary might. It would likely take over 10 days for this magma to dissipate, as it required the natural elements to gradually temper its heat. Without the support of subterranean energy, the lava would struggle to persist. Kakashi, this is beyond imagination. This child is indeed a terrifying anomaly. If he can wield such power at will, not even an army of shadow-level shinobi would suffice. Guy remarked with awe, "Impossible! Look at this child. His vitality is nearly extinguished. All chakra and spiritual energy have been completely expended. Without proper recuperation, he may never again walk the path of a shinobi. Even if he manages to recover, it could take a year and a half before he can live a normal shinobi life. Training would be out of the question. I wonder what kind of enemy he faced to resort to such forbidden techniques." Kakashi sighed. "I said a ninja from our village. This child surely has not erred in any way. So why would members of the Umbu intervene? It appears even the third Hokage is unaware, which is quite peculiar." Guy pondered, his nerves always on edge, rarely delving deeper into such matters. As possible its Rudes involvement. After all, back in the day, Itachi was also invited to stay with them. Kakashi responded in a barely audible voice, before hoisting Yi Shui into his arms. Kakashi and Guy made their way back to the village's entrance, carrying the unconscious Yi Shui. Upon seeing Yi Shui, the third Hokage bore an expression of grim realization, briefly inquiring about the situation before instructing Kakashi to take Yi Shui to the Konoha hospital. Subsequently, he commanded the Umbu to seal off the entire lava zone, prohibiting anyone from approaching, and summoned all high-ranking officials of the village to a conference room. "Third Hokage, I demand an explanation." The medical staff indicated that Yi Shui may never awaken. "This incident has incited the wrath of the Hyuga clan. We have made tremendous contributions to the village, yet we are met with such treatment." Hizashi protested before everyone. "Hizashi, do not be agitated. The facts are yet to be clarified. The assailants have been eliminated by the lava, leaving only one unconscious attacker. The interrogation department is currently verifying the details." Mito stated in an attempt to pacify him. Danzo, can you not refrain from your antics? Hizashi, I share your anger regarding this matter. Some individuals within the village have been employing underhanded tactics. Danzo, what is your perspective on this affair?" The third Hokage inquired, directed at the nonchalant Danzo, that "I believe this child, Shimu Yi Shui, poses a significant danger and should either be sealed or executed. Uncontrolled power must be eradicated," Danzo remarked coolly. "What?" Everyone reacted with disbelief at Danzo's exaggerated response, perceiving it as a mere pretext to covet the bloodline limit. "I can assure you that this child poses no threat to Konoha. He underwent a memory examination upon his arrival, and he is now a member of the Hyuga clan. We must not hastily suspect others. If you doubt everyone, will you not end up slaughtering all?" The third Hokage's fury erupted. "Sarutobi, do not become overly agitated. It is detrimental to your health." Danzo was merely momentarily confused. Danzo apologized to the Hyuga clan leader. "Let this matter pass, that we are all part of Konoha, so why create animosity?" Kaharu interjected, attempting to mediate. "Humph." Danzo silently exited the conference room, leaving the atmosphere tense and uncomfortable. "Danzo has this temperament. Sarutobi, do not dwell on it too much," Kaharu said, attempting to console him. The Umbu's influence is no longer suitable for Danzo. Let his be withdrawn, retaining only root. I have done all I can. From now on, the will be under the Hokage's command, the third Hokage declared, taking a puff from his cigarette. Very well. Let it be so. Hisashi, do not worry excessively. Sarutobi has ensured that the medical team is monitoring Ishui's condition closely. He is improving, though still in a state of unconsciousness, Mito reassured. Hisashi reluctantly accepted this, aware that it would not significantly diminish Danzo's influence. This was merely a warning to Danzo not to overstep his bounds. And it was evident that Ishui had survived the worst. He would be unable to train for 6 months. Gazing at the terrifying lava pool outside the village, Hisashi felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated Ishui would possess such strength. Though it came at a substantial cost, it served as a deterrent, a warning from the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage was equally pleased, having reclaimed the from Danzo. His faction's power had significantly increased, preventing Danzo from orchestrating any major schemes in the future, while the two advisors gradually adopted a neutral stance. Chapter 25. Bloodstains optimized Stricken. Please awaken. Let us train in taijutsu together. Did you not promise to protect me for all eternity? Yet here you lie. If you do not awaken, I shall harbor a lifelong resentment towards you, Hinata lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the unconscious Ishui. Indeed, I am utterly useless. Having lost the support of Stricken, I find myself at a loss for what to do that I have not changed at all. I thought that with Stricken's encouragement, I could become strong. Yet I remain so fragile. Will he ever awaken? How many days has it been? When will he rise? Standing outside the medical ward, Hisashi inquired of a medical staff member. How long has it been? It has been 7 days. The energy within this child's body is nearly depleted. If he does not awaken today, the prognosis may be grim. The medical personnel hesitated, clearly indicating the dire situation. What do you mean by grim? With a furrowed brow, Rizu inquired. Based on our observations since the child was brought in, we have made every effort to restore his physical needs, and his life fluctuations have returned to normal. However, he remains unresponsive. Therefore, we conclude that this child must have employed a rather severe forbidden technique, one that has drained his mental energy. The reason he has not perished is due to a strong belief sustaining him. Yet, as time elapses, this belief will inevitably dissipate. Thus, if he does not awaken by tonight, it would be best to relinquish hope. The medical staff remarked, no, he cannot remain in slumber forever. I have faith in him. Please, I implore you, save him, Hinata exclaimed, rushing out to grasp the sleeve of a medical worker in desperation. Alas, we have exerted all our efforts. The medical personnel replied helplessly, if Lord Steelhand were here. Surely there would be a solution. But it is unfortunate that we do not know her whereabouts. Sobbing, Hinata returned to Ishui's bedside, feeling as though she had lost her anchor, collapsing onto him and weeping profusely. Rizu, too, felt a sense of helplessness, never anticipating the situation would deteriorate so severely. What a pity for this talented youth. He had hoped to leverage Ishui's abilities to elevate the Hyuga clan's bloodline to greater heights. Although Ishui's primary value in Rizu's eyes lay in his capabilities, the time spent together had fostered some genuine affection. Such a shame that in the afternoon, Sasuke and Naruto came to visit Ishui. Hey, water brat, why are you still asleep? If you keep this up, don't be surprised if I surpass you, you rascal. You've made so many people worry for you that I may despise you, but you always act so self-assured. As if you know everything. Did you not once claim that we share a similar fate? I've survived. Don't you dare slip away. You still seek vengeance, do you not? If you remain like this. You'll never fulfill that hope. You idiot. Sasuke looked at the still unconscious Ishui. A faint sadness etched on his face. He had never imagined things would come to this. Must we endure such wretched experiences? Wake up soon. I wish to spar with you. Though I may not yet match your strength, I will strive to surpass you. Not let me down. Indeed, indeed. Although I detest self-proclaimed geniuses like you and that stinky Sasuke. You are the first to acknowledge my existence. I've taken a step forward, and next, I will have more people recognize me that I aspire to become the greatest Hokage in history that I will show you. Uzumaki Naruto, even if I am at the bottom, I will work hard to become Hokage. You scoundrel, wake up. Don't let more people worry for you. You are fortunate to have so many who care, Hinata. Sasuke, Sakura, and Grandfather Third. If you do not awaken, you will disappoint far too many, Naruto exclaimed, unexpectedly slapping Izui's face. Sasuke and Hinata stood dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this how you wake someone up? Such a brutal method. If he doesn't wake up, you'll have knocked him out again. Gradually, Izui began to open his eyes. It turned out that Naruto's protagonist aura had once again worked wonders, despite the many calls. He had remained unresponsive, yet Naruto's slap had miraculously roused him. One could not deny this was indeed a miracle. Dear readers, please do not attempt this. Do not strike your unconscious friends or family. You lack the protagonist's aura. What the? This idiot Sasuke just gave Naruto a harsh kick. This fool is far too impulsive, but it seems to have had some effect. Izui has actually awakened. Izui, Hinata joyfully threw herself onto him, her tear-stained eyes now shining with delight. Coughed, I heard everything you said, but alas, I could not emerge from the mental realm. I couldn't find my way back. Thanks to Naruto's slap, I finally saw the light and awakened. Thank you, Naruto. Aside from you, no one else would have done such a thing. You are truly the most unexpected ninja in Konoha. Indeed, you are a fool, and I was right about you, Izui managed to utter with great effort. Haha. I knew I was the most useful. Naruto chuckled, patting his own head. It felt rather pleasant to be called useful for the first time, even if it ended with a couple of insults. And Sasuke, let me tell you, you are not at all charming. How dare you call me water trash in front of my girlfriend? You are truly insufferable. And by the way, you are quite weak now. Of course, you are still a tad stronger than useless Naruto, Izui teased, grinning at Sasuke. You bastard, I'll kill you. Sasuke's temper flared. This water brat was utterly unappealing. What? I am useless. Naruto shot back angrily. He had just thought Sasuke was rather impressive. Only to see his true colors now. What a jerk. Hinata's face instantly flushed red. Haha. Young people are indeed full of vitality. It is truly enviable, the third Hokage remarked as he entered the room. I knew this little fellow would awaken. Grandfather Third. You are here too. Are you here to check on this guy? Naruto greeted the third Hokage. Yes, I'm quite furious about the attack on your return to the village. I have warned some individuals. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to speak. Although I am old, I still possess some influence. Consider it an expression of my apology. The third Hokage replied in a conciliatory tone. There's nothing. I understand you're quite busy every day, so some slip-ups are inevitable. Moreover, I have not suffered any losses, just a slight overexertion of mental energy. If I were to make a request, it would be for some fire release jutsu scrolls, as my bloodline has advanced, thanks to the pressure from those attackers. Perhaps I should thank them for providing such a rare trial that I believe my strength has increased. And my bloodline now possesses fire attributes. Izui explained that. That's so. No problem. I will have someone deliver them to Rizu shortly. You can review them directly upon your return. However, remember that it is better to master a few jutsu thoroughly than to know many superficially. Each technique has its purpose, and when utilized well, it can become extremely advantageous. The third Hokage stated seriously before exiting the room. Indeed, he has grown stronger. Only by battling more foes can one become increasingly powerful. I too shall succeed. I must strive harder, Sasuke thought. Thus, after Izui awakened, he was discharged from the hospital a week later, though he was still prohibited from training. According to the medical staff, he could not engage in any physical or ninjutsu for 6 months. Upon his discharge on January 5, 57th year of Konoha, Izui realized he had been in a coma for such an extended period that he had missed celebrating the new year. What a pity. However, upon his return, he and Hinata decided to celebrate the new year anew, marking Izui's discharge and the fact that they had both aged another year. Now they were both 9 years old. With 3 years remaining until Naruto and the others graduated, it was imperative to prepare early, to bolster their strength in anticipation of confronting formidable adversaries. Half a year later, Izui resumed his usual routine of training and completing missions. Steadily accumulating strength, on January 1, 60th year of Konoha, at the Hyuga estate, since Izui had regained his health, he had been training diligently. His efficiency in completing tasks had markedly improved in July of the 58th year. He was officially promoted to Chunin, and in August of the 59th year, he ascended to Special Jonin. His name had become well known in Konoha, and he had gained a modest reputation in the ninja world. Other major ninja villages had also caught wind of Konoha's emergence of another prodigy. However, as Izui had not undertaken many high-level missions, he had yet to earn the recognition of powerful ninjas. This was part of Izui's strategy, to undertake only moderately difficult tasks to mask his talent and strength, allowing him to accumulate quietly and surprise everyone later. Only Hinata, Rizu, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Guy, who frequently interacted with Izui, were aware of his true capabilities. After Izui's discharge, Sasuke and Naruto seemed to have gone mad with determination, training harder than ever. Sasuke's strength had improved slightly beyond the original storyline, while Naruto, the less perceptive fool, had only made slight advancements in physical skills and still struggled with body flicker technique. It remained a source of vexation for Kakashi. When Izui was promoted to Special Jonin, the third Hokage had suggested he join the Umbu, but Izui had firmly rejected the idea, stating that he despised darkness, he loathed the notion of a clandestine life, and had written in his personal profile upon becoming a genin that he detested darkness. He was a person who walked in the light. Darkness only repulsed him. Such was his character. Now, Hinata was already 12 years old, and Izui resolved to optimize her bloodline on this very day. January 1st of the 60th year of Konoha. Izui, are you ready? Shall we begin? As the sun set, Nikiashi spoke to the figure seated at the tea table. It's time. Please, dismiss all unnecessary onlookers. Can the other 4 jonin be relied upon? My esteemed father-in-law. Aisui inquired, aware that this secret technique required 5 jonin to maintain a stable barrier without any errors. There is no cause for concern. They are all elders of the clan. No outsiders involved. To what extent can we optimize this? Aisui, Nikiashi asked with palpable excitement. At the very least, we can eliminate the restriction on utilizing advanced ninjutsu, allowing for its unrestricted use. Aisui replied calmly. Is that so? That is simply splendid. The only flaw of the Byakugan has been its inability to wield advanced ninjutsu. Overcoming this limitation would indeed be formidable. Nikiashi expressed his delight. Let us proceed. I shall summon Hinata. She should be ready by now, Aisui stated, making his way towards Hinata's room. Chapter 26. Optimizing the Byakugan. Hinata. Are you prepared? We are about to commence. Do not worry. There will be no danger. Unless you lack faith in me, Aisui announced from outside Hinata's door. I am ready. How could I not be? I have complete faith in you. Stricken. Let us go, Hinata replied, stepping out and linking her arm with his. The two made their way to a clearing where Nikiashi awaited. Upon seeing Aisui and Hinata arrive, Nikiashi revealed a living stone slab at his feet, unveiling a secret passage. The 3 of them entered, and at the end, Nikiashi sealed the slab once more. After traversing the secret pathway, they entered a stone chamber specifically constructed for the optimization of Hinata's bloodline, a task that required considerable effort. Inside the chamber, 4 elders awaited, all sharing the distinctive feature of white eyes, undoubtedly the elders of the Hyuga clan. Now, I shall outline the matters at hand. Everyone, please listen attentively. While I acknowledge that we are all my elders here, I hope that for Hinata's sake, you will heed my commands. First, these 5 vials containing my blood, my esteemed father-in-law, and the 4 elders. Please take them, Aisui declared, extracting 5 glass vials filled with his blood from his ninja pouch. Nikiashi and the unnamed elders accepted them one by one. Please, spread out. I must prepare to set up the barrier, allowing ample space. Secret technique, 5-element rotation formation. A massive surge of chakra energy erupted from Aisui, causing 5 energy pillars composed of chakra to rise from the stone floor, each manifesting the attributes of fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. The chakra forming the pillars materializing into a tangible form. The onlookers, aside from Aisui and Hinata, displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Shortly, Hinata and I will enter the formation together, but I request my father-in-law and the 4 elders to take their positions on each pillar to sustain the energy required for the chakra pillars. Everyone present is quite adept at chakra control. It is imperative that the elemental chakra pillars remain intact. Within the pillars, Hinata and I will delve into the spiritual realm. When the 5 pillars suddenly descend to the ground, you must promptly pour the blood I have given you onto the pillars. This is of utmost importance. The moment Hinata and I establish a connection with our souls, the 5 pillars will infuse my blood into Hinata's body, initiating the optimization of her bloodline. Isui concluded as he and Hinata stepped into the formation. Once inside, Isui instructed Hinata to sit facing him and close her eyes. The instant their eyes shut, they entered a peculiar space devoid of anything but darkness. Hinata, attune yourself to the legacy of our bloodline and seek it within this space. Our task will be complete. Fear not, for time here does not count in the real world. Even if we spend a year here, nothing outside will change. However, this method of bloodline optimization bears a significant flaw. If we cannot locate the position of your bloodline's legacy, we shall remain trapped here indefinitely. Thus, whether we linger for a century or a millennium, escape will be impossible. In this place, we will experience the terrifying length of time. Yet, leaving is not unattainable. Once you step out, you may never return. Isui imparted to the ethereal Hinata, but I cannot sense anything. What should I do? I am aware of my frailty and my tendency to retreat. I have strived to transform myself, and it is your support, Stricken, that has instilled confidence in me. Hinata's vulnerabilities were laid bare in this space, and Aishue's words only deepened her trepidation. No, Hinata, you are mistaken. Confidence is not bestowed by others. It is cultivated within oneself. It appears I have been so engrossed in my training that I overlooked your true feelings. However, I believe you possess your own confidence. If it relies solely on others, you become a mere puppet, akin to my previous state of unconsciousness. You must understand that even if I, Shinmu Isui, were to perish, I would still watch over you, accompanying you throughout your life. You must carry my spirit and live on. Isui grasped Hinata's shoulders earnestly. But when one dies, does everything not cease to exist? Hinata queried. Not at all. My grandfather died to save me, and all the villagers of the village of heaven sacrificed themselves for my sake. Therefore, I shall bear their efforts and live on. The world of ninjas is one filled with blood and flesh. The deaths of loved ones and comrades are but a natural occurrence. Yet, we must carry their essence with us and strive to thrive. In doing so, we will grow stronger. Isui asserted with determination that I seem to grasp it now. Believing in one's own power, a power rooted in love, friendship, and familial bonds, is the true strength of a ninja. As long as we possess these, we will be imbued with vigor. I trust you because you, Hinata, embody genuine emotions. Timidity and cowardice are merely constructs of our own making. Destiny is not predetermined. Those who seize opportunities are those who gain extraordinary power. Isui inspired. You believe in me because I possess true feelings? Indeed, Aishuin, the reason you awakened from your coma was due to my tears, Sasuke's curses, and Naruto's impulsiveness. We bestowed upon you strength, and in turn, you found confidence. Your love for me is what has given me confidence, not merely your presence. I finally understand. True ninjas are those who possess emotions. This is your ninja way, and it is also mine. Hinata realized, awakening to the truth that only those with emotions could harness genuine power as ninjas. Yes, the world of ninjas is one of flesh and blood, not mere tools, even in our fear and frailty. When we possess emotions, we become immensely powerful. This is my ninja way, and I intend to prove it to everyone in the ninja world. Ninjas must live with emotions, for in having emotions, we gain formidable strength. Because we possess emotions, we shall no longer be timid, Isui declared, embracing Hinata. Hinata, you are my wellspring of love. Were it not for your unwavering vigil at my bedside, I might have long surrendered the will to live. It is your love that has granted me life. Yes, I can feel the legacy of my bloodline within me. It is never hidden away, always watching over me. I have found the belief in my existence. Hinata exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. I have finally changed, she added with a smile. Let us depart. The future will be ever brighter. Together, we shall create it, my beloved, Aisui replied tenderly. In the next moment, Aisui and Hinata opened their eyes within the formation. However, Nikiashi and the others perceived it as merely a blink. Yet the descending chakra attribute pillars signaled the conclusion of their endeavor. Following Aishui's instructions, they promptly poured the blood from their vials onto the pillars. Completely engulfing them, the chakra attribute pillars reached the same level as the ground. 5 distinct colored rings shot into Hinata's eyes. Hinata did not feel pain. Rather, she experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort. As if a certain restraint within her being had been dissolved, Aishui's complexion suddenly turned pale, his body swaying precariously. Had he not maintained his physical training, he likely would have collapsed. The soul energy expended in the optimization was substantial. Yet Aisui also reaped rewards. The 3rd stage of his bloodline limit was on the verge of unlocking. That feels wonderful. Aishuken, what is wrong? Are you all right? Hinata inquired with concern as she gazed at him. I am fine. It is just a bit taxing that I merely need to rest for a night. Your bloodline optimization has succeeded, hasn't it? Aisui responded with a smile. Indeed, Aisui. How did it go? Was it successful? Nikiashi approached. Accompanied by the 4 Hyuga elders, equally elated that it was a success. My Byakugan is now flawless, and I can utilize ninjutsu. The rest will depend on my gradual development. I firmly believe I can unlock formidable Byakugan techniques and become a powerful ninja. Hinata was brimming with confidence, not merely due to the optimization of her bloodline limit. Hayashi gazed at his daughter before him, feeling that from this moment onward, she was no longer the timid and weak child he once knew. That unwavering, self-assured gaze left him momentarily spellbound. This truly my Hinata. She has finally transformed herself. It seems the bloodline enhancement has been remarkably successful. Hinata might even become a ninja more formidable than I am. Here, take this chakra paper and test your chakra attributes. I will guide you in ninjutsu training. He handed Hinata a piece of white paper. Hinata placed the chakra paper in her hand and gradually infused it with her chakra. Upon withdrawing her hand, she discovered the paper was damp and, astonishingly, had split down the middle, revealing a dual affinity for wind and water. Quite impressive. Hinata possesses a dual affinity for wind and water. Truly remarkable. In Konoha, there are not many ninjas with dual attributes. Henceforth, Hinata, in addition to training your taijutsu daily, you must also study ninjutsu. I shall mentor you. Although my strength may not be exceptionally high, I can still assist you in your ninjutsu training. But this must remain a secret. It is your hidden card, and a ninja must always keep a hand in reserve. Aisui said with a smile. Hinata nodded. Subsequently, the group exited the secret chamber. The basement was not an ideal environment, and remaining there for too long would not be beneficial. Hayashi and several elders appeared exceedingly pleased, for with Hinata's lineage, the Hyuga clan's bloodline would be forever transformed, now stronger than before. The Hyuga clan, capable of using ninjutsu, could no longer be regarded as it once was. Chapter 27. The mission of the Land of Waves begins. Konoha, March of the 60th year. Hey Sasuke, you graduated. You must grow quickly. You are lagging far behind me. By the way, you still have that arrogant expression. Naruto remarked, noting the cool demeanor of Sasuke standing nearby. This guy really enjoys putting on a fade. TCH, what are you doing here, Water? Aren't you always busy with missions? How do you have time to come here? Or are you nostalgic for school days? I haven't seen you in years. I heard you've already been promoted to Chunin. Let us have a match. Sasuke looked at the boy of the same age before him, feeling powerless, just like his brother, another genius. The gap between them was widening. Didn't I tell you not to call me Water? I'm only here to see Hinata. Besides, your information network is rather poor. I was promoted to Special Jonin last year, although I still have a distance to cover before becoming a full Jonin. It isn't far off that I wouldn't want to spar with a genin like you. That would be embarrassing. However, Sasuke, you have great potential to grow stronger. You just lack guidance. After graduation, if you follow Jonin Captain, you must work hard. Aisui stated what? Special Jonin? How can this be? Am I really that inadequate? Sasuke replied, feeling disheartened. No, your current abilities are on par with an average Chunin. You merely lack experience. The gap between us is not as vast as you think. Also, regarding your bloodline limit, You need to develop it quickly. My strength has significantly increased in part due to my bloodline limit. The Sharingan, one of the three great ocular jutsu, is incredibly powerful. Consider your brother. His growth is inseparable from his eyes. You possess that potential too, perhaps even surpassing him. Therefore, face the trials of life and death to uncover your true talents. Once you possess considerable strength, I will seek you out. Isui spoke earnestly. Yes, that's so. I understand. Just wait. I won't let you bask in your triumph for too long. Sasuke replied with determination. Indeed, the lack of experience in battle and the trials of life and death have rendered my school life far too tranquil. Brother, just wait. I will personally bring you down. Well then, farewell. I have a date with Hinata. Isui said as he took Hinata's small hand, truly a fortunate soul. That night, Isui was suddenly summoned by the third Hokage. It turned out that Naruto had stolen forbidden jutsu scrolls from the village. It seemed that events from the original story were unfolding once more. That fool Naruto had been deceived by Mizuki. Third Hokage, I believe Naruto wouldn't act so impulsively. Someone must have incited him. Naruto has always yearned for the recognition of the villagers, and I can empathize with him. Having no parents, he desires acceptance. And although he may not be the brightest, I believe he will become a great ninja, and no one has ever paid him heed. Naruto is a remarkably resilient individual, and I have already acknowledged him. I hope you will not blame him. Third Hokage, Isui said after waiting for everyone to leave. I understand. You should go rest now that I also believe that Naruto would not act in such a manner. The third Hokage said, taking a puff from his pipe. The outcome was evident. The touching scene from the anime replayed itself. Naruto delivered a well-deserved punishment to Mizuki, and Iruka finally recognized Naruto. Naruto had taken a significant step toward his aspiration of becoming Hokage, officially becoming a genin of Konoha. Isui had watched this plot unfold many times in his previous life, each time moved to tears. Uzumaki Naruto truly is an inspiring ninja, and experiencing the heartfelt emotions of ninjas in the world of Hokage has been Aishue's greatest reward. The following day, all Jonin and Special Jonin were summoned by the third Hokage to select team leaders for this year's graduating students from the Ninja Academy. Isui was naturally present. As the youngest Jonin in Konoha, he was not yet eligible to lead and guide Genin, merely playing a supporting role today. Is this the top student of this year? Kakashi inquired, glancing at the spying tool utilized by the third Hokage. Oh, I assent that, Sasuke. Both the genius and the underachiever have ended up in your team. Kakashi-senpai. You're in for some trouble. Isui commented with a chuckle. What a nuisance, Kakashi thought. After Kurenai took Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino from the class, Isui quietly followed behind. Kurenai, what a beauty. Isui mused, associating sensuality with her. When one thinks of allure, Kurenai comes to mind. Then there's Tsunade, merely a matter of time before she appears. Kurenai, having made her entrance first, garnered more support. The scant clothing she wore did little to conceal her captivating charm. Her ample bosom, curvaceous hips, delicate waist, enticing red lips, and blood-red eyes all displayed her stunning beauty. Someone else here. My bugs have informed me. Shino remarked coolly. Show yourself, Kurenai commanded. Don't be too tense, Kurenai-senpai. Is this your team, Genin? I've attended the Ninja Academy with them, so I thought I'd come by for a visit. No need to be angry. Isui stepped forward, and I heard that last year a newcomer was promoted to Special Jonin at the age of 11, breaking Kakashi's record for the youngest Jonin. It must be you. You're a truly remarkable 8 years old as a Genin, 10 as a Chunin, and 11 as a Jonin, with a 100 mission completion rate and numerous commendation from clients that I would love to spar with you. Kurenai said, though internally she felt a twinge of jealousy. This kid exudes a heavy killing intent. Though he tries to suppress it, it still escapes. Otherwise, Shino's bugs would not have sensed it. I suppose Akamaru and Kiba can sense it as well. I heard he is now part of the Hyuga clan, having married into it, likely due to Hinata. Well, Kurenai-senpai is quite formidable. I'm not inclined to spar with you just yet. Respecting my seniors is a duty for juniors. Isui waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? Then do not disturb me while I teach my students. Kurenai issued a clear dismissal. All right, farewell then. Hinata, work hard in your training, everyone. See you later. Isui swiftly used body flicker technique to depart. Kurenai-sensei, no way. That boy, who is about my age, is actually a jonin. Kiba exclaimed loudly after Isui had left. Kiba, do you not recall? Remember the first 2 years of school when he was tied for first place with Sasuke? We even witnessed his promotion to Genin. Hinata-chan is quite familiar with him. Shino reminded, "Do not be disheartened. Kiba, with diligent training, you too shall become a powerful ninja. In the ninja world, there will always be some geniuses. Their rapid growth comes from arduous training and life-and-death battles. Among the three of you, who will persist through years of relentless training and missions, I have heard that boy only sleeps for 6 hours a day, dedicating the rest to training. Hinata has lived with him and should understand him well." Hong sighed. "Indeed, Ichigen is a genius, yet he works exceptionally hard. There are moments when I find it difficult to persevere, and yet he continues his monotonous daily training. He is the most diligent person I have ever encountered," he once remarked. There are no born geniuses among ninjas. Genius is 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration. While inspiration is significant, without hard work and effort, one can never achieve success. Those without innate talent can surpass geniuses through relentless effort, while the unmotivated genius will ultimately become worthless, Hinata confidently declared. "Ichigen, rest assured, I will demonstrate my progress to you. Did you hear that, everyone?" Hong gazed at Hinata, considering her to be the strongest girl in this cohort. In May of the 60th year of Konoha, Kakashi's team accepted a C-rank escort mission to the Land of Waves. Ichizui casually took on a task as well, targeting an individual not far from the Land of Waves, Momochi Zabuza. Was the cycle of vengeance about to conclude? After completing his own mission, Ichizui hastened towards the Land of Waves. Eager to confront Zabuza personally, he sought to avenge all the villagers of Amekigur, including the grandfather he had never met. Without them, he would never have survived, and for that red-haired man who had protected him, everything was about to culminate. Following this, Ichizui would officially engage in the world of ninjas, battling the malevolent forces that plagued it. However, events diverged subtly from the original narrative. After Kakashi broke free from the water prison, he did not defeat Zabuza, as Zabuza had attained a power level comparable to that of a Quasi-Kage, having gained tremendous strength from the battle in Amekigur. When Ichizui arrived on the battlefield, Zabuza was locked in a standoff with Kakashi. Another little brat has come to meet his demise. Are all the kids from Konoha fools? Zabuza laughed heartily upon noticing Ichizui's sudden appearance, mocking him yet again. Kakashi-senpai, may I take him on? There exists a deep-seated hatred between us. Ichizui addressed Kakashi, ignoring Zabuza's laughter. What are you doing, you fool? He is a formidable opponent capable of matching Kakashi. Are you seeking death? Come back, Sasuke cautioned, aware of Ichizui's enmity towards Zabuza, yet feeling powerless against him. Could Ichizui withstand the challenge? Do not underestimate me. My years of hard work have been in preparation for this very day. Ichizui's body radiated an astonishing murderous intent, causing the water surface to churn with immense ripples. What? Zabuza was taken aback by the intensity of this young boy's aura. Such a fierce killing intent could not be merely conjured. It was born from the trials of life and death. Kakashi observed Ichizui, realizing that his relentless training was fueled by a desire for vengeance. Yet could he truly triumph over an elite rogue ninja like Zabuza? Chapter 28. The Demon of the Hidden Mist. Momochi Zabuza, what powerful killing intent. It rivals that of Kakashi-sensei. It's terrifying. I've never seen him display such an attitude. Has he changed, Ichizuken? Sakura pondered as she gazed at Ichizui standing upon the water. This is our mission. Please do not interfere, Kakashi urged Ichizui. If anything happens, Kakashi-senpai, I recall that your mission was classified as a C-rank task, which did not include engaging with rogue ninjas. Therefore, allow me to take action. I arrive here today with the conviction that it is either his death or mine. While he may be powerful, I am not weak either. Regardless of what transpires, please do not intervene. This battle is a matter of a ninja's honor. Ichizui stated calmly, his chakra coalescing into a palpable form at his surface. Very well, just be cautious, Kakashi conceded, stepping away from the water's edge to join Sakura and the others. Little brat, I do not recognize you. Do we share some profound enmity? Zabuza inquired 6 years ago. In a Mechagir, on a fateful morning, you led a team that invaded and slaughtered all the villagers, including my grandfather. I was the sole survivor. Come forth. Zabuza, after 6 years of harboring hatred, living in the shadows, unable to express my true feelings, I've only been able to strive harder and harder, surpassing myself through fiery trials. Now, I possess formidable strength. Though there is still a slight gap between us, it is but a hair's breadth. Come, do not hold back, or you will face the grim reaper. Ichijui proclaimed, his voice steady, as a gray energy began to materialize. This gray energy was the culmination of years of battles, a manifestation of his hatred towards enemies. I could see this moment. It surged forth. It was an illusion, a trap where one could easily lose themselves. Wandering amidst the curses of oneself and others, should one falter under its weight, they would meet their end. Among Zabuza's abilities, Jinjutsu was his weakest. Instantly, he was ensnared within his own mental realm, witnessing himself slaying all his classmates during the graduation exam, their specters encircling him, viciously gnawing at his soul, incessantly cursing him to descend into hell. Sensei, why isn't Zabuza moving? He looks utterly terrified. Naruto queried. It is Jinjutsu, and a high-level one at that. I never expected him to create such advanced illusions. What a genius, Kakashi remarked, observing Ichijui on the water's surface. Jinjutsu? Naruto asked. You fool. Jinjutsu is an essential skill for ninjas. Alongside ninjutsu and taijutsu, it disrupts the normal flow of an opponent's chakra, ensnaring them in a world of illusions to achieve its purpose. High-level Jinjutsu can even shatter a person's psyche in an instant, plunging them into a struggle for survival, Sakura explained. Truly, you are the girl I admire, Naruto praised. Such an idiot. That's common knowledge, Sasuke retorted, exasperated with Naruto. 5 minutes elapsed. Suddenly, Zabuza opened his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion pale, and his limbs weak. Clearly, he had suffered significant mental trauma. So this is the famed demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza. To think you could break free from such a mental illusion, impressive. However, the current situation is not in your favor. While I am eager to kill you, having completed numerous assassination missions, I am not a mere impulsive fool. Your confidence has surely dwindled, and you must be wondering just how powerful I have become. Your psyche is in ruins, and your combat ability has diminished significantly. You are calculating how long it will take to kill me and escape. Aren't you? Ichijui discerns Zabuza's thoughts with uncanny clarity. Zabuza felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. This brat is no simple opponent. How does he know my thoughts? Now you're thinking. This brat is no simple opponent. How does he know my thoughts? Am I right? Your world is now under my control. Zabuza, surrender. Rather than struggling in this perilous limbo, it would be better to embrace death, Ichijui sneered, casting yet another simple illusion upon Zabuza. Zabuza, unaware of this second illusion, was distracted by Ichijui's words. This was a battle of the mind. How do you know my thoughts, brat? Zabuza and Ichijui exclaimed in unison, that's not possible. I have escaped your illusion. You cannot know what is in my heart. They retorted simultaneously on the ground. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna were taken aback. Their synchronized speech was bewildering that a dual Jinjutsu. This child is truly a genius in terms of illusion alone. He rivals even Honk, Kakashi needed, his expression shifting, controlling the enemy's psyche. What a flawless strategy. Very well, little brat, allow me to show you me true prowess, they declared in unison. Shimi shimi. Water release. Water dragon jutsu. The two individuals simultaneously formed hand seals. In truth, Ichijui did not replicate Zabuza's jutsu. Upon closer observation, one would notice that Ichijui executed his seals 0.3 seconds slower than Zabuza. The reason he was able to utilize the same technique lay in his profound understanding of the water-style jutsu frequently employed by Zabuza. By analyzing the initial two hand seals of these techniques, he could swiftly deduce the water jutsu Zabuza intended to unleash. thereby slightly accelerating his own seal execution to match Zabuza's speed. To this, he added an illusion, vividly mimicking Zabuza's myriad movements and expressions, culminating in the extraordinary spectacle of two identical water dragons rising from the lake, only to vanish simultaneously, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. "How could you possibly know I would use the water dragon jutsu?" Both exclaimed in unison. "Remarkable! How did he achieve that?" Naruto inquired of Kakashi. Sasuke also turned his gaze toward Kakashi, although the battle scene was not grandiose. It was undeniably thrilling. Sakura was equally excited, having anticipated that Izui would recklessly charge into combat, yet he had surprised her with his tactical approach. Pay close attention, for your disparity in experience at such a young age is glaringly evident. Especially you, Naruto. Your combat experience is woefully insufficient, marked by impulsiveness. Though you have made some progress, it remains minimal. And Sasuke, among your peers, there are many who excel far beyond you, that if you wish to surpass them, you must exert greater effort. I am unaware of your usual training regimen, but the gap between your abilities and Izui's is vast. As for you, Sakura, your foundation is commendable, yet it appears you possess the weakest combat proficiency. Kakashi remarked, critiquing the trio in turn. Though he had discerned Izui's subtle maneuvers with his Sharingan, he remained astonished by Izui's mastery of psychological insight, demonstrating extraordinary combat experience and awareness that it cannot be. Both exclaimed simultaneously at Shimao, water release. Great waterfall technique. Again, they formed hand seals in unison, causing the entire lake to churn violently, sweeping away a vast expanse of trees on the shore. Kakashi and the others had long since taken cover, as the torrent of water raged on for an extended duration before subsiding. Once the lake's surface calmed, they surveyed the battlefield, which now featured only Zabuza, while Izui's whereabouts remained a mystery. He had likely been swept away by the water. Just a child, Zabuza thought, preparing to taunt Izui when a noise from behind captivated his attention. Lightning release. Thunder Totem Battle Axe. Izui unleashed a newly devised lightning jutsu, manifesting the lightning attribute as an enormous thunderous battle axe to strike down his foe. The colossal lightning axe crashed into Zabuza, the force of the impact causing blood to stream from his orifices, and he was hurled into the water. The axe's assault continued relentlessly, as water conducts electricity, enveloping the area surrounding Zabuza in ceaseless electric serpents. When the last of the lightning dissipated, a comatose Zabuza floated to the surface, having been rendered unconscious by Izui's lightning strike. Just as Izui brandished a kunai to finish Zabuza, two shurikens suddenly pierced into Zabuza's neck that, in a timely manner, Momochi Zabuza's comrade, Haku, appeared at his side. "He is already dead," Kakashi stated, also materializing beside Zabuza. "Thank you for your intervention. I have long sought the opportunity to definitively eliminate Zabuza," Haku remarked to Izui with an air of indifference, as if she had not just killed a man. "You are part of the Mist Village's assassination unit, aren't you?" Kakashi inquired. "You are quite astute," Haku replied. "Assassination unit?" Naruto questioned, perplexed. "How can you be unaware of the assassination unit? It was taught in school. The assassination unit specializes in eliminating rogue ninjas like Zabuza who escape from the village for various reasons. Their purpose is to prevent village secrets from leaking. It's common knowledge that you should study," Sakura interjected, clarifying Naruto's confusion. "Indeed, my mission is to track down rogue ninjas. I am a member of the Mist Assassination Unit," Haku affirmed. From her stature and voice, it was evident she was of similar age to Naruto and his friends. The assassination unit was no ordinary group of children, Kakashi thought. "Who exactly are you?" "I demand to know," Naruto shouted angrily at Haku from the lake's edge. "Rest assured, Naruto, she is not our enemy," Kakashi reassured him. "That's not what I'm asking. Zabuza was just killed by her. How could someone so formidable fall so easily to a child my age? Does that not make us fools? I cannot accept it. Even Izui exerted tremendous effort to render him unconscious," Naruto exclaimed, voicing his discontent. "I understand your disbelief. Yet it is indeed the truth. There are those younger than you who are more formidable than I," Kakashi remarked, glancing at Haku and Izui, before shifting his gaze to Sasuke. Humph, Sasuke muttered, slightly irked. Why are you looking at me? I am well aware of my own limitations. Haku hoisted Zabuza over her shoulder. Preparing to depart. Chapter 29. Naruto's battle on the bridge. Hey, you masked one. Zabuza is my trophy. Did I ever say you could take him? Izui called out to Haku as she began to carry Zabuza away. Haku lifted her masked gaze to Izui, realizing that this child was exceptionally formidable, perhaps even beyond her own capabilities. Izui, Zabuza is dead. Your vendetta has been satisfied. Do not meddle further, as it may incite the displeasure of the Mist Village. Kakashi said, exasperated. If the Mist is displeased, can they simply slaughter all the villagers of the village hidden in the sky? Kakashi-sensei, I bear the hopes of all my villagers. I must take Zabuza to honor their spirits. Is it too much to ask that this wish not be extinguished? I believe that ninjas exist in this world through their emotions, not merely as tools. It is our love, friendship, familial bonds, and myriad emotions that empower us. Izui declared passionately. All present stared at Izui in astonishment. Did ninjas truly require emotions? Although I cannot comprehend your feelings, Haku began, but Izui cut her off. You cannot understand. Do you not have someone dear to protect? What then is your purpose? I wish to protect my family, friends, and all the villagers of Konoha. To achieve this, I must demonstrate my ability to safeguard them. That is why I must eliminate Zabuza. I want the souls of the deceased villagers of the village hidden in the sky to know that I possess the power to protect them. Thus, anyone who dares to impede my path becomes my enemy. For the sake of protection, I can stand against the Mist Village. For the sake of protection, I can oppose every ninja in the world. That I must prove that ninjas are beings bound by emotions. Am I wrong? Izui shouted vehemently. You are not wrong, yet neither am I, Haku replied quietly, her heart heavy with emotion. Izui's words struck a chord within her, for saving Zabuza would mean severing the hope of a person and the expectations of the deceased villagers from the village hidden in the sky. Conversely, not saving him rendered her existence meaningless. She was merely a tool for Zabuza, bound to give everything for him. Izui, you speak truth, but you cannot act so impulsively. The peace we have in Konoha is hard won. Are you willing to jeopardize it? Instigating conflict with the Mist could easily escalate into war between nations. I must intervene, Kakashi stated, sympathizing with Izui's sentiments, yet recognizing the unavoidable reality. Kakashi-sensei, are you going to stop me? Izui asked calmly. Child of the Mist Assassination Unit, you should retreat. If he unleashes his full power, I would find it difficult to contend with him. Kakashi positioned himself defensively before Izui. I apologize. Haku swiftly executed a water body flicker to escape. Kakashi-sensei, why are you at odds with Izui? Naruto questioned, unable to grasp the complexities of the situation. Yet he understood that Izui's assertion was correct. It was the emotions of ninjas that made them stronger. Fool! If Izui interferes with the assassination unit's mission, it could easily incite animosity between two major ninja villages, leading to an imminent war, Sakura elucidated, hoping fervently for Izui to fulfill his wish, yet questioning why the ninja world was fraught with such inevitabilities. The hope lies before us, Kakashi. Have you not realized that the Mist Assassination Unit is, in fact, a ruse to obliterate evidence? One merely needs to sever Zabuza's head, yet she opted for a more complicated approach. Furthermore, I suspect Zabuza may not yet be dead. Some methods can temporarily halt a person's life. Izui lamented. What? Kakashi also came to a realization. Indeed, that little brat was somewhat peculiar. Kakashi, I'm not a fool to recklessly incite conflict between villages. Well, how should I put it? Forget it. Who am I to criticize you, considering you're my senior? Alas, yet another splendid opportunity has slipped away. Since your target is still alive, he is bound to appear once more. I shall accompany you all in waiting for him, said Izui. Kakashi, truly, was about to clarify that the white figure was a counterfeit, but he was abruptly interrupted, allowing White to seize the chance to escape using the body flicker technique. Aha! Kakashi could only chuckle innocently. TCH, even Kakashi-sensei makes mistakes, Naruto laughed heartily, only to receive a few explosive tags from Kakashi in response. Upon arriving at the Dasna residence, Kakashi took Naruto and the others to train. Izui had no choice but to follow along. Otherwise, Remaining at home would be rather dull. Kakashi was indeed teaching them how to climb trees. Sakura excelled in chakra control and completed the task effortlessly, while Sasuke, Naruto, and Izui struggled with their training, experiencing a rather disheartening struggle. Naruto and Sasuke spent about a week honing their chakra techniques for climbing trees, but Zabuza resurfaced, this time accompanied by several others. Having summoned all his subordinates, Kakashi-senpai, I'll leave the masked brat and the other ninjas to your team. Zabuza is mine to contend with, Izui stated to Kakashi. Very well, but do exercise caution. The enemy is already privy to your information. It would be rather unlikely for things to play out as they did last time, Kakashi advised. Well, last time I primarily relied on Jinjutsu. I still have plenty up my sleeve in other areas. So there is no need for concern. You should swiftly deal with your opponent, Izui replied nonchalantly, then directly confronted Zabuza. Hey, little brat, although you've grown rapidly, this time I won't allow you to revel in your victories. During our battle, I had White observe from the sidelines. She has already analyzed your abilities and strategies. First, your ability to mimic my movements simultaneously stems from the fact that after I emerged from your previous high-level Jinjutsu, you immediately followed up with a low-level 1.AT that time. My mental energy was severely depleted, which led to my oversight. Secondly, your capacity to execute the same ninjutsu as I do is due to your familiarity with the hand seals of water release techniques. After I performed the first two seals, you instantly understood my jutsu, then accelerated your hand seals during the subsequent process, achieving the effect of using the same ninjutsu as me simultaneously, coupled with the assistance of Jinjutsu. One could say you've reached the point of executing identical ninjutsu alongside me. To be frank, little brat, you're the most formidable one I have encountered. Even if White were to face you, her chances of victory would be slim. Although her bloodline limit is incredibly powerful, I recognized 6 years ago that your bloodline limit is also exceptionally formidable, perhaps even more so now. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not hold back. Even though your grandfather spared me, it does not mean I will show you the same mercy. We are both fighting against fate. After all, Zabuza had yet to engage in combat, but had already spoken extensively. Then let us commence. I shall give him my all. Heaven SI, White's sealing domain. Izui activated his domain. Now promoted to Jonin, his sealing range extended to a terrifying radius of 30 meters, a distance sufficient to instill fear in all. For a ninja, being unable to use ninjutsu within a 30-meter radius was nothing short of catastrophe. For Zabuza, it was an even greater calamity. A master of silent assassinations, being unable to employ the misconcealment technique was akin to a natural disaster. Zabuza soon realized he was entirely countered by his foe. Meanwhile, the battle with Kakashi and the others unfolded. Sasuke had engaged with White, but found himself at a disadvantage, as White had already unleashed the demonic mirroring ice crystals. Kakashi was entangled with 3 Chunin-level and 1 ordinary Jonin-level rogue ninjas, likely subordinates of Zabuza. These four collectively utilized the mist concealment technique, and Kakashi required some time to overcome them. Naruto, having just arrived at the battlefield, foolishly dashed into the demonic mirroring ice crystals. What an unpredictable fellow! Sakura, protecting Dasna, could only anxiously watch over Sasuke and Naruto as the battle intensified. It seems White has unleashed that technique. Those two little brats are your companions. Aren't they? They're as good as dead. Are you not concerned? Moreover, as soon as White has both hands free, she will join me in slaying you. As for Kakashi, my lovely subordinates have been instructed to delay him. If this continues, you may very well face total annihilation, Zabuza remarked to Izui, who maintained an expression devoid of emotion. Do not underestimate Naruto and the others. He is the most unpredictable ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, a veritable cockroach that cannot be killed. Sasuke is the top of his class, after all, a scion of the renowned Uchiha clan. Furthermore, do not underestimate Kakashi. Zabuza, perhaps you should be more worried about your subordinates. Izui retorted with a hint of sarcasm. That's so. Then let us observe, Zabuza replied, concern etched on his face. If this little brat spoke the truth, we might indeed face defeat. Sasuke successfully activated his Sharingan, gradually keeping pace with White's speed, fully utilizing the predictive capabilities of the Sharingan. White gazed at Sasuke, incredulous that this youth could discern her speed. Impossible. It must be a coincidence, she thought, yet he had just landed a hit on her. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she strategically shifted her focus to attack Naruto, resulting in a scenario akin to the original narrative, where Sasuke shielded Naruto from the strike. Honestly, you're always getting in the way, Sasuke remarked. You did it, Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, noticing the 1,000 needles on Sasuke's body, a testament to Sasuke's sacrifice. That Naruto's eyes widened with excitement. What kind of expression is that, you big idiot? Sasuke retorted. Why? Why would you protect me? How would I know? Why? I ask you why. Why would you protect me? Who asked you to meddle? Who knows? My body acted on its own. The foolish Sasuke finally succumbed and collapsed. Sasuke. Naruto rushed to support the fallen Sasuke. I absolutely cannot die before defeating that man who defeated my brother, but you must not die either. Sasuke lost consciousness. He's a ninja worthy of respect. This must be your first encounter with the death of a comrade. Right? This is the path of a ninja. White murmured that I absolutely detest you. Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails. No, this ominous chakra. Could it be that Naruto at this moment has unsealed it? No, the seal hasn't fully broken. But chakra is indeed leaking out. Fortunately, it hasn't completely unraveled. There is still time time to end this swiftly. Kakashi sensed the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails, his expression stricken with horror. What is this chakra? It feels ominous, Kakashi thought. No, he doesn't possess such formidable power. Who is it? Zabuza, astonished, felt the unusual chakra of the Nine Tails. It appears we hold the advantage now, since Naruto has unleashed his power. I too shall make my move. Izui, taken aback by the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails, realized its tremendous strength. Even a mere fraction emanating was immensely powerful, and surely the entire battlefield felt its presence. Chapter 30. The Demoness Path and Zabuza's Demise. All right. It seems Kakashi-senpai is furious. I shall no longer engage in this cold war with you. Let us determine the victor, Izui declared. Little brat, do not be too arrogant. Though I cannot employ ninjutsu, my taijutsu and swordsmanship are my strengths. Do not forget, I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the demon Zabuza Momochi, Zabuza said, drawing his executioner-s blade from behind. I have never feared taijutsu. The Byakugan has never backed down. Izui assumed his stance for gentle fist. Mere posturing. Observe my blade. Zabuza charged forth with his great sword. Indeed, Zabuza's speed was remarkable, and Izui found himself somewhat challenged, though it was merely a slight difficulty. Zabuza thought to himself, this little brat possesses decent taijutsu as well. Last time I only recognized his prowess in Jinjutsu. His ninjutsu is commendable, truly a genius, and now his taijutsu is impressive as well. But can he keep up if I accelerate further? Zabuza swiftly dodged and hurled a shuriken and kunai, then charged forward himself. Return to heaven. With a swift motion, Ishui unleashed the absolute defense of White Eyes, sending all shurikens, kunai, and the relentless assaults of Zabuza flying away. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already concluded his battle without even employing any jutsu, as Zabuza and his subordinates were simply no match for him. With the assistance of his Sharingan, he swiftly dispatched his foes. Naruto shattered the ice mirror of Haku, and the two were engaged in conversation. Sakura and Tazuna rushed towards the spot where Sasuke had fallen, and Kakashi joined them at Sasuke's side. Upon seeing Sasuke unconscious, Sakura burst into tears, while Kakashi, unaware of the true situation, feared that Haku had indeed killed Sasuke. Given the multitude of Sanbon embedded in his body, who could guarantee that there were no fatal wounds? Haku began to recount her origins and the circumstances under which she was taken in by Zabuza, expressing her willingness to serve as his tool. Now that she had failed, she felt there was no way left for her to survive, urging Naruto to end her life and thus conclude her painful existence. Zabuza, having been knocked down, struggled to rise, his body bearing significant injuries. Zabuza, all your subordinates have been defeated. Your time is running out. The hatred from 6 years ago will find its conclusion here today, and I shall embark on a new journey, Ishui proclaimed, feeling his spirit elevate. The thirst for vengeance was about to be quenched, and the obstacles that had impeded him were on the verge of annihilation. The third stage of his heavenly I was unlocked, and the purification of his soul propelled it to yet another level. "Humph, it's too early to rejoice," Zabuza retorted, astonished by Ishue's rising momentum and the apparent improvement in his strength. The boy was formidable. He must have been employing the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. How could he wield such a profound technique? Was it due to that eye on his forehead? "My jutsu has been sealed, reducing my power by half. If this continues, I will undoubtedly perish. You must realize that you have reached your limit. Without the ability to use jutsu, you no longer possess the strength to contend with me. Accept your fate, for you are currently within my Bagua domain." Gentle fist by 128 palms. Ishue pronounced calmly, "I in the midst of Ishue's battle." Even Kakashi and the others sensed the shift in power. Just as Naruto was about to finish Haku with a shuriken, she caught his hand with a swift motion. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I cannot die yet," Haku said, quickly forming hand seals to use the body flicker technique to escape. Kakashi was taken aback, wondering what her intentions were. Gentle fist by 128 palms. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Ishue advanced rapidly, delivering a fierce series of Bagua strikes upon Zabuza's form. But it was not Zabuza he struck. It was Haku. How had she come to this place? What were Kakashi and the others doing? Coughing profusely, Haku expelled a torrent of warm blood. Indeed, Ishue's palm techniques contain an immense amount of chakra. Attacking her 60 chakra points in quick succession, it was likely that her internal organs had been severely impacted by the overwhelming chakra energy, possibly even rupturing her lungs. Unlike Naruto, Haku did not possess such an extraordinary constitution. After the intense battle, being struck by the Bagua palms could prove fatal. Ishue initially believed Haku could not withstand any more and would either lose consciousness or suffer fatal internal injuries. However, he was astounded when, in her final moments, she used her remaining strength to clutch Ishue's hand tightly. How resilient, Ishue concluded, recognizing Haku as a woman, given the feminine attributes of her body, regardless of her gender in the original narrative. In this world, she was undeniably a woman. Despite holding onto a soft form, Ishue dared not lose focus, for Zabuza was waiting for this prime opportunity. "Humph, you dare to suggest I accept death, little boy? You have failed. I have stumbled upon a valuable treasure, and in this critical moment, you have unwittingly given me an opportunity." Zabuza laughed, gazing at the now unconscious Haku. Kakashi and the others were left speechless by Haku's actions. They never anticipated she would protect Zabuza even in her final moments. What a noble soul. Yet for Ishue, disaster loomed as Kakashi began to worry for him. Dodge Zabuza's attack. Zabuza swung his deadly blade towards Ishue. Haku included, displaying his ruthless nature. "Humph, heavenly eye, frost encasement armor." Ishue embraced Haku, invoking his newly awakened frost phase secret technique, manifesting 4 frosty shield around him that completely blocked Zabuza's lethal strike. "What? How can you wield ice chakra and withstand my executioner's blade?" Zabuza exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. Was this boy truly a monster? Wasn't it only Water Moon who could utilize ice ninjutsu? Unforgivable. My rage has ignited. Zabuza, you are a cold-blooded creature. She has sacrificed her youth for you. A considerable amount of frost began to coalesce around Ishue, a manifestation of the immense ice chakra emanating from his body. Ice shuriken. Ishue grasped the air, summoning several shuriken crafted from ice, which he hurled directly at Zabuza. Mere parlor tricks. Zabuza evaded the ice shuriken, believing such speed could not harm him. "Look behind you, fool," Ishue warned. Zabuza turned to find the shuriken had reversed direction, hurtling back towards him. This time, he could not evade. The shuriken struck his arms, rendering them incapacitated. "Enough. I shall no longer waste chakra maintaining this barrier. Though I still possess ample chakra, wastefulness is a disgraceful act," Ishue declared as he dissipated his sealing domain. How did you throw those shuriken? I saw no chakra strings guiding them. How could they return to you?" Zabuza inquired, bewildered. This is the new ability of my bloodline limit. Ice insight, wherever my eyes can see." Weapons composed of frost can move according to my will. What? Terrifying. Zabuza was taken aback. You're simply disgusting. Zabuza, you dare call yourself a mist ninja? How laughable. Suddenly, Kato's appearance sent a jolt through everyone. Kato, what brings you here with so many subordinates? Zabuza asked, turning to face him. What? The battle plan has been slightly altered. Zabuza, I want you dead right here. Hiring legitimate ninjas is far too costly, so I resorted to employing these rogue ninjas that if you both become injured, I won't have to spend a single penny. How clever of me! Kato boasted arrogantly. Kato approached Haku, disregarding Yi Shui, whom he deemed insignificant and exhausted from the prolonged battle. Humph, this little brat is quite vexing. Having broken my hand, Kato expressed his frustration, delivering a harsh kick to her. Humph, have you forgotten I am right here? No one lays a hand on my spoils, Yi Shui declared, seizing Kato by his collar and flinging him away. Zabuza, you are truly heartless. She has become this way, and you feel nothing. Have you not spent all this time together? Yi Shui challenged Zabuza, ignoring Kato and his subordinates entirely. Just as Kato used me, I am merely utilizing Haku. Zabuza replied coolly, we ninjas are but tools. I desire her abilities, not her as a person that I have no attachment to her. He stated indifferently, is that truly how you feel? This individual appears to harbor profound affection for you. Do you not feel even a tinge of nostalgia? Do you not place any faith in her? For your sake, she is willing to ceaselessly battle adversaries, honing her skills to match your own. And in the final moments, she is prepared to sacrifice herself for you. Yet, this devotion goes unacknowledged by you. In the end, she must rely on me, an outsider, to protect her lifeless body from indignities. Zabuza, your heart is truly unyielding, he lamented sorrowfully. Heed my words. I know you're not truly gone, that a ninja must possess emotions. Zabuza would go so far as to eliminate that scoundrel Kato for you in his final moments. Let her shield you once more. Very well, child, do not speak further. Bai is like an untainted child, wholly unsullied. For my sake, she would endure pain and fight against all, silently bearing the burden of her suffering. Child, I am aware that my time is nearly up. Allow me to do one last thing for Bai in these final moments. Dispatch those who have insulted her. Tears streamed down Zabuza's face. Indeed, a ninja must possess emotions. Humph, so be it. A ninja must be filled with emotion. Though you are my adversary, the fact that you can grasp this is commendable. That I trust that the departed villagers of the land of the sky will be pleased to witness such a world of ninjas. Here, take this shuriken and fulfill your mission, he said joyfully, handing Zabuza a shuriken. Thank you. Zabuza caught the shuriken in his mouth and charged fiercely at Kato and his men. The demon of the mist commenced the final slaughter. Chapter 31. The Living Mizuki Bai. Zabuza expended his last strength to slay Kato, instilling terror in Kato's subordinates. Zabuza had indeed transformed into an embodiment of death. Humph. What a predicament, since we have slain our employer. We might as well loot this town of all its valuables. Ha-ha! Kato's subordinates, realizing their employer's demise, saw no alternative but to seize what they could at Inari suddenly emerged with all the island's inhabitants. If you dare take another step toward the island, we shall unleash the full might of the villagers upon you. Humph, what a bother. Multiple ice clone technique, Zabuza lamented, resorting to clones to deal with these insignificant foes. We shall assist as well. Multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto exclaimed as he rushed over, with Sasuke having regained consciousness from his previous stupor. Humph, no choice. Kakashi's version of the multiple shadow clone technique. Kakashi joined the fray. Kato's subordinates fled in terror, overwhelmed by fear. Hooray! The inhabitants of the island rejoiced in celebration. Seems it has all come to an end, Zabuza remarked quietly. Appears everything has faded away. I too shall soon depart this world. Yes, once you descend, be sure to apologize to the villagers of the land of the sky. In the next life, strive to become a ninja with flesh and blood. That way, the path of a ninja shall not be so solitary. Zabuza. Isu approached Zabuza with these words. Indeed, I once believed that ninjas existed solely as tools, but I never anticipated that emotions would ultimately surface. I have been a fool, never truly understanding my purpose until now. It turns out, ninjas must live filled with emotions. Child, please do me a favor. I wish to see her one last time, Zabuza said sorrowfully. Bye. You do not hate me, do you? Isu removed the weapons embedded in Zabuza's body and lifted him, heading toward the place whereby Isu carried Zabuza toward Bai. Snow began to fall heavily from the sky. Zabuza's gaze fixed upon the descending snowflakes. Bai, are you weeping? It is quite rare for it to snow at this time. Dazna remarked, astonished. Kakashi and the others were equally taken aback, given the uncharacteristically mild weather. Though the snow fell incessantly, the sky revealed a brilliant sun, its gentle rays illuminating the faces of all present. If only I could go to the same place as you, Zabuza murmured, caressing Bai's face. She was born in a village where snow fell. Naruto wept, sister, your wish has finally come true. Zabuza has acknowledged you. Indeed, a maiden as pure as snow, Kakashi mused, touched by the moment. Cough, 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 have I already departed this world? Bai gradually regained consciousness from her stupor. What in the world? Bai is not dead. Kakashi and the others were stunned, astonished by the scene before them. It was too dramatic. Cough, perhaps Bai merely fainted. I was unsure earlier, which is why I did not have you execute her alongside me. Consider a rescue. If we act swiftly now, her chances of survival are significant. I've learned a bit of medical ninjutsu for emergency situations. But Zabuza, you cannot survive. Your injuries are too severe, and I have no desire to save you. As I sought you out for revenge, Isu said, chuckling while scratching his head. Lord Zabuza, what has happened to you? Bai exclaimed in horror, realizing that Zabuza's breathing had grown shallow, as if he were merely clinging to life. Am I to be abandoned once more? Child, I have a request. Please save Bai. I am nearing my end. But I wish to apologize to you. I have subjected you to a life of painful battles, existing merely as a tool. What a wretch I am. Can you ever forgive me? A light of joy shone on Zabuza's face. Bai was not dead. Thank goodness. This burden of sin shall be mine alone to bear. Bai is destined for heaven. She cannot descend into hell alongside me. I have never blamed you, Lord Zabuza. Have I not always existed as your tool? Please allow me to accompany you, even in death. I do not wish to be abandoned again, Bai cried, tears streaming down her face. Am I truly cursed to be forsaken again, deprived of even the right to exist as a tool? Bai, you must live on. Zabuza, having exhausted his strength, closed his eyes peacefully. He departed. The demon of the mist, Zabuza, had left this world. Lord Zabuza, Bai, witnessing Zabuza's closed eyes, felt an anguished pain tear at her heart. In a moment of desperation, she drew a kunai and swiftly aimed it at her own heart. Isu hurriedly seized the kunai from her grasp and delivered a resounding slap to her face. You foolish girl, Zabuza has not perished. He has entrusted his desire for life to your hands, that he wishes for you to witness the beauty of this world, to see the day when ninjas embrace their emotions. Do you not understand? You silly, foolish child? Is that what Lord Zabuza meant? Bai suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope, clutching Isu's garment tightly. Indeed, he will view this ninja world through your eyes. He died for you, and you must carry forth his spirit, living on as he would have wished, much like I do, carrying the lives of my grandfather and the villagers of the land of the sky within me. That is why I am so strong. Isu declared with all his might. That's so. Bai's eyes glimmered with newfound determination. Come, let us together transform this ninja world, infusing it with emotion, for every individual is a being of flesh and blood. You carry Zabuza's essence, while I bear the lives of my grandfather and all the villagers of the land of the sky. United by a common goal, we are of the same kind, and together we shall witness the dawn of a new era in the ninja world. As long as one possesses this ideal, one shall never be alone. You are not living in solitude. Anyone who shares my vision is my companion. Bai, I yearn for a companion like you. Let us change the world of ninjas together. Isu exclaimed fervently. This is not mere persuasion. It is Isu's genuine aspiration to fulfill his path as a ninja. A journey requiring the efforts of many, for it cannot be achieved alone. May I join you? I wish to strive alongside you. Lord Zabuza would also wish to witness such a refreshing world of ninjas. Hello, I am Mizuki Bai. Bai extended her delicate little hand towards Ishui, a radiant smile gracing her face once more. Indeed, I shall embark on a journey to transform this harsh world of ninjas alongside Lord Ishui. Surely, even Lord Zabuza would find solace in that. Greetings, Kimizuki Ishui. Welcome aboard. Let us together forge a new realm for ninjas. Allow me to introduce my charming companions, who are now also yours as time passes. You will surely discover their virtues, Ishui remarked as he led Bai towards Kakashi and the others. It was only now that Bai realized Ishui was quite the smooth talker, managing to inspire life in someone who had wished for death. Nevertheless, his ideals were indeed grand. Sakura's face was alight with astonishment as she humorously critiqued Ishui's persuasive talents. Kakashi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ishui certainly possessed a knack for charming women. Yet he pondered the inconvenience of bringing this girl into the village. Come, Bai, this is Naruto, the most unexpected ninja of Konoha, which you have likely already perceived. This is Sasuke, this year's top rookie at the Ninja Academy, though he tends to be rather aloof and arrogant. And here is Sakura. She may not have many remarkable traits, but her wide forehead is rather cute. Lastly, this is Kakashi Senpai, renowned as Konoha's foremost technician. Ishui introduced all the members of Team Kakashi to Bai. Hello everyone, Bai beamed a charming smile, feeling that fitting in with them might not be so bad after all. Subsequently, Dazna expressed his gratitude to Ishui and his companions, even naming the Great Bridge of the Land of Waves Naruto Bridge. Marking the perfect conclusion to the saga of the Land of Waves, we have finally returned to Konoha. Come, Bai, you must settle here, though it requires the old man's approval. Let us head to the Hokage building. Kakashi-senpai, you should accompany us to speak favorably on Bai's behalf. And Naruto, if the third Hokage disapproves, you may unleash your ultimate technique, Ishui remarked, gazing at the grand gates of Konoha, uncertain whether Bai would be allowed to remain. All right, Kakashi replied, do not worry, Sister Bai. Rest assured that with me, Uzumaki Naruto, on the case, everything will be just fine, Naruto declared with exuberance. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Ishui and the others entered the office of the third Hokage. As Kakashi submitted their mission report, he also relayed Bai's situation to the third, a remnant of the Mizunoto clan. This is troublesome, the third Hokage mused, furrowing his brow. Although the village of Mist had long since lost its Mizunoto lineage, the potential for diplomatic discord loomed large. However, diplomacy was merely a pretext for warfare among major nations. The Mist village had suffered greatly from the annihilation of its bloodline clans and was presently focused on rebuilding its strength. If this girl were to reside in the village, it would bolster their power. In the future, Konoha could possess the Mizunoto bloodline, and with Kakashi's recommendation, the matter should pose no issue. Grandfather Third, Bai would never act against the village's interests. During my battle with Sasuke, despite being adversaries, she harbored no desire to kill him. She is as pure as the snow itself that I swear on my ninja way that I have promised her to witness the arrival of a truly emotional ninja world together. Ishui asserted, clenching his fists tightly. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Sister Bai is truly a good person, and I, Uzumaki Naruto, can attest to that. Naruto added, equally fervent in his support. Yes, third Hokage, Sakura chimed in, voicing her perspective. Although she had harmed Sasuke, she had spared his life, indicating her lack of malicious intent. She was merely compelled to fight against Zabuza. I am not opposed to this, but only a select few of you are aware of Bai's situation. Ishui, I entrust her care to you. Externally, state that she is one of your subordinates. Avoid revealing her ice attributes, as it may provoke diplomatic disputes. However, this is not absolute. In the heat of battle, such conditions need not be observed. Over time, everyone will come to accept her, though not publicize her joining Konoha. Understood? The third Hokage smiled warmly. Yay, that's wonderful, Naruto exclaimed, elated for Bai. I knew it would be possible. Rest assured, Grandfather Third, Bai will not cause you any trouble, Ishui declared, making a victory gesture. Humph, she may not trouble me, but you certainly do. However, you must not remain idle. Refrain from undertaking missions until after this year's Chunin exam, and assist in maintaining the exam. You might even serve as a judge in the final round, which would serve as a deterrent to foreign ninjas that, as Konoha's youngest Jonin, you can showcase Konoha's immense potential and strength, the third Hokage said, squinting his eyes. Chunin exam? Naruto inquired, perplexed. Yes, simply put, it is the primary avenue for genin to advance to Chunin, held twice a year, and typically serves as a significant occasion for observing the strength of nations. Success in the exam allows one to officially ascend to Chunin. There will be many formidable opponents, both domestic and foreign, converging for the exam that I, too, advance to Chunin through this very test. Back then, no opponent could withstand 3 of my moves. It was rather dull. I wonder what caliber of competitors we will see this year. Yi Shui explained to Naruto. Sasuke felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Yi Shui's words. The Chunin exam would surely feature many opponents. And he too wished to gauge the extent of his own strength. Yay, that's fantastic. I will participate as well. I am determined to pass the Chunin exam and become a Chunin, Naruto exclaimed, jumping with joy. I am no longer the reckless Naruto of the past. Becoming a Chunin will elevate my goals even further, and with so many participants in the exam, passing it would earn me widespread recognition. TCH, to qualify for the exam, you must have completed at least 8 missions. You should focus on completing more missions first. Grandfather Third, we shall take our leave now. Just call for me during the Chunin exam. Come, Bai. Let us find you a place to stay, Yi Shui said, taking Bai's hand and bidding farewell to the third Hokage. Upon hearing that Yi Shui would find her a place to stay, Bai felt a twinge of fear. Would she truly be left alone once more? Did no one wish to be with her? Lost in her thoughts, her expression grew as they exited the Hokage building. Yi Shui sensed something was amiss with Bai. Could it be that she was troubled? Bai, is something bothering you? He inquired gently. No, it's just, can I stay with you? Bai mustered the courage to ask. I did not say you could not stay with me. I am merely guiding you, and currently, I'm also residing at my father-in-law's home. You will need his consent to stay there, but do not worry. I'm confident he will agree. How old are you? By the way, Yi Shui asked, holding Bai's small hand. I am 15 this year, Bai replied, pulling her hand from Yi Shui's grasp. Why are you always holding my hand? Ah, you're 3 years older than I am. Not bad. Now, let us proceed. I have a little girlfriend at home. Please do not bully her. Her name is Hinata, and she is rather shy. You two should get along well. Yi Shui's heart brimmed with joy. As the saying goes, a girl 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Bai was practically his designated maid. Upon arriving at the Hyuga mansion, Yi Shui first led Bai to find Hayashi, only to discover him training Hanabi in the dojo. This little girl was quite charming, though she paled in comparison to Hinata's cuteness. Inheriting her father's stern visage, she was his sister-in-law. It was only proper to look after her well. All right, take a break, Hanabi. Yi Shui, you have returned. And who is this young lady? Hayashi inquired, gesturing for Yi Shui to approach. The prowess of his son-in-law had evidently grown swiftly. However, he wondered why he had returned with a girl who was likely not a Konoha ninja, that a ninja deemed worthy by Yi Shui must possess considerable skill. Yet he did not recall ever having met her. This is the orphan of the Mizunoto clan. Mizunoto, that I encountered her during a recent mission and decided to take her in as my subordinate. Only Kakashi's team is privy to this matter, and Hokage-sama has also approved it, Yi Shui explained as he approached Hayashi. So she is a remnant of the Mizunoto clan. Let her stay here. Our guest rooms are plentiful. And accommodating 1 or 2 is no issue, Hayashi agreed, recognizing the significance of Yi Shui's capabilities in bringing someone like Bai into their fold, though he remained cautious about whether he could trust her. Father-in-law, I have recently developed a new style of gentle fist technique, named the 24 Forms of Tai Chi. This martial art is entirely based on stillness, overcoming motion, balancing yin and yang, differing from typical physical martial arts. It integrates both offense and defense while promoting health. The more one practices, the greater the benefits to one's body. Yi Shui elaborated. A stream of water retrieved a small illustrated book from his bosom and handed it to Rizuku. With a chuckle, he recalled practicing the 24 forms of Tai Chi during his previous life at school, and now he found himself compelled to make use of them once more. In truth, Tai Chi is vastly superior to Hinata's gentle fist technique, rendering the Japanese martial art utterly unworthy of comparison. This is quite profound. The martial arts you penned, and I shall study it meticulously. You haven't shown this to anyone else, have you? Please, keep it confidential. Even those outside the Hyuga clan could significantly enhance their strength through this practice, that in its presence, the so-called strong fist would be utterly ineffective. Initially, Rizuku regarded the small, illustrated book with indifference. Although his bloodline, possessed the capabilities of the Byakugan, he lacked the Hyuga lineage within him. The gentle fist was not something one could easily innovate. However, upon perusing the contents, he realized that it was tailored specifically for the Byakugan. The exquisite intricacies of the techniques could indeed allow the weaker to triumph over the stronger. This child was truly remarkable. Undoubtedly a genius of the past decade, not far behind Uchiha Itachi. Let's take our leave to rest now. Hanabi, farewell, and remember to call me brother-in-law when we next meet. A stream of water and Hanabi waved goodbye as they made their way out of the training room. Wait a moment. A stream of water. Regarding your engagement with Hinata, it will officially commence on June 25th, prior to the Chunin exams. That I will extend invitations to the heads of the various clans in Konoha, as well as Lord Hokage and some Jonin. Coincidentally, during this time, the village will be conducting the Chunin selection exams, ensuring that most ninjas engaged in missions will return or pause their tasks. Do you understand? Rizuku advised, suggesting that a stream of water finalize the arrangements for his and Hinata's engagement. It was indeed time to solidify his responsibilities to the family. That's so. That is truly wonderful. Fear not, father-in-law. I shall protect Hinata for all eternity and will never betray her feelings. A stream of water exclaimed with great joy, realizing that his relationship with Hinata was now firmly established. He was soon to be a husband, and life felt splendid. Yet, he mused at this tender age, it would be unwise to indulge in such matters, lest he face unfortunate developmental consequences. After leading Shiro out of the training room, a stream of water guided her to the guest room. Prioritizing her comfort, so a stream of water-kun is getting engaged so early. How delightful. The Hinata you mentioned must be a gentle girl, Shiro remarked with envy. The one who has captured a stream of water-kun's heart must be exceptionally beautiful and kind. How fortunate for such a young child to experience love. Well, it's nothing. I too am a very beautiful and gentle girl. I wonder who will be so lucky. A stream of water complimented, inwardly wishing to be the one to receive such fortune. That's so. Perhaps no one would genuinely care for me. Shiro's eyes dimmed momentarily. Aside from Zabuza-san, does anyone truly need me? Of course, Shiro-nichan is a kind person. I need your strength to help me forge a new world for ninjas. One where all ninjas are filled with emotions. For only those with genuine feelings will not be lonely and will become the truly powerful ninjas. A stream of water earnestly declared, grasping one of Shiro's hands. That's so. I shall assist you in realizing this ideal. I too yearn to witness such a world, carrying the memories of Zabuza-san with me. Shiro beamed with a captivating smile. What a truly beautiful and gentle girl. A stream of water thought as he found a spacious and clean guest room for Shiro, gathering blankets and pillows for her comfort. All right, Shiro, you are now a member of this family. Let us live joyfully here from now on. A stream of water arranged Shiro's room, allowing her to familiarize herself with her new abode. By the way, a stream of water, I sensed ice chakra within you. Could it be that you possess the bloodline of the Mizuki clan? Shiro inquired, her curiosity piqued. It is indeed ice chakra. There can be no mistake. How could a stream of water possess such power? This is a manifestation of my bloodline limit. Upon fulfilling my heart's desire, my heavenly I evolved into the frost stage, which grants me 3 secret techniques. First, ice comprehension, passive, no need to activate, automatically grants an ice attribute physique, immunity to 30 of water and wind damage, and 50 immunity to ice damage, while decreasing the chakra required for ice techniques by 50 and enhancing their effects by 50. This technique has 2 sub-techniques. 1. Ice armor creates 4 ice shields around the body that automatically defend against incoming attacks, as long as chakra is supplied. Wink with a frown. 2. Ice creation allows me to craft weapons or puppets from ice chakra, which swiftly strike targets within my line of sight. though it consumes considerable chakra and mental energy. Second, Ice Heart, passive, no need to activate. Once evolved to the frost stage, transforms the heart into ice, enabling it to recover from severe damage with the aid of ice chakra, effectively granting a form of resurrection unless my ice chakra is depleted. Third, Ice Soul Imprint, active, requires activation, hand seals. Chunin extracts a person's soul and imprints my mark upon it, compelling the marked soul to obey my commands. Even in death, the soul remains under the control of the imprinter. However, this forbidden technique carries a significant flaw, as the success rate for those unwilling to undergo the imprint is merely 10%, purely a matter of luck. This is why I can wield Ice Chakra, that I trust you, Shiro, and thus I share this information with you. Please do not disclose it to others. A stream of water recounted his newly acquired bloodline abilities. Chapter 33. Engaged to Hinata, Part 2. That evening, upon returning home, a stream of water formally introduced Shiro to Hinata and discussed their engagement ceremony. Hinata, witnessing a stream of water's joy, felt immense happiness herself. She was finally to become a stream of water Kuin's wife. How blissful! Yet, she pondered the significance of this elder sister named Shiro. Was she merely a subordinate? Shiro was undeniably beautiful, and her smile was enchanting, evoking an unsettling sense of rivalry. You must be the Hinata that a stream of water Kuin speaks of. What a lovely little sister you are. No wonder a stream of water is so fond of you. I find myself somewhat envious, Shiro remarked, captivated by Hinata's cuteness, feeling as though she was worlds apart from her. Thank you very much for your kind words, Shiro-nichan. It is impressive that you have won a stream of water Kuin's recognition. You are indeed a powerful ninja, Hinata replied with a smile. It's nothing. She is several years my senior, and a stream of water Kuin has a preference for adorable girls, so I hold the advantage. She mused, oh dear, what am I thinking now? A stream of water felt overwhelmed. Could you two please refrain from continually complimenting each other? This is quite the predicament. Having two beautiful women together is nothing short of a disaster. Hinata, Shiro, shall we go for dinner? Otherwise, we will be late. It is already 8 in the evening. Perhaps we should have some warm water? After such a lengthy discussion, you must be tired, a stream of water interjected. Feeling the weight of their conversation, Hinata felt embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed with crimsoned, but I find myself longing for more conversation. It has been ages since I interacted with anyone other than that imposing man. Zabuza, the thoughts of a woman have nowhere to be shared, Shiro lamented. On June 23, 60th year of Konoha, a stream of water, enjoying a leisurely day at home, was suddenly alerted by the sound of birds chirping in the sky. The Chunin exams were about to commence. He bid farewell to Shiro and hurried towards the Hokage's office. Gather, everyone. This is not for trivial matters. You can surely discern from my expression that it is time for the inevitable. The third Hokage spoke slowly. Indeed, it is time for that, Kakashi concurred. You have informed the other nations, correct? They should already be present in the village. Asuma added us so. When shall we commence? Kurenai inquired. In 1 week, the third Hokage replied. So soon? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. The third Hokage inhaled his smoke and announced, I hereby declare that we shall officially commence the Chunin selection exams on July 1 st, 7 days from now. Before we proceed, let us call forth those responsible for guiding the genin. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, do any of you have candidates worthy of recommendation among the genin you mentor? Formally, the recommended genin must have completed no fewer than 8 missions, though I would suggest candidates who have accomplished double that number. Kakashi, you may begin, Kakashi earnestly stated. As the leader of Team 7, I, Hatake Kakashi, hereby recommend the following 3 individuals for the Chunin selection exam. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Harino Sakurada. In a similarly serious tone, Yuhi Kurenai remarked. As the leader of Team 8, I, Yuhi Kurenai, recommend the following 3 individuals for the Chunin selection exam. Yamanaka Ino, Inazuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Asuma then declared with conviction. As the leader of Team 10, I, Saratobi Asuma, recommend the following 3 individuals for the Chunin selection exam. Nara Shikamaru, Nara Choji, and Akimichi Ino. The crowd buzzed with discussion. expressing their concerns about Kakashi's 3 selections being overly ambitious. Irika hurried forward to voice his worries, but Kakashi and the others remained resolute. Irika was well aware of Naruto and his companion's capabilities. Each of the 9 members of the Konoha 12 had made remarkable progress. No longer the clueless students they once were. After departing from the Hokage's office, Kakashi finally found some peace. Tisich, what a dull meeting. I'd rather be chatting with my little white companion. She must be feeling quite lonely right now. Sigh, I suppose I'll do one more good deed and keep her company on June 25, 60th year of Konoha. The Hyuga estate was abuzz with activity, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility. Nearly all the esteemed ninjas and clans of Konoha had gathered here. For today marked the engagement of Hyuga Hayashi's eldest daughter. Early engagements were not unheard of in the ninja world, but given that this was the prominent Hyuga clan, it drew significant attention. It was rumored that Hayashi's son-in-law was a remarkable genius, possessing an impressive bloodline limit. Having advanced to Genin at 8, Chunin at 10, and Special Jonin at 11, this prodigy was none other than Kamizuki Ichijui. As guests arrived to congratulate the couple, the scene was nothing short of astonishing. Today, Ichijui, as host, was tasked with welcoming the guests alongside Hayashi at the entrance of the Hyuga estate. While Hayashi was quite adept at this, Ichijui found the multitude of ninjas overwhelming. Pondering the burdensome nature of such a life, is it really necessary to put myself through this for engagement? He mused. Finally, the esteemed Hokage arrived, accompanied by his grandson Kinomaru, without any gifts, clearly there to enjoy the festivities. Hey kid, engaged already. You've really got some skills to have Hinata promise to you so soon. When are you planning to have kids? The third Hokage seemed particularly jovial today, teasing Ichijui. What? What are you talking about? I'm still too young for that. Besides, even if I had the desire, I lack the strength, Ichijui replied with a wry smile. Honestly, I haven't even experienced it yet. I should at least wait until I'm 15 to taste the forbidden fruit. Haha, Hayashi, you're quite eager. Marrying off Hinata so early, it seems you are very pleased with your son-in-law, remarked to Kimichi Choza, who had brought his son Choji along to greet Hayashi. Indeed, but your son-in-law seems quite commendable as well. Why not let him join our family? My Ino has her eyes set on Ichijui. Yamanaka and Noichi chimed in, followed by Yamanaka Ino, who blushed at her father's words, revealing her fondness for Ichijui. Hayashi, are you creating trouble for Ichijui? Marriage is like stepping into a grave, full of burdens, Nara Shikaka joked, bringing his son Shikamaru to extend his congratulations. The gathering of Jounin, including Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, also offered their well wishes. Amidst the overwhelming crowd, Ichijui nodded and smiled repeatedly, thankful for his physical training. Otherwise, he felt he would have succumbed to exhaustion. Once all the guests had arrived, Hayashi officially commenced the engagement banquet and called Ichijui and Hinata to the center to express their gratitude. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us today. On behalf of the Hyuga clan, I sincerely appreciate your presence. Today, my daughter Hyuga Hinata and this young man, Kamizuki Ichijui, are officially engaged. Ichijui will be joining the Hyuga clan as my son-in-law, and I hope they receive heartfelt blessings from everyone here. The guests generously showered the couple with well wishes, calling for early offspring and a future filled with joy. Hinata, overwhelmed with shyness, nearly fainted, but Ichijui was there to support her, using his ice chakra to cool her down. Congratulations, Hinata and Ichijui. May your love last forever. I never expected one of my students would get engaged before me. I'm quite envious of you both. Ichijui, though we've scarcely met, I know you're a fine young man. Take good care of Hinata, or I won't let you off easily, Kurenai said warmly, noting their perfect compatibility. Ichijui was a talented ninja with a bloodline limit rivaling the Byakugan, while Hinata was the strongest girl of her generation, destined to inherit the clan leadership. Thank you for your blessings, Kurenai-sensei. I believe Ichijui-kun will always treat me well, Hinata replied bashfully. Hey, Hinata, you can't be so shy in the future, or Ichijui will be driven crazy. Why do I care about your affairs? Kiba said, running over with Akamaru. It's fine that if Hinata stops being shy, she won't be the Hinata I like anymore. Ichijui waved his hand dismissively that Hinata stammered, lowering her head to fiddle with her fingers. Feeling faint again. P.S. Please support Chapter 34. The Chunin selection exam begins. After the engagement ceremony had concluded, it was late into the night before all the guests departed. Ichizui and Hinata finally felt relieved, with the young girl promptly collapsing onto the bed in sleep. Ichizui tidied up the gifts and tucked Hinata in before finally lying down himself. On July 1, 60th year of Konoha, Team 7 entered the exam venue. Noticing the multitude of participants, then Kabuto stepped forward to introduce the ninja registration cards. There's another person. Do you have his information? He's already a Jonin, Sasuke inquired after gathering intel on Lee and Gaara. He suddenly recalled a peer who had reached Jonin status ahead of him and wondered how formidable that individual had become. Are you referring to Kamizuki Ichizui? I happen to have his information here. He participated in the Chunin selection exam in 58, and none of the participants could last more than 3 exchanges against him. His strength is profound and unfathomable. His records show that he is of the same age as you. With experience in D-class missions 80 times, C-class 20 times, B-class 10 times, and A-class 3 times, and a physical skill level of 10. Other details remain unknown, and 01 could withstand more than 3 exchanges against him back then. And it's said that he possesses a powerful bloodline limit, with a 100 mission completion rate and remarkably swift task execution, that he can truly be considered a genius, Kabuto stated matter-of-factly, suggesting that this young man might surpass Sasuke in prowess. All the newcomers were astonished, their mouths agape. Although they seldom interacted with Ichizui, his age matched theirs, yet his strength was beyond imagination. Next, Naruto made his declaration, followed by an attack from the Sound Ninja, resulting in Kabuto's glasses shattering from the sonic assault. Silence, you rascals. I've waited long enough. I am the proctor for the first round of the Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. Ibiki, accompanied by all the proctors for the first round, appeared in the exam venue and pointed at the Sound Ninja trio. You lot from the Sound Village, don't cause trouble before the exam. Do you wish to be disqualified before it even begins? We sincerely apologize. This is our first time in an exam, and we may have gotten a bit too excited. They responded. Humph. Let me make it clear. No combat or fighting is permitted without the proctor's permission, Ibiki cautioned. Moreover, even with the granted permission, actions that could potentially lead to the death of an opponent are strictly prohibited. Those foolish enough to defy my orders will immediately have their examination qualifications revoked. Do you understand? Sako let out a snort, curling his lips slightly. This examination should not be underestimated. Now, let us commence the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Submit your scrolls here to receive your identification tags, and take your seats according to the numbers assigned. Subsequently, the written examination papers will be distributed. Naruto, however, was taken aback, as written tests were his weakest point. The first round of the preliminary examination officially began. Izui also served as a proctor, supervising the exam from both sides of the room. This was not a command from the Hokage, but rather Izui's own initiative. Ibiki also wished to make the acquaintance of this new prodigy, so he allowed it. Just as depicted in the original story, Inuzuka Kiba utilized his puppy Akamaru to sneak a glance at others' papers. Gaara used a sand-formed eye to directly observe the answers of others. Shino Aburame employed small insects to peek at the responses of his peers. Kankuro simulated the proctor with his puppets to take his time copying answers in the restroom. Hinata Hyuga worked diligently on her own. Temari provided Shikamaru with answers upon his return from the restroom. Naruto did not resort to cheating. Yamanaka Ino accessed Sakura's mind to see her answers directly. Uchiha Sasuke utilized his Sharingan to replicate what others wrote. Nara Shikamaru did not cheat, yet hinted at Ino's possession of Sakura's body to complete the exam. Sakura answered the questions herself. Akimichi Choji also had Ino assist him with the answers. Niji Hyuga, with his Byakugan, could see through others' bodies to discern their answers. The Sound Ninja eavesdropped on the sounds of writing to ascertain what others were writing. Tintin ingeniously used her pen to manipulate a mirror on the ceiling to reflect others' papers. Rock Lee relied on Tintin to keep the mirror above his head for a moment to copy down answers. That IT was indeed a display of ingenuity, with each participant showcasing their unique skills. Izui successfully caught those engaging in blatant cheating, and the feeling was rather satisfying. In his past life, he had always been monitored during exams, but now he relished the experience of being the proctor. By the end, When Ibiki presented the 10th question, a significant portion of the students was frightened away, but after Naruto's astonishing declaration, many candidates regained their confidence. Ultimately, 78 individuals qualified for the second round, forming 26 teams. Then came the dramatic entrance of Akamichi Choji, announcing the start of the second preliminary round, candidly stating that the number of qualifiers would be reduced to below half, that a total of 26 teams. 13 teams would receive the Heaven Scrolls, and 13 teams would receive the Earth Scrolls, with the examination location set in the Forest of Death. Within 5 days, teams must gather both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the Central Tower to claim victory. After all teams departed, Izui quietly entered the examination area, eager to witness the legendary Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, in action. However, the vastness of the Forest of Death made locating him difficult, so Izui chose to wait for Akamichi to discover Orochimaru's infiltration, following him to find the Sannin. After waiting for an extended period, Izui grew increasingly impatient. Akamichi leisurely consumed dumplings while sipping red bean soup, living life as if it were a dream, while Izui could only watch helplessly. It was true he hadn't eaten enough that morning. As Hinata prepared to enter the examination area, he had to scavenge for food himself, but had been dispatched by Izui on a mission a few days prior and had yet to return. Life without a woman's care was indeed challenging. Finally, a proctor arrived to report to Akamichi about the discovery of 3 corpses. At last, the action could begin. He followed Akamichi to the scene of the incident, where the faces of the 3 dead grass ninjas were horrifically bare. It seemed Orochimaru was indeed a true monster. Akamichi instructed his subordinate proctor to report to the 3rd Hokage, while he followed suit, with Izui trailing behind. When they found Orochimaru, it was already dusk. If it's been a while, Orochimaru remarked, gazing at Akamichi, that you've become an S-rank wanted criminal, so I must defeat you with all my might. This is my task, having once been your subordinate, Orochimaru. The outcome was evident. Orochimaru was far beyond Akamichi's capabilities, who didn't even get a chance to exchange blows. The notion of the 2 snakes battling to mutual destruction was utterly unattainable. Orochimaru's objective was clear. Uchiha Sasuke, appeared Sasuke, had already fallen under his curse mark, and Orochimaru threatened Akamichi to not interrupt the exam, lest there be consequences. After conversing with Akamichi, Orochimaru prepared to leave when he suddenly sensed a hostile chakra presence. Was there another person here? He had to test it. The individual's concealment skills were impressive, managing to evade his perception that, Akamichi, you're being followed. And you didn't even notice. Konoha truly is a gathering of geniuses. Had it not been for the killing intent he emitted, I might not have discovered him. Come out, unknown presence. What? Someone is tailing me. Akamichi was taken aback. Who could it be? Is it Kakashi? The legendary Sannin Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation, being able to detect my concealment. That I had planned surprise attack, but it seems I've been thwarted. Izui had no choice but to leap from behind a large tree. The killing intent emanating from Orochimaru was overwhelmingly potent, far more substantial than his own. You are Kamizuki Izui. You must flee quickly. He is not an opponent you can contend with. You have no idea of his terror. Although you are a genius, your experience pales in comparison to his. Upon recognizing Izui, Akamichi was alarmed. Another arrogant genius had come to challenge Orochimaru. Was he courting death? Kamizuki Izui, I've heard your name recently. They say you are the youngest jonin in Konoha. What do you say? Care to join my ranks? This decaying structure of Konoha will stifle your talent. Orochimaru stated. This youth was significantly stronger than Akamichi, comparable to Kakashi, yet still far from Orochimaru's level. However, he had heard that Izui's bloodline limit was exceptionally formidable. How wonderful it would be to have him as a subordinate, far surpassing Sasuke's potential. If he matured for a few more years, he might very well become a Kaga-level ninja. Orochimaru, while I have heard of your deeds, I cannot endorse you. I have always despised darkness. And recently I heard that you were defeated and forced to retreat by the traitorous Uchiha Itachi, and I would like to test my mettle against you. Izui boldly revealed Orochimaru's most significant scar. What? The boy who annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, defeated Orochimaru. That cannot be true. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Humph. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Young one, that you must learn to respect your elders. It seems I have underestimated you, that I cannot allow this to go unchallenged. I might just kill you. Orochimaru was finally enraged. He had always been confident, but after being wounded by Itachi and forced to flee, he became increasingly obsessed with obtaining Uchiha's body. He hadn't anticipated that this young one would know of this incident. It seemed a lesson was in order to prevent this information from spreading. A long-lost killing intent surged from deep within. Come on, little boy. Let me see what strength you possess to dare look down upon me. Orochimaru. Then, Akamichi, you should step aside. Rest assured, it's merely a test of my abilities. Moreover, infiltrating the examination site poses a severe threat to the order of the exam that if I do not give him a warning, Konoha's reputation will be tarnished before this malevolent individual. Although I lack the confidence to defeat him, I intend to escape, and no one can stop me. Izui created a shadow clone to escort Akamichi to a safe distance away from the center of the battlefield. The fierce battle was about to commence. P.S. Please support with collections and recommendations that if daily recommendations exceed 100, an additional chapter will be added. If collections surpass 100, another chapter will be added. Chapter 35. Orochimaru the Sannin. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru launched an attack towards Izui as a probe. Bang! The attacked Izui transformed into a wooden stump that a substitution technique. A substitution technique? Quite a swift reaction. Where are you hiding? Little brat? Orochimaru sneered, not expecting that one strike would suffice to subdue Izui. That would be laughable. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Izui materialized behind Orochimaru, rapidly unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Orochimaru screamed in agony as he was struck. Orochimaru, stop using that disgusting substitution technique to mock me. You're junior. Izui realized this was merely a technique of his earth release, a clay substitution that he hadn't even entertained the thought of eliminating Orochimaru in one blow. Indeed, the impacted Orochimaru instantly transformed into mud, while the real Orochimaru emerged from behind Izui. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru attack from Hindis. Water gari. A torrent of water summoned forth a magnificent curtain, effectively obstructing Orochimaru's wind-based assault. Impressive, young one, he remarked, his tone laced with intrigue. O conjure, such a substantial volume of water in a barren landscape is no small feat, almost on par with the second Hokage's mastery of water techniques. I find myself increasingly fascinated by your abilities at such a tender age. Orochimaru gazed upon the mere adolescent before him, astonished by the child's prowess. Spare me your flattery, the youth retorted. The second Hokage's water techniques far surpass my own, even if I excel in this domain. Yet I must concede that your wind techniques are formidable, Orochimaru-sensei. A mere C-rank wind technique can nullify my B-rank water technique. You are indeed a genius in the study of ninjutsu. If your nature were not so wicked, you might have even aspired to become Hokage. A torrent of water flowed cautiously, as the boy realized that if this serpent-like man were not restrained by the Uchiha Sharingan, few could hope to contend with him. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. In that moment of distraction, a multitude of serpents sprang forth, ensnaring the boy. How treacherous of Orochimaru to use a mere shadow clone as a decoy, while his true self awaited the opportune moment to strike. Much like a serpent lying in wait for its prey, Young one, your combat experience is woefully inadequate. You shan't escape this time. Orochimaru strode forth from behind, a sinister grin adorning his face. Orochimaru, you cannot kill that child. Doing so will expose you. Release him, Akato exclaimed, her worry palpable. Indeed, the child seemed too naive and inexperienced in comparison to Orochimaru. What does it matter if I am a genius? Impetuousness has led you to become my prey. Join me, young one. Align yourself with me, and you shall survive. Orochimaru sneered. I hadn't anticipated your prowess. Orochimaru-sensei, it appears that revealing my trump card is the only way to harm you. Bound and restrained, the boy chuckled softly. Celestial Eye of Flame, Tiger Rabbit Tiger Radox, Body of Flame. The boy formed a single-handed seal, having recently acquired the technique from a Kamui Yi. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the boy's body engulfed in flames. He had never encountered a ninja capable of performing single-handed seals before, and today he encountered a prodigy unlike any other. Okado's expression mirrored his surprise. Whispers of a burgeoning genius had reached her ears, but she never imagined his growth would be so swift, nor that he could hold his ground against Orochimaru for such an extended period. Orochimaru-sensei, you have a penchant for studying bloodlines, do you not? Behold, this is one of my bloodline abilities, akin to the Mizukage water body technique. I am curious as to how you will counter it. Out of respect for you, I shall disclose my ability. The body of flame transforms my flesh into a construct of fire, rendering me immune to physical damage as well as fire-based attacks. That I possess a 20 immunity to other elemental damages and a 100 enhancement to fire techniques. What do you think? None who have faced me have emerged alive from this secret technique. Of course, you are different. You are exceptionally strong, and I have high hopes for you. The boy smiled lightly, as if conversing with a friend rather than amidst a fierce battle. Fool, who reveals their secrets to others. You absolute nincompoop. Okado fumed, her anger palpable. You are merely exposing your vulnerabilities, allowing others to devise countermeasures. Nay, Okado, it appears you have misunderstood. While at first glance it seems the boy has divulged his abilities, which would instill a sense of caution in others, a closer analysis reveals that his technique cannot simply be countered by awareness. Immunity to physical damage, fire-based attacks, and a portion of other elemental damages. This is a power I have never witnessed before. It renders physical combatants utterly ineffective against him, and even fire specialists will find their efforts diminished. Just the mere mention of such an ability would induce trepidation in the hearts of the faint-hearted. This is not a disclosure of weakness. It is an intimidation tactic. What a formidable ability! Truly terrifying, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips slowly. What? Such a capacity exists, with such a powerful bloodline. No wonder he dares to confront Orochimaru alone. Okado analyzed the boy's abilities, concluding that there was no feasible countermeasure. Ignorance may have been bliss, but knowledge could only serve as a mental barrier. However, young one, I must assert that you have underestimated me. Orochimaru.do you believe I will cower in fear. Your words of intimidation are merely an attempt to conceal the greatest flaw of your technique, its temporal limitation. Consider this. If the duration of this technique persists until your chakra is depleted, you would undoubtedly be among the strongest ninjas in this world. Yet every powerful technique has a common weakness. Its duration is seldom prolonged, and the cooldown period is extensive. Once your opponent endures beyond the effective time frame of your secret technique, you shall find yourself in dire straits, Orochimaru analyzed. Indeed, as expected of one of the legendary Sannin, your tactical analysis is astute. I shall not belabor the point further. Let us commence. Be wary of being harmed by your junior. The boy smirked, launching his assault. I may be immune to physical damage, but how will you fare against my flaming body? A surge of energy burst forth as Orochimaru evaded once more, employing a substitution technique. How infuriating! It was nearly impossible to land a hit on him. He was indeed a formidable adversary to hiding once again. How vexing! Were I in your position, I too would resort to evasion. Most of Orochimaru's ninjutsu is serpentine in nature, and the summon snake's assaults are purely physical, thus ineffective. While other techniques may have some effect, whether or not they can land a blow is another matter entirely. Any attack with diminished impact is a troublesome predicament. If a strike proves ineffective, the enemy will become increasingly vigilant. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru suddenly descended from above, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. My word. He executed 3 wind techniques in quick succession. Truly formidable. Though the body of flame grants immunity to certain elemental damages, enduring excessive attacks is tantamount to self-harm. The boy swiftly retreated from the onslaught, landing safely on the ground. Earth release. Earth prison. Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed once more. The earth around the boy began to fissure, swiftly encircling him with towering earthen walls. Oh no! This is the earth prison technique utilized by Jirobo in the original series. He traps his opponent within a walled enclosure, while he himself channels chakra into the walls, allowing them to regenerate swiftly, even in the face of attacks. The most terrifying aspect is that the chakra of the trapped individual is gradually siphoned away. The boy seethed with anger, realizing his grievous oversight. While it was true that Orochimaru had never employed this technique in the anime, one must not forget that he was a master of ninjutsu. Having amassed a lifetime of forbidden techniques, he had nearly mastered every form of ninjutsu, and thus possessed the capability to impart this knowledge to his subordinates. Naturally, he could execute it flawlessly himself. And with Orochimaru's level of expertise, any technique he wielded would be significantly more potent than when used by an ordinary ninja. Young one, how does it feel to be trapped within? Your chakra will be gradually drained until you are utterly depleted. How will you counter my ninjutsu? Orochimaru taunted from the outside. Humph. Orochimaru, you have grown careless, revealing a flaw in your defenses. There must be a point of vulnerability in this earthen prison, and your voice has betrayed your location. Now, I shall make my escape. Lightning release. Thunder totem battle axe. The boy wielded a massive axe of lightning, striking at the weakest point of the earthen wall, cleaving a substantial opening, through which he swiftly exited. P.S. Please consider favoriting and recommending. Chapter 36. The second Chunin selection exam concludes that, not bad at all. You emerge from that confinement rather swiftly. Your strategic analysis during battle is quite commendable. In I see a reflection of my younger self. However, your nature is quite different from mine, making it difficult for me to strike you down. Alas, your obstinacy leaves me no choice. Your body of flame is nearing its limit. Is it not? You truly are a challenging little adversary. To eliminate you, I shall have to resort to some formidable techniques, but I must tread carefully. Excessive noise may attract the attention of the old man. What a troublesome predicament. Orochimaru chuckled, remarking, this little brat, that if he truly intends to unleash some loud techniques here, it might jeopardize my plans for the destruction of Konoha, and I wouldn't be able to appreciate Sasuke's potential. However, if I were to leave without teaching this kid a lesson, my reputation as Orochimaru would be tarnished by his hands. Humph, you may want to reconsider. If you naively perceive me as merely a child, you may find yourself in pain. Orochimaru-senpai. Ishii, having emerged from the earthen prison, spoke coolly. This is no simple matter. As time gradually passed, Ishii grew increasingly anxious. The duration of the flame body was nearing its end, and he had yet to inflict even a scratch upon Orochimaru. Indeed, in terms of combat experience, Orochimaru was far superior to him. It appeared that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Once he initiated an attack, Orochimaru would undoubtedly exploit any openings. Thus, he decided to present a deliberate flaw. Ishii simultaneously formed hand seals with both hands and bellowed. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Lightning release. 4-pillar bind. For colossal stone pillars rose from around Orochimaru, ensnaring him within, as immense bolts of lightning coiled around him, followed by a gigantic fireball. Boom! The thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by Orochimaru's anguished cries. Did it succeed? Akane cheered from the side that Ishii's too powerful jutsu should have been sufficient to eliminate a foe, yet Orochimaru was unlikely to be so easily vanquished. Even a grievous injury would suffice. Tisich, little brat, didn't your teachers warn you against directly attacking a prepared opponent? Though I've sustained minor injuries, you're now within my range of attack. There's no escape for you. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru erupted from the earth behind Ishii to launch a fierce assault. Bang! Shadow clone technique. It turned out that this Ishii was merely a shadow clone. Orochimaru had miscalculated. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Ishii leapt down from a tree behind Orochimaru, unleashing a massive fireball aimed at him. Orochimaru could not evade this jutsu at all. He had finally caught him off guard. Let this scoundrel boast before me now. Humph. Let us see if he still dares to talk big. Little brat, I will kill you. Damn it. Orochimaru was truly wounded now. Once the flames subsided, a charred corpse remained, but from its mouth emerged a new Orochimaru. Truly disgusting. No wonder he was referred to as the Great Serpent. Humph, little brat. I've taken note of you. We shall meet again. Orochimaru utilized the body flicker technique to escape as he slithered out of his own skin. Akane suddenly clutched her stomach and gasped. Akane-senpai, are you all right? Is the curse mark acting up again? Ishii hurriedly rushed to Akane's side to support her. Up close, Akane's figure was indeed voluptuous, particularly the pair of small white rabbits on her chest, swaying and causing Ishii to feel dizzy. What a pity. The little rabbits wrapped in the fishnet were restlessly bouncing, eager to break free. Hey, do they look good, little brat? Akane's eyes bulged with anger. What is wrong with you? Are you leering at me? You dare to do this in front of me? Akane Dano, you must want to get yourself killed. They do look good, Ishii replied, unabashedly lost in admiration, wishing to touch them and feel their softness. Bang! With her last ounce of strength, Akane knocked Ishii to the ground. Ishii, now lying on the ground, felt his face flush. Why was he so dazed at such a critical moment? What would he do if an enemy appeared now? He had never behaved this way before. Could it be that he was maturing and beginning to feel attraction towards women? Encountering a mature body was stirring his latent desires. Indeed, every man harbors a beast within, and that beast is lustful. Hey, stop daydreaming and come help me up. We need to leave immediately to report to Lord Hokage, Akane said, rubbing her head. Why am I even getting angry with a half-grown child? Does he know what that is? It must be curiosity. As expected, he is starting to mature. No man is ever a good creature. Well, Akane-senpai, you're not angry, are you? I won't dare do it again next time, Ishii said, sticking out his tongue as he helped Akane up. Oh, it seems we don't need to go after all. That little brat is right here. The commotion just now indicates a significant battle took place. There are still two powerful chakra signatures lingering in the air. Two ENBU members wearing animal masks appeared before Ishii and Akane. Why are you ENBU taking so long to return? Akane inquired. Don't say that. One of the ENBU members replied. Akane's curse mark is acting up again. Could that be Orochimaru? One ENBU member asked, filled with dread. Indeed, that's him. However, I just engaged him. Had I not sensed your arrival, he would likely have continued battling me. Tisish, you've interrupted my amusement, Ishii stated casually, as if the previous fight was of little concern. What? You actually survived? Impossible. One AMBU member exclaimed in astonishment. Tisish, are you underestimating me? That's merely the snake skin Orochimaru shed after I injured him. But he is indeed formidable, a truly powerful opponent that I hope to cross paths with him again. Ishii pointed at the discarded snake skin. One ENBU member swiftly approached to examine it, nodding as he spoke. Indeed, it carries his aura. We must issue a state of emergency and suspend the exam. No, we'll discuss the details later. First, we must report to Lord Hokage, Akane insisted earnestly. Well, it's fine. Let us go see Lord Hokage first. Orochimaru has shed his skin once and is currently in a weakened state. He won't be able to take any action in the short term. Ishii supported Akane and led the way. The two ENBU members closely followed behind. The group proceeded towards the central tower of the Forest of Death. Upon reaching the central tower, Ishii helped Akane sit down and poured her a glass of water. Although this is a grave matter, the exam must continue, Akane stated as soon as she sat her day. What's the matter? One ENBU member inquired regarding Akane's reluctance to halt the proceedings. Excuse me? A deputy examiner pushed open the door to the room. What is it? We're discussing something important here, Akane shouted, evidently displeased by the interruption. I apologize, but please take a look at this. The deputy examiner produced a videotape. One AMBU member questioned. The deputy examiner activated the playback device, and two screens displayed the footage, pointing to the upper right corner of both. Please note here, the time displayed on both screens was 16:37, and the three individuals in the footage were the Sand siblings. Gaara and his siblings. What is this? Akane asked in surprise. This was recorded 1 hour and 37 minutes after the exam began inside the tower. The deputy examiner explained. Yes, that's so, Akane exclaimed, standing up in astonishment. To accomplish this in just 97 minutes is unprecedented. This is highly unusual. Their strength has surpassed that of a genin, shattering the current 4-hour record. Not only that. What do you mean? The entrance to the tower is approximately 10 kilometers away. filled with fierce beasts, venomous insects, and treacherous forest paths, yet they seem completely unscathed, especially the brown-haired child. What is up with that child? Didn't you notice? I see. That's remarkable, one ANBU member interjected. What's so strange about him? The deputy examiner still didn't quite understand. Take a closer look at him, Ishii suggested. I see. The deputy examiner finally realized the issue. He's remarkably unharmed, and his body is devoid of any dirt. Akane remarked. Even any Chunin would find it impossible to reach the central tower without sustaining a scratch. The deputy examiner concluded in astonishment. It's likely related to his abilities, one ANBU member stated. Truly, ANBU are insightful in their analysis. I haven't encountered anyone this impressive in a long while. Though his gaze is rather irritating, another ANBU member lamented that on the morning of July 6, 60th year of Konoha. In the monitoring room of the second exam's central tower, Ishii said to the third Hokage, Orochimaru may have set his sights on Uchiha Sasuke, but I believe he won't take any action. Regardless of any ulterior motives he may harbor that, Akane's curse mark still hurts, the third Hokage remarked. How are you feeling? Is the curse mark still painful? He inquired with concern. It's much better now. Thanks to you. Hongdo spoke. Lord Hongdo has confirmed that 21 ninjas have qualified for the next round. According to the rules of the Chunin exam, the question for the third test will be those that have not been used in 5 years. The second test has concluded. A deputy examiner reported the final results of the second test to the main examiner, Yi Shui. The third Hokage addressed, Yi Shui, you will serve as the main examiner for the third test. What? Hongdo exclaimed in surprise, never expecting the third Hokage would appoint this lecherous individual as an examiner, clearly indicating a level of trust in him that, in any case. Let's proceed with the third test. But do keep an eye on his actions. The third Hokage instructed Hongdo. Yes, Hongdo nodded in agreement. Chapter 37. The third round of the Chunin exam preliminaries commences when all the teams that had passed the second test, along with their instructors, arrived. Yi Shui and Hongdo followed the third Hokage into the venue for the third test. Notably, the character of Shippuden did not appear here, as Yi Shui had taken over his role as the examiner for the third test, leaving him to remain in the umbu. Everyone took their positions, with the third Hokage standing at the podium, flanked by the instructors of the 7 teams, Kakashi, Asuma, Hong, Gai, Maki, and the Sound Ninja as leading Jonin, who was actually Orochimaru. To the left stood Hongdo and Yi Shui, while to the right were Ibiki and Irika. Once everyone was quiet, Hongdo announced, Next, we'll have an explanation of the third test from Hokage. Everyone, please pay close attention. The third Hokage stepped forward and said, We are about to commence the third test. Before I elaborate on it, I must make one thing clear regarding the true purpose of this exam. Why have the allied nations come together for this test? It is to foster friendships between the nations and to enhance mutual skills that I hope you do not misunderstand its true significance. This exam is essentially a microcosm of the warfare between allied nations. What is going on? Tintin could not help but question, and other candidates shared her confusion. The third Hokage took a puff from his cigarette and continued. A glance at history reveals that the current allied nations were once neighboring countries engaged in continuous conflict. To avoid wasting military strength and to prevent mutually assured destruction, they designated this battleground, marking the inception of the Chunin selection exams. Naruto, puzzled, asked, But isn't this meant for selecting Chunin through examinations? The third Hokage replied, Indeed, it is also to select ninjas with Chunin-level strength, but on the other hand, it serves as a battleground where ninjas, bearing the prestige of their nations, fight with all their might. I end this third test. We will invite the feudal lords and renowned figures from the nations that have commissioned us. The lords and leaders of each ninja village will observe your battles. If a clear disparity in national strength is evident, the stronger nations will receive more commissions, while those deemed weaker will see a reduction in opportunities, simultaneously conveying to neighboring countries that our village possesses such formidable strength, thus serving as a means of diplomatic pressure. Even so, what necessity do we have to fight to the death? Kiba retorted. The strength of a nation is the strength of its ninja village, and the strength of a ninja can only emerge from desperate battles. This exam is an opportunity to showcase our ninja strength, allowing others to understand IT. IT is precisely because lives are on the line that this exam holds meaning, and it is for this reason that our ancestors embraced the belief that this is a worthy goal to strive for, the third Hokage explained. But why is there talk of friendship? Tintin inquired. As I mentioned before, do not misunderstand its true meaning. Maintaining balance through bloodshed is what the so-called friendship in the ninja world entails. Fighting with one's life for one's dreams and the prestige of one's ninja village. The third Hokage stated with authority. Naruto scoffed. I understand now. Gaara apathetically remarked, it doesn't matter. Just get on with the details of this life and death battle. The third Hokage acknowledged. Very well. Let me now explain the third test. However, before we begin, at that moment, Yi Shui interjected, appearing suddenly. Forgive my rudeness. I will now take over the explanation of the upcoming test. I am Kamizuki Yi Shui. Thank you. The third Hokage nodded. Yi Shui turned to the crowd and said, Greetings, everyone. Before we commence the third test, there is something I need each of you to do. Naruto, feeling indignant, protested. What? You're the examiner. This is absurd. Yi Shui huffed and replied, Do not underestimate my abilities, haha. Before the official exam begins, we must hold a preliminary test. Shikamaru, feeling frustrated, questioned, We just passed the last exam. Why do we need a preliminary test? Sakura also asked, Teacher, why must we have a preliminary test? Why can't the remaining candidates proceed to the third test? Yi Shui sighed. Alas, since the previous exams were too easy and there are still many participants left, we must reduce the number of contestants for the third round according to the rules of the Chunin selection exam. Sakura protested. How can this be fair? Yi Shui responded. The Hokage has already stated that many guests will be attending the third test, so we cannot afford to delay the exam. There are time constraints. Therefore, anyone feeling unwell or wishing to withdraw after hearing the above explanation should come forward now, as the preliminary test is about to begin. Kiba asked, Are you saying the exam is starting right away? Ino weakly stated, We just passed the previous test. How can we? Shikamaru sighed. This is such a hassle. Choji exclaimed, What about food? Naruto silently urged himself to work hard and pass. Yi Shui then added, I also forgot to mention, the upcoming exam will be an individual competition, and you may voluntarily raise your hand to withdraw. Orochimaru, eyeing Sasuke, smirked, indeed, a splendid prey. The curse seal on Sasuke's neck flared up, and he instinctively clutched it, evidently influenced by Orochimaru. The third Hokage observed Sasuke and remarked, Just as I thought. Ibiki questioned, What should we do? Hondo firmly declared, We must immediately halt the exam and have the Umbu protect and isolate him. It would be best if he ceased the exam right away. He won't just comply. He is from the Uchiha clan, Kakashi remarked. Hondo, infuriated, retorted, What foolishness are you spouting? Force him to withdraw, even if we seal his chakra. The power of that cursed seal will still react, compelling his strength to emerge. This is a forbidden technique that erodes its host. It would be a miracle if that child can endure it. Generally speaking, he would have perished long ago. Hokusana, I assure you. Hondo senpai, you need not worry. If any issues arise, I will intervene. Moreover, I believe Sasuke can rely on his own strength to overcome the curse's erosion. Yi Shui said nonchalantly, Hey, you sound ninja. Do not deliberately show any killing intent toward my candidates. Otherwise, I will not hold back. Yi Shui glared at Orochimaru. My apologies. I merely became a bit excited seeing my student pass the exam. Orochimaru feigned innocence. TCH kid, do not get too smug. I will definitely deal with you next time. Yi Shui grinned ominously. Yes, that's so. Just remember to be cautious next time, although you are attempting to conceal it. I am very sensitive to killing intent, he added. Now, my candidates, who wishes to withdraw, speak up immediately. Time is of the essence. Kabuto stepped forward, raising his hand. I wish to withdraw. My body is unwell. I sustained too many injuries in the previous battle and can no longer continue. The third Hokage frowned. Didn't he participate in several exams before and abandoned many of them during the official rounds? Yes, the records indicate he has participated in 6 Chunin selection exams, and this is his 7th, all of which ended in failure. By the way, is he the boy who survived the Kaiki Mountain battle? Hondo inquired while examining the documents. The third Hokage suddenly realized, oh, he's the enemy boy rescued by the medical team, Jonin. Yakushi Kabuto. Now I recall that Ishui addressed Kabuto. You're from Konoha, Kabuto. You may withdraw. Naruto was perplexed by Kabuto's withdrawal. Why, Kabuto-senpai, didn't you say we would strive together? Kabuto replied apologetically, I'm sorry, Naruto, my hearing has been compromised due to the Sound Ninja S attack, and I have already sustained considerable injuries in the second test. So, Ishui, infuriated by Kabuto's pretentiousness, interjected, enough. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? Those who have withdrawn should leave immediately and not obstruct the remaining contestants from continuing the exam. After a considerable wait, no one has chosen to forfeit. There truly no one who wishes to withdraw. Then let the preliminaries commence. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the competition. There are no rules. The battle will continue until one party concedes defeat or meets their demise, at which point the match will cease. The victorious party shall earn their advancement. Coincidentally, there are precisely 20 individuals present, leading to 10 matches, meaning only 10 will progress to the next round. One point I must clarify. Should I deem that one side is no longer capable of fighting, I will intervene promptly to prevent unnecessary casualties. Thus, the fate that lies ahead is now in the hands of the esteemed Hondo, who spoke first. Hondo nodded and addressed the radio. Open. Gradually, an electronic bulletin board emerged from the upper right corner of the northern wall of the examination hall. Ishui pointed at the electronic board and stated, This is the electronic bulletin board, where each pair of combatants will be displayed. Opponents will be randomly matched. The first bout will feature Uchiha Sasuke versus Chidu Armor. The two contenders shall remain, while the others are to vacate the viewing platforms on either side of the examination hall. The outcome of the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Chidu Armor was self-evident. Sasuke thwarted the encroachment of the curse mark and employed the techniques of Rock Lee, enhanced by Sharingan, to execute the Lion's Barrage, thus securing victory in this contest. Orochimaru, witnessing the power Sasuke unleashed from an unknown source, felt an intensified yearning to possess him. Ishui cast a disdainful glance at the smirking Orochimaru, yet the next match was about to commence, and the randomly selected opponents were completely different from those in the original narrative. How intriguing. As the second match began, it was Hyuga Neji versus Sak. Please, the two contestants, take the stage, Ishui announced while observing the electronic board. Oh, your hands are injured. Can you continue to fight? Neji inquired of Sak, who relied on those very hands for his sound-based attacks. Tisich, although we have yet to spar, I know your strength well. Do not underestimate me, that I still have one hand capable of action, and with it, I shall achieve victory, Sak retorted, extending his left hand. Thus, the second match commenced. Hyuga Neji versus Sak. As the battle commenced, Sak immediately unleashed his signature sound wave attack, the Sonic Slash, from the palm of his left hand. Unfortunately, Neji regarded this as trivial. Activating his Byakugan, he promptly struck at the chakra points on Sak's arm, rendering one of his hands incapacitated. Engaging in close combat with a Hyuga was tantamount to courting death. How does it feel? All the chakra points on your arm have been struck by my attack, combined with your pre-existing injuries. Can you still fight? Judge, please announce the result of the match. Some destinies are predetermined, and individuals like you are destined to be stepping stones for the victors, Neji proclaimed, espousing his fatalistic philosophy. Ishui, listening to Neji's obnoxious rhetoric, felt a surge of disdain. Perhaps he should consider a career as a prophet, spouting whatever came to mind. Tisich, are you not also rebelling against your own fate? Sak reminisced about his childhood, a sense of unwillingness swelling within him that he resolved to defeat this arrogant individual, even at the cost of his life. TCH, you are the one fated to lose. That I still have one hand left. Sometimes what you see is not the truth. This is my hidden card. Prepare yourself, Sak declared, raising his right hand to attack Neji. Neji let out a cold laugh, dodging Sak's assault, but still found himself hurled away by the sound waves. You will soon learn of my wrath, you doomed insect. Neji swiftly countered, launching an attack aimed at Sak's heart. With a thud, Sak fell, unable to withstand the onslaught. Ishui approached to assess Sak's condition. Finding him unconscious and unable to awaken temporarily, he had no choice but to announce, in the third match, Hyuga Neji is victorious. Next, it shall be Tenten versus Hyuga Hinata. Contestants, please take your positions. Unexpectedly, it was Hinata facing Tenten, a disciple of Guy. However, Hinata was likely to emerge victorious. Hinata, do your best for your husband. Showcase your true strength. Yi Shui encouraged Hinata-san. I advise you to concede immediately that Tenten is likely the strongest among the lower-ranked ninjas. It would be wise to forfeit, lest you face injury. Your inherent timidity renders you unfit to be a ninja. Niji admonished as Hinata descended. Naruto scoffed. You're so annoying. Why do you always presume to determine others' fates? Do you think you can predict everything? I despise people like you, even more than I do Sasuke. Niji huffed disdainfully. The tail end will always remain the tail end, but a genius is destined to be a genius. Your name is Naruto, is it not? I hear you graduated last in your class at the Ninja Academy. Individuals like you will never surpass a genius. Furious, Naruto shot back. What did you just say, you jerk? I will defeat you. I swear it. I will prove that even the tail end can surpass a genius through hard work. At that moment, Hinata interjected. Niji and I, please do not say such things. I may not understand your reasoning, but I am no longer the timid Hinata of the past. Through diligent training, I too can become a formidable ninja. Is that so? I shall be watching closely, Niji replied, raising an eyebrow. Yi Shui stepped forward and declared, Now, the third match shall commence. The previous victors are to immediately depart and refrain from interfering with the ongoing battles. Niji huffed as he slowly made his way to the observation platform. Hondo, is that your student? Certainly not a match for Tenten. Although Tenten is my weakest pupil, she is not easily defeated by newcomers. Hong smiled. Yes, that's so. I believe Hinata stands as the mightiest female ninja among the lower ranks. I am uncertain where you derive your confidence, but Hinata will undoubtedly triumph over her opponent. Kakashi remarked, Kakashi, my opponent, where are you? Why did you leave without my knowledge? If you do not appear in the next moment, it will mean my victory. Haha, I have won again. I am truly remarkable. Guy-sensei, you are indeed the strongest. I'm so proud to be your disciple. Lee exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Ali, you are certainly my most cherished student. Guy cried. The two embraced, tears flowing freely. Hong's head was filled with dark lines. Here we go again. All right, shifting focus. Hinata versus Tenten. Hinata activated her Byakugan and assumed the gentle fist stance, while Tenten drew several shuriken from her ninja pouch. That stance is Asuma murmured of IT is the Hyuga's gentle fist. Kakashi suddenly appeared, noting that Sasuke's curse mark had been sealed. Sakura cheerfully inquired, Kakashi-sensei, is Sasuke all right? Yes, he is currently unharmed, being protected by the Umbu. Kakashi replied. Tenten gazed at Hinata, her heart racing. The resemblance to Niji's gentle fist left her intrigued. She wondered how Hinata's skills compared to Niji's. Hey, is that the gentle fist? I wonder how it measures up to Niji's, which is exceptionally powerful. Show me your skills, since you are familiar with this technique. I will not hold back. Hinata advanced swiftly to launch her attack. Tenten, taken aback by Hinata's proficiency, felt a surge of surprise at her speed. She opted for ranged attacks, recognizing that engaging in close combat would put her at a significant disadvantage. As she retreated, she hurled several shuriken. Hinata nimbly evaded the shuriken, but the subsequent kunai left her somewhat flustered. Indeed, her lack of battle experience was evident, and Yi Shui had previously held back during their training to protect Hinata. Now, he regretted this approach, realizing he had inadvertently hindered her growth. Conversely, Tenten had fought with all her might against Lee and Niji, and her innate talent for weaponry rendered her a formidable opponent. While Hinata managed to dodge effectively, the numerous projectiles did graze her calf, causing Yi Shui to wince in concern. The examiner, he could not alert the combatants to watch for incoming attacks. Not bad. You only got hit by a single kunai. I must say, your level is commendable among this year's female ninjas, but I am certain victory is mine, Tenten asserted, confidence radiating from her. Yes, that's so. I will not concede so easily. The person I admire is watching my battle. I cannot allow him to think poorly of me, Hinata declared resolutely. Hinata spoke earnestly, urging to continue the current assault. Asui observed quietly, internally expressing, Hinata, do not attack the enemy mindlessly like Naruto. Although your words bring me joy, could you perhaps employ a bit more strategy? Humph. Tintin continued to launch her attacks with ninja tools, this time throwing even more shurikens and kunai. Suddenly, the Hinata that had been struck transformed into a wooden log. It was a substitution technique. Huh. Hinata appeared behind Tintin and launched an attack. Tintin was knocked back, but she quickly regained her footing, seemingly unscathed. She retrieved a scroll and declared, "It seems I cannot underestimate you. In that case, I advise you to concede quickly, or else I will unleash my unwavering ninja way, which I must uphold. Though I have always been timid and fearful of battle, it is only after understanding true strength that I learn to face my fears. I may be somewhat cowardly and not particularly clever. Yet I know I have the encouragement and support of many behind me, that I have realized that a ninja does not fight merely as a tool, but rather fights driven by the love for loved ones. Friends, comrades, and family, I carry their affection into battle, making me armed with the most potent source of power a ninja can possess. Thus, I will not concede. I shall emerge victorious. Come on." Hinata looked at Ace Wei and then turned to Tintin, her gaze growing ever more resolute. That look, something she had never seen before, left Niji bewildered. It resembles the ninja way of a certain individual. She must have been influenced by him, Kakashi remarked calmly. Considering emotions as the greatest source of strength for a ninja's battle diverges greatly from what is taught in school, yet I find this approach quite commendable, Asuma added. Indeed, Hinata possesses her own ninja way. She has always told me that a ninja must fight with emotion to gain immeasurable strength, persevering until the very end, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be. That a ninja fights not only for oneself, but also for comrades, friends, family, and everyone in the village, pouring their feelings for them into their hands to conquer every powerful adversary, Kurenai remarked with a smile. This is why I believe Hinata is the most formidable kunoichi among the genin. Naruto listened to the teacher's conversation, feeling a strong sense of agreement. Yes, although I'm often at the bottom of the class, I have worked hard to gain their recognition, as more and more comrades acknowledge me. I will gain greater strength. It is because of them that I continuously encourage myself to become the Hokage who protects everyone. Regardless, Hinata, you must do your best and defeat Tintin to prove your convictions and ninja way. Hey, while I agree with her sentiments, Naruto, please do not let her defeat my disciple in front of me. That would be too heartbreaking, Kiba lamented. Humph, it's merely a psychological suggestion. It won't have much effect. She may not necessarily defeat Tintin, Niji scoffed. Naruto glared at Niji, ready to rush at him. Kakashi intervened, catching Naruto and saying, "All right, the battle has commenced. Tintin is about to launch her attack. Rising Dragon." Tintin unleashed her signature jutsu, sending an array of ninja tools flying toward Hinata. The speed of the projectiles was astounding, and Hinata showed no sign of reaction, leading everyone to believe she was in dire straits. "Quick, dodge!" Naruto shouted. Worry etched on his face. Ace Wei also felt concerned. Just as the ninja tools were about to strike Hinata, she assumed the stance for her heavenly spin and called out, "Heavenly spin!" Hinata's body began to spin rapidly, gaining momentum akin to a top, and chakra enveloped her, forming a protective layer that perfectly shielded her within, reflecting all incoming attacks. Chapter 39. The climax of the match impressive, Naruto exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. That is the Hyuga clan's secret technique, the 8 trigrams heavenly spin, isn't it? Asuma said in astonishment. Indeed, this girl seems exceptionally strong. With a bit more battle experience, even Sasuke would struggle against her, Kakashi remarked. Equally impressed. How can she possess such formidable power? Niji pondered, perplexed, questioning whether the main branch was destined to be stronger than the branch family. She must be the daughter of Izashi. Her engagement with Ace Wei speaks volumes about her potential. They both have the potential to become powerful ninjas, reminiscent of the legendary Minato and Kushina, the third Hokage commented. Ace Wei gazed at Hinata in astonishment, wondering when she had learned the 8 trigrams heavenly spin. As he realized he needed to pay her more attention. "Hinata, you have grown stronger," Ace Wei said with a smile. "Daha. What are you staring at?" After ceasing her attack, Hinata began to employ gentle fist strikes against Tintin, who was still dazed from the previous events. Indeed, it had taken everyone by surprise. Tintin was genuinely injured this time. Many of her chakra points had been struck. This technique was intended for the finals. But it seemed she had no choice but to use it now. Tintin retrieved 2 scrolls, positioning them beside her. Is Tintin going to use that technique? It seems her opponent is quite formidable. Lee remarked in surprise. Indeed, given her lack of experience, utilizing that technique could secure her victory. Guy confidently nodded. Hinata understood that she would soon face even fiercer attacks, but now that she had mastered the 8 trigrams heavenly spin, no assault could deter her. Double rising dragon. Tintin elegantly soared through the air, evoking the grace of a Chinese dancer, launching an onslaught of attacks from all directions towards Hinata. Heavenly spin. Hinata stood firm, singing, I possess the heavenly spin. I fear nothing. After deflecting all the incoming ninja tools, Hinata's heavenly spin came to a halt. However, after repeated use, her chakra was nearing depletion. Tintin landed on the ground, equally exhausted. Yet a victorious smile graced her lips. It's not over yet. I've already won. The scattered ninja tools were manipulated by Tintin using chakra strings. It's over, it's over. I never imagined Tintin had such a hidden card. Hinata is about to lose, Naruto exclaimed. Guy appeared elated. See? My student is truly exceptional. Teacher Guy, you truly are the greatest in Konoha for being able to teach such an outstanding student as Tintin. I must strive harder, Lee said, tears streaming down his face. Guy joyfully embraced Lee, exclaiming Lee. The tears from Lee only intensified. Hinata smiled softly and said, Tintin, do you not realize you are currently within my 8 trigrams domain? What? Everyone turned to Hinata, who had assumed the 8 trigram stance. Hinata smiled and said, though my chakra isn't sufficient for the 8 trigrams 64 palms, I can still manage 32 palms. 8 trigrams 32 palms, 2 palms. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Hinata's 8 trigrams palms struck Tintin with a rapid flurry of palm strikes, dazzling everyone in an instant. Poor Tintin didn't even have time to launch her ninja tools before she was knocked unconscious. Asui beamed with delight as he approached Tintin, who lay unconscious and would not awaken for a while. He then raised Hinata's right hand and announced, the victor of the 3rd match is Hyuga Hinata. Yes, Hinata cried, tears of joy streaming down her face, feeling that she had finally triumphed and changed her timid self. Everyone erupted into applause, a heartfelt acknowledgement from all. Hinata, you are truly remarkable. Everyone is astonished and thrilled by your victory. All right, go on up. The next match is about to begin. However, Hinata, you have certainly taken me by surprise. I am proud of you, Asui said, embracing Hinata. Yes, I am no longer the person I once was. I have worked hard to change myself. Hinata shyly replied as she quickly walked to the observation platform. Yay, Hinata, you are truly impressive. I am filled with excitement, Naruto exclaimed as Hinata ascended. Hinata, congratulations. I will also succeed in advancing, Kiba said joyfully. All right, the next match. Inuzuka Kiba versus Uzumaki Naruto. You two should stop congratulating each other and come down quickly, Asui reminded. Naruto and Kiba froze, realizing that they had just been celebrating someone else's victory, and now it was their turn. Kiba is so fortunate to face Naruto. It's practically a guaranteed win for him. Why couldn't I be in his position? Choji envied. Shikamaru expressed his deep sympathy. Kakashi, however, merely smiled and remarked, do not underestimate Naruto. He is capable of surprising everyone, in a confident tone. Sakura added, is that so? But Kiba is exceptionally strong, and I believe Naruto still has some distance to cover. Kakashi chose not to engage in further debate with Sakura. As he observed Naruto and Kiba ready themselves, he announced, the 4th preliminary match begins. As the battle commenced, Kiba unleashed his beast mimicry technique, keeping Naruto on the defensive. However, Naruto's indomitable spirit proved to be a considerable challenge. When Akamaru entered the fray, he was swiftly defeated by Naruto, who then transformed into Akamaru, biting Kiba's hand. Kiba, taken aback, retaliated with his own beast mimicry technique, summoning a shadow clone with the assistance of smoke bombs to attack Naruto alongside Akamaru. Naruto found himself at a disadvantage until, after a combined assault from Kiba and Akamaru, he too transformed into Kiba. Kiba saw through Naruto's transformation, but after being knocked to the ground, Naruto cleverly shifted back into Akamaru, tricking Kiba. Doubting his own senses, Kiba struck down the real Akamaru, inadvertently unraveling his own ninjutsu. This strategic maneuver astonished many. Was this truly the same Naruto, who had once been so naive, now contemplating battle strategies? As the fight progressed, Naruto struggled to execute his shadow clone technique due to Kiba's interference. Yet, fortune smiled upon him when Kiba struck him from behind. Naruto seized the moment to unleash a foul odor, which, due to Kiba's heightened sense of smell, proved to be an unexpected advantage. This remarkable tactic bought Naruto the time he needed to create his clones, replicating Sasuke's Lion's Barrage to form his own Vortex Naruto Lion's Barrage, ultimately securing his victory. After assessing Kiba's condition, Izui smiled and said, "What an astonishing match." Although powerful ninjutsu were not displayed, this battle was profoundly meaningful. The victor is Vortex Naruto. Indeed, you're the most unexpected ninja of Konoha. And I believe you will become a formidable shinobi, for you possess an unwavering fighting spirit. With a clap, Naruto's legendary journey commenced, heralding the arrival of Konoha's most surprising ninja, Vortex Naruto. This is unbelievable. Naruto actually won, exclaimed Choji, incredulous. Well, he is no longer the underachiever of the Ninja Academy. One must now tread carefully not to be defeated by him, Shikamaru remarked. As Izui turned his attention to the electronic bulletin board. He announced the next preliminary match will feature Tsuruga Misumi versus Kankuro. Please, both contestants, step forward. Misumi boldly declared to Kankuro, "I am not like that fool Kankuro who is easily defeated." "Humph, feel free to test that." Kankuro retorted dismissively. Izui declared, "Begin." This match was even more straightforward. Although Misumi's soft body transformation was impressive, he mistakenly captured Kankuro's crow, which led to his own defeat as Kankuro's crow seized him, forcing him to forfeit. The victor is Kankuro. The next match will be Temari versus Akimichi Choji. Both contestants, please step forward, Izui announced. "What? It's that woman from Sunagakure. I'm finished. I surely cannot win. What should I do? Perhaps I should just forfeit." Choji lamented. "Choji, if you win against her, I will treat you to barbecue," Asuma tempted him. Hearing the promise of barbecue, Choji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he made his way to the arena. "Honestly, I can't believe my opponent is a chubby guy. I have no desire to fight him." Temari scoffed at Choji's physique, finding him unappealing and instead preferring a more powerful and handsome partner like her instructor. Choji, infuriated by being called chubby, shot back. "What did you just call me? Repeat that." "What? Can't you understand? I'm calling you chubby," Temari shouted back. "How infuriating. I'm not chubby. I'm merely pleasantly plump. Watch my ultimate technique. The multiplication technique. Here comes the Akimichi family's secret art. The Leaf Village Fluid Technique. Meatball Tank." Choji unleashed the legacy of the Akimichi clan. Temari scoffed, "I'll finish you in an instant. First star." The wind from her attack sent Choji spiraling into the wall. Undeterred, Choji rolled back towards Temari, second star. Yet again, his attack missed, forcing him to re-evaluate his strategy. Third star. Wind Scythe. This time, Choji did not retaliate. Instead, he was knocked out cold from the powerful wind blades crashing against the wall. "How boring," Temari remarked, unimpressed. The victor is Temari. The next preliminary match features Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. Both contestants, please enter, Izui announced. The match between Sakura and Ino was starkly different from the others, devolving into a basic brawl. Ino, unwilling to lose to Sakura, cut her long hair and used it to ensnare Sakura with chakra, successfully executing the Yamanaka family's secret technique, mind transfer jutsu. However, fueled by Naruto's encouragement, Sakura's fighting spirit surged. And with her dual consciousness, she expelled Ino from her body. Exhausted from the battle, both girls ultimately collapsed, failing to qualify. Izui sighed, glancing at the electronic board, and continued. "Next up, Shino Aburame versus Tost. Please step forward." This match proved to be equally uneventful, as Tost was ultimately subdued by Shino's insects, which blocked all sound-producing orifices, leaving Tost unable to fight back. The next match was announced. Nara Shikamaru versus Gantu. This encounter was even simpler. Despite Ganta's bells being manipulated by chakra threads, Shikamaru seized the opportunity, using the Nara clan's secret technique, shadow imitation jutsu, to ensnare Gantu, utilizing the differing distances from the wall. After launching a ninja tool attack, both contestants ducked away from the oncoming projectile, but Gantu, being closer to the wall, collided with it and lost consciousness as Izui approached to check Ganta's condition, unnoticed by the others. He mischievously touched Ganta's chest. Though subtle, it was firm that it was a pity, for she would soon be claimed by Orochimaru as a vessel for his Edo Tensei, and she was rather attractive. It seems Orochimaru's subordinates do indeed possess a fair share of beauty. Perhaps he intends to establish a brothel to entertain Jiraiya. Such a scheme would surely appeal to him. Although no one noticed Izui's antics, Hinata, who had been observing him closely, turned crimson upon witnessing the scene. Why can't you just touch a girl's body in private? Why must it be in public, especially someone else's? She thought. Reflecting on her own experiences, she realized that Izui had yet to touch any part of her body beyond her small hands. Yet, she mused, perhaps it was merely an accidental brush with Ganta's chest. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if I'd ever been touched by him. Maybe next time, I could let him touch me. She pondered, feeling both embarrassed and excited. But we are already engaged, so what's the harm? I shouldn't deny him the chance to touch my chest at home. It's only natural to let him do so outside. She chastised herself for such thoughts. Red observed her disciple, wondering why Hinata was blushing so much. Honestly, she has grown stronger, yet she remains that shy little Hinata we all know and love. Now for the final match. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Please step forward, Izui declared. Indeed, the protagonists always appear last. Lee's passion ignited. All right, contestants, the preliminaries begin, Izui announced as the two took their positions. The battle between Lee and Gaara was far more intense than the previous matches. At first, Lee struggled to penetrate Gaara's sand defenses. However, after shedding his astonishing and intimidating weights, the audience was left in awe. Even before removing the weights, Lee's speed had been remarkable. But after, he moved with such velocity that he was nearly invisible. Gaara found himself on the defensive, but Lee's speed caught Gaara off guard. But he only managed to shatter Gaara's sand armor, causing no real harm. Gaara, invigorated by the challenge, reformed his armor, growing increasingly exhilarated and bloodthirsty. Gaara coolly inquired, "Is that all you can muster?" Lee gazed at the injured Gaara with a flicker of surprise in his heart. It was evident that only a more ferocious assault could overcome the defenses of his sand armor. Subsequently, Lee unleashed the ultimate taijutsu technique of Konoha, the Hokage Lotus, but as he executed a series of upward kicks that sent Gaara soaring into the air, he momentarily faltered due to the pain coursing through his body. In that fleeting instant, Gaara utilized a sand clone to substitute for himself. Thus, while Lee's technique could be deemed a success, it also met with failure. After employing the Hokage Lotus, Lee's body was burdened by the toll of using such a forbidden technique, leaving him in excruciating pain and utterly incapable of defending against Gaara's relentless sand attacks. What fate awaited him now? However, Lee's pride would not permit him to concede defeat. He resolved to shatter his own limits by opening the 8 gates. Ultimately, Lee managed to open the first 5 gates: the initial gate, the healing gate, the life gate, the wound gate, and the closing gate. The explosive surge of chakra shattered the stones surrounding him, and his skin turned a vivid red as the overwhelming chakra energy assaulted the eyes of all present. The speed he attained, transcending human limits, rendered him nearly invisible. Gaara had no chance to evade Lee's onslaught. Even his sand shield could not keep pace with Lee's newfound velocity. The Hokage Lotus blossomed once more, revealing Lee as a true prodigy of taijutsu. Alas, as Gaara plummeted to the ground, the gourd on his back transformed into sand, shielding him from the impact. I could see that moment. Sway attempted to intervene, yet Lee remained undeterred. In the end, Gaara's sand crushed both Lee's left hand and foot, rendering them unusable. Just then, Guy appeared before Lee, blocking Gaara's attack and voluntarily conceding defeat. After Gaara ceased his offensive, although Lee's will had waned, his ninja way compelled him to rise once more. Sway was moved, marveling at the indomitable spirit of this young warrior. He then stepped forward to announce, The victor is Gaara. Following the examination by medical personnel, it was determined that Lee could no longer serve as a ninja, his body suffering from multiple fractures and torn muscles, the most severe being the incapacitation of his left hand and foot by Gaara's sand. It appeared he would require a prosthetic to heal Dada. It is finally over, Sui stated. The third preliminary round of the Chunin selection exam has officially concluded. Congratulations to the 9 participants who have advanced to the third round, with one still absent. The third Hokage surveyed the successful ninjas, totaling 6 from Konoha: Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikomu, and Yamanaka Ino, along with 3 from Tsunaga. It seemed there were indeed numerous elite ninjas among the next generation of Konoha. He then announced the content of the third round. The formal competition will showcase your battles before an audience, but I hope each of you will represent your respective nations and exhibit your abilities without reservation. Therefore, the official matches will be held in 1 month. Naruto, perplexed, inquired, "Isn't it supposed to happen now?" The third Hokage replied, "This month serves as preparation time." "What does that mean?" Kankuro asked. "It means we need to notify the feudal lords and the heads of ninja clans for various countries that the selection competition has concluded and the formal matches are forthcoming. This period also allows you to familiarize yourselves with your opponent's characteristics and enhance your own abilities. Unlike the selection matches, where you are unaware of your opponent's traits, in the formal matches, both sides will have some understanding of each other, allowing for a true display of strength to the audience." Sui interjected. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although I am eager to announce the disbanding of this gathering, we must first conduct one unavoidable activity before the formal matches." Naruto, growing impatient, exclaimed, "What more is there? I am eager to train." Ignoring Naruto's outburst, the third Hokage instructed, "Do not rush. Each of you will draw a card from Akamatsu's box." Akamatsu stepped forward, stating, "I will approach you in order to draw. Each person may only draw 1 card." Once all had drawn, Ibiki instructed, "Now, in order, please announce the numbers on your cards. Gaara, 3. Shikomu, 9. Tamari, 8. Neji, 2. Naruto, 1. Hinata, 7. Kankuro, 5. Ino, 6. Ibiki remarked, "Then he must be 4. The third Hokage nodded. "Now, I shall announce the matchups for the formal competition." A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd, realizing the purpose of the drawing. The third Hokage continued, "Ibiki, reveal the pairings to them." The results were remarkably similar to the original narrative, with the matchups remaining unchanged. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara, and Kankuro versus Yamanaka Ino. However, the final match had changed to Hinata versus Tamari versus Nara Shikomu. Only one person could emerge victorious, meaning only one could become a Chunin. Shikamaru raised his query that no, that is not the case. I, along with Lord Kazekage and the feudal lords of various nations, as well as the heads of the ninja villages, will serve as reviewers for your matches, as long as your abilities gain our approval. Even if you are eliminated in the first match, you may still be selected to become a Chunin. This indicated that everyone had a chance to become a Chunin, as Tamari noted. The third Hokage confirmed that is correct, but it is also possible that no one will attain the rank of Chunin. Winning a match increases your chances of promotion. Well then, that concludes this meeting. Please return home to rest and train diligently for the upcoming formal matches. Dispersed, Sui announced. After the exam concluded, Sui returned home alongside Hinata. While Haku returned from a mission, that night, the Moonlight Wind would meet his demise at the borders of Konoha in Kaiki City, should one intervene to save this unfortunate child, who would be knocked out by Maki upon his entrance. It seemed he had yet to experience the sweetness of love with his girlfriend. The lineage of Moonlight Wind was indeed illustrious. His swordsmanship, the Mizukage dance, was created by the second Hokage, and reliable sources claimed he had mastered this technique by the age of 23. Some records even stated that his father was a renowned figure, the Dancing Knight, whose swordsmanship was on par with the legendary White Fan. .1 could only imagine the frustration Wind must have felt at the time of his demise. Alas, it was best not to dwell on it, that if one were to travel to Kaiki City and save Wind, Maki, lacking the strength to counter, would be forced to abandon his plans for the collapse of Konoha. Thus, the course of history that Sui had come to understand would begin to shift. Sui desired to make a name for himself during the conflict surrounding the collapse of Konoha. Missing this opportunity might never present itself again. So Wind did his best for you to perish. Chapter 41. Guiding Hinata's training on the morning of July 7, 60 years into the Konoha era, members of the Umbu, led by Yuzuki Yugao, discovered the body of Moonlight Wind at the borders of Konoha in Kaiki City. They swiftly submitted a report of Wind's demise to the Hokage. All J-level ninjas were summoned by the third Hokage, including Aoi, Midogate, and Kurama sh Rin. The advisors of Konoha were also called, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Once all the J-nin had assembled, the third Hokage spoke. The body of Moonlight Wind has been found near Kaiki City. Asuma exclaimed in astonishment. Wind, and Red expressed disbelief. How could this happen? Ibiki, who had faith in Wind's strength, questioned. Impossible, right? Redbean speculated that it might be the work of Orochimaru and asked, was it Orochimaru? Kakashi interjected, no, we cannot jump to conclusions without evidence. Wind was tracking Kabuto, an agent of the Sound Village, but Orochimaru is undoubtedly involved. The others echoed this sentiment, suggesting they should suspend the Chunin exam to capture Orochimaru. Sui countered, no, we cannot act hastily. Many details remain unclear. Kaiki City is located near the border of the Wind Country, and I have also taken note of Kabuto, a rather peculiar individual. Moreover, after the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, I personally tracked the leading J-nin from Sunagakure, Maki, and uncovered something quite astonishing. The third Hokage immediately inquired, what did you discover? Sui paused for a moment before responding. I am exceptionally confident in my stealth abilities. After the preliminaries, instead of returning home immediately, I created an ice clone using a secret technique to follow Maki. During the battle between Gaara and Rock Lee, his expression was consistently fluctuating, raising my suspicions about his motives. Shortly after leaving the village, I witnessed him conversing with a ch-nin from the Sound Village. While I could not hear most of their conversation, there was one line I distinctly caught. Asuma hurriedly inquired, what are you talking about? The Konoha collapse plan, replied Ishui with a somber expression. What? Are you certain? Mito Menyen asked urgently. Ishui glanced at Mito Menyen before responding. I can say with utmost certainty. Moreover, I have investigated the individual known as Orochimaru. Including him, do you all recall the two masked Konoha genin who teamed up with him during the second exam? All three of them are spies planted in Konoha by Orochimaru. One of them, a genin named Chung, utilizes ninjutsu that may very well be Orochimaru's expertise in soft body modification ninjutsu. Consider my previous statements and the death of our esteemed elder, Moonlight Gale. I deduce that this could very well be part of a scheme orchestrated by Orochimaru in collusion with the Sand Hidden Village to bring about our downfall. The third Hokage sighed and remarked, even so, we must not act recklessly. Orochimaru possesses the power to obliterate a small ninja village, which could attract the attention of other allied nations to the ch-nin selection exams. The so-called alliance treaty pales in comparison to self-interest. And it is evident that the sand-hidden village of the Wind Country is the one with the most motive. Tika Kamachi also stated, we have dispatched Umbu to gather intelligence from various nations. We cannot afford to act impulsively, as this may very well be the enemy's intention. The third Hokage confidently added, furthermore, I hold great faith in all of you. If absolutely necessary, we shall muster all of Konoha's strength for a fierce battle. Subsequently, the third Hokage outlined the combat strategies and steps to be taken in the event of an attack on the village. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Ishui made his way directly to the Hyuga's rear mountain, eager to guide Hinata in her training. Recently, he had not paid much attention to her, only to discover that she had grown remarkably fast. He resolved to engage with her more, lest he diminish in value as her boyfriend by being unaware of her strength. Part of this was also due to Hanabi. In comparison, Hinata was still a budding flower, whereas Hanabi was akin to a fully blossomed bloom. Sighing, he thought to himself, my dear Hinata, I have been remiss. I must show you more care. Upon reaching the Hyuga's rear mountain, he found Hinata engaged in a spar with Hanabi. Their duel was a sight to behold, each showcasing their remarkable bloodline limits. Perhaps they were even vying to see who would be the rightful wife. By writes, Hinata was Ishue's officially recognized spouse, yet one could not dismiss the fact that Hanabi, with her age and rapid development, might seize the opportunity first. After observing for some time, Ishue did not intervene in their practice. He patiently watched until Hinata was eventually bested by Hanabi due to her inexperience upon noticing Ishue's presence. Hinata joyfully ran over and exclaimed, "Ishuken, you're here. What did you think of my performance just now?" Ishue smiled and replied, "It was excellent, though your combat experience still requires refinement. That is why I am here today to guide you. Look, I have prepared some props. These are 2 wooden dummies on which I have meticulously marked the 361 chakra points on the human body. Today's exercise will focus on your chakra control and understanding of these points. The goal is to achieve precise targeting, ensuring minimal waste of chakra energy while effectively incapacitating your opponent's chakra points. Although you have already mastered the 8 trigrams, heavenly spin, and 8 trigrams, 64 palms, you have expended unnecessary chakra in battle. Now, we shall engage in more refined chakra control training." Hinata beamed. "That sounds wonderful. It feels like returning to those days of training together with you. Ishuken, don't worry. I will strive to improve." Thus, one was eager to teach while the other was keen to learn, both immersing themselves in their training. Naturally, some intimate moments were unavoidable, causing Hinata to blush profusely, yet her interest remained undiminished. Evidently not averse to the closeness with Ishue, and perhaps even pleased by it. A significant step forward. Hanabi, observing the close-knit duo from the sidelines, felt a pang of bitterness within her, having spent much time with Ishue recently. She found his confident, sunny demeanor and omniscient wisdom stirring feelings within her that contrasted sharply with Zabu's cold indifference. Ishue was a boy who understood how to care for those around him. Although he lacked romantic finesse, he enveloped one in warmth and comfort, evoking a nurturing sensation akin to a sweet confection, making it difficult to part ways after spending time in his company. Hanabi believed in Ishue's strength, perceiving him as possessing immense potential. If it were him, he could undoubtedly alter the course of this ninja world. For this reason, she wished to be Ishue's sword, cutting through all obstacles. Yet, more than anything, she yearned for a touch of affection from him, desiring to embrace the life of a genuine girl, cherished by the boy she adored, and perhaps one day, to raise a family together, living blissfully until old age, frolicking in the snow in their yard. During their training, Ishue discovered that Hinata was, in fact, quite intelligent. The once timid girl, despite her cleverness, lacked the courage to hone her skills. However, he now recognized that Hinata possessed the potential to become a formidable ninja. While she still retained her bashfulness, one could not deny her endearing allure when shy. It was impossible not to feel compelled to love, protect, and cherish her. By noon, Hanabi had gone to prepare lunch, intending to bring it back for them to share, making for a delightful outdoor dining experience. Hinata and Ishue took a break from their training, finding a shaded spot to rest. "Ishuken, may I ask you a question?" Hinata suddenly inquired. Ishue, somewhat puzzled, replied, "What is it?" Hinata nervously fidgeted with her hands, her breath quickening, before finally mustering the courage to ask in a whisper, during the preliminary round, "Why did you touch that girl named Jinjinta?" At this, Ishue's face flushed. "What? How could she have noticed? I was being so discreet," he thought, feeling as though he had stepped into a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. This is truly a disastrous turn of events. I merely touched the girl's chest once, and now my Hinata has caught me. I can only conclude that my luck has run out, or perhaps Hinata possesses an innate talent for catching me in the act. Either way, it seems I have failed miserably. "Actually, to you," Hinata began again, her voice barely a whisper. Ishue, now resolute as if he had made a significant decision, declared, "Hinata, I was wrong that I was merely curious about why her chest had such remarkable elasticity. I wanted to test it out. How shameless. I never realized you possessed such lewd tendencies. Ishue, I misjudged you." Hinata's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling a fiery sunset. She reached out, taking Ishue's hand and placing it against her chest. Stammering, "Actually, if you like touching, you can touch mine instead, because I truly dislike it when you touch other girls. It bothers me. In truth, I enjoy when you show me affection." Hinata stuttered and fumbled through her words. appearing as though she might faint from the sheer embarrassment of it all. Her eyes glazed over, her breath shallow and rapid, suggesting she was on the verge of losing consciousness. Chapter 42. The adorable Hinata. Just as Yi Shui and Hinata were immersed in their romantic exchange, Hanabi unexpectedly appeared. Upon hearing the footfalls, both of them turned, their expressions mortified. "We were just sharing sweet nothings, and you show up at such an inopportune moment, interrupting our intimate moment. How inconsiderate." "Ah, it's you, Hanabi," Hinata exclaimed, startled, standing abruptly and waving her hands as if to disperse the tension in the air. Hanabi, blushing as well, was taken aback to find that in her brief absence, the pair had already begun to engage in such intimate antics. It seemed they were on the brink of crossing into deeper territory, and her arrival had forced them to halt their romantic exploration. Yi Shui, sensing the awkwardness, quickly intervened, taking the food from Hanabi's hands and announcing, "All right, it's time to eat. Hanabi, thank you for your hard work. Hinata, come help me spread out the mat. We shall feast. After training all morning, you need to replenish your energy, or you might wear yourself out." Reluctantly, Hinata set aside her earlier embarrassment and joined Yi Shui in arranging the meal, with Hanabi joining in as though the previous scene had never occurred. During lunch, Yi Shui served Hinata some dishes, causing her to feel bashful, especially with another beautiful girl present. He couldn't neglect Hanabi either, so he made sure to serve her some food as well. Bai and Hinata observed Yi Shui serving herself some dishes, and they were quite delighted. They decided to reciprocate, so both of them served Yi Shui some food in return. However, upon seeing this, Yi Shui felt compelled to return the gesture. In the end, each bowl was filled to the brim with food. Almost overflowing it was a rather amusing sight, and Yi Shui had no choice but to extend her hand to stop by and Hinata, saying, "Enough, if we keep serving more, we won't be able to finish it. What we have in our bowls is already sufficient. Everyone must finish their meal, as it is prepared with love that we cannot waste it, so let us eat together." Bai and Hinata gazed at the mountain of food piled in their bowls, sharing a shy smile as they ceased their playful competition and transitioned into a team focused on devouring their meal. Unlike Yi Shui, who ate with unrefined haste, the manner in which Hinata and Bai consumed their food was akin to an artistic performance. Yi Shui, however, found himself overwhelmed by the presence of two talented cooks. It was not easy to enjoy such delectable dishes, especially those crafted by the hands of women he admired, during their usual missions. He rarely had the opportunity to share a meal with them. Now, relishing such treatment felt utterly wonderful. He fantasized about a life spent happily in the countryside with several beloved women, raising children together as a joyful family. After lunch, Yi Shui resumed assisting Hinata with her training, while Bai, motivated, practiced beside them, occasionally seeking clarification on simple matters. However, Yi Shui suspected that Bai was merely trying to strike up a conversation, as she had learned many fundamental concepts and training knowledge from Zabuza. Given Bai's prodigious talent, it was likely that she could grasp these concepts independently. After all, even without the guidance of the Mizuki clan, she had successfully mastered and developed her bloodline abilities by the afternoon. Yi Shui began to appreciate Hinata's endearing nature, as she often made charming gestures, such as pouting, waving her hands, or stamping her feet, which elicited delighted reactions from Yi Shui. It seemed that the closer they were, the more Hinata expressed her true self. Occasionally, when Yi Shui's comments became too much, Hinata would lightly step on his foot, not out of clumsiness, but rather her innocent nature. Yes, they chatted. She would sometimes drift off into her thoughts, and her penchant for striking alluring poses made it challenging for Yi Shui to concentrate on assisting her training. Ultimately, he found himself completely enchanted by his little girlfriend, who, having shed her timid demeanor, now radiated her unique charm. That evening, after dinner, Yi Shui, Hinata, and Bai each retired for the night. As Yi Shui lay in bed, he couldn't shake off thoughts of Hinata's adorable expressions, rendering him unable to sleep. Midnight. He was suddenly roused by gentle knocks on his door. Rising from his bed, he opened the door to find Hinata standing outside, clutching a blanket, her small face flushed from the cool night air. Resembling a tempting red apple, "I wanted to come sleep with you. I couldn't sleep," she said, mustering her courage. Overjoyed, Ishui swiftly took the blanket from her and led her into his cozy abode. Hinata placed her blanket beside him and, donning her little bunny pajamas, snuggled in. Ishui joined her under the covers. Although they could not share the same blanket, still, it was delightful to inhale Hinata's sweet, youthful fragrance. It was indeed a captivating night. Just as he was about to drift off, he suddenly heard Hinata's soft voice. Stricken, do you really want to touch a girl's body? She asked timidly. Caught off guard, Ishui found himself in a predicament. To deny it felt insincere, yet to admit it would be too forward, especially in front of Hinata. He thought to himself, Hinata, how could you be so perceptive? You must have asked your mother about this. Panic set in as he feared the consequences of her mother discovering his intentions. What if my idyllic life were to come to an end? He lamented inwardly. Actually, I didn't tell my mother about you. I merely asked her some general questions about girls, Hinata clarified. Please don't misunderstand me. I trust you completely. Oh, how wonderful. Hinata, you're truly my dear little confidant, my angel, my goddess for the sake of our blissful life. You must keep this secret about my innocent indiscretion close to your heart, he exclaimed, realizing just how adorable she was, not only for being kind to him, but also for helping him conceal the incident. However, I did mention it to Benet, Hinata continued. She expressed some confusion, thinking you might just have a fondness for girls' chests, so, since you like it, I suppose I should let you touch mine, otherwise if you were to touch someone else's, I would be quite upset, what? By nose too, my reputation is ruined. Ishui cried internally, realizing his fantasies were crumbling. Hinata, how could you harbor such a mischievous spirit within your innocent heart? I merely wished for a fleeting moment of affection, and now my dreams are dashed. Hinata, noticing the myriad expressions on Ishui's face, giggled playfully, you really are amusing with your changing expressions. Even if they're not the prettiest, I find them delightful. Ishui was left speechless. Hinata, while you are an adorable little angel, please refrain from transforming into a mischievous little devil. My heart is quite fragile and cannot endure such surprises. You can touch me if you wish. I wouldn't mind, Hinata offered. Really? Ishui's heart raced with excitement. All previous reservations faded away. All he desired was a moment with Hinata. You are far too generous, Hinata. But just for a little while, otherwise it won't grow. She said shyly, that's acceptable. I am about to take action. Ishui declared, reaching out with a mischievous hand. Just as he was about to embark on this daring adventure, Hinata suddenly exclaimed, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Ishui could only lament his misfortune as the anticipated moment slipped away, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of frustration. I gaze upon Hinata's retreating figure. Ishui, ponder, perhaps I shall let it be for now. After all, waiting a little while longer is of no consequence. I am resolute in my intention to touch her bosom. Hinata, do not think you can escape again. However, as time passes, I find myself increasingly drowsy. Sleepiness gradually encroaching upon my mind. It is now midnight, and I am succumbing to the embrace of slumber. When Hinata returns, she discovers that I have already drifted off to sleep, compelling her to snuggle under the covers as well. It can be said that I made no progress regarding the incident of the breast touching throughout the night. Such a pitiable child. Chapter 43. The cultivation of summoning techniques the next day. I awakened to find Hinata peacefully slumbering beside me. A smile gracing her lips. It appears I did not gain any advantage from her last night. However, this is quite delightful. Hinata's choice to sleep beside me signifies her profound trust in me, indicating we have reached a level of intimacy where nothing is left unsaid. This is precisely what I desire. If Hinata were merely a puppet, manipulated by me, then while physical pleasure might be attained, my soul would remain empty. True love embodies such a connection. Hinata, stirred by the sound around her, groggily sits up, rubbing her delicate eyes with her smooth hands, and exclaims, I slept so comfortably. Indeed, sleeping next to Stricken is particularly delightful. Observing her adorable, dazed expression, I cannot help but pinch her nose affectionately, saying, little lazy pig, rise and shine. Bai has likely been awake for quite some time. Get up for breakfast. We have training to attend to. Silly girl. With a blush illuminating her cheeks, Hinata raises her little head defiantly, retorting, Stricken, You're the one who overslept. And I'm not a fool. I am quite formidable. She raises her small hand in a show of defiance. Expressing her displeasure, my heart swells with affection for her. She truly is a child who has yet to grow up. I muse that when she matures, she will undoubtedly become even more enchanting. The two of us take our time getting up. After rising, Hinata realizes she had come to my side in her pajamas, her formal attire still in her little abode. Sensing her embarrassment, I promptly retrieve her clothes. Catching sight of some private items along the way, and I can't help but exclaim, what a delightful turn of events for a good deed. After breakfast, I have other matters to attend to, while Hinata continues her training, with by now as her instructor. This change does not please her, but she merely sulks, for training must proceed nonetheless. I exit the village and make my way to a secluded forest. Far removed from prying eyes and enveloped in tranquility, situated several dozen miles from Konoha. Here, any significant disturbances would go unnoticed, granting me ample time to address any unforeseen circumstances. What is my purpose? I am determined to summon my ninja beast, the dragon. This powerful creature possesses both immense strength and an exceedingly proud disposition. Taming it as a ninja beast is no simple task. Thus, a fierce battle is unavoidable to earn its recognition and acceptance. The reason I had not practiced this summoning technique before was twofold. My lack of strength and experience, coupled with insufficient chakra, and why initial summonings yielded only a modest dragon, like the one I summoned during my first attempt, which was merely a small fire dragon named Laxus. Impressive yet far from formidable, measuring only a scant 10 meters in length and utterly distant from the legendary nine-tailed beasts. Once prepared, I officially commence my training in summoning techniques. Yu Shunwei Summoning Technique. With a thunderous roar, a colossal white dragon materializes, its length exceeding 100 meters, its vast form obscuring the heavens, with a mere flick of its tail. An astonishing shockwave erupts. Roar! Who dares to summon the magnificent Christina? The thunderous voice reverberates through the air. What? It is a female dragon. Compared to her, Laxus pales significantly. Did I just summon his ancestor? Hey, Christina, I am the one who summoned you. I declare while perched upon a massive tree branch before the imposing dragon. You are a descendant of the demon god. I sense the bloodline power coursing through you. However, the ancient contract now bears little binding strength. And with the demise of the demon god, it holds even less authority. You must demonstrate your prowess. Young Wanda Christina gazes at me, somewhat astonished. She recognizes that a significant portion of my bloodline power has awakened. Yet such strength becomes increasingly challenging to fully awaken that I wonder how far I can go. Based on my talent, reaching the final stage should not pose a significant challenge. Last I heard from Laxus, he had awakened the stage of flames. I should now be on the cusp of advancing to the frost stage. Truly, I am a descendant of remarkable talent. Looking at the female dragon, I resolve to engage in battle with her. Though I may often lose, it is essential to showcase my strength at the right moment. Your primary element is likely water. Therefore, I shall employ fire. Eye of heaven, body of flames. I unleash my prized secret technique. Christina watches in astonishment as I transform into flames. Indeed, I have awakened the second secret technique of the flame stage. This is quite impressive. Nevertheless, I must ensure she understands the formidable strength of the dragon lineage. For not everyone can command it that if I do not teach her a lesson, she may not relent easily. Lightning release, 16 pillars binding technique, fire release, flame burning technique. I utilize a combined ninjutsu. Reminiscent of the original work where the Umbu summoned the canine beast to confront pain, that I do not anticipate defeating Christina so effortlessly. This is merely a test. Roar, you wretched creature, you have provoked the great Christina. Initially, I intended merely to teach you a lesson, but now, in light of your pitiful existence, I have changed my mind. I shall slay you. Christina had expected this little brat would not wield any powerful ninjutsu, thinking perhaps even her smooth, delicate skin would remain unscathed. However, she is shocked to find a portion of her pristine hide has been scorched black, irreparably marring her beautiful dragon form. An unforgivable offense. I scoffed derisively. That little injury poses no harm to you. Your skin? Those dragon scales could withstand a few more burns without issue. It's merely a bit charred, by the way. This dragon is quite the temper. And honestly, no matter how fine her skin, she's still just a beast. Not comparable to the skin of a lovely human girl that water's essence. Water World. Christina invokes her favorite ninjutsu, transforming a 5-mile radius into a realm permeated solely by water chakra. In this world, water techniques are amplified tenfold, rendering my modest fire techniques akin to suicide. What? My fire techniques are ineffective. No, it's not that they are ineffective. Rather, they are immediately neutralized upon release in this vast environment saturated with water chakra. Any fire technique I attempt will be instantaneously countered. How infuriating! Christina is indeed skilled. No wonder she speaks of water's essence. If this technique does not qualify as an essence, what then could be deemed so? Nevertheless, I possess a water affinity as well. However, in this aquatic realm, with Christina's identity as a water dragon, an abundance of water is likely advantageous for her. Utilizing water techniques would only bolster her strength. If I were to employ lightning techniques, it might yield some benefit, for water does not conduct electricity, and in this context, lightning techniques could potentially enhance my power. What is the matter, little insect? Amuse me a bit. Would you? You truly are worthless. Your value diminishes with each passing moment. What a farce. Eye of heaven. Before me, you are nothing more than a bug. Christina observes my stunned silence, mistakenly believing I've been rendered speechless by fear, a truly pitiable sight. Lightning release. Accumulated thundercloud technique. In a moment of desperation, Yi Shui unleashed the lightning release ninjutsu he had devised himself. Typically, this technique possessed only a C-rank potency, yet when augmented by water release, its power surged exponentially. Within this realm of water, its efficacy escalated to an astonishing S-rank level. Above Christina, a vast expanse of ominous, swirling thunderclouds gathered, as if every water ion in the atmosphere had been imbued with the essence of lightning. With a resounding roar, the amassed energy of the thunderclouds erupted violently, transforming every corner of the water world into a canvas of blue-black hues, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. One could hardly fathom that a mere C-rank ninjutsu could reach such formidable heights under conditions rich in water attributes. This was truly the quintessence of lightning release. Christina's predicament was entirely of her own making. Yi Shui's technique, while lacking in flamboyance and generally inferior to Kakashi's Chidori, had the remarkable ability to conjure thunderclouds in the air. In this world, where water ions were abundant, the resulting thunderclouds were magnified 100-fold, if not 1,000. The anguish of Christina's furious roars echoed through the atmosphere, imbued with both pain and a terrifying intent to kill. The once proud white dragon had descended into a state of sheer rage. One could only speculate how Yi Shui would be ravaged in this tumultuous storm. The entire chain of lightning endured for nearly 5 minutes. Afterwards, sporadic flashes of lightning still danced through the air, yet they paled in comparison to the earlier tempest. At last, Christina's form was revealed. What was once a majestic white dragon had morphed into a charred, battered creature, its scales shattered and exposing tender flesh beneath. Remarkably, the scorched areas of her body began to heal gradually under the flow of water, likely due to her use of water releases healing techniques. Despite her current weakened state, one should not underestimate her threat. Yi Shui, feeling a twinge of trepidation, cautiously inquired, "Are you all right? You were eager to test my strength, weren't you? Besides, that was merely a small C-rank ninjutsu. I never anticipated such a turn of events. Perhaps I should take my leave, so you need not summon a beast anymore, right?" Chapter 44. The Soul Engraving of Ice. You wretched creature. I shall slay you, reducing you to mere dust to quench my wrath, roared the formidable dragon. Christina, furious beyond measure, I will obliterate all that I lay my eyes upon. With a powerful flap of her wings, she soared beside Yi Shui, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth with unbridled fury, sending him flying. The immense force of the deluge left Yi Shui utterly defenseless, as his body was propelled through the air, crashing into towering trees and toppling dozens of them before finally coming to a halt against a colossal boulder. Ishui felt as though his body was no longer his own, every bone threatening to shatter. Had it not been for his rigorous training and physical techniques, he would likely have been rendered incapacitated. All he desired now was to lie motionless atop the rock, not from lack of will, but from a sheer inability to move. Suddenly, Ishui coughed up a copious amount of blood, perhaps the most grievous injury he had suffered since arriving in the world of Naruto. "Forgive me, Hinata, and little bye-bye. Farewell, I'm truly a wretched soul. Why did I provoke this colossal dragon? How infuriating it is to be slain by my own summoned beast. Surely, I must be the most pitiful ninja to perish in such a manner. I must have outdone all those who met their ends in bizarre ways. Choked while eating, scalded while drinking, exhausted to death in bed, drowned while bathing, or struck down while walking. And my demise is a pure act of self-sabotage." As Christina hovered nearby, observing Ishui's woeful state, she felt a surge of satisfaction. With a swift motion, she grasped him with her claw and consumed him whole. The taste of human flesh was far sweeter than that of the monsters dwelling in the abyss. Having finally surfaced, she thought it prudent to enjoy a little feast before returning to the depths, and thus she savored the moment. Gradually, Ishui stirred from his stupor, still beset by pain. "Am I dead? How tragically unfortunate I am. After being struck by a vehicle and transported to the Naruto world, I have yet to experience any joy before facing death. The only memory worth cherishing is sharing a bed with Hinata, albeit without any intimate encounters. Merely a fleeting touch upon the breast of a girl yet to bloom. What a dismal existence! Perhaps this is my fate. As Niji once said, some lives are preordained. No, it cannot end like this. I still wish to share tender moments with little Hinata, to raise children together and grow old side by side. I cannot die now. They are still waiting for me." Yet doubts crept in. Could he truly persevere? Perhaps surrendering was the easier path. Being a man is exhausting. Maybe death would resolve everything. No more scheming against others or oneself, no relentless training, only to ultimately meet demise. No, that is not the way. Where there is no storm, how can it be a rainbow? Isn't there a song that says the sun always shines after the rain? It is through trials and tribulations that we come to witness the beauty of life. A life devoid of struggle is incomplete, a mere shadow of existence. Wrong. How absurd it is to romanticize a life filled with obstacles. To traverse worlds should mean indulging in the finest beauties, relishing in the pleasures of life, wielding power effortlessly, and possessing all that one desires. Being a divine entity with the fates of others resting in one's hands, commanding life and death with but a thought. No, that is not my desire. I merely wish to live peacefully, to rise with the sun and rest with the dusk, to see my progeny rejoice and enjoy a bountiful home. Then perhaps to venture forth and unify the ninja world, transforming its state into one filled with emotion and existence that in time, I would revel in the simple joys of life with my beloved wives, witness the dawn from mountain peaks, and admire the sunset by the sea. Oh, what a dull fantasy! Is this all you aspire to embrace a lowly in one arm and a married woman in the other, to indulge in the company of divine maidens and witches alike? Daily feasting on pleasures, surrounded by a throng of beauties, celebrating each day with unbridled delight? No, I shall not become a mere stallion. While I may have fantasized about such things in the past, it cannot be a daily occurrence, or even the Jade Emperor would suffer from exhaustion. Think, this is the life of a traveler. What nonsense are these thoughts of yours? With a fierce resolve, Ishui slapped himself awake from his reverie. Why was he still lost in these fanciful musings? He had nearly forgotten that he, too, yearned to be a stallion. Forget it. I shall live well, and oh, more of this absurdity. I am content with little Hinata, and bye-bye. This alone brings me immense comfort. Adding more would only incite a world war. Such a life is untenable to be by the way. Where am I right now? Ah, I seem to recall being consumed by that dragon. Surely I am within her belly. How can I escape? Perhaps I could use the shadow clone technique like Naruto, overwhelming her with numbers. Yet no, she is far too robust for such tactics. She is no mere novice like Orochimaru's summoning snakes. Best not to waste my efforts futilely. I nearly forgot a powerful and peculiar bloodline technique. the Ice Soul engraving, with a mere 1 in 10 success rate. Now, within the belly of this dragon. I can use it freely until I succeed. May fortune favor me. The technique of soul engraving was a secret art Yi Shui had awakened during the 3rd phase of his training. It involved extracting a soul from its corporeal form and marking it with his own spiritual sigil. The engraved soul would unconditionally obey his commands, remaining under his control even in death. However, this forbidden technique bore a significant flaw. The success rate for those who did not willingly accept the engraving was a mere 1 in 10, rendering it a gamble of fate. While it was typically meant for humans, the technique could be applied to any being possessing a soul. In fact, animals had a higher success rate than humans, as they lacked the complex thoughts that often hindered acceptance. Eyes of the Heavens, Frost, Chunin Sisu, Secret Art, Ice Soul engraving. As the final hand seal was completed, a silver shadowy dragon manifested before Isha. A flurry of snowflakes enveloped him, soaring toward the white dragon. Yet, to his dismay, the snowflakes dissipated completely, a testament to the failure of his secret art. Roar! What in the world is this abominable thing? As Christina indulged in exquisite delicacies outside, she suddenly felt as if her very soul had been momentarily severed, an ominous presence almost inscribing itself upon her essence. A terrifying ordeal indeed. Could it be Tish? Once more, Chunin Sisu, the secret art of the Ice Soul imprint. A Shui lamented, compelled to form the seal anew. Yet, she remained uncertain how many times her beleaguered body could endure this endeavor. Given her multitude of injuries, she resolved to try her utmost. If she succeeded in the imprinting, her happiness would be boundless, and the white dragon could mend her wounds, providing her with an additional free ally. Once again, Christina would find herself outmaneuvered. As the final seal was completed, the shadowy white dragon reemerged. Its countenance marred by fear, a flurry of snowflakes surged from Shui, cascading towards the white dragon. It failed once more, much to the shadowy dragon's relief. Please do not attempt the imprint again. I beg you. It is all my fault, Christina implored, her spirit returning to her body, her visage reflecting profound dread as though she had encountered an immense calamity. She had never anticipated that a Shui could fathom the forbidden technique of the Ice Soul imprint, fully mastering the essence of the soul, commanding life and death at will. Even in death, the soul would remain tethered to the spellcaster, eternally imprisoned. In truth, each time a Shui, possessing the heavenly eye, advanced, she could randomly acquire a secret art. However, due to the formidable strength of her soul from her transmigration, she would grasp all secret arts of that stage upon ascension. In this particular phase, the probability of acquiring the Ice Soul imprint was a mere 1 in 10,000. Yet, a Shui's extraordinary soul defied the odds, mastering it entirely. If only the heavenly eye possessed the prowess of a Shui, perhaps Tian Village would rival the 5 great nations, if not surpass them. But alas, the heavenly eye could only comprehend 1 secret art per stage, rendering it vastly inferior in comparison. Now you realize your error. This cannot be. I must succeed in the imprinting. Chunin Sisu, the secret art of the Ice Soul imprint. A Shui disregarded Christina's pleas, resolutely continuing her actions. Regrettably, she failed yet again. Once more, Chunin Sisu, the secret art of the Ice Soul imprint. A Shui attempted the seal anew. Failure struck again. Continue your arrogance, but let me remind you. This technique has only a 10% success rate. It seems your luck is rather unfortunate, and I wager your body cannot endure many more attempts. Your chances of success are exceedingly slim, especially against my formidable soul's dragon. Christina emerged from her terror, confronted with the staggering failure rate of the soul imprint. It appeared almost impossible to succeed. I refused to believe this. This time, I shall concentrate. Once more, Chunin Sisu, the secret art of the Ice Soul imprint. A Shui gritted her teeth and attempted once again. This time, a subtle shift occurred. The snowflakes emanating from Shui's body all descended upon the shadowy white dragon. And remarkably, they did not dissipate. The snowflakes that settled upon the shadowy dragon radiated a silvery glow. The imprint successfully forged. Ashe sensed the silhouette of a white dragon upon her soul. Christina, trembling and prostrated at her feet. Ha! Success! Little Nana, quickly release your master, and do heal my wounds. Ashe exclaimed joyfully within the confines of the white dragon's essence. Chapter 45. The Dragon Clan. The white dragon outside trembled, tears streaming down its face, ultimately complying with Ashue's command. Upon being released, Ashue inhaled the fresh air, elated. This summoning ritual had been exceptionally flawless. Now, through the soul imprint, she could accurately summon Christina whenever needed. Life was undeniably splendid. However, the white dragon, Christina, felt the weight of her fate's tragedy and wept anew. Suddenly, her form diminished, curling at Ashue's feet. Hey, why are you crying? I have no intention of harming you. Besides, if you obey my commands, I assure you I shall treat you well, Ashue reassured, gently stroking Christina's draconic head. Humph, my soul is now under your control. What good are such reassurances? You wretched being, Christina lamented, her sobs intensifying. Observing her distress, Ashue thought, well, if I were in such a predicament, I too would weep. The ice soul imprint is indeed rather extreme, though the likelihood of success is minimal. It remains attainable. Listen, we agreed. You may have me fight for you, but you must refrain from any peculiar demands, Christina pleaded. That Ashue, perplexed, inquired, peculiar demands, such as transforming into a human form for you to toy with. Christina replied, her dragon form seeming shy. Human form. You can transform into a human? Ashue asked, excitement evident in her voice. Of course. Any adult dragon can assume human form for a time each day. I have only recently come of age, so I absolutely can, Christina explained. Recently come of age? How old are you? Ashue pressed that. I am merely a century old. Dragons possess lengthy lifespans, from 1 to 20 years. They are considered juvenile, from 20 to 80, adolescent. The last dragon you summoned, Laxus, is an adolescent despite being over 50 and a novice within that category. Although his father is formidable, all dragons over 80 are considered adults. Among water dragons, I am regarded as the one with the finest talents, even surpassing some older water dragons. Incidentally, Laxus ought to address me as Andy. However, we water dragons and fire dragons are sworn enemies. Seldom interacting, our encounters inevitably lead to conflict. Christina elaborated, that so. How many types of dragons exist within your clan? Ashue continued her inquiries. Many varieties abound, though I shan't mention hybrids. Pure-blooded types include the Holy Light Dragon, adept in healing and formidable in battle. The Dark Magic Dragon, skilled in casting chaotic states upon others. The Water White Dragon, proficient in water-based ninjutsu. The Wind Blue Dragon, master of wind-based ninjutsu. The Flame Fire Dragon, specializing in fire-based ninjutsu. The Thunder Purple Dragon, expert in lightning-based ninjutsu. The Earth Yellow Dragon, who excels in earth-based ninjutsu. The Wood Green Dragon, adept in life-based ninjutsu. The Steel Black Dragon, focused on physical combat, immune to half of all attribute damage. And the Shadow Ghost Dragon, detested beings specializing in soul manipulation, yet seemingly on the verge of extinction, always facing hostility from other dragons. The most extraordinary are the Crystal Dragon and Diamond Dragon. The former can naturally transform into human form and is skilled in all types of ninjutsu, while the latter is immune to half of physical damage and half of magical damage. However, their combined numbers do not exceed 10. The rest are those without wings, Christina detailed slowly. Thus, your dragon clan is quite an extensive lineage, Ashue expressed, astonished. Indeed, that is a given, Christina replied with pride. Then why do you not venture to the surface? Ashue queried. Of course, we desire to, but the abyss is rife with demonic creatures. Without the dragon clan, the entire surface would face annihilation, Christina stated matter-of-factly. Ashue pondered, perplexed. Could there be more within the world of Naruto? The abyssal demons are ancient, as are dragons. This world has undergone numerous transformations. First, the ancient divine clan, followed by the nature attribute cultivators and the yokai, then the era of Onmyoji, followed by the samurai era. And ultimately, the age of ninjas, we dragons, and the abyssal demons are remnants of antiquity, Christina explained. What? This diverges greatly from the original narrative. There were no dragons or abyssal demons in the original, let alone divine clans or celestial beings. What on earth have I traversed into? Although the trajectory mirrors the Naruto era, does this history truly exist within the Naruto realm? Never mind, I shan't dwell on such troublesome matters. I shall simply enjoy my life as a ninja. Hey, little Nana, how about you assist me in capturing another dragon? Having only you as an ally feels somewhat unsatisfactory. The more, the merrier, a Shui suggested to Christina. What? You want me to be a traitor? Absolutely not, Christina vehemently shook her head. What is the matter? Don't you want other dragons to experience this sensation? You could pretend to capture me and then offer your companions a taste. With just you as my subordinate, wouldn't that feel somewhat lonesome? If a few more dragons joined, you'd be their leader, considering you're my first subordinate. What do you say? A Shui transformed into a little devil. Enticing Christina. Well, all right, but not too many. If there are too many, I'll be torn apart and devoured upon my return. Christina relented. Christina ultimately found herself unable to resist the allure of this individual. She decided to recruit several other attribute dragons as her subordinates. Surely, such an experience would be immensely gratifying. Moreover, with just one dragon marked by soul imprint, a sense of solitude lingered, but with a few more dragons, that feeling would dissipate. That it is the inherent nature of dragons that misfortune is not to be feared alone, but rather the prospect of being the sole unfortunate dragon. How splendid! I have commenced the invocation. Hi, Su-shin, Wei. The art of spirit communication. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Not a dragon, but a beautiful maiden. Could it be? When did the art of spirit communication extend to summoning enchanting maidens? Is she perhaps a magical girl? Ah, is that not Sister Christina? What brings you to seek Feeny? Feeny is currently in slumber. Where is this? It is utterly beautiful, unlike any place I have ever seen. Could there be realms in the subterranean world of which I am unaware? And this little brother here, are you also a crystal dragon? I don't believe we've met before. Feeny gazed upon the vibrant world surrounding her, filled with fresh air, and her heart swelled with joy. Could it be that this young boy harbors feelings for her, wishing to create such a lovely world? What a marvelous tale of love. However, I am acquainted with all the crystal dragons. This little brother is a stranger to me. Christina exclaimed in astonishment. Fifi, how is it you? Oh dear, this is dire. Master, you have summoned a crystal dragon from the lineage of the flying dragons, and Feeny is the princess in the hearts of all the dragons of that clan. We are doomed. Quickly return her, or I shall face the wrath of every dragon upon my return. What luck, to summon a crystal dragon. Let me attempt something. Chinin Sisu. The secret art of ice soul imprinting. Without regard for Christina's astonishment, upon hearing crystal dragon, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he focused intently on executing the ice soul imprint. A shimmering dragon silhouette emerged from Feeny's head, while cascades of snowflakes enveloped him. Miraculously, it succeeded at once. What extraordinary fortune! Upon awakening, Feeny discovered her soul had been marked by another's imprint, and the boy before her felt as though he had transformed in her closest companion. This revelation astonished her. Could this be the power of love? Was this little brother destined to be her dragon companion? What a delightful tale of romance! The prince created a beautiful world for his princess, transcending time and space to summon her to his side. Their love touched Aphrodite, the goddess of love, who commanded her faithful companion Eros, known as Cupid in Roman mythology, to inscribe the prince's soul mark upon the princess. From that moment, their souls would be inseparable, destined to be together through eternity, where the princess and prince would live a blissful dragon life. Observing Feeny's rapturous expression, Christina slapped her own forehead, realizing that this whimsical little princess had once again embarked on her grand fantasies. Oh, what a sinner I am! I cannot fathom the wrath I shall incur from countless dragons upon my return. Although many male dragons in my legion follow me, Feeny is adored by all, regardless of age or gender. Her following encompasses the entire dragon court. Even the ghost dragons hold her in high esteem. That we are doomed. Excuse me, are you Feeny? I am Shunshu Ishui, pleased to meet you. Ishui regarded the beautiful maiden before him, feeling an unsettling sensation, as if something were amiss. Why is she still so elated after receiving a soul imprint? Ah, Prince, hello. I am Feeny, but you may call me Fifi. I am so fond of you. Though you're still young, the power of love knows no bounds. Rest assured, Feeny will be a devoted wife and will help you bear a myriad of adorable dragon offspring. Feeny joyfully embraced Ishui. What is happening, Christina? Good heavens, I didn't summon a dragon with a few screws loose, did I? Though she is undeniably beautiful, Ishui sought Christina's assistance. Christina merely rolled her eyes and resignedly replied. Feeny is always a bit scatterbrained, but when it comes to battle, she is incredibly formidable. Even I cannot match her prowess. What do you mean, Your Highness? Are you not a crystal dragon? Do you not adore Feeny? Feeny tilted her head adorably. I can assure you, I am a human, not a crystal dragon, and you are my spirit beast. Ishui was left with no choice but to reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, Feeny stubbornly declared, I don't care. You are my prince, and I wish to be with you forever, even to bear dragon offspring. Chapter 46. Bringing back a burden, what? Both Christina and Ishui were flabbergasted. Are you out of your mind? Can a flying dragon truly bear offspring with a human? Christina grasped one of Feeny's arms and insisted, Feeny, we are merely his spirit beasts, and he is not a flying dragon, but a human from the surface world. We have been summoned here. This is the realm of humans, no longer the subterranean world. Just now, he performed an ice soul imprint upon you. He is a descendant of the celestial clan, and the clan's secret texts contain information about their lineage, which you have surely read. Ice soul imprint, celestial clan, Feeny mused, resting her chin in thought. Yes, it was identical to what was recorded in the clan's secret texts. Could it be that this little brother just placed a soul imprint upon me? Yet, this world is far more beautiful than the subterranean realm, resembling something out of a myth. The soul imprint and the love god's arrow imprint are not so different. This little brother is undoubtedly my prince. Could it be that Sister Christina harbors feelings for the prince and wishes for me to withdraw? No, that cannot be. Feeny shall not relinquish her prince. Christina observed Feeny's contemplative expression and said with satisfaction, Do you understand now? You, and here not meant to be. Feeny, with a proud demeanor, retorted, Humph. Sister Christina wishes to steal my prince, but that is impossible. The prince belongs solely to Feeny. I care not for the celestial clan, humans, or the chaos of soul imprints. It all confuses me. I know that the prince is a gift from the goddess of love. From this moment forth, I shall not return to the subterranean realm. I wish to live in this beautiful world above, created by the prince for me. Humph, Feeny is undoubtedly the wisest, and of course the prince is even wiser. Everything belongs to the prince. What? Christina and Ishui were left dumbstruck. You must be joking. Have you completely lost your mind, still dreaming of fairy tale romance? You are living in a fantastical world of crystal flying dragons, Christina exclaimed, exasperated. Hey, master, you handle this as you see fit. I can do no more, that I must return. Should you require assistance in battle, summon me at any time. And Feeny, I can no longer manage you. You must find your own way. Ishui could only nod helplessly as Christina transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. He scrutinized Feeny closely, exclaiming, Wow, is that not the lovely Mira Jane from Fairy Tale, with her silver hair, azure eyes, and devilishly tempting figure, especially her ample bosom that seems to bounce with every movement? What on earth is happening? How did Mira Jane appear in the world of Naruto? Is this for real? Yet it feels so blissful. Feeny, witnessing her prince's expression of pure joy, felt assured that her intuition was correct. He was indeed her prince. Otherwise, he would not be so elated. He must have been enchanted by the beautiful and gentle Princess Feeny, though to be fair, any normal man would be. Hey, aren't you going back? Spirit beasts cannot linger beside their masters indefinitely. Though I wish to stay, you must at least report your whereabouts, Ishui remarked to the sweetly smiling Feeny. What, Prince, you cannot abandon me. Do you not adore Feeny? No way. I refuse to return. I shall stay by your side. As long as my energy is not depleted, I will not go back. Furthermore, to maintain my chakra energy, I can refine chakra at any time. You cannot shake me off. We are destined to have dragon offspring. Feeney clung to one of Yi Shui's arms, determined that I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In light of this, the profound intricacies of Tai Chi undoubtedly establish it as the progenitor of soft martial arts, rendering the so-called Hinata's gentle fist merely a humble tribute to Tai Chi. Hinata's comprehension of Tai Chi has been remarkably swift, leaving Ichijui astounded. This is also due to Hinata's innate disposition, which leans towards defense rather than aggression. Tai Chi seems tailor-made for her. Furthermore, under Ichijui's guidance in the 24 forms of Tai Chi, Hinata astonishingly manifested her chakra into a tangible form. For instance, upon executing the technique of Wild Horse parts its mane, two ethereal white steeds composed of chakra surged forth, launching an attack that was nothing short of astonishing. The sheer power of these chakra-formed steeds was truly remarkable, imbued with a certain spirit. Subsequently, in order to assess Hinata's offensive capabilities, Ichijui arranged for her to spar with Bai. Addressing both Bai and Hinata, Ichijui stated, "You two shall engage in a fierce duel. Employing your most potent techniques, fear not, for I shall intervene should any danger arise." Both Bai and Hinata nodded in agreement as the bout commenced. Hinata initiated the gentle fist's opening stance, declaring, "Sister Bai, I have never bested you in our previous training sessions, but this time will be different. I now carry the love bestowed upon me by a noble individual, and under his gaze, I cannot afford to fail. I wish to demonstrate that I can be his ally rather than merely an observer. Moreover, I have grown significantly stronger. This set of Tai Chi forms has been crafted specifically for me. If I do not strive to improve, I will lose respect for myself. Thus, Sister Bai, unleash your true strength. Do not hold back, for I am no longer the timid Hinata who once hid behind Ichijui." Bai smiled and responded, "Hinata, you are the most diligent girl I have ever encountered. I have witnessed your progress day by day. While Ichijui was oblivious to your growth, you continually sought me out as your sparring partner. Now you possess formidable power, and Ichijui must be exceedingly pleased. Come, this time I shall not hold back. Allow me to witness the transformed Hinata." With that, Bai swiftly closed the distance, engaging Hinata in close combat, a perilous endeavor. After evading Hinata's striking range, Bai unleashed a flurry of ice-formed shurikens, which darted towards every conceivable position around Hinata. This time, Hinata refrained from employing any ninjutsu or secret techniques. She merely activated her Byakugan and deftly evaded several shurikens, showcasing her heightened mastery of the technique. Byakugan allowed her to perceive the trajectories of all incoming attacks, and she reacted with remarkable agility, successfully dodging every projectile. Ultimately, Bai's assault failed to even graze Hinata, leaving her astounded. "Hinata," Bai exclaimed in disbelief, "didn't you previously rely on substitution techniques or evasive maneuvers to evade my attacks? How have you become so formidable? My strikes seem utterly ineffective against you. I had intended to disrupt your concentration with a series of attacks, but it appears I must devise another strategy." Hinata, brimming with confidence, replied, "It is because the person I cherish most is watching over me. I refuse to be the Hinata who merely evades. Besides, the Byakugan is a powerful tool. You simply have yet to realize its full potential." Bai nodded, recognizing that Hinata's reaction speed had indeed caught up with her assaults. However, she resolved not to be easily defeated. Water release. Body flicker technique. Bai suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Hinata, delivering a strike aimed at her back. Yet Hinata remained unperturbed, swiftly channeling chakra from her back to form a protective shield. 8 trigrams. Return to heaven. The palm strike struck Bai, who instantly transformed into a puddle of water, merely a water clone. When had she attacked the clone instead of the real Bai, who was likely seeking an opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack? Secret technique. Water release. 1,000 killing water wings. Bai reappeared before Hinata, as the remnants of her shattered water clone swirled around her. In that moment, as Hinata executed her technique, all the droplets transformed into ice shurikens, launching towards her. This was problematic. Hinata was currently in the midst of executing her technique, making it difficult to evade the impending onslaught. Water release. Water substitution technique. Just as the attack seemed imminent, Hinata transformed into a stream of water, evading Bai's assault. Remarkable! When did she acquire the water substitution technique? Ichijui pondered, taken aback by Hinata's newfound prowess. Secret technique. Ice release. Mirror ice crystal. After Hinata successfully dodged the attack, Bai swiftly employed her own secret technique, ensnaring Hinata within its grasp. This was indeed troublesome, that a slight frown appeared on Hinata's face, as she likely recalled the numerous times she had suffered under this technique. Bai's shurikens had become even more rapid and potent under the influence of her secret arts. Although Hinata's Byakugan could discern the incoming shurikens from all angles, her physical responses began to lag, and her stamina was depleting significantly. Bai unleashed another barrage of shurikens. This time, Hinata opted not to dodge, but instead executed 8 trigrams. Return to heaven. The incoming projectiles were deflected, with some even nearly grazing the ice mirror. However, the mirror sustained some cracks. Had it not been for Bai's timely chakra replenishment, it would have shattered. Tai Chi's secret technique. White crane spreads its wings. Hinata unleashed a technique she had recently mastered. A white crane composed of chakra enveloped her in its wings. Bai gasped in surprise. Chakra had materialized in such a form. Let us see how this fares against my shurikens, Bai thought, launching another barrage to everyone's astonishment. The white crane repelled all of Bai's shurikens, causing the surprised Bai to be struck by her own attacks a few times before she swiftly retreated into the mirror. The formidable Tai Chi technique had proven its worth, as the white crane, though dimmed, still had the capacity to withstand a few more strikes. From the current circumstances, it was evident that Hinata had transitioned from passive defense to active offense with the invocation of the white crane spreads its wings technique. As Bai's shurikens were repelled and returned, it was as if she had inadvertently attacked herself. Should this continue, she would surely sustain severe injuries, while Hinata could utilize her Byakugan to strategize against Bai. The tide of battle had completely shifted. Bai felt a twinge of jealousy towards Hinata. Ichijui not only treated Hinata with greater care, but also crafted such a formidable technique for her. Meanwhile, Bai felt stagnant in her own growth. It became apparent that in Ichijui's eyes, Hinata held greater significance. After all, Hinata was officially recognized as Ichijui's true wife, while Bai merely existed as a helper or tool. No longer did she wish to remain in such a position. She yearned for Ichijui's affection. Even if just a fraction of it, she did not consider herself greedy. Ichijui, observing the scene, realized that Hinata had secured her victory. It was merely a matter of time before it was officially declared. He spoke up. All right, Bai, and Hinata, it is time to cease. This round goes to Hinata. Upon hearing Ichijui's words, both Bai and Hinata halted their combat. The tension dissipating, Hinata, elated, embraced Ichijui, exclaiming, I finally won. I feel an overwhelming surge of power. Thank you, Ichijken. I am so happy. Truly, you are the best husband I could ever ask for. Chapter 48. The battle continues. How troublesome. Hinata's confession left Ichijui blushing profusely. Had this young lady become overly excited? This was the first time he had witnessed her so forward. Was a life of happiness on the horizon? Meanwhile, Bai stood to the side, her expression forlorn, her lovely face marred by discomfort. Hinata, aware that her exuberance had led her to utter such embarrassing words, buried her head in Ichijui's embrace, too shy to reveal her face. Ichijui, noticing Bai's sudden change in demeanor, recognized her jealousy towards Hinata, but he smiled gently and said, Bai, do you feel dissatisfied with your loss? It truly need not be that way. Since you have been by my side, I have considered you family and vowed to protect you for life. Your strength is undeniable, but you have overlooked Hinata's advantages in close combat with her Byakugan. Should you engage in ranged attacks, it would be exceedingly challenging for Hinata to counter. Moreover, I have optimized Hinata's bloodline, which has contributed to her enhanced abilities. However, this optimization can only be utilized once every 3 years, and I intend to reserve it for you next time, that if you feel I have erred in any way, please voice your concerns. You all are the closest individuals to me in this world, but if you cannot trust my words, I would be deeply saddened. Hinata turned her head towards Bai and said, I sincerely apologize, Baijia. I did not notice you that my Byakugan has been optimized by Ishukun, making it significantly more powerful than the average Byakugan. However, Baijia, you are impressive as well. That it took me a long time to finally defeat you. And due to the Tai Chi secret technique, it is evident that you are far stronger than I am. Moreover, did Ishuin not mention that the next opportunity for bloodline optimization is reserved especially for you? True power lies in the ninjutsu that Ishuin and we uphold. Everything else serves as mere support. As long as we remain steadfast in our beliefs and harness the power of our emotions in battle, we can become incredibly formidable. The strength of emotions. Yes, Hinata has blossomed under Ishukun's love, revealing her most potent self. Battles amongst ninjas are often devoid of compassion and ruthless, yet when genuine emotions are present, we can become significantly stronger. It seems I have not fully understood Ishukun's love, and I have not entirely fallen for him. Thus I cannot draw upon the power of our love. It appears I was mistaken. My love for Ishikun is not strong enough. I pondered silently. Ishue looked at Hinata with a reassuring nod and said, Hinata is correct. It is not the Tai Chi secret technique that makes me powerful, but rather the emotions I have entrusted to Hinata. She interprets my feelings for her through her own strength, proving that her feelings for me are just as profound. Ninjas are a group that navigates a shadowy world. Yet when they fight with heartfelt emotions, they possess the true strength of a ninja. This power is immensely potent, capable of defeating any adversary. Anyone who possesses this unwavering belief can be deemed a powerful ninja. Hinata responded with a thoughtful realizing that we have always possessed this power. It was simply undiscovered until now. Ishikun is the one who has unveiled it. Indeed, my beliefs and ninja way align with Ishukun's. I lifted her head slightly and smiled. I think I understand now. To express the love others have for oneself, one must possess a love that mirrors it. Emotions are reciprocal. Without equal contribution, there can be no reward. I've been blaming others, yet the fault ultimately lies with me. Ishue nodded, then shook his head. You have never been at fault, you have simply taken a misguided path in this ninja way, lacking a guiding presence. This journey cannot be traversed alone. It requires collective effort. Both Hinata and I are your guides. Just as you are ours, we must all hold hands and walk this path together. Although it is fraught with difficulties, as long as we are filled with love for ourselves and for others, we will possess the ability to navigate this journey. Hinata gazed at Ishue in admiration. Wow, Ishun, your explanation is perfect. I am so moved. Exactly, Ishukun. I will always support you. I place her hand on her chest, earnestly feeling Ishue's love energy. Ishue observed this beautiful scene, affirming that his understanding was indeed correct. The ninja way is just like this. Fini watched Ishue, Hinata, and Bai, their eyes sparkling with an electric intensity, feeling quite uncomfortable. Why am I not included? Where have I gone? How infuriating. You cannot steal Fini's prince. She exclaimed, Hey, prince, it's getting dark. Shouldn't we return to eat and rest? Fini's interruption severed the electric connection among the three, disrupting the tender moment. Ishue had been preparing to share a romantic kiss with Hinata. But now it seemed ruined. Oh, Fini, I despise you, even if you resemble the enchanting Mira, I said with a smile. Let's go back that I plan to prepare a sumptuous feast. Hinata, please help out AS for Fini. Just wait for the meal with Ishikun. With that, Bai and Hinata united against Fini, leaving her isolated. Of course, the princess and prince just need to wait for dinner, Fini declared proudly. You two can go cook. Ishue's forehead twitched with annoyance, while Hinata and Bai were left in shock. In their first encounter, Fini was promptly knocked out. The second battle had yet to commence, with tensions escalating between both sides. After a delightful dinner, Ishue was ready to retire for the night when an enormous trouble arrived. What trouble, you ask? Fini had been assigned to a guest room. As soon as Ishue lay down, he heard a knock at the door. Who could be so eager at this hour? Reluctantly, Ishue opened the door, only to find Hinata standing there with a blanket. This girl is taking the initiative. How fortunate, he thought. Come in quickly, Hinata. It's cold outside. Don't catch a chill. Ishue invited Hinata inside, then peeked out to check for any onlookers. Okay, no one is watching. Operation successful. He swiftly locked the door and climbed into bed. Hinata had already snuggled in her own blanket, having brought it with her. Ishui hesitantly inquired, Hinata, how about we share a blanket? It would be warmer, as it tends to get quite chilly at night. Blushing, Hinata replied, Okay, but you mustn't move without my permission, that if you do, I shall ignore you. Ishui cheerfully responded, Yes, Hinata Dano, I shall obey. Rest assured, I possess impeccable morals and absolutely no inappropriate thoughts. Definitely not. Victory was within reach, and the sweet fruit of triumph was nearly his. Just as Ishui and Hinata were immersed in their intimate moment, an untimely noise jolted them back to reality. Hinata fainted, while Ishui was nearly paralyzed with fear. Who is so inconsiderate as to intrude on our private moment? Feeney, unable to sleep, had followed her nose to Ishui's room. However, the door was locked from within. After repeated, unsuccessful attempts to open it, she resorted to brute force, easily demolishing the flimsy door with a gentle push. Upon seeing Feeney, Ishui's racing heart finally calmed. He nudged the unconscious Hinata and said, It's fine. It's just Feeney, that little rascal. Hinata gradually regained consciousness, glancing at Feeney's antics with an exasperated look. Look what you've done. Why did you bring a dragon home? You nearly scared me to death. Feeney, seeing Hinata with Ishui, felt a surge of jealousy and exclaimed, Prince, how could you betray your princess? If you're going to cheat, you should include me too. Ishui was bewildered. Hinata is my wife. Why would I cheat on her with you? Hinata was equally perplexed. Can beasts and humans even have an affair? This is absurd. Just because you are Ishuakun's ninja beast does not mean I will tolerate any notion of a beast-human romance. Chapter 49. The third exam begins. Feeney disregarded Ishui and Hinata's objections and positioned herself on Ishui's left side, while Hinata sat on his right. This was too much for Hinata, who sat up and faced Feeney. Hey, Feeney, don't you realize that humans and ninja beasts cannot intermingle? Ishuakun has already allowed you to stay in the human realm, which is quite generous. Don't overstep your bounds. Besides, Ishuakun and I are engaged. So it's perfectly normal for us to be together. We're not cheating. You need to understand that. Ishui nodded in agreement. Hinata Dano is right. Although you resemble Mira, I cannot condone this. Feeney, witnessing their blatant rejection, began to cry. It's not like that. Is the prince going to abandon his princess? Feeney is also heartbroken. Seeing Feeney in tears, Ishui felt a pang of guilt. She has her looks, her strength, and has left her home to follow me. Yet she is so confused. Even if it seems a bit misguided, I cannot be so heartless. She wishes to have dragon babies with me. While there may not be precedents for human-beast unions, there are certainly tales in otherworldly novels where humans and beastly beauties come together. Who's to say that a human cannot have dragon offspring? Hinata, observing Feeney's distress, felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, she lacked human social customs, and it was evident that Ishugun had brought Feeney back for a reason. Otherwise, such a strong being would not so willingly follow him. Listen, Feeney, it is my fault, but I am human. And you are a dragon. While there may be potential, it remains uncertain. We are not the same kind of beings. A single tear rolled down Ishui's cheek as he comfortingly addressed Feeney. TCH, I couldn't care less. How would we know without trying? Aren't there countless trials for princes and princesses in adventure novels? I refuse to believe it. I am determined to have a baby dragon with you, Feeney declared stubbornly. A baby dragon. Hinata's face instantly flushed red as she touched Feeney's forehead, noting that there was no fever. This child is perhaps a bit too imaginative. Ishui shook his head helplessly, conceding to her whim. Fine, I'll leave her be and attend to the repair of the main door. Otherwise, everyone will think a calamity has befallen us by morning. Hinata turned to Feeney and said, All right, since you wish to sleep, do so here. However, starting tomorrow, I will teach you some fundamental human knowledge. I am at my wit's end with you. Thus commenced the second round of small-scale battles among the women, with Feeney emerging victorious over Hinata once again. The following day, Ishui awoke with dark circles under his eyes, having had an unsatisfactory night's sleep that he had hoped to enjoy a lovely evening with Hinata, but an unexpected ambush from Feeney had disrupted that plan. Ultimately, while the two girls slumbered peacefully, Ishui had spent the night repairing the door, a lamentable existence indeed. When Hinata observed Ishui's weary demeanor, she suggested, Ishuken, Why not sleep a little longer? I will call you when it's time to eat. Ishui cast a grateful glance at Hinata, realizing she truly understood him. She was indeed my little sweetheart. Upon hearing that Ishui intended to continue sleeping, Fanny joyfully exclaimed, "If the prince is to sleep, then the princess cannot rise." Ishui, feeling dizzy, thought it best to forego sleep. Was this Fanny a reincarnation of the cunning Miss Mira Jane from another world? Life became exceedingly amusing as Ishui's entourage welcomed the scatterbrained Fanny, leading to a plethora of bizarre incidents daily, such as the prince going to the restroom, and the princess insisting on accompanying him, or even after understanding the distinction between humans and ninja beasts. Fanny still wished to have a dragon baby with the prince, as a test from the god of love, and Fanny adores sleeping, and no one could deter her. In summary, this crystalline dragon had brought an abundance of laughter and perplexing moments into Ishui and his companions' lives. As the days passed, today marked the commencement of the official selection trials. August 6, 60th year of Konoha. On July 31, Ishui had visited Naruto and Lee at the ninja hospital and thwarted Gar's assassination attempt on Lee, earning gratitude from Guy. Early this morning, after finishing breakfast, Ishui escorted Hinata to the exam venue, while Haku and Fanny took their seats in the audience. The Hokage, Kazekage, various feudal lords, leaders of ninja villages, and the spectators had all arrived. The atmosphere was electric, a spectacle only the Chunin selection exams could draw together. Ishui, merely 12 years old, had become a focal point as an examiner. Everyone remembered his astonishing performance during his promotion to Chunin, where he had left a lasting impression by defeating any opponent within a mere 3 rounds. And one anticipated that the once little brat had now risen to Jonin and was serving as an examiner for the Chunin selection exams. A clear indication of Ishui's extraordinary talent and a harbinger of Konoha's forthcoming golden age. Aside from Sasuke's absence, all other contestants had arrived, including Naruto, who was late due to a stampede of cattle. The third Hokage greeted the audience politely before officially declaring the commencement of the Chunin selection exams. Ishui addressed all contestants, saying, "Silence, please, that I will outline the rules of the competition. The battle continues until one side is either dead or concedes. Any combat-related items, such as ninja tools, beasts, or explosive tags, may be utilized during the match. Once I ascertain that a clear victor has emerged, I will call for a cessation of hostilities to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. And I will not hesitate to enforce this rule that if you understand, please nod." All participants nodded in unison like dutiful students. Satisfied, Ishui announced, "Well then, the first match will feature Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto. The rest of you may proceed to the waiting area." Eagerly, Naruto urged, "Let us get started already." Ishui nodded, declaring, "Then let the first round begin." The battle between Naruto and Neji was nothing short of spectacular. Initially, they engaged in close combat, but Naruto's strikes often missed, leading Neji to exploit openings and deliver precise strikes. Forced to evade, Naruto divided his chakra evenly into 5 portions, employing the Shadow Clone Jutsu. But all of Naruto's attacks were deftly countered by Neji. Neji once again espoused his fatalistic philosophy, mocking Naruto as a failure unworthy of becoming Hokage, insisting that Hokage was a title one was born to, while Naruto would forever remain a lowly underachiever. Disregarding Neji's dogma, Naruto unleashed an even greater number of shadow clones to attack, leaving one clone to feign inactivity, thereby misleading Neji into believing it was Naruto's true form. Neji fell for the ruse, and Naruto struck from behind. Naturally, Neji was not so easily defeated. He activated the Hyuga clan's secret technique, the absolute defense. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, causing Naruto's assault to falter once more. However, Naruto remained undeterred, continuing to utilize his shadow clones in a relentless barrage, only to be repelled once again by Neji's counterattack. Frustrated by Naruto's tenacity, Neji unleashed another secret technique of the Byakugan, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, sealing 60 of Naruto's chakra points and rendering him unable to utilize chakra. Neji was indeed a prodigy of the Byakugan, having mastered the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms without any guidance. Observing Naruto's predicament, Neji reiterated his fatalistic beliefs, urging Naruto to relinquish his futile resistance. Yet Naruto was unyielding. Interrupting Niji's diatribe, he declared his disbelief in fate and questioned why Niji clung to such notions. Niji removed his forehead protector, revealing the enmity between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Naruto discerned that Niji's fixation on fate was, in fact, a desire to rebel against his own destiny. He was determined to demonstrate to Niji that fate could indeed be altered through one's own strength. Ultimately, Naruto awakened the chakra of the Nine Tails within him, captivating the audience's attention. With the Nine Tails chakra, he clashed with Niji's revolving heaven. The result sent both combatants tumbling into small craters. Employing his cunning, Naruto instructed his clones to remain in the pits while he tunneled beneath to launch a surprise attack on Niji. Once Niji emerged from the pit, he struggled to regain his footing and approached Naruto's clone, continuing to preach his doctrine of fate. Ultimately, Naruto burst forth from the ground beneath Niji's feet, delivering a decisive blow that left Niji defeated. Conveying the message that fate was not immutable, and 01 was born destined to be Hokage or a failure. Even geniuses could be overcome with effort. Niji believed he had succumbed to Naruto's signature technique, the Shadow Clone, but Naruto clarified that it was his least proficient skill. Shui stepped forward with a smile, announcing loudly, "The victor is Uzumaki Naruto." Overjoyed, Naruto leaped about, responding exuberantly to the audience's congratulations. He was finally gaining recognition from an ever-growing number of people. Shui knelt beside Niji, imparting, "Even a bird confined to a cage can find a way to peck open its prison if it is clever enough." Naruto's success was not predestined. It is the fruit of his labor. He has lived alone since childhood, striving for acceptance. Abandon those unrealistic notions of fate. Destiny is forged through one's own efforts, provided you are willing to work hard. Naruto emerged as a formidable dark horse, showcasing to all that in life, nothing is truly impossible. Chapter 50. The collapse of Konoha plan begins. Following the conclusion of the match between Naruto and Niji, the next bout was set to feature Gaara against Sasuke. Yet Sasuke had yet to arrive. Almost immediately, Temari appeared beside Shui, informing him that the Hokage had instructed Shui to postpone Sasuke's match and proceed with the next one. Shui nodded and addressed the audience, declaring, "As Uchiha Sasuke has yet to appear, we have decided to delay this match and move on to the next. Contestant for the third match, please take the stage." The audience buzzed with chatter, many of them having come specifically to see Uchiha Sasuke, and their dissatisfaction was palpable in his absence. Some speculated that Sasuke might be attempting to evade the match, and various opinions filled the arena. In the midst of this, Kankuro raised his hand to declare, "I forfeit." "What? Forfeit?" The ire of the audience swelled to a boiling point, questioning whether one might consider the tardiness of Uchiha Sasuke as something akin to the patience of a ninja. The spectators, already displeased by his delay, found their dissatisfaction compounded by Kanjuro's withdrawal from the competition. Aisu, with a resigned tone, announced, with Kanjuro's forfeiture, Waiyan Shino claims victory by default. We shall now proceed to the next match between Temari and Nara Shikamaru. Temari, as expected, did not disappoint. She gracefully descended, seated upon her fan. Shikamaru, the embodiment of lethargy, was unceremoniously kicked down by Naruto, much to the audience's chagrin, who expressed their dissatisfaction with a barrage of refuse directed at him. Undeterred by Shikamaru's lack of fighting spirit, Temari launched her assault. Shikamaru was left with no choice but to evade her strikes, resorting to his shadow imitation technique. Temari had meticulously studied battle strategies. Recognizing that the reach of Shikamaru's shadow imitation was limited to the area of the shadow itself, she carefully calculated the maximum distance that could be covered. However, as time progressed, the shadows cast by the sun grew larger, prompting Shikamaru to ponder how he might outmaneuver Temari's tactics. Unfazed by Shikamaru's contemplations, Temari knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more it would disadvantage her. Thus, she initiated a direct attack, unleashing several gusts of wind. Shikamaru skillfully evaded Temari's wind-based assault, taking refuge behind a tree, where he fashioned his clothing into a parachute, thereby expanding the area and reach of his shadow. Once he completed his parachute, Shikamaru prepared for his next offensive, utilizing his shadow imitation technique to lure Temari into a position that led her directly to a hold dub by Naruto. Temari, initially unperturbed, soon realized Shikamaru's shadows could extend further than she had anticipated due to the parachute's elevation. Consequently, she found herself retreating from his advances, gradually being led closer to Naruto's excavation. After Shikamaru halted his assault, Temari began to devise her own strategy. She resolved to create a clone while she maneuvered to flank Shikamaru, believing this would lead her to success. Unfortunately, as she prepared to manifest a clone, she fell victim to Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, which had exploited the shadows within Naruto's hold to ensnare her. With his plan executed flawlessly, Shikamaru opted to forfeit, citing insufficient chakra, despite having numerous strategies at his disposal. This troublesome individual, averse to complications, made a decisive withdrawal. Aisu, upon recognizing the outcome, declared, "The victor is Temari, as the next match featuring Sasuke loomed." It was imperative not to delay further for his arrival. The third Hokage, noting Sasuke's absence, prepared to announce his forfeiture and proceed with the next match. However, Gaara, under the influence of Orochimaru, insisted on waiting an additional 10 minutes. Thus, they complied. Finally, Kakashi and Sasuke arrived just in the nick of time. Kakashi, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Oh, we haven't arrived late, have we? The match isn't over, is it?" Aisu, with a smile, replied, "Not at all. Although you arrived at the very last second, it can still be considered timely. The match continues, truly embodying your usual style, Kakashi-sensei." And so, the second battle commenced. Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. Gaara appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, having dispatched 2 grass ninjas upon exiting the waiting room, leaving Naruto and Shikamaru terrified on the stairway. The confrontation between Gaara and Sasuke was imminent. Observing the excitement of both combatants, Aisu gestured, "Let the match begin." Sasuke, having undergone rigorous training under Kakashi, exhibited a remarkable increase in prowess. He adeptly emulated Rock Lee's fighting style using his Sharingan, channeling lightning chakra to enhance his physical cell's vitality. Achieving speeds comparable to that of Lee. Gaara's sand shield was utterly incapable of keeping pace with Sasuke's velocity, leading to a barrage of unreturned strikes against him. Left with no alternative, Gaara activated his absolute defense, encasing himself entirely in sand and forming a sand eye to survey the battlefield. However, Sasuke's subsequent attacks proved ineffective against Gaara's defense, resulting in counterattacks that left Sasuke in a precarious position. Realizing victory was slipping from his grasp, Sasuke began to prepare his ultimate technique. He unraveled the bandages from his left hand, gathering lightning chakra for a transformation. In an instant, the lightning chakra manifested into a tangible form, resonating with the sound of 1,000 birds, creating an auditory cacophony. Chidori, the signature jutsu of Konoha's legendary technician, Kakashi, with the aid of his Sharingan. Sasuke surged forward in a direct assault against Gaara, effortlessly shattering the latter's absolute defense and inflicting a wound upon his shoulder. Gaara, now injured, was consumed by fury. Sasuke, in a moment of terror, struggled to withdraw his hand, only to find the claw of Shikaku reaching out before retreating once more. What manner of creature was this? At that moment, Kabuto unleashed a Jinjutsu, Nirvana of the Dead. The plan to destabilize Konoha was officially underway. The Kazekage, not to be outdone, launched an attack against the third Hokage, who was caught off guard and collapsed against the wall. Orochimaru seized the third Hokage, dragging him atop the viewing platform, where the Umbu of both squads appeared to secure the safety of the feudal lords below, while one squad remained to protect the Hokage. From the smoke, several sound ninjas emerged to assault the first Umbu squad, but their efforts were thwarted, leading to their downfall. However, shortly thereafter, the formidable quartet of the Sound Four, Kimimaro, Jirobo, Sakan, and Yukon, coalesced to cast the Four Purple Flames formation, sealing the third Hokage and Orochimaru within, allowing their battle to unfold unimpeded. Simultaneously, the perimeter of Konoha was besieged by 3 colossal serpents summoned by the Sand Ninjas, overwhelming the average shinobi, and the battle alarm was officially raised in the examination center. Maki joined Temari and Kanjiro at Gaara's side, who, due to his injuries, was slipping into unconsciousness. Maki urgently implored, "You must quickly evacuate Gaara. I will hold them off here." Isu approached with smirk, "You must be Maki of the sand. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity beneath my gaze? Escaping will not be so simple. Let your life as a J-nin be the price." A tremendous aura of malevolence emanated from Isu, causing the surrounding leaves to dance wildly, a gray mist swirling around him. Maki shouted, "Hurry! This man is beyond your capabilities. I stand no chance against him." Temari and Kanjuro, their faces etched with concern, nodded and swiftly whisked Gaara away. Sasuke, observing Isu's overwhelming presence, felt a surge of astonishment. Merely the aura emanating from this individual hindered the flow of chakra within him. It was evident he would not survive a single exchange. Yet amidst the chaos, questions loomed. What had transpired? The exam had descended into pandemonium, the earlier Jinjutsu now accompanied by explosive sounds and tremors. Not to mention the Hokage's abduction by the Kazekage. What was happening, war? Isu turned to Sasuke, stating, "The exam has concluded. Konoha is now facing a joint assault from the sand and sound. You must fight for your village. Pursue Gaara, and thwart their plans. I advise you to gather allies. However, should you choose to go alone, I shall not impose. Depart swiftly. I intend to eliminate this sand ninja, and I would not wish for you to be caught in the crossfire." Sasuke scoffed, responding, "What nonsense that I can handle this alone. But you better not perish, waterfool." With that, Sasuke hastened away. Jinjutsu. Death God's meeting technique. A single water source directly unleashed this advanced illusion technique, fueled by murderous intent and aimed at controlling the enemy's chakra. Maki, possessing a commendable level of experience, quickly discerned that he had fallen into an illusion upon realizing he was ensnared in a world steeped in carnage. He beheld visions of his childhood and the relentless bloodshed that followed his ascension to the status of a ninja. Ultimately, he found himself stepping into a blood-red chamber. The moment he entered, all avenues of escape were sealed, and a multitude of specters materialized before him, each recounting the tale of their demise at his hands. A creeping dread enveloped Maki. Yet another ghost emerged. Was it not the Leaf Village's elite ninja, Moonlight Surefoam, whom he had slain? As the multitude of phantoms recounted his sins, they surged towards him, clawing and tearing at his flesh. Piece by agonizing piece. The pain was excruciating. It felt all too real that no, this could not be reality. It was an illusion. Break free, he thought, but how could he escape this wretched trap? Concentrate your mind and chakra. He urged himself. He could not remain in this nightmarish realm indefinitely. He was Maki, a jonin of Sunagakure. Ultimately, Maki emerged from that mental prison, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, having expended a significant amount of physical strength and chakra. In such a state, even a lowly genin could easily best him. To his surprise, a voice taunted him. "I never anticipated you would take so long to emerge. I presumed you to be formidable. Allow me to end you in one fell swoop." Zine Tsuchimuin. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. As Maki stumbled out of the illusionary world, Isui unleashed a fire attack upon him, which he was unable to evade. The flames scorched his body, leaving him charred and unconscious on the ground. Isui shook his head, disappointed that he wouldn't have the thrill of a grand battle, and decided to check on Kakashi, speculating that he had sent Naruto and the others to pursue Sasuke. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Isui observed Kakashi and Guy engaged in battle, while Hinata, Haku, and a few other girls were also fighting against the enemy. "Oh, Kakashi-senpai, you all are rather slow. That Sand Village Jonin, Maki, has already been dealt with by me. That you're the one known as Yakushi Kabuto, right? Shall we have a little competition?" Isui swiftly approached Kabuto from behind, brandishing a shuriken aimed at his neck. "What?" Kakashi gasped, looking at the charred figure on the ground, astonished. "That was quick. This kid has significantly strengthened his abilities. That I wonder just how powerful he has become." Kabuto, feeling a surge of apprehension, evaded Aishue's attack. Despite never having faced him directly, he feared this young boy, who had proven to be more challenging than even Kakashi. After all, even Orochimaru had suffered at his hands. "TCH, this is dull. You all continue your fight. I shall head to the village entrance and deal with those enormous snakes belonging to Orochimaru." Anata, Haku, support Kakashi-senpai in swiftly concluding this battle. Aisui declared, deciding it would be best not to eliminate Kabuto just yet, as it would lack excitement. Arriving at the village entrance, Aisui surveyed the enormous serpents with disdain. Humph, they're merely oversized, boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning technique. A thunderous roar echoed as Christina, a colossal white dragon over 100 meters long, descended from the skies of Konoha, capturing the attention of all present. Aisui stood atop Christina's head, amplifying his voice with a technique. All Leaf Village ninjas at the entrance. I am Jonin Kamui Aisui. I will handle these gigantic snakes. Focus on locating and eliminating the enemy without concern for these beasts. What? All battling ninjas paused momentarily, astonished to see the enormous dragon, which was the summoning beast of the young boy. The morale of the Leaf Ninja surged dramatically. Orochimaru, gazing at Aisui atop the dragon, felt an intense loathing arise within him. He turned to the third Hokage, saying, "Oh, Konoha possesses such strength. You have hidden your capabilities quite well. A dragon-shaped summoning beast. If my first encounter with such a creature, if that boy were to defect, it would spell disaster for Konoha. After all, I've heard that Danzo once attempted to assassinate him. Surely, he harbors some resentment. Are you not worried, Sarutobi-sensei?" The third Hokage, listening to Orochimaru's words, felt a twinge of fear. If Aisui were to betray them, he could become another Orochimaru. No, that child will not. He is filled with emotion and light. He would never do such a thing. I have faith in him. Orochimaru scoffed and resumed his battle with the third Hokage. Christina observed the ravaged Konoha, remarking, "Hey, seriously, your village is in such a pitiful state after being so thoroughly ravaged." Aisui had no time to explain. Combat was paramount that he instructed Christina, eliminate those wretched snakes swiftly. We have tasks to accomplish. Christina nodded and soared towards the three colossal serpents. First, she consumed one of the serpent's heads. Then, with her powerful claws, she crushed the remaining two heads, showcasing her ferocity and strength, ending the battle in an instant. All right, you may fight as you wish. Spare any ninja wearing a forehead protector and civilians. Eliminate everything else in sight. I too shall join the fray, Aisui commanded, leaping down from Christina's head. Roar. Understood, you're such a nuisance, Christina replied with a nod. Eye of Heaven, infernal demon descends. Aisui swiftly invoked his secret technique. Transforming into a towering flame giant over 30 meters tall, he advanced towards the location of the third Hokage and Orochimaru's battle, encountering foes who perished upon contact. The Leaf Ninjas, witnessing the flame giant, felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Aisui had become an emblem of hope for many, while the Sound and Sand Ninjas found their confidence waning, viewing Aisui as akin to the tailed beasts. The scales of victory began to tip rapidly in favor of the Leaf. The flame giant, resembling a deity of destruction, patrolled the streets of Konoha, incinerating any attack before it could even reach him, converting it into nourishment for his flames. Aisui's flame giant consumed only spiritual energy, while anything within half a meter was reduced to ash, fueling the giant's power. Despite numerous attempts to annihilate the flame giant, the Sound and Sand Ninjas faced failure after failure. Their ninja tools disintegrated before reaching him, and explosive tags merely invigorated him further. Although water techniques posed slight inconveniences, Aisui was not one to remain passive. He retaliated with his flame giant, reducing enemies to ash before they could complete their hand signs. Realizing the formidable nature of the flame giant, the Sound and Sand Ninjas retreated to a safe distance, while the Leaf Ninjas eagerly awaited the opportunity to claim their adversaries' lives. Outside of the examination area, thanks to Aisui and Christina's efforts, nearly all enemies were on the verge of annihilation. However, Christina's assistance seemed a bit excessive, as water inundated the village pathways, creating numerous puddles. This, however, proved beneficial, extinguishing some of the burning structures. Gradually, Aisui approached the vicinity of the examination area, positioning himself before the building where Orochimaru and the third Hokage clashed. Orochimaru, it seems your plans are on the verge of collapse. How naive you are. Konoha is immensely powerful. If your ill-conceived plans lead to its demise, Konoha would no longer be counted among the 5 great ninja villages. The flame giant declared, just as the first and second Hokages joined a fray against the third Hokage. Perfectly timed. Orochimaru gazed ominously at the flame giant. Is that so? While that may be true, Konoha has not emerged unscathed. From this point forward, its strength will dwindle significantly. Oh, if I were to eliminate this old man, it would be perfect. Your aspirations would then be fulfilled. Becoming Hokage would pose no issue for you. And you might even owe me your gratitude. A single voice cut through the air. My aspiration is not to become Hokage. I am not fond of the relentless grind of daily responsibilities. I would prefer to be a task-oriented ninja, traversing the world freely, perhaps encountering a few beautiful girls along the way. The outside world is brimming with excitement. I have no desire to be cooped up like an old man, languishing in an office that I am still young, and engaging in conversations with lovely ladies is far more appealing. That Jiraiya-senpai is my role model at this moment, the third Hokage, filled with a sense of reassurance. Remarked, see, I did not misjudge him. Orochimaru, he is not like you in the least. Perhaps he will emerge as the next Jiraiya. Moreover, the potential of Konoha is immense. Increasingly exceptional children will rise from here. Even if I were to perish, it would be of little concern, as I can entrust everything to them. You, who dwell in the shadows, will never comprehend such sentiments. Ishui nodded and responded, Grandpa Third. This 4 purple flame formation is of no consequence to me, that I have come to lend you a hand, and I am eager to engage in battle with the legendary Hokages. With that, Ishui promptly dispelled the fiery giant and leaped onto the rooftop, where the third Hokage and Orochimaru were locked in combat. At this moment, a group of Umbu addressed Ishui, cautioning, Hey kid, do not act impulsively. This battle is beyond your capability to intervene. Though your strength is formidable, those inside are renowned figures from history, not foes you can contend with. While I would like to see you assist the third Hokage, unnecessary sacrifices should be avoided. We must preserve the combat strength of Konoha. Ishui replied, While your reasoning holds merit, please refrain from calling me a kid. Besides, the one inside is the leader of our Konoha. I cannot allow a frail old man to fight alone. Had it not been for Konoha's salvation, I might have met my end at the hands of the mist. The third Hokage is as affectionate as my late grandfather. My grandfather died for me, and now I refuse to lose another loved one. That even if it costs me my life, a ninja devoid of emotions is mere livestock. For all my family, friends, and loved ones, I will transform their feelings for me and mine for them into my greatest strength. This is my ninja way. For this, I would sacrifice everything. That I will not falter, for I am supported by the strength of the entire village of Konoha. At that moment, sunlight illuminated Ishui's face, and his smile radiated brilliantly, infused with the power of love, a love for all the ninjas and villagers of this village, instilling in everyone a sense of his unwavering conviction and boundless strength. The third Hokage, moved to tears, declared, Do you see, Orochimaru? This is a village teeming with miracles. Each individual within it contributes to our strength in battle. Not even the most sinister forces can extinguish this spirit. It is the backbone of every ninja in the village, enabling all to confront adversaries with smiles and composure. Orochimaru, however, remained unmoved by the third Hokage's emotional discourse, urging the first and second Hokages to escalate their assault. Chapter 52. The Seal of a Generation's Soul, Eye of the Heavens, Flame In, Chininzicho, Body of Flames. Ishui's form gradually transformed into one composed entirely of flames, as he advanced towards the 4 purple flame formation established by the Sound Ninja Quartet. His fiery body effortlessly penetrated the formation, rendering the flames inconsequential. What? Incredible! One Umbu gasped in astonishment. It resembles the bloodline of the Kirigakura's Kirigakure clan, albeit likely more powerful. He can traverse the fiery barrier. I've reviewed his dossier. This is the secret technique of his Heavenly Eye bloodline. Exceedingly potent, though the specifics remain largely unknown, another Umbu added. As he entered the 4 purple flame formation, Orochimaru commanded the first and second Hokages to temporarily cease their attacks. As the battlefield had shifted, Orochimaru, the first and the second against the third and Ishe. Grandpa third, my current state should render me invulnerable, and why fiery form grants me immunity to physical and fire-based damage. While other attribute damage is reduced by 20%, and my fire techniques are enhanced by 100%. Thus, my primary threat is the water-using second Hokage, while I shall handle the first. I possess a secret technique specifically designed to target souls, capable of sealing the first Hokage's spirit. I have 5 minutes of invincibility, so I leave the second and Orochimaru to you. Ishui articulated his battle strategy. The third Hokage, astonished, replied, "Sealing the soul? Good, you focus on the first, and I'll take care of the second." What? Sealing the soul? Orochimaru exclaimed, taken aback. Where did this kid acquire such peculiar techniques? This heavenly eye bloodline is too mysterious. Several Umbu exchanged worried glances. They had never encountered a soul-sealing forbidden technique before. The most they had heard of was the impure world reincarnation, which merely manipulated souls, but a complete sealing was deemed impossible. Could one truly contend with the Shinigami for a soul? Orochimaru was skeptical of Ishui's claims, suspecting it to be a ruse to facilitate a genuine plan. "Tisich, kid, you are rather naive. I won't be deceived so easily. Let the first keep an eye on you. After 5 minutes, we shall see what you can do. I will team up with the second to eliminate this old man first, then deal with you." Ishui faced the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who charged forward to engage him in taijutsu. However, it proved utterly ineffective, as Ishui detonated an explosive tag that shattered Hashirama's leg, and in that moment of recovery, Ishui prepared to cast the Ice Soul Seal. Eye of the Heavens, Frost, Chuninsi Su, Ice Soul Seal. Ishui swiftly formed the seals, and the first soul was drawn from his body. As snowflakes enveloped Ishui, they fell upon the first. However, they passed straight through his soul, resulting in failure. "Alas, my luck is insufficient," he lamented. Only the caster and the target could perceive the soul. To everyone else, Ishui merely appeared to be forming seals, with a flurry of snowflakes appearing. Orochimaru, observing the snowflakes that emerged as Ishui sealed, scoffed, "Tisich, kid, are you performing acrobatics? Where's your soul sealing? Why hasn't it manifested? Did you misform the seals? This technique is hardly impressive. Are you jesting?" The Umbu were equally perplexed. What is happening? Is this kid merely fooling around? Why would he toy with the first? But nothing transpired. It was utterly bewildering, a failed blizzard resulting only in a flurry of snowflakes. The first Hokage, now restored, refrained from charging forward once more. Instead, he unleashed the wood-release secret technique. Birth of the World Tree. A torrent of life chakra surged from Senju Hashirama, coalescing into a multitude of massive trees that enveloped Ishui entirely. Yet, this technique bore no effect on Ishui. The tree's attacks were merely physical in nature, lacking any elemental attributes, allowing Ishui to pass through and confront the first directly. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Ishui had mastered this fire technique, forming just the seal to unleash it that a dragon of flames erupted from Ishui's mouth, colliding with the first Hokage and sending him careening, singed, and incapacitated on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ishui quickly formed seals once more. Chunin Sisu, Ice Soul Seal. The first soul surged forth from his body once again. First Hokage, in this soul state, you should possess your own consciousness. You have been summoned by Orochimaru, who betrayed our village through the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. The second Hokage is also present, and our village leader, the third Hokage, is now frail and struggling to secure victory. I am employing a family secret forbidden technique to seal you. Its success rate is exceedingly low, at merely 10%. However, if the target consents mentally, the success rate rises to 100%. Facing you is already immensely challenging, and I cannot sustain this for long. I hope you will cooperate. Otherwise, the third Hokage may face death, and Konoha will suffer greatly. Ishui spoke urgently to the first soul, inspiration striking him. Snowflakes cascaded from Ishui, settling upon the first form, yet still failed to take effect. They passed through his soul entirely. The first soul, hastening back to his body, remarked, "Apologies, I did not react in time." Young one. Please try again. You should succeed next time. What? Yi Shui felt as though he might vomit blood in frustration. Once more, my fiery form's duration is about to expire, and you haven't reacted in time. This is absurd. Once again restored, the first Hokage stood tall, having discerned the nature of Yi Shui's fiery form. He swiftly formed the seals. Water release. Water gun. Water release chakra swiftly condenses upon the fingers of the first Hokage, akin to the rapidity of a bullet, propelling towards a water attack. This is troublesome. The first Hokage is no ordinary figure. Wood release proves ineffective, and he promptly resorts to water release. Water extinguishes fire, and the adversary, mistakenly underestimating the first Hokage, assumes he solely relies on wood release. However, wood release is a harmonious fusion of water and earth release, indicating that the first Hokage is capable of wielding both water and earth techniques. The opponent, Asui, fails to recognize this fact. With a series of hand seals, in, si, in, si, in, si, he summons a water release, water barrier technique. Asui is compelled to adopt a defensive stance, following with another complex series of hand seals. In cho, shun mao zi, hai yu cho wusu in su in si cho shun mao. He unleashes the water release, great waterfall technique, and the earth release, earth flow river technique. The first Hokage, renowned for his prowess, seamlessly executes 2 jutsu in succession, showcasing his formidable strength. The first Hokage's strategy revolves around stalling Asui. The trees formed by wood release, while physical in nature, though infused with the power of water and earth, lack pure elemental attributes. Hence, only water, earth, wind, and lightning can inflict damage upon Asui's fiery form. Only purely elemental attacks can yield effective results. Indeed, Asui proves unable to withstand the first Hokage's onslaught, succumbing to the combined water and earth attacks, leaving his fiery body somewhat diminished and dimmed. Swiftly, Asui employs the body replacement technique to evade further assault from the first Hokage. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. The first Hokage resumes his water offensive. Unacceptable. At this rate, my demise is imminent. Without injuring him, I lack the time to employ the soul marking technique. How dare he underestimate me? With decisive hand seals, Wei Wu, Si, Chun, Zicho, In, Asui conjures fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, and lightning release, gathering thundercloud technique, executing both jutsu simultaneously. The fire release rapidly evaporates the abundant water on the ground, while the accompanying lightning release gathers water ions from the air, manifesting ominous dark thunderclouds above the 4 purple flames formation, with electric serpents dancing amidst them. The third Hokage and Orochimaru are also captivated by the impressive combination attack, swiftly evading to withstand the impending lightning release onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the lightning descends, primarily targeting the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, while the remainder wildly flits about the surroundings. Both Orochimaru and the third Hokage narrowly escape the brunt of the lightning release attack. Unfortunately, the first Hokage is not so fortunate, being scorched and battered by the lightning, sustaining grievous injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Asui concentrates, executing hand seals. Chun, In, Si, Su. I soul marking technique. The spirit of the first Hokage re-emerges, a smile gracing his visage. Well done, young one. That your coordination of jutsu is commendable and your combat awareness is strong. You must be merely in your teens, a truly gifted youth. You do not hail from Konoha, do you? I recall no lineage such as yours in the village. Yet, your protective sentiment towards the village signifies that you are indeed one of Konoha's own, that I hope you continue to safeguard this village. My apologies for the trouble, young one. You seem to have sustained significant injuries. Asui scoffs, it's manageable. My fiery form is wounded, but only my spirit has suffered, merely expending some chakra energy that a flurry of snowflakes erupts from Asui, cascading upon the soul of the first Hokage. This time, the snowflakes successfully adhere to Senju Hashirama's spirit, marking the successful completion of the soul marking. Upon the successful imprinting of the first Hokage's soul, it merges into Yi Shui's being, for once a soul is marked, even in death, it remains under the control of the practitioner. The The first Hokage's essence does not return to the afterlife, but lingers within Yi Shui's spiritual realm. Bound as a captive to Asui's will, Chapter 53. The Death of Kamui Yi Shui. Following the imprinting of Senju Hashirama, his soul becomes Yi Shui's formidable ally, henceforth accompanying him as a powerful subordinate. Yi Shui's tactical success is evident. Regardless of the prowess of others in this world, I possess the first Hokage's soul, making matters considerably easier. The first Hokage is now rendered incapable of being reincarnated through impure world reincarnation. My Eye soul marking is the bane of impure world reincarnation. For every summoning you initiate, I shall imprint, ultimately transforming them into my followers. This secret technique may be slightly unscrupulous, but I find it delightful. With the essence of the first Hokage extinguished, the vessel for his impure world reincarnation manifests as Saku, a subordinate from the Sound Village. Orochimaru has indeed reduced his own villagers to mere playthings, manipulating their lives and souls. At that moment, Yi Shui's fiery form materializes. What sorcery is this? How can one extract a soul from the vessel of impure world reincarnation? Why was I unaware of such a forbidden technique? Orochimaru seethes, fully sensing the presence of the first Hokage. Boy, what method did you employ? Orochimaru gazes upon the ashes and the remnants of Saku's body, bewildered. What transpired? How did you manage to release Hashirama's soul from its confines? What manner of forbidden technique do you command? The third Hokage, upon witnessing Saku's remains, expresses his indignation. Orochimaru, you wretched fiend, how dare you toy with the lives of your subordinates? You are nothing but a cold-blooded creature. Asui revels in his triumph. Orochimaru-sensei, allow me to impart a truth. Every jutsu possesses a counter. Your impure world reincarnation, while formidable, allowing the deceased soul to escape from the nether, has unfortunately met its match in my Ice soul marking. This is the first instance I have revealed this secret technique in public, showcasing my Kekkei Genkai ability. The current situation stands as 2 against 2, and the tide of battle is beginning to shift in our favor. Orochimaru glares at Asui, bitterness coursing through him. Throughout his life, he has faced little defeat, yet now he finds himself at a disadvantage against 2 youthful adversaries. One, Uchiha Itachi, against whom his Genjutsu proves ineffective, and the other, the very Asui before him, whose prideful jutsu of impure world reincarnation has been countered. How vexing! Are the youth of today increasingly formidable? They all possess powerful Kekkei Genkai. How I wish I too possessed such lineage. Uchiha Sasuke, I shall acquire your bloodline. Third Hokage, since Orochimaru-sensei is your disciple, I shall refrain from intervening. I shall focus on sealing the soul of the second Hokage, with the first and second Hokage sealed. You should be able to engage Orochimaru in a decisive battle. Asui states to the third Hokage. Indeed, exercise caution. You have sustained considerable injuries in the previous battle, and summoning that fiery giant must have drained your chakra substantially. Orochimaru, this traitor, is my responsibility. This time, I shall rectify my past mistakes. The third Hokage nods in agreement. Orochimaru contemplates, true, that young one requires extensive time for sealing. Once battle commences, he will lack the opportunity to perform the soul-sealing technique. The third Hokage poses little threat. In his frail old age, he is no match for me. After dealing with that old man, I shall confront the youth, though my plan to annihilate Konoha may falter. I have already sown the seeds of hatred in Sasuke's heart. Now, I merely await his response, and then I shall possess the Uchiha bloodline, becoming the most powerful ninja, and immortal. The battle reignites. Kamui Yi Shui versus Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru versus Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asui now relies on the first stage of the Eye of Heaven chakra for automatic recovery. The chakra energy he has lost gradually returns. However, his physical and mental stamina remain depleted. Conversely, the second Hokage, as an incarnation of impure world reincarnation, remains unaffected. As long as Orochimaru is present, he can endure indefinitely, healing from injuries over time. The soul marking must continue. Eye of Heaven Frost, creation of ice. Ice Bear. Asui employs his Kekkei Genkai, conjuring a towering ice bear over 3 meters tall. The ice bear immediately lunges at the second Hokage. It is worth noting that this ice bear is sentient. It will wreak havoc wherever Aishue's eyes gaze. The second Hokage does not permit the ice bear to assault him and swiftly performs hand seals. See, Wei Wu Mao, water release, water prison technique. The ice bear is entirely ensnared within the second Hokage's water prison, unable to escape regardless of its struggle. Cho Shun Mao Zi Hai, Yucho Wusu Insu Insi Cho Wei Si Highway Zirin Shun Yu Chun Yu Cho Wei Insi Zi Shun Mao Hai Chun Wei Zi Cho Shun Yu Renzi Hai Yu water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon surges forth behind Ace Wei, advancing towards him. When did this happen? The one who wielded the water prison technique was merely a clone, while the true body suddenly appeared behind me to launch an attack. How despicable. I was utterly oblivious to it. Surely he created a water clone while simultaneously using the water prison technique, concealing his true self to strike at me. Ice encasement armor, ice creation, giant python. I swiftly erected a secret technique defense against the water-based attacks, conjuring a massive serpent to assault the true form of Senju Tobarama. Water release, hard vortex water blade. The second Hokage formed a water vortex in his hand, transforming it into a water spear before hurling it forcefully. Upon contact with the ice python, the water spear transformed into a colossal water tornado, obliterating the ice serpent with exquisite flair, demonstrating immense power worthy of the adept second Hokage, rivaling even the first. Heavenly Eye, White Sealing Domain, in a bid to halt the second's continuous water-based assaults. I resorted to this insidious technique to seal enemy ninjutsu. Indeed, as the second began to form hand seals, his body erupted violently. It appeared he intended to unleash a formidable water attack against me. However, with my immediate activation of the sealing domain, not only did I thwart his ninjutsu, but I also caused his chakra to surge uncontrollably, resulting in self-inflicted injuries. Seizing the opportunity, I formed seals, dragon, tiger, snake, dog, ice spirit seal. The second soul was forcibly extracted, hovering before me. Greetings, esteemed second Hokage. I am about to seal your soul to render Orochimaru's impure resurrection technique ineffective. Previously, I sealed the first Hokage's soul, and I hope for your cooperation. Otherwise, the success rate of this forbidden technique is exceedingly low, only achieving complete success when a caster is willing to. I must seal you to combat alongside the third Hokage, for he currently lacks the strength to contend with Orochimaru utilizing the impure resurrection on you. Do you understand? Only by successfully sealing you can I proceed. Indeed, should the second resist, the likelihood of success diminishes significantly. Given enough time, it is entirely plausible for the second to face death in my hands. The love that each Hokage harbors for the village may lead them to willingly allow their souls to be sealed. Flurries of snowflakes emerge from my being, cascading upon the soul of the second Hokage. Yet the snowflakes failed to imprint, resulting in a failed seal. What could have gone wrong? The second soul, with a hint of regret, remarked, "I apologize, I did not react in time." When the snowflakes adhered to me, it felt somewhat uncomfortable, prompting a slight resistance. Let us try once more. I have observed your battle with Tobarama and find your prowess commendable. Do your utmost to restrain me, and try not to perish. With that, the second soul returned to his corporeal form, which gradually began to recover. I sighed. You and the first are remarkably similar. A few more attempts, and I may find myself devoid of life. Battling you both is utterly exhausting. I can only hope you refrain from unleashing any formidable techniques. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique, Konoha style, crescent moon dance. The second unleashed a sequence of an A-rank ninjutsu and a secret taijutsu. I soon found the space around me engulfed in darkness, my vision swallowed by an abyss where nothing could be discerned. In the following moment, I felt an overwhelming force shatter my heart. My soul seemed to be on the verge of departing my body. Was this how it ends? Indeed, the legendary Hokage are not easily vanquished. I'd been dreadfully naive had I not sealed the first soul. He would have likely ended my life in an instant. The second had directly revealed this truth. Yes, they're exceptionally strong, yet I still have considerable distance to cover before reaching the might of the first and second Hokages. For their esteemed titles are not mere embellishments. Gradually, the darkness receded, drawing the attention of Orochimaru and the third Hokage to my plight. My chest, distorted by the immense force, indicated that my heart was likely shattered. I was dead. Shinmu Owasu was dead. The second stood before me, expressionless, yet his eyes betrayed a profound sorrow, stifling tears that would not fall. Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of Konohagakure, had always been a protector of the next generation. Yet today, he had personally extinguished the life of a remarkable elite. Just a mere child, scarcely in his teens, who had yet to experience the myriad wonders of the world, met his demise in such a manner. P.S. Has the protagonist, Shinmu Owasu, truly perished? Surely not. He is the central figure of this tale. How could he have died? If he did not perish, how did he survive? The next chapter will unveil the answer. Though readers may ponder this, should one revisit the earlier chapters and comprehend Owasu's bloodline limit, the answer will become apparent. Stay tuned. Chapter 54. The Resurrection of the Ice Heart. Orochimaru, gazing down at the still, motionless form of Owasu, erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. This little brat has finally kicked the bucket. Second Hokage, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly powerless against this boy, yet you dispatched him with such ease. Sarutobi-sensei, behold the outcome of your efforts. Haha, you aspire to inherit the will of your predecessors and protect the next generation, yet it seems your dreams have been dashed. What of genius, in the end? Even the gifted must fall to me, a task undertaken by the teacher of your teacher. How utterly ludicrous. This is the legacy of the Hokage of Konoha. Tears streamed down the third Hokage's face as he spoke with bitter sorrow. Orochimaru, you wretched fiend who toys with the souls of the deceased, I never anticipated that I, the white-haired man, would need to send the black-haired boy to his end. Iwasa likely never intended to survive. He fought for me, for the village of Konoha, that I could do nothing to assist him. This child, inheriting the will of fire, fought valiantly until his last breath, sacrificing his very life for it. I shall avenge this child and eliminate you. Monster! Outside, the Umbu, hearing the anguished cries of the third Hokage from within the barrier, sensed that something dire had transpired. What could have occurred? Peering through the gaps in the trees, one sharp-eyed Umbu remarked. What happened to the boy's chest? Wait, the second Hokage is beside him. Could it be that he lies lifeless on the ground, his chest caved in? It was quite possible. He had faced the second Hokage, and after expending an immense amount of energy and chakra sealing the first Hokage, continuing to battle the second could have left him utterly drained. This little boy fought with all his might. Yet we, as adults, could only stand by and watch him perish. Although the 25th rule of the Ninja Academy states, a ninja must never display emotions in any circumstance, prioritizing their mission above all else. Never shedding tears, I find myself on the verge of tears. This child is my hero. One Umbu wept silently, tears streaming down his masked face. I could see that moment. Due to Owasu's temporary demise, the two dragons, Christina and Finny, dissipated into white smoke. What is happening? My heart aches unbearably, as if pierced by a blade, as though I have lost something irreplaceable. And Finny, where is Finny? Was she not Owasu's summoned beast? Her chakra is intact. What could be the matter? Sister Bai, please tell me. Assure me that Owasin is unharmed. Hinata, panicking, clung desperately to Bai's skirt, pleading for reassurance. Why heart feels so cold? What could be the reason? Owasugan is powerful. He should be fine, right? Bai also began to weep, covering her mouth. The sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbling fiercely as colossal raindrops fell suddenly, heralding a torrential downpour without warning. Everyone sensed the sorrow within the rain, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, telling me just what a fool I've been that I wish that it would go and let me cry in vain. And let me be alone again. The only girl I care about has gone away, looking for a brand new start, seeking a new star within her heart. Yet little does she know that on the day she departed, along with her, she took my heart. Rain, I beseech you to tell me now, does that seem fair for her, to steal my heart away when she remains indifferent to it? I cannot love another. For my heart resides somewhere far away. The only girl I cherish has vanished, searching for a brand new beginning. Yet, she remains unaware that when she left that day, she took my heart with her. Rain, won't you convey to her the depth of my love? Please, implore the sun to reignite the warmth within her heart, letting the love we once knew begin to flourish anew. Let the rain nourish her soul and allow the blossoms of our love to bloom once more. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, whispering to me just what a fool I have been that I wish it would cease and permit me to weep in vain, allowing me to be alone once more. Oh, listen to the falling rain, pitter-patter, the melody of rain, weeping for sorrow, spills upon every heart, as we mourn, weep, and cannot contain our grief for a beloved who has departed. Hinata cries out in anguish. This is the most sorrowful day of her life. She never knew that the heart could ache so profoundly. Why? Why do I feel as though I have lost the most vital essence of my existence? Perhaps all I can do is weep. For I am left with naught but sorrow, with a tight grip on her garments. This is the sorrow of longing, the gentle lament of love. Why does my heart feel as though it is fracturing? Why does it seem my very soul has followed something away? Indeed, this must be love. Kai gazes silently toward the direction of the four flames of the purple formation, pondering. Kakashi, what do you think is transpiring up there? It feels as if someone is about to leave our midst. This downpour is rather peculiar. Kakashi observes Hinata's situation and senses that it might be related to that little spirit named Yi Shui, who has. The third Hokage resolves with determination, his hands poised to form seals. Si, Hai, Wei Mao, Su Zi Wu Si, sealing technique. Corpse spirit sealing. Cough, cough, cough. Third Grandpa, no, please. I am not dead yet. Yi Shui struggles to rise from the ground. It turns out that upon entering the third phase of the heavenly eye, Yi Shui automatically acquired a remarkable ability, the Heart of Ice. Upon evolving to the Frost stage, the heart transforms to ice attributes. After sustaining a significant attack, as long as there is ice chakra available, it can revert to its original state, allowing for instantaneous resurrection unless Yi Shui's ice chakra is exhausted. However, restoring the heart requires time. Previously, due to continuous battles, Yi Shui's mental exhaustion was severe, thus prolonging the recovery period. Yet, the heart gradually begins to heal itself. If Yi Shui consciously repairs his heart of ice, it will likely recover swiftly. However, the sensation of near death leaves him disoriented, causing him to forget his immortal heart's capability. It seems the frequency of battle has indeed taken a toll on his spirit. Chininsi Su, Ice Spirit Soul Seal. Once revived, Yi Shui immediately employs the Soul Seal on the dazed second Hokage. Although the third utilized the Corpse Spirit Sealing, Yi Shui does not wish for the second soul to be bound, as it rightfully belongs in his hands. The second soul drifts forth from his body. My sincerest apologies for nearly causing your demise. Little spirit, this time, I shall not resist your sealing. I suspect you lack the strength to continue fighting. The second soul says apologetically, no worries. Without experiencing storms, how can one witness rainbows? The fledgling must always strive toward the sky. Perhaps the dangers above are numerous, but it shall grow ever stronger, its wings expanding, soaring higher. Yi Shui shyly responds, stroking his head, and a flurry of snowflakes emanates from Yi Shui, cascading upon the soul of the second Hokage, each flake adhering to him, signifying success. The second soul extracts itself from the body of the impure world reincarnation and enters Yi Shui's spiritual realm, where he also observes the first Hokage residing within. The first smiles wryly. It seems you too have become his sole servant, Tobarama. Though that little spirit intends to assist Sarutobi, he harbors his own thoughts as well. Thus, we are bound to serve him eternally. Who could have anticipated that he is a descendant of the ancient divine race, with the last of the heavenly clans still existing? The second expresses astonishment. No need to worry, Hashirama. That little spirit possesses a profound affection for Konoha. Just now, I nearly struck him down, revealing his resolve to fight for Sarutobi and the village with a death wish. I acknowledge that little spirit. He embodies both justice and illuminating strength. If we, the elders, become his instruments, then so be it. Having entered his soul space, Can you not perceive his intentions? His thoughts resonate with a desire to alter the ninja world's current state, to unify it, creating a world filled with emotions and vitality. What a grand and magnificent aspiration. Yet, our vision has been confined to a single village, failing to realize the need for transformation throughout the entire ninja world. We have fallen behind. The first nods, indeed, this little spirit's ideals astonish me. Let us assist him in realizing this vision. I have faith in him. In the real world, the second Hokage's spirit, having vanished, causes the body of the second, summoned by impure world reincarnation, to gradually weaken, revealing the summoning tool. Orochimaru's subordinate, Kintu, the one Yi Shui had once touched. Alas, youthful vigor, you have cruelly slipped away. Orochimaru exclaims in surprise. What? You have returned to life, little spirit? Do you possess immortality? No, that cannot be. Your heart was indeed struck and shattered. How can this be? Yi Shui, struggling to stand, replies, Humph, I too believe I had perished, terrified beyond measure. Yet, my bloodline's ability has miraculously restored me. As for how I survived, that remains a secret, for such a unique power must not be disclosed to foes. Otherwise, they would possess the means to counter it. A ninja must never reveal their weaknesses to enemies. That would be foolish. Ah, life is truly refreshing. Being alive is wonderful. However, third grandpa, I am utterly exhausted and fear I cannot assist you further. The third smiles, haha. I always knew that little spirit could not possibly perish. You shall outlive me. Rest assured, I shall personally seal that traitor, Orochimaru. Orochimaru summoned his own Kusanagi sword, while the third Hokage invoked the mighty king of monkeys, Inma. The two engaged in a fierce physical battle. And at long last, the third Hokage seized an opportunity to capture Orochimaru, employing the Shiki Fujin technique. However, just as Orochimaru's soul was on the verge of being extracted by the Shinigami, he cunningly summoned his Kusanagi sword and plunged it into the third Hokage. Inma, caught off guard, merely grasped the Kusanagi, straining to halt its advance. I end this chapter to accentuate the poignant themes surrounding the death and resurrection of the protagonist, Kamisato Izui. I incorporated a classic English song. The melody in the rain that I did not count the lyrics towards the word limit. The chapter still contains over 3,000 words excluding the lyrics. This English song is quite splendid, and I have translated its meaning into Chinese for those interested. You may search for it online to listen and alleviate the sorrow, particularly for those heartbroken souls. The novel Dizzy Blood will officially debut in a few days, and I hope for everyone's support. I will strive to pen this story to completion, so please consider favoring it with your collections and recommendations. Chapter 55. The death of Sartori. Orochimaru resisted vehemently, continuously summoning his Kusanagi sword. Yet the third Hokage, frail in his advancing years, found it increasingly arduous to extract Orochimaru's entire soul from his body. As the third Hokage's strength waned, Orochimaru's soul retracted slightly within him. Just when Orochimaru believed that the third Hokage could no longer proceed with the sealing, an unexpected surge of power from an unknown source propelled Orochimaru's soul outward once more. In terror, Orochimaru exclaimed, Old man, release me. Where did this power come from? The third Hokage, gritting his teeth, retorted, Humph, Orochimaru, you underestimate the strength of this village. I initially did not wish to relinquish my hold, but reflecting on that young lad Izui's desperate struggle, I resolved to exert myself to seal you, as my final contribution to this village. I am the Hokage of this village. Every villager here is akin to family to me, that I firmly believe that the will of fire shall endure, and why strength derives from all the villagers. For I love this village and all its inhabitants. Since I can no longer seal your entire soul, I shall seal your most cherished hands. Without them, you shall be incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. The third Hokage gradually pulled Orochimaru's hands forth, and the Shinigami's scythe severed them, sealing them within the third Hokage's own body. Orochimaru felt a searing pain akin to burns in his hands and howled at the third Hokage. Old man, return my hands. The third Hokage smiled faintly as he closed his eyes, murmuring, Orochimaru, my foolish disciple. Though Orochimaru continued to scream, the third Hokage had already passed into the void, marking the end of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage of Konohagakure, Izui, who thought that as a time traveler he would be devoid of sorrow over the third Hokage's death, found himself pierced by an unexpected pang upon witnessing the aged body lying on the ground. Had this venerable elder, who had once embraced him, assigned him tasks, and watched over his growth, truly departed? He longed to weep, yet the tears would not flow. This sorrow was the profound grief left by the death of a loved one. This old man had sacrificed his life for the village he cherished. Izui, overwhelmed with disbelief, finally broke down in tears, allowing his grief to flow freely. The boiling blood within his icy heart surged. He was no cold-hearted individual, but rather one brimming with emotion. Outside, the Umbu, hearing the sounds of anguished weeping from within the Four Flames' purple formation, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. What is happening? Wasn't he that little brat revived? I just witnessed him awaken and seal the second Hokage. Why is he weeping now? What transpired? One Umbu member exclaimed in agitation. Look, the likeness of the third Hokage on Hokage Rock has cracked. Another pointed out that it may be that esteemed individual. One Umbu member said hurriedly, struggling to contain his emotions that to the sides. The others anxiously observed Orochimaru's downfall, with one exclaiming, Orochimaru-sama. Realizing the inevitability of the outcome, Orochimaru instructed the Sound Four. Do not concern yourselves with the barrier. Swiftly take me away. The operation has concluded. The Sound Four nodded in agreement, understood. Subsequently, the Four Flames formation dissipated, and the Sound Four dismantled the barrier, assisting Orochimaru in his escape. The Umbu rushed to pursue, but were ensnared by Kidamaru's webs, ultimately allowing Orochimaru and his subordinates to flee at this moment, thanks to Izui's prior efforts and the diligent cleansing by Konoha's Jonin. Along with the later involvement of Jiraiya, the enemy had been thoroughly eradicated from the outskirts of Konoha. Jiraiya, puzzled, remarked, What is going on? Why are there so few enemies? Most appear to have been taken down by fire techniques. Who possesses such prowess? The third Hokage. Unlikely he should be engaged in battle with Orochimaru. I cannot recall any such figure within the village, but Chunin interjected excitedly. Jiraiya-sama, you must be referring to that esteemed individual. You may not have heard of him, but his name is Kamisato Izui, a prodigious ninja who ascended to Jonin at the tender age of 11. Truly a hero in the eyes of us lower-ranked shinobi. You have yet to witness his might. He is akin to a demigod. He first summoned a colossal dragon ninja beast, annihilating several gigantic serpents, and then transformed into a towering flame giant over 30 meters high. It was absolutely incredible. With his assistance, the invaders fell like mere chickens, utterly defenseless. It was exhilarating. Indeed, that esteemed individual is like a hero. It is an honor to fight alongside him. Another chimed in. Yes, I heard he defeated the leading Jonin of Sunagakure in an instant before joining the fray. Another remarked, having come from the examination venue with Izui. Really? How fortunate you are to have fought alongside him on the battlefield. Why was I not so blessed? Speaking of which, just as I was about to be slain by a Sunagakure ninja, that esteemed individual appeared out of nowhere and vanquished my assailant. He is my savior. Is that so? You are incredibly lucky to have been saved by him. However, you must diligently train. We cannot allow him to look down upon us. All the Genin and Chunin gathered to discuss Izui, their post-battle sorrow dissipating. His presence had significantly mitigated the casualties among Konoha's lower-ranking shinobi. Jiraiya suddenly recalled the little brat he had encountered years ago. He had no idea he had grown so formidable, a talent akin to the fourth Hokage. Ibiki appeared quite pleased. That little brat has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The losses among the lower-ranking shinobi of Konoha are minimal. As long as the third Hokage remains unharmed, the invasion plans of Sunagakure and Otogakure have utterly failed. I heard that after cleaning the battlefield, that little brat rushed to assist the third Hokage. I wonder how things are faring. Jiraiya gazed towards the center of the examination venue, where the third Hokage and Orochimaru had clashed. It seems to be over. I wonder what the outcome will be. Ibiki, following Jiraiya's gaze, cheerfully remarked, The battle has concluded. Surely the third Hokage emerged victorious, for he is the strongest of the 5 great nations. Jiraiya shook his head, sighing, That seems unlikely. The old man's body is no longer what it once was. I fear that even if he survives, he will be gravely injured. We should go and see. Upon witnessing the dissolution of the four purple flames formation, Hinata and Bai hastily ascended to the top floor, eager to ascertain the condition of Izui. Sensing the dire situation, Kabuto recognized that with Kakashi and Guy simultaneously engaged in combat against him, there was no longer any necessity to persist in the fight. Lord Orochimaru had also conceded defeat. It was time to retreat. As Kakashi and Guy noticed Kabuto's escape, they followed in the footsteps of Hinata and the others towards the rooftop where the third Hokage was battling Orochimaru. Upon their arrival, they found Izui lying on the ground, weeping, while the third Hokage lay peacefully at rest, his expression serene in death. A few ENBU members knelt beside the third's lifeless body, bowing their heads in sorrow. Hinata and Bai, upon seeing that Izui was still alive, rushed to his side, expressing their worries. Tears of joy streamed down Hinata's face as she embraced Izui tightly, exclaiming, "You foolish boy, you had me so worried." Bai stood quietly nearby, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Just then, Irika, having just regained consciousness, reached the top floor. Upon seeing Izui alive on the ground and the third Hokage peacefully departed, his heart surged with anger. Surely this boy had caused the third's arduous battle. Grabbing Izui by his clothing, Irika lifted him and struck him fiercely in the face. Izui, still recovering from the battle, was ill-equipped to withstand Irika's rage-fueled blow, resulting in a copious spurt of blood. Irika, witnessing Izui's silence, raged further. "It must be you, this ignorant child, who has burdened Lord Hokage. It was undoubtedly for your sake that Lord Third met his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. You shall pay with your life." Izui made no attempt to resist. It was not that he lacked the will, but rather that he was utterly drained of strength, and the third's death weighed heavily on his heart. Irika, with a fierce expression, declared, "You admit it, then. You shall atone with your life." A shuriken appeared in Irika's hand, poised to pierce Izui's heart. "No." Hinata cried out in despair. In the nick of time, Kakashi intervened, halting Irika as assault. Guy, remaining silent, spoke gravely. "Kakashi, could it be that this boy truly caused the third's death? If not, let's not jump to conclusions too hastily." Kakashi interjected. "This boy is a hero of the village, and the truth may be far from what it seems." Jiraiya then made his entrance. "Humph. To act recklessly without understanding the situation, you hardly embody the qualities of a competent ninja. Will you not realize that this boy single-handedly sealed away the first and second Hokages, who were summoned by Orochimaru's forbidden techniques, nearly losing his life in the process? His actions fill me with pride. He is a true ninja." The third's demise stemmed from his exhaustion in battle. Yet he managed to severely injure Orochimaru, forcing his retreat. "He has saved this village." An NBU member rose, speaking darkly. "What? This boy sealed away the reincarnated first and second Hokages. Surely, this must be a fabrication. Aside from the legendary Sannin and the Hokage Savior, who possesses such power, surviving after sealing away two formidable figures is nothing short of miraculous. What more could you expect from him?" Moreover, another chimed in, "This boy has saved countless lives on the front lines, with a third of the enemy casualties attributed to him. He should be hailed as a hero of the village, not scorned. This 12-year-old child has exerted himself to the utmost for Konoha, while we adults bear the true responsibility for the third's death." Ibiki added, "Furthermore, the Sand's commander, Maki, has already been incapacitated by him, leaving us with significant leverage in negotiations with the Sand." Irika, filled with regret, released Izui, saying, "I am sorry. Are you all right? This is all my fault." Izui shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. Seeing Grandpa Third pass away fills me with deep sorrow. My strength is insufficient. Your blow, however, felt somewhat relieving." Jiraiya interjected, "Enough of this useless standing around. We must tend to the battlefield. Konoha has suffered considerable losses, and we cannot afford to wallow in grief." Chapter 56. The end of war on the morning of August 7th. 60th year of Konoha. Following the failure of the plans orchestrated by the Sand and Sound villages, the sand village of the Wind Country voluntarily surrendered to Konoha, requesting the return of their jonin. Maki, Izui participated in this meeting, which included representatives from the sand, such as Chiyo and several high-ranking officials, and Konoha's representatives, including the two advisors, Mito Gate-in and Tsurugi Kobu, along with Izui and Kakashi. Chiyo spoke apologetically. I deeply regret our actions. We too have been deceived by Orochimaru. We sincerely apologize for the destruction caused to Konoha and formally surrender to your village. Mito Gate-in replied coolly. The sand has betrayed the alliance and inflicted grievous harm upon Konoha. Is a mere apology sufficient? Please demonstrate sincerity in your surrender. A high-ranking sand official scoffed. Humph. Your village's third Hokage has perished in this conflict, and your strongest combatant has vanished. Konoha's situation is hardly better than ours. You still demand war reparations? How absurd. Hand over Jonamaki, and the sand will cease its aggression towards Konoha. Izui smirked. Your information is woefully outdated. Orochimaru disguised himself as the fourth Kakage.as for your Kazekage. I have learned from Orochimaru that he was slain by Orochimaru and his subordinates on the way to Konoha. His body is likely beyond recognition now, having been dead for quite some time. Furthermore, Konoha's strength is not lacking. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is currently in the village. Should the sand persist in warfare, I shall launch an invasion tonight. I advise you not to provoke my wrath. What? The fourth Kazekage is dead. Everyone gasped in shock. The two advisors from Konoha exchanged glances, their confidence in the negotiations significantly bolstered, anticipating reparations. Chiyo inquired of Izui, Are you certain? Izui nodded. I believe you are searching for your village's leader as well. You likely have little hope left for the fourth Kazekage, considering he faced the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Even your Kazekage, formidable as he may be, would fall to Orochimaru's ambush. After our negotiations, if you examine the route to Konoha closely, you may find the truth, but you will incur some losses in the process. Otherwise, the Kazekage's corpse will become Konoha's possession that I can dispatch ANBU at any time to retrieve the fourth's body. A furious sand official retorted, You insolent child, do not push your luck. The sand will not surrender if you continue this way. Izui laughed heartily. Oh, feel free to test my resolve. You have likely gauged my strength from the sand ninjas you sent to invade Konoha. If you refuse to surrender from this day forth, you will face the wrath of a powerful ninja. While my strength may not be overwhelming, I am invulnerable when utilizing my secret techniques, as long as my spirit endures. That war technique shall not dissipate. How long do you think you can endure, esteemed gentlemen of the sand? Chiyo silenced the irate sand official, stating solemnly, You are the hero boy, known as the star of hope among Konoha's ninjas. Are you not? Konoha's potential far surpasses that of the sand. The sand, agree to surrender and compensate Konoha for some of its war losses, but do not make unreasonable demands. That Konoha's situation is not without its troubles. Do not exceed the limits of the Wind Country and the Sand Village. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to resort to war. Now, both of our nations require an environment of recovery and peaceful development. Mito Gate-in nodded in agreement. Indeed, this war has impacted both the wind and fire countries significantly. We require a period of relative peace. Thus, what can the sand offer? Chiyo acknowledged. It seems the advisors of Konoha are more reasonable than this impulsive child. The sand will compensate for war losses with 100 million ryo and hopes to extend a modicum of assistance to Konoha. Additionally, we request the return of Jonamaki. Upon hearing this, Izui slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Absolutely not. The war reparations must be 300 million ryo, and the sand ninjas must surrender half of their mission quotas to Konoha. Chiyo, unyielding, slammed the table in response. No way. A child who eats too much is of no use. The maximum war compensation is 120 million ryo, and the mission quotas are off the table. You cannot expect this old woman to beg for alms. A water once again slapped the table, declaring, At my age, I am in the prime of growth. Insufficient nourishment could lead to malnutrition. You cannot mistreat minors at the very least. The war compensation should amount to 25 billion ryo. Assigning one-third of the task to Konoha has already significantly reduced the burden that I hold the utmost respect for the elder, Granny Chiyo. Chiyo, infuriated, slammed her hands on the table once more, exclaiming no. If this continues, the children of Sunagakure, of your age, will not survive. Moreover, newborns will cry out in hunger because their mothers are not adequately fed. The people of Sunagakure will despise you for this. The maximum war compensation should be 15 billion ryo. And the tasks cannot be distributed to you at all. If you desire my blood, at least pity this elderly woman on the brink of death. Water, maintaining an impassive demeanor, continued to pound the table, asserting, ninjas must learn to endure pain. Hate me all you want. The more you despise me, the better. However, I still possess a shred of conscience. This is my final concession. The minimum war compensation must be 23 billion ryo, and 1/4 of the tasks assigned to Konoha cannot be lowered further. If it decreases any more, I will face the wrath of all the villagers who have lost their loved ones, and my conscience will be troubled. You cannot rob me of my sleep, for if you perish, I shall curse you. Chiyo thought to herself, what a troublesome little brat. She slammed the table again, insisting, no, young man. Do you not possess a smidgen of compassion? For your compensation, all the parents in Sunagakure will heartlessly sell their children, leading to the slow starvation of many villagers. Just be a kind-hearted ninja this once. The utmost should be 2 billion ryo, and the tasks are non-negotiable. Observing the heated argument between Chiyo and a water, Mito Minyin and Tka Rin wore smiles. This child embodies the hope of Konoha. The emergence of another hero to protect the village. The will of fire has been passed down from Sarutobi. Just as the fourth Hokage was a brilliant genius, a new pillar for the next generation of Konoha is rising. Sarutobi, can you see it? This child has inherited your legacy, and the flames of Konoha will continue to burn brightly. Kakashi watched the spouting child in awe, wondering if this was truly a 12-year-old. He seemed as cunning as a little fox. If it were me, I doubt I could be as shameless as he is. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were still diligently training to enhance their abilities, while this peer of theirs was already sitting at the negotiation table, contending with the upper echelons of Sunagakure. What a formidable little rascal. Had he been a ninja from another village, I would have sought to eliminate him with all my might. Thankfully, he is one of Konoha's own. However, this child's strength is not inferior to mine. Ultimately, the compensation Konoha received left the two advisors exceedingly satisfied. The precise details of the compensation remained unknown to outsiders, but it was clear that Sunagakure had paid an exceedingly heavy price for it. Maki was also escorted back to his village, along with the body of the fourth Kazake. In the afternoon, the two advisors gathered all the village's elite ninjas, assigning them their respective tasks to restore order to Konoha as swiftly as possible, while also organizing repairs for the damaged buildings and homes in the village. The burial of the third Hokage was set for the following morning. Water garnered immense popularity during this Konoha collapse plan. All the ninjas and villagers became aware of his deeds, spreading far and wide. All the children idolized him, striving to emulate his example. In the afternoon, a water also participated in the repairs of the villagers' homes, aiding them in mending their houses and organizing some ninjas to use ninjutsu for gathering essential building materials. Of course, the figures of the 12 young ninjas were among them, contributing their efforts for their shared home, fueled by the will of fire. The next day, the sky was overcast, the air heavy with gloom, and a cool breeze swept through, yet did not bring forth any sense of relief. The mood mirrored the clouds above. As the entire village of Konoha descended into a somber silence, for an elder had departed from them, never to return. Hinata, let us go and bid farewell to Grandpa Third. He shall not be alone, for all the villagers of Konoha are here to see him off, a water said as he rose from his bed, donning a black attire. Today marked the day of the third Hokage's formal burial, and he wished to pay his respects. Yes, I am ready as well. Let us depart, Hinata replied, taking a water's hand as they stepped outside, where Kiba awaited them in silence. The three of them set forth together. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, they found many others had already gathered, each arriving with heavy hearts. Once everyone had assembled, Mito Minyin solemnly announced, "We are here to hold a funeral, mourning the passing of the third Hokage and the valiant souls who perished in battle. Each individual stepped forward to present a small white flower, symbolizing their remembrance of the third Hokage. As the rain began to fall from the sky, Red gazed skyward, remarking, "Is it raining?" Asuma sorrowfully replied, "Is the heavens weeping for us?" Konohamaru quietly wept, wiping his tears incessantly, calling out, "Grandpa." A water turned to Konohamaru, saying, "Let your tears flow freely. Now is not the time to concern yourself with the ninja code. For we are a group filled with emotion. It is this very emotion that enables ninjas to understand strength. However, once you have wept, strive to train diligently, inheriting the will of Grandpa Third and becoming a capable protector of this village." Konohamaru nodded and began to cry loudly. The water stood beside Hinata, raising his gaze to the sky, proclaiming, "Grandpa Third has not truly died. He lives on in the hearts of every person in Konoha. He is the hero of this village, and we, who inherit his will, must strive to live on, continuously growing stronger, becoming the next hero. One day, Konoha will usher in an era filled with hope, a time when everyone laughs and welcomes a beautiful day. No longer weeping, but living joyously. Such an era requires the relentless perseverance of each one of us. Those who have passed will become heroes in the hearts of every individual, while the living shall inherit the hero's legacy, passing it on to the next generation." Irika smiled, stating, "Indeed, the third Hokage has not perished. He lives on within our hearts as his successors. We must strive hard to realize his ideals." Naruto smiled, saying, "I think I am beginning to understand." Chapter 57. The floating of Akatsuki. Just as the funeral of the third Hokage concluded, two oddly dressed figures appeared on the outskirts of Konoha. They wore black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, brown hats adorned with wind chimes, and rings marked with codes, their fingers and toes painted with dark purple nail polish. One was slightly shorter and leaner, while the other was notably tall and robust. The forehead protector of the slender man bore the insignia of Konoha, while the tall man's protector displayed the emblem of Kirigakure. Though spared from destruction, we have still suffered significant losses. It is truly pitiful to see what was once a prosperous village reduced to this state. Itachi remarked, "That doesn't sound like you at all. You still harbor some fondness for your hometown." Kisame teased. "Not in the slightest," Itachi replied flatly. The two fell silent as they continued their advance into Konoha, using Jinjutsu to incapacitate the vigilant guard ninjas they encountered along the way. Before long, they had entered the village. "This is strange, Itachi. This does not resemble a village nearly destroyed by war. The faces of these villagers seem filled with hope. Is this the expected atmosphere of a village that has endured an attack? Something feels off," Kisame whispered. "Hasn't the fear brought by Orochimaru been sufficient?" Itachi replied, clearly sensing the village's anomaly. "Let us find a place to eat something," Kisame suggested. "How about that dango shop up ahead?" Itachi proposed. Thus the two made their way to the dango shop, ordering a few items to enjoy. The shop was bustling with patrons, and their conversations caught the attention of Itachi and Kisame. "Have you heard? The third Hokage has been laid to rest," one villager said solemnly, clearly mourning the lost. "Do not be disheartened, my friend. Despite this, our village has given rise to a talented ninja, hailed as the star of hope for our village." Another villager comforted, "Oh, you must be referring to that talented ninja. I had the fortune to witness his might. He transformed into a giant of flames over 30 meters tall, rendering all foes utterly powerless." Another villager chimed in. "Really? Were you not frightened? How could I be? Although I was pursued by a ninja from Sunagakure, that remarkable ninja saved me. I consider myself quite fortunate." "Is that so? However, the information you possess seems rather limited. There resides a Chunin from the Hidden Leaf village next to my home, who reportedly witnessed the battle between that esteemed individual and the leader of the Sand Village's elite shinobi. In just 3 exchanges, no, it was merely 1 exchange, he utilized fire release to incapacitate that person." "Humph, what does that even signify? There are mightier forces at play. I merely overheard this. But have you heard of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, who defected from the Hidden Leaf? Indeed, he is the primary figure behind this recent assault, is he not?" "What of it?" "It is said that the nefarious Orochimaru employed forbidden jutsu to summon the deceased first and second Hokage. Can you guess what transpired in the end?" What happened? Do tell. I'm not entirely certain, but I have heard that that esteemed individual managed to seal away the resurrected first and second Hokage. Impressive, is it not? What does this imply? It indicates that this esteemed individual possesses extraordinary prowess. I am convinced that he may very well become the next Hokage. Is that truly the case? It seems rather improbable, does it not? I have heard that this esteemed individual is merely 12 years old, still not of age, while I, too, hope he ascends to the position of Hokage. Entrusting such a role to a mere child of 12 is something the elders would surely oppose. Perhaps he could be the Hokage of the next generation, though. It appears that another prodigy has emerged from the hidden leaf, only 12 years old, the same age as your brother, Itachi. Perhaps he is your brother after all, given that you share the same lineage. Kisame remarked with a sinister grin. No, it cannot be my foolish brother. He lacks the strength to engage in battle with the resurrected first and second Hokage and survive. There must be another talented individual at play. Indeed, the Hidden Leaf is a place teeming with talent. I wonder if I am acquainted with this gifted youth. It reminds me of my younger self. Itachi said nonchalantly. Oh, now this is intriguing. You are utterly unaware, are you not? Someone approaches, Itachi warned. Kakashi observed the oddly dressed Itachi and Kisame leaning against the dango shop's entrance, scrutinizing these suspicious figures, one of whom was the infamous Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi, what brings you here? Asuma and Kurenai, having noticed Kakashi standing at the dango shop's entrance, greeted him with enthusiasm. Kurenai and Asuma, I see you two are quite the affectionate pair. I am merely waiting for Sasuke. Kakashi jested, glancing into the dango shop. Oh, it's nothing. We are just helping Kurenai buy dango, Asuma replied, blushing slightly. He had also noticed the two enigmatic figures in the dango shop, who vanished in an instant. Quite impressive. What business could they have in the Hidden Leaf? Asuma and Kurenai then decided to follow the two. Who are you? What brings you to the Hidden Leaf at this hour? You cannot simply walk away without an explanation. Asuma stated, puffing on a cigarette. Underestimating others, are we? It seems the villagers are not welcoming you, Itachi. You have been shunned, Kisame remarked with a sinister smile. Oh, have they truly forgotten me? One ought to greet acquaintances upon meeting. Itachi gradually revealed his true appearance. You are Itachi, the murderer of your own clan. What are you doing here? What nefarious schemes do you harbor? You will not succeed, Kurenai exclaimed in astonishment. Not underestimate him. He is the man who became the head of the Umbu at merely 13 years of age. Asuma warned, tension evident in his voice. Your reputation precedes you. Itachi, Kisame commented, I am aware of you. You are Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Are you not? You defected after failing to assassinate the daimyo of the water country and disrupting the nation S-order, thus being listed as a dangerous individual in the S-rank bounty. Kurenai stated, regarding Kisame with scrutiny. You seem well informed. Kisame chuckled darkly. Since you are here, I suppose we shall have to keep you around. Asuma declared confidently. Kurenai made the first move, ensnaring Itachi in her jinja. Subsequently, Itachi found himself bound to a tree, unable to move, as Kurenai materialized above him. And this is your end, Kurenai declared as she hurled a shuriken towards Itachi's neck. Is that all you have? Itachi replied indifferently. In the next moment, Kurenai became the one ensnared, while Itachi launched an attack against her. However, Kurenai, a master of Jinjutsu, was not so easily defeated that in an instant, she evaded Uchiha Itachi's assault and emerged from the illusionary realm. As expected of you, Kurenai, Itachi remarked coolly. Meanwhile, the battle between Kisame and Asuma was equally fierce. The moment Kisame unveiled his weapon, Samahata, he inflicted a grievous wound upon Asuma's arm. Kisame's strength astounded Asuma. A single hand wielding the sword overpowered Asuma's full might. However, Asuma refused to concede easily. His weapon, the flying swallow, imbued with wind chakra, managed to slice through Kisame's skin during one of his attacks. Not bad at all. In that case, let us see. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Kisame unleashed a water-based assault. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi appeared just in time, Replicating Kisame's ninjutsu. Two water dragons surged forth from the riverside, only to collide with each other in a spectacular display. Ah, employing the Mist Village's water release, is it? Remarkably, your eyes are akin to Itachi's. This is the first time I have encountered someone with identical eyes. You must be Kakashi Itaki, the copy ninja, Kisame observed. Addressing the sudden arrival. What brings you here, Kakashi? Kurenai inquired while standing atop the water. I felt uneasy leaving you two alone, so after seeing Sasuke off, I hurried over. Uchiha Itachi, I will be your opponent. Kurenai and Asuma, step back. He is not someone you should confront, Kakashi commanded. Kisame, refrain from engaging. Your presence has drawn attention from other shinobi, and that would be troublesome, especially since we have our own objectives. Itachi stated, I es it Sasuke? Kakashi asked, no, it is someone else, a legacy left behind by the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Itachi replied coolly, what could it be? I understand now. You are members of Akatsuki, are you not? Kakashi suddenly recalled Jiraiya's words. Orochimaru had previously been affiliated with this organization, which consisted of 9 individuals, all designated as S-rank criminals by various shinobi villages. They were engaged in espionage and assassination, collecting intelligence. How could they reveal themselves now? Their target must be Naruto, or rather, the Nine Tails. What could they be planning? Itachi and Kisame exchanged a knowing glance. You are aware, then? That means you cannot leave. Your fate is sealed. Although you possess the Sharingan and wield it with remarkable skill, you are not of Uchiha blood. Utilizing the Sharingan places a heavy burden on your body, does it not? Itachi activated his Sharingan. Kakashi was taken aback, urgently warning, Kurenai, Asuma, close your eyes. Only I, with the same eyes, can contend with him. Open your eyes only when I instruct you to. Chapter 58. Uchiha Itachi remarked coolly. Indeed, to counter the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, one must possess similar eyes. However, this applies merely to standard Jinjutsu. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the Manjiki Sharingan, the ultimate illusion, Tsukuyomi. At that moment, Kakashi found himself ensnared in Itachi's Jinjutsu, enduring torment for a grueling 72 hours. Upon emerging, he discovered that time in the outside world had seemingly stood still. How do you fare, Kakashi? Are you still unable to open your eyes? Kurenai inquired. What transpired? Kakashi questioned. You uttered those words and then collapsed. What happened, Kakashi? Asuma asked. Indeed, it appears that while 3 days elapsed within that realm, only a moment passed in reality. Kakashi replied, "Dada, so you fell victim to that technique and retained your sanity. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. It seems using that technique places a considerable strain on your eyes. Itachi, I am surprised that Kakashi could endure it. He is quite remarkable," Kisame remarked with astonishment. Are you still unable to open your eyes, Kakashi? What has befallen you? Are you unwell? Kurenai asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. Kisame, however, was unperturbed. He intended to reduce them all to mere fragments of flesh. Now that he was aware of Akatsuki's existence, he could not allow them to live. He swung Samehada towards Kakashi, who lay on the water surface. Leaf whirlwind. Kai appeared just in time to kick Gyuki back. Gyuki, glancing at Kai, smirked and thought to himself, I didn't even notice him, yet he managed to send me flying. This person is not to be underestimated. I truly wish to eliminate him. Kai then lifted Kakashi from the water and handed him a Hong, saying, Hong, you and Asuma should take Kakashi to the Konoha hospital while I deal with these foes. However, Hong reminded him, but Kakashi mentioned that we must not look into his eyes. Then we shall fight without gazing into his eyes. For Kakashi's sake, I have devised a technique that allows me to focus solely on his feet during combat. Time is of the essence, so I shall briefly explain. As long as we avoid his gaze, we shall not fall victim to his Jinjutsu, Kai declared. Gyuki interrupted Kai, inquiring, Who are you? Intrigued, Kai responded, I am my guy. Known in Konoha as the Blue Beast. What do you think? He flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Gyuki mocked, A beast? More like a rare creature. I'll reduce you to mere chunks of meat. My Umbu will be here shortly, so do not think of escaping. Kai posed in a combat stance. At that moment, Itachi spoke up, Gyuki, let us depart. Your ruckus will attract unwanted attention, and our goal is not to engage in battle, but to locate our target. Ah, so you think you can come and go as you please? Not so fast. I must entertain you properly. Otherwise, outsiders might believe Konoha is inhospitable, Gyuki retorted. Suddenly, Isue appeared behind Itachi, thrusting a shuriken towards his neck. With a splash, Itachi transformed into a puddle of water, an impressive water clone. Such swift hand seals. This opponent is indeed exhilarating, Itachi mused, recognizing the talent before him. Itachi materialized beside Gyuki and addressed Isue. Who are you? To elude even my senses is quite impressive. You must be the so-called hope of Konoha. Gyuki narrowed his eyes, realizing this young man was formidable, that I was unaware of his presence. When did Konoha acquire such a talent? I have never heard of him before. Upon seeing Isue, Kai exclaimed, Oh, you are in trouble now. Do not underestimate this boy. Despite his youth in terms of combat, Kakashi and I might struggle against him. He has fought against the first and second Hokage, sealing them away. Truly a prodigy, the hope of Konoha. Ah, youth is indeed thrilling. I must strive even harder. Asuma and Hong shared a look of elation. If it were Isue, capturing these two would not be a challenge. What? Gyuki exclaimed, realizing the magnitude of the situation. The first and second Hokage are legendary figures, and this boy has managed to confront and seal them. Regardless, he is a powerful ninja. Do you not recognize me? That cannot be. A few years ago, I defeated your organization's treasury minister, who fled in utter disgrace. Despite possessing 5 hearts, he was left with but 1. Had I not exhausted my energy, he might have perished. I believe I was around 8 years old then. That old man even invited me to join your organization, but there were no remarkable individuals among you. Isue replied with a tilt of his head. What? You were the one who nearly killed Kakuzu? No way. You must be lying. At 8 years old, how could I be that powerful? Gyuki responded, astonished. It seems Konoha has its fair share of talents. But do not boast too much, Itachi interjected, producing several kunai. Isue swiftly dodged, and as he touched the water once more, sharp water pillars surged toward him. Itachi Uchiha, your speed in forming hand seals is truly exceptional. I can barely keep up. Isue, despite his speed being 1 seal per second, cannot compare to Itachi's 6 seals per second. He is indeed a fearsome opponent. The water spike attack struck Isue, who transformed into a puddle once again, a mere water clone. He has copied my ninjutsu. How astonishing! Isue exclaimed, surprised. With his Sharingan spinning, Itachi swiftly appeared behind Isue. In response, Isue thrust his shuriken backward, but found Itachi had transformed into a swarm of crows. Isue realized he had fallen into Itachi's jinjutsu. Let me gauge your capabilities and see if you possess true strength. You remind me of my younger self, tirelessly fighting for Konoha, a nostalgic experience indeed. Itachi spoke coolly. What a powerful jinjutsu! It has altered my perception without modifying the environment. I must have fallen into it the moment I attacked, Isue thought, closing his silver eyes and opening a third. I had to break free from the illusion as soon as he freed himself. Isue found himself kicked away by Itachi. However, the force was not overwhelming. Itachi focused more on skill than raw power. Oh, you managed to escape the world of Jinjutsu. Impressive. That third eye of yours is quite peculiar. Is it the source of your abilities? Itachi remarked. Indeed, Itachi Uchiha, former captain of the Umbu, your observational skills are commendable. However, I must clarify that my third eye is less of an eye and more of a bloodline limit known as the Eye of Heaven. Its true essence is not as a mere eye, meaning your Jinjutsu will no longer affect me. Even with my eyes closed, this third eye possesses the capability of observation, surpassing that of my regular eyes. To have compelled me to close my eyes voluntarily, your strength is remarkable that I am uncertain of when I was ensnared by your Jinjutsu. Isue reflected quietly. Itachi, unfazed, replied, Is that so? Then this presents a dilemma. My strength is halved if your Jinjutsu does not affect you. Let us find another location for our duel. The commotion here is excessive, and I believe you would not wish for it to escalate. Follow me. Isue led the way out of the village. Gyuki asked, What should we do? Should we follow? Perhaps we should just abandon this. That boy is a tough opponent that we ought to focus on our mission. Let us follow that if we do not, he will undoubtedly pursue us. Until we incapacitate this boy, our mission will be hindered. I did not expect Konoha to possess such formidable strength. He is likely their highest combat asset, Itachi asserted. Moving forward, Gyuki followed suit. What should we do? Is it safe to let that child go alone? Hong voiced her concerns. Kai confidently shook his head. No need for worry. We must trust him. Besides, we are near Konoha, where the Umbu can respond at any moment. Asuma nodded in agreement. Indeed, his strength likely surpasses ours by a significant margin, as he is quite the formidable young man. We should hasten to get Kakashi to the hospital. Hong agreed. Isue led the two further into a valley, well away from Konoha, where they could engage in a fierce battle. Well now, little boy, you've run quite far. If we were to kill you, no one would know it, aren't you afraid? I admit your strength rivals ours. But in this scenario, it seems rather unfavorable for you. Facing 2 against 1, Gyuki boasted, that's so. Hix. YUSHNWI. Summoning technique. Isue bit his finger and smeared the blood across his palm. Summoning a creature, their astonishment. A woman emerged, shocking both Gyuki and Itachi, for they had never seen a human serve as a summoning beast, and it was not a forbidden technique, as Itachi could clearly discern the hand signs of the summoning. Ah, my prince, how wicked of you! I thought you perished. You frightened me. But my soul contract remains, which means you are alive. The underground environment is vastly different from that on the surface. Life here is far more pleasant. Fini exclaimed, immediately clinging to Isue's arm. Prince, what is this? What kind of game is this child playing? Gyuki questioned incredulously to Ise, little boy, are you summoning a woman here for a tryst? Itachi, however, perceived the situation differently. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Her chakra is extraordinarily potent. Gyuki, do not underestimate her. Gyuki gasped, realizing that the chakra emanating from this woman was of such high quality that it rivaled that of the Three Tails. With a smile, Isue remarked, now it's fair, isn't it? 2 against 2, Fini. You shall contend with that fish-faced ugly creature, while I shall deal with this individual afflicted by red-eye disease. There is a reward for defeating him. Something exceedingly romantic indeed. Upon hearing Ishue's mention of a romantic reward, Fini's eyes sparkled with large red hearts, exclaiming, wow, how delightful! So romantic, so enchanting. Upon hearing this, the demon shark seethed with rage. What did you say? Fish-faced and ugly. How dare you? I am not as hideous as you claim. A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. Surely, you are aware of this. P.S. A preview of the next chapter. Heaven's Eye vs. Sharingan. A grand duel between 2 ocular jutsu bloodlines. Chapter 59. Heaven's Eye vs. Sharingan. Come forth, ugly creature. I shall transform you into a truly lifeless fish, Fini proclaimed, puffing out her chest towards the demon shark. How exhilarating this is. Though you are a woman, I shall not hold back. I will demonstrate to you that being ugly does not equate to lacking strength. The demon shark, infuriated, brandished his shark skin. Meanwhile, Isue and Itachi circled at a distance, preparing for battle. Isue addressed Itachi. Now we can engage in earnest combat. When I first arrived in Konoha, you had yet to defect at that time. You were regarded as the prodigious ninja, graduating from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7 with the highest honors. Awakening your Sharingan at 8, advancing to CH Nin at 10, joining the Umbu at 11, and becoming the head of the Umbu by 13. Truly, you are a remarkable genius. In my pursuit to catch up to you and Senior Kakashi, I successfully awakened the first stage of my bloodline Heaven's Eye at 6, graduated from the Ninja Academy and became a Genin at 8, attained J-Nin status at 10, and became a special J-Nin at 11. They say that geniuses recognize one another. I have longed to spar with you, Itachi. Is that so? You are quite impressive yourself, D. Oh, you truly wish to engage. I would rather not fight you, Itachi sighed. Is that so, but I still...